1970. The Internal Revenue Service stops granting tax-exempt privileges to segregated private schools in Mississippi unless the school could show it was enrolling blacks. A three-judge federal district court in Washington, D.C., ordered the Internal Revenue Service to stop granting tax-exempt privileges to segregated private schools in Mississippi. The order did not affect the all-white private schools that had already been granted tax exemptions. But the Internal Revenue Service was to stop granting tax-exempt status to schools with pending applications, or applications yet to be filed, unless the school could show it was enrolling blacks. The newly chartered, all-white private academies were being funded by white parents to avoid complying with the school desegregation taking place in Mississippi's public schools. Mississippi Governor John Bell Williams asked the state legislature to grant financial assistance, in the form of state tax deductions, to those who donated money to the all-white schools. He claimed his program would strengthen the hands of Mississippians in facing the government's desegregation orders. 1970. The Supreme Court hastens school desegregation. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a brief, unsigned order, overruled a decision by the U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeal that set September 1970 as the deadline for desegregation in Southern public schools. The High Court was acting on a National Association for the Advancement of Colored People appeal involving 14 school districts in 5 Southern states, and its request of February 1, 1970, as the deadline for desegregation. The High Court's action affirmed this request, denying the Justice Department's request for approval of the September deadline. 1970. Martin Luther King, Jr.'s 41st birthday is celebrated across the nation, starting the path to making it a national holiday. Blacks and whites across the nation celebrated the 41st anniversary of the birth of Martin Luther King, Jr. The movement to make the day a national holiday was gaining momentum, and several governors declared Martin Luther King, Jr. Day in their states. Among those who declared the holiday were Kenneth Curtis of Maine, Frank Licht of Rhode Island, and Nelson Rockefeller of New York. Public schools were closed in Baltimore, Maryland, Kansas City, Missouri, New York, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, among others. In King's hometown of Atlanta, Georgia, 400 people listened as the city's new mayor, Sam Massell, eulogized King at a memorial service. Following the service, King's widow, Coretta Scott King, dedicated Atlanta's new Martin Luther King, Jr. Memorial Center that comprised of King's birthplace, church, and crypt. 1970. Florida Governor Claude Kirk, Jr., personally tells the U.S. Supreme Court that his state was financially and physically unable to meet the court's January 14, 1970, order for immediate school desegregation. The Supreme Court listens to this, and other similar arguments, then orders the desegregation to proceed as scheduled. Florida Governor Claude Kirk, Jr., personally told the U.S. Supreme Court that his state was financially and physically unable to meet the court's January 14, 1970, order for immediate school desegregation. Kirk announced that he had instructed his school districts to change their school calendars during midterm. The governor asked the court for a rehearing and requested a delay in the February 1 school desegregation deadline. Kirk said that Florida was ready to comply with the orders but was unable to do so under the time constraint. Attorneys for 2 Louisiana school districts also appeared before the court with similar pleas. The Supreme Court listened to the arguments, then ordered the desegregation to proceed as scheduled. 1970. Federal District Judge Manuel Real in Los Angeles ordered the Pasadena, California, school district to submit a desegregation plan for its public schools. It is the first federal government suit against a non-Southern school district to be acted upon. Federal District Judge Manuel Real in Los Angeles ordered the Pasadena, California, school district to submit a desegregation plan for its public schools by February 16. The plan, covering all schools in the suburban Los Angeles district, was to take effect in September. The Pasadena case was the first federal government suit against a non-Southern school district to be acted upon. The judge ruled that the plan submitted by the school officials should not produce any school with a majority of non-white students. Judge Reel also ordered that the plan should cover new teaching assignments, hiring and promotional practices, and the construction of new school buildings. 1970. A coroner's jury in Chicago, Illinois, concluded that the deaths of Black Panther Party leaders Fred Hampton and Mark Clark were justifiable. A coroner's jury in Chicago, Illinois, concluded that the deaths of Black Panther Party leaders Fred Hampton and Mark Clark were justifiable. The two were slain during a police raid on Hampton's apartment on December 4, 1969. 7 other Panthers were arrested following the raid. A special inquest was assembled on January 6 after Panther leaders charged that Hampton was murdered in his bed. Chicago detectives who participated in the pre-dawn raid testified that one or more persons in Hampton's apartment opened fire on the police. The attorneys representing the families of the 2 slain Panthers did not call any witnesses during the hearing. They indicated that they did not want to reveal their plans for the defense of the 7 Panthers who faced possible trial for attempted murder. The foreman of the 6-man jury said the verdict was reached solely on the evidence presented. A Cook County grand jury was also investigating the incident. 1970. A military report finds that there is an increase in racial tension on military bases throughout the world. In a report released in Saigon, South Vietnam, Army investigators found that all indications point toward an increase in racial tension on military bases throughout the world. The investigation was ordered by U.S. Army Chief of Staff General William C. Westmoreland, and it was presented to the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington, D.C., in the fall of 1969. Congressmen and military commanders in the U.S. and abroad also received the report that said, Black soldiers seem to have lost faith in the Army system, and predicted increased racial problems and less aggressive command action, firm but impartial discipline, and good leadership can prevent physical confrontation of racial groups. The study concluded that the Army had a race problem because our country has a race problem. Yet there were conditions within the Army that possibly contributed to unrest among black soldiers. For instance, according to the report, the number of black junior officers was decreasing although there were more black non-commissioned officers of lower rank. The report also found that on European bases, where 1 out of 8 soldiers was black, a disproportionate 1 out of 4 non-judicial punishments was imposed on a black soldier. 1970. The Senate rejects Judge G. Harold Carswell's nomination to the Supreme Court, partly in response to the black community's concerns about his racial views. In the first day of confirmation hearings on his nomination to the U.S. Supreme Court, Judge G. Harold Carswell of Florida told the U.S. Senate's Judiciary Committee, "I am not a racist. I have no notions, secretive or otherwise, of racial superiority." Carswell was responding to senators' questions about a white supremacy speech he made during a political campaign in Georgia in 1948. Carswell said that the force of 22 years of history had changed him as well as the South. On January 21, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People had urged the Senate to reject Carswell because of his pro-segregation record. NAACP Board Chairman Bishop Stephen G. Spotswood noted that the NAACP and 124 other organizations had opposed Carswell's appointment to the U.S. Court of Appeal for the Fifth Circuit in May of 1969. 2 days later, Southern Christian Leadership Conference President Ralph David Abernathy announced that he had sent a telegram to Senate leaders opposing Carswell. Abernathy said the rejection of Carswell would provide some reassurances to the black community that there is still some understanding and support among government officials for our needs. The Senate later rejected the Carswell nomination. 1970. President Richard Nixon expresses concern over his administration's failure to gain the confidence of the nation's black citizens. Says he's more concerned with deeds than words. President Richard Nixon expressed concern over his administration's failure to gain the confidence of the nation's black citizens. The president said he could improve his standing among blacks by using phrases and slogans, but that he eschewed such tactics because it would only serve to widen the gap between the government and black Americans. Nixon said he was more concerned with deeds than words, and that approval of his legislative proposals against crime and for increased job opportunities would serve to end the performance gap and inspire trust in his administration. 1970. School officials in Alabama, Georgia, and Mississippi districts refused to implement federally designed desegregation plans. School officials in 20 Alabama, Georgia, and Mississippi districts defied federal court orders that called for total school desegregation, refusing to implement federally designed desegregation plans. Some administrators closed their schools temporarily, while others supported boycotts by white parents and students. Others closed schools to await further appeals for delays. 2 Alabama districts ignored the court's orders entirely. In Bessemer, Alabama, school officials flatly stated they would not comply with the desegregation orders. Black lawyers filed suit the same day, requesting that the Bessemer School Board be found in contempt of court. In Burke County, Georgia, the schools reopened under a freedom of choice arrangement, even though the courts had previously invalidated such a scheme. Of the 40 districts under the court's orders to desegregate, only a few obeyed, including 3 in Louisiana, 2 in Mississippi, and 1 in Florida. Panama City, Florida, was one of the few districts to fully comply. About 1,000 of its 17,500 students were transferred to new schools to achieve a more racially balanced system. The February 1 deadline for desegregation had been set by the U.S. Supreme Court on January 14, 1969. 1970. New York Times reports that efforts to increase black enlistments in the National Guard were largely unsuccessful. According to a New York Times report, efforts to increase black enlistments in the National Guard were largely unsuccessful. A survey conducted by the Guard revealed that there were 5,487 blacks in the Air and Army units at the end of 1969, out of a total enlistment of nearly 500,000 men. This 1.15% of black guardsmen was a drop from 1.18% in 1968. Congress refused a request in 1969 for $6.5 million to recruit blacks into the Guard. The Defense Department did not renew the request in 1970. 1970. Daniel P. Moynihan's confidential benign neglect memo to President Richard Nixon is made public. A confidential memorandum to the President from Daniel P. Moynihan, domestic advisor to President Richard Nixon, was made public. The memo proposed that the time may have come when the issue of race could benefit from a period of benign neglect. Moynihan, a liberal Democrat, explained later that he had meant that blacks could fare better if extremists on both sides of the political spectrum would lower their voices. He asserted that his memorandum had been written with a twofold purpose: to bring the president up to date on the progress of blacks in the last decade, and to suggest ways in which these gains could be consolidated in the future. 1970. A mob of angry whites with axe handles and baseball bats stormed buses transporting black children to a formerly all-white school in Lamar, South Carolina. Several children were injured. None were arrested, but state and federal officials later moved to apprehend the mob's leaders. A mob of angry whites with axe handles and baseball bats stormed buses transporting black children to a formerly all-white school in Lamar, South Carolina. About 100 South Carolina State Police officers dispersed them with riot clubs and tear gas after the crowd of approximately 200 whites had rushed the buses and smashed the windows at Lamar High School. 39 black students were aboard the buses. Several children were injured by flying glass and the effects of tear gas. None were arrested, but state and federal officials later moved to apprehend the mob's leaders. 1970. Black leaders respond to Daniel Moynihan's benign neglect memo to President Richard Nixon, calling it a calculated effort to wipe out civil rights progress. 20 black civil rights leaders, authors, legislators, and educators issued a statement describing Daniel Moynihan's benign neglect memorandum to President Richard Nixon as symptomatic of a calculated, aggressive, and systematic effort by the Nixon administration to wipe out nearly 2 decades of civil rights progress. The signers included Professor Nathan Hare, Michigan Congressman John Conyers, Jr., and civil rights leader Bayard Rustin. 1970. The U.S. Senate votes to extend the Voting Rights Act of 1965 for 5 additional years. The U.S. Senate voted to extend the Voting Rights Act of 1965 for 5 additional years, making 1975 its expiration. Among the provisions of the act were a ban on literacy tests as a voting qualification and permission to vote in presidential elections if residency had been established in a locality a month before Election Day. 1970. Philadelphia's District Court Judge, Charles R. Wiener, upholds the constitutionality of the Labor Department's controversial Philadelphia plan which sought to increase minority employment in the construction industry. Philadelphia's District Court Judge Charles R. Wiener upheld the constitutionality of the Labor Department's controversial Philadelphia plan which sought to increase minority employment in the construction industry. Judge Wiener rejected a request for an injunction against the plan that was requested in a suit filed by the Contractors Association of Eastern Pennsylvania on January 6, 1970. Judge Wiener said the pilot job program did not in any way violate the Civil Rights Act of 1964 which forbade racial quotas in employment. The Philadelphia plan did not violate the act, the judge said, because it does not require the contractor to hire a definite percentage of a minority group. The contractors had only to make good faith efforts to hire a certain number of blacks and other minorities. And, he reasoned that it is fundamental that civil rights without economic rights are mere shadows. 1970. The conviction of Black Panther Party leader Huey P. Newton for manslaughter is reversed by a California court of appeal. The conviction of Black Panther Party leader Huey P. Newton for manslaughter was reversed by a California court of appeal. Newton had been convicted on September 8, 1968, for the fatal shooting of an Oakland, California, police officer. Newton was also implicated in the wounding of another officer and the kidnapping of a black motorist. In his 1968 trial, Newton was defended by Charles A. Gary. A major contention of the defense was that Newton laid unconscious from a gunshot wound at the time the Oakland police officer was shot. The California court found procedural errors in the original trial and ordered the reversal of his conviction. 1970. 8 blacks serve in the House of Representatives with the defeat of Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. by black politician Charles Rangel. Black American politician Charles Rangel, of Harlem, New York, defeated incumbent Adam Clayton Powell, Jr., for his long-held seat in the U.S. House of Representatives. 8 black Americans sat in the House during 1970, including William L. Dawson, Charles C. Diggs, Jr., of Michigan, Augustus F. Hawkins of California, Robert C. Nix of Pennsylvania, Shirley Chisholm of New York, Louis Stokes of Ohio, and John Conyers of Michigan. 1970. In his keynote address at the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People Annual Convention, the chairman of the NAACP's Board of Directors, Bishop Stephen Gill Spotswood, charged the Nixon administration with being anti-Negro and accused it of implementing a calculated policy to work against the needs and aspirations of the largest minority of its citizens. The Nixon administration calls the charges disheartening. The chairman of the NAACP's Board of Directors, Bishop Stephen Gill Spotswood, charged the Nixon administration with being anti-Negro and accused it of implementing a calculated policy to work against the needs and aspirations of the largest minority of its citizens. In his keynote address at the NAACP annual convention in Cincinnati, Ohio, Spotswood indicted the administration for retreating on school desegregation and nominating conservative Southerners Clement Haynesworth and G. Harold Carswell to the U.S. Supreme Court. Spotswood also condemned the exposed memo to the president that called for benign neglect of race issues. The statement marked a significant break between the largest and oldest black civil rights organization and the national administration. Because of this, and the NAACP's reputation as a moderate organization, the administration quickly responded, calling the charges unfair and disheartening, and pointing to positive contributions such as the administration's support of the extension of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. 1970. Kenneth Gibson, a city engineer, became the mayor of Newark, New Jersey. Kenneth Gibson, a city engineer, became the mayor of Newark, New Jersey. At the time, Gibson was the only black mayor of a large eastern city. But there were more than 500 black office holders in other elected positions. 1970. Curfews are imposed in several northern cities to curb rioting. Racial rioting broke out in several northern cities. On July 7, a curfew was imposed in Asbury Park, New Jersey. Following 4 days of violence, 43 people were shot during the rioting. The curfew was lifted on July 10, and calm was restored in the New Jersey resort town after Mayor Joseph Mattis agreed to consider a list of demands presented to him by a coalition of black organizations. William Hamm, a spokesperson for the black community leaders, presented the list of 22 demands that included requests for better housing, more jobs, and increased efforts at halting narcotics traffic. In New Bedford, Massachusetts, a curfew was imposed on July 12, following 4 nights of racial disturbances. Hartford, Connecticut, following 3 days of rioting by blacks and Puerto Ricans, imposed a curfew on July 31. 1970. In response to the growing number of all-white private schools in the South, the IRS announces that the tax-exempt status of private schools practicing racial discrimination in their admissions policies would be revoked. The Internal Revenue Service announced that the tax-exempt status of private schools practicing racial discrimination in their admissions policies would be revoked. The action came as the government sought to respond to the growing number of all-white private schools in the South. Most of the schools had sprung up in the wake of desegregation of the public schools. 1970. U.S. District Court Judge Frank M. Johnson, Jr. orders 7 Alabama state agencies to end discrimination against blacks in their hiring practices. U.S. District Court Judge Frank M. Johnson, Jr., ordered 7 Alabama state agencies to end discrimination against blacks in their hiring practices and give immediate job consideration to 62 black applicants who were denied positions earlier. The federal judge directed state authorities to take steps to eliminate future racial discrimination in hiring practices, and he ordered them to submit a report to the court within 30 days, detailing the steps taken to comply with his order. In reviewing the case, which was filed by the Justice Department in 1968, Johnson noted that Alabama was the only remaining state that refused to adopt a resolution that formally prohibited racial discrimination and provided for a system of redress in such cases. Johnson also directed the 7 agencies to hire blacks and to appoint them in positions other than custodial, domestic, or general labor, when such applicants were listed as qualified and eligible. 1970. The U.S. Department of Defense reports that the percentage of black soldiers killed in the Vietnam War is declining. The U.S. Department of Defense reported that the percentage of black soldiers killed in Vietnam had declined substantially during the first 3 months in 1970. The Pentagon report said that, for the first time, the percentage of black soldiers killed in action in Southeast Asia had fallen below the percentage of blacks among the American forces there. The government's data showed that as of March 31, 1970, blacks serving in Indochina represented about 10% of the total American military presence in the area. During the same 3 months, black fatalities accounted for 8.5% of the combat deaths there. This was a drop from 9.5% in 1969. The Defense Department cited no specific effort in decreasing the casualty rates among black servicemen in Vietnam. 1970. California convicts are killed in a courthouse shootout while attempting to escape. Angela Davis, a former professor at University of California, Los Angeles, is implicated and flees the state in order to avoid arrest. 4 people died during a courthouse shootout in San Rafael, California, when 3 black convicts attempted to escape. 2 of the convicts, a judge and another black youth aiding the convicts, were killed. Angela Davis, a black American and former professor at the University of California at Los Angeles, was implicated in the incident and fled the state in order to avoid arrest. 1970. Black Panther leader Huey P. Newton is released from jail after serving more than 2 years for the manslaughter of a California police officer. Huey P. Newton, co-founder and leader of the Black Panther Party, was released on a $50,000 bond after serving more than 2 years in a California prison. Newton was serving time for a manslaughter conviction in the death of an Oakland, California, police officer. The California Court of Appeal had reversed the conviction on the grounds that the trial judge erred in instructing the jury and opened the way for Newton's release pending a new trial. Newton's attorney, Charles Gary, charged that the bail was excessive, but acquiesced. Newton was greeted by a crowd of about 300 upon his release. He shouted, "The people have the power. All power to the people." 1970. Chicago detective James A. Alfonso, a member of the city police's gang intelligence unit, was shot while on the city's south side in an unmarked police car. Some Chicago blacks contended that the recent wave of violence grew out of a widespread pattern of police brutality. Chicago detective James A. Alfonso, a member of the city police's gang intelligence unit, was shot while on the city's south side in an unmarked police car. The next day, Chicago police said that they had arrested 4 members of the Main 21, the ruling body of the Black P. Stone Nation, a confederation of 60 black street gangs based on the old Blackstone Rangers. One of those held, 23-year-old Charles E. Bay, identified himself as vice president of the nation and a member of the Main 21. Some Chicago blacks contended that the recent wave of violence grew out of a widespread pattern of police brutality, including incidents in which police had slain blacks, most notably, members of the Black Panther Party. 30-year-old Alfonso was the 4th Chicago police officer slain in the city's black neighborhoods since mid-June. He died from his wounds 4 days later. 1970. The Nixon administration enforces the Philadelphia Plan when they announced they would terminate their contract with Edgley Air Products Incorporated, of Levittown, Pennsylvania, for failing to comply. The company's president denies that they practiced discrimination and said they would appeal termination of the contract. The Nixon administration announced its plans to terminate a contract with Edgley Air Products Incorporated, of Levittown, Pennsylvania, for failing to comply with the Philadelphia Plan, which was designed to train and employ minority workers on construction jobs. This was the government's first enforcement action against a contractor charged with violation of a job agreement. Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare Elliot L. Richardson notified Edgley Air Products Incorporated that his Office for Civil Rights intended to cancel the contract and bar the company from future federal contracts on grounds of non-compliance. Leonard Nucero, the president of Edgley, denied that the company practiced discrimination and said they would appeal termination of the contract. 1970. A federal court in Washington, D.C., refused the Nixon administration's request to dismiss a pending suit against federal tax exemptions for private, all-white academies in the South. The Internal Revenue Service confirmed that they would no longer grant tax-exempt status to private schools practicing racial discrimination in admissions policies. A federal court in Washington, D.C., refused the Nixon administration's request to dismiss a pending suit against federal tax exemptions for private, all-white academies in the South. The court also denied the request of the civil rights groups that brought the suit for all such academies to have their tax-exempt status revoked immediately. The administration's lawyer told the court that the Internal Revenue Service would no longer grant tax-exempt status to private schools practicing racial discrimination in admissions policies, but that the government had relied on the word of the schools in determining whether they were willing to desegregate. 1970. David Rice, a black militant group member, surrenders to police in Omaha, Nebraska, in connection with the August 17 death of a local police officer who was killed via an explosive booby trap. David L. Rice, Minister of Information for the National Committee to Combat Fascism, surrendered to police in Omaha, Nebraska, in connection with the August 17 death of local police officer Larry D. Minard. 29-year-old Minard was one of 8 officers who had been called to a vacant house in Omaha's predominantly black North Side district to investigate a report of a woman in distress. He was killed when he touched a satchel that was filled with an explosive and rigged as a booby trap. The 7 other policemen were injured. Rice was charged with illegal possession of explosives. 1970. A police officer was killed and 6 others were wounded in a series of gun battles between police and black militant organizations in Philadelphia. In Philadelphia, 1 police officer was killed and 6 others were wounded in a series of gun battles between police and black militant organizations, including the Black Panthers. Police Commissioner Frank L. Rizzo blamed the incidents on the Black Panther Party and a group called the Revolutionaries that, he said, plotted to murder police officers. The altercation resulted from an early morning raid at the Panther Information Center on Philadelphia's North Side. Police said they were searching for a suspect in connection with an earlier shooting. 1970. Poindexter E. Williams, a black soldier killed in Vietnam, is buried in a formerly all-white cemetery in Florida after a federal judge orders the cemetery to accept Williams's body amidst opposition from whites who threatened to remove their relatives' remains in response to the order. Poindexter E. Williams, a black soldier killed in Vietnam during a mortar barrage, was buried in a formerly all-white cemetery in Fort Pierce, Florida. The cemetery had refused to bury the soldier since August 20, but a federal judge ordered the cemetery to accept Williams's body. Williams was buried in a grave site donated to his family by a white woman. Other whites, citing the Caucasians-only clause in lot purchase contracts, opposed the burial, and some plot owners in the Hillcrest Memorial Gardens threatened to remove their relatives' remains. 1970. More than 200 school districts across the South reopened peacefully with desegregated classrooms. Despite the massive compliance, 175 other districts continue to hold out. More than 200 school districts across the South that had resisted the 1954 U.S. Supreme Court order that mandated segregation finally reopened peacefully with desegregated classrooms. Nearly 300,000 black children from Virginia to Louisiana began classes with whites as threats of school boycotts by white parents failed to materialize. Despite the massive compliance, 175 other districts continued to hold out, most of which were involved in litigation on the issue of student busing. Others were involved in negotiations with government officials aimed at ending segregated school systems. Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Warren E. Burger, announced that the court would consider the remaining school desegregation problems when the new court term began on October 12. Many blacks and whites had raised questions concerning the legality of busing, the concept of racial balance, and the definition of a unitary school system. 1970. Black Panther Lonnie McLucas is convicted of conspiracy to murder in his trial for the 1969 slaying of New York Party member Alex Rackley. Black Panther Lonnie McLucas was convicted of conspiracy to murder in his trial for the 1969 slaying of a New York Party member. 24-year-old McLucas was the first of 8 Black Panthers, including National Chairman Bobby Seale, to stand trial for conspiracy to murder Alex Rackley, whose body was found near Middlefield, Connecticut, in May of 1969. The state had charged in the original indictments that Rackley was slain because he had been suspected by the party of being a police informant. McLucas's attorney, Theodore I. Kossoff, contended that the order for Rackley's murder originated from George Sams, Jr., the Panther member whom the defense alleged was responsible for the torture and murder of Rackley. McLucas was acquitted on 3 other charges: conspiracy to kidnap, kidnapping resulting in death, and binding with intent to commit a crime. He faced a maximum sentence of 15 years in prison. The 3 charges on which McLucas was acquitted all carried heavier penalties. 1970. John S. Martin, superintendent of public schools in Jackson, Mississippi, resigned because of the pressures of school desegregation by the federal courts. A mass resignation occurs during this 2-year period. John S. Martin, superintendent of public schools in Jackson, Mississippi, resigned, citing the federal courts and the pressure of school desegregation as reasons. According to the New York Times, Martin joined at least 200 other school superintendents in the South who had resigned in the past 2 years because of the problems resulting from desegregation in their districts. William Dunn, superintendent of schools in Louisiana, predicted the federal government's latest attempt to desegregate schools in the South would lead to a wave of resignations from experienced educators. The rate of turnover among superintendents in Alabama, Louisiana, and Georgia since 1968 was nearly 40%, almost double the rate in any previous two-year period. Louisiana led the South in the rate of turnovers. In 2 years, there had been 39 turnovers among the 66 district superintendents. 1970. A federal grand jury in Augusta, Georgia, indicted 2 white police officers on charges of violating the civil rights of 2 black men who were shot during a night of racial rioting that left 6 blacks dead. The biracial grand jury finds cause for indictment in only one of the 6 deaths. Georgia Governor Lester Maddox denounces the decision. A federal grand jury in Augusta, Georgia, indicted 2 white police officers on charges of violating the civil rights of 2 black men who were shot May 12 during a night of racial rioting that left 6 blacks dead and 60 others injured. Officer William S. Dennis was charged with the fatal shooting of John W. Stokes, and Officer Lewis C. Dinkins was accused of wounding Lewis N. Williams. The grand jury had begun its inquiry into the shootings on August 24 and found cause for indictment in only one of the 6 deaths. After the biracial jury handed down the indictments, the decision was denounced by Georgia Governor Lester Maddox. The national government, from the president on down, he said, is only worrying about agitators. 1970. The Justice Department announces that a federal judge in Cleveland, Ohio, has issued a consent decree requiring Roadway Express Company, the nation's third-largest trucking concern, to implement an equal employment program. The Justice Department announced that a federal judge in Cleveland, Ohio, had issued a consent decree requiring Roadway Express Company, the nation's third-largest trucking concern, to implement an equal employment program. The order ended the department's first efforts to prohibit job discrimination throughout the company's nationwide operation. Judge Thomas D. Lambrose had specifically prohibited Roadway from engaging in any act or practice that had the purpose of denying blacks equal employment opportunities in hiring, upgrading, and promotions. The decree also ordered Roadway, which had freight terminals in 28 states, to offer job opportunities on a first available vacancy basis to 105 individuals with seniority and other benefits for 45 of them. The Justice Department had filed suit against Roadway in May 1968, charging that blacks had been discriminated against in job placement and other opportunities. 1970. U.S. District Court Judge Frank A. Kaufman rejects the appeal of Nation of Islam member William H. Murphy, Jr., who contends that he should be exempted from military service as a conscientious objector of war. In Baltimore, Maryland, U.S. District Court Judge Frank A. Kaufman rejected the appeal of William H. Murphy, Jr., a member of the Nation of Islam. Murphy contended that he should be exempted from military service as a conscientious objector of war, but Kaufman ruled that the Nation of Islam represented a political, rather than a religious, objection to war. 1970. Representatives of 9 black colleges charge the Nixon administration with failure to support black higher education. Representatives of 9 black colleges charged the Nixon administration with failure to support black higher education. The educators met in Detroit, Michigan, under the leadership of President Lucius H. Pitts of Miles College, and called for increased government and private funds to strengthen the more than 100 black colleges and universities. Vivian Henderson, president of Clark College in Atlanta, Georgia, accused the Nixon administration of an utter lack of sensitivity to the needs of black colleges and said that this fed the flames that already roar in the hearts of many black students. About $2 billion was cited by Vernon Jordan, head of the United Negro College Fund, as the minimum amount necessary to maintain black colleges. White House Press Secretary Ronald L. Ziegler, in a letter to Pitts, reminded the educators of a July 23 pledge by the administration to increase support for their colleges. 1970. The Black Panther Party and members of the women's and gay liberation movements hold a convention to rewrite the U.S. Constitution, which, according to the group, did not go far enough in protecting the rights of the oppressed. The Black Panther Party and members of the women's and gay liberation movements held the first session of their Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention, in Philadelphia. Despite tensions over the August 29 slaying of a Philadelphia police officer and the subsequent arrest of 14 people at 3 Black Panther offices, the three-day conference was conducted in a peaceful manner. The Panther Party had organized the convention in order to rewrite the U.S. Constitution, which, according to the group, did not go far enough in protecting the rights of the oppressed. About 6,000 participated in the meeting. Among the Panthers' delegation were co-founder Huey P. Newton and Panther Chief of Staff David Hilliard. The second session of the convention was slated for November 4, 1970, in Washington, D.C. 1970. School desegregation attempts bring mixed results in the South. Another round of school desegregation in the South was marked by stiffening white resistance to federal court orders and confusion over new student assignments. More disruptions were recorded with this batch of school reopenings than had occurred when most of the South's schools desegregated peacefully on August 31. White parents in Mobile, Alabama, resisted desegregation efforts by boycotting their newly assigned schools and enrolling their children in their formerly segregated schools. The school superintendent in Bogalusa, Louisiana, closed the public schools on September 14 after police used tear gas to end a fight between black and white students at a recently desegregated school. Police Chief Thomas Mixon, Jr., estimated 600 high school students were involved in the 2-hour altercation in which 14 students were arrested. On September 10, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People charged that the Mobile School Board had discriminated against black children in the inner city by its deployment of 225 school buses. The board replied that it did not have the time or the funds to buy more buses to handle inner city children. On September 14, the Justice Department accused the same school board of repeated violations of desegregation orders. Federal Judge Daniel H. Thomas commanded the board to cease circumventing the school orders. There was little resistance in the large Charlotte-Mecklenburg, North Carolina, school system as it reopened under a court-ordered desegregation plan that required extensive busing of children. The plan had aroused community opposition in Charlotte, yet school officials said 80% of the high school students reported to their classes. 1970. The IRS revokes the tax-exempt status of 5 all-white private academies in Mississippi for refusing to enroll black children. The Internal Revenue Service revoked the tax-exempt classification of 5 all-white private academies in Mississippi after the schools refused to enroll black children. The cancellations brought the total to 16 all-white academies in the South that lost their tax-exempt status since the IRS prohibited tax deductions for segregated schools. 1970. California Governor Ronald Reagan signs into law a bill prohibiting the busing of students for any purpose or any reason without the written permission of the parent or guardian. California Governor Ronald Reagan signed into law a bill prohibiting the busing of students for any purpose or any reason without the written permission of the parent or guardian. The law was to take effect in November. The California branch of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People announced it would test the constitutionality of the measure in court. 1970. The Black Panther Party expands internationally into Algeria. Exiled Black Panther Party leader Eldridge Cleaver presided over the opening of the party's first international section in Algiers. The Algerian government, which had broken diplomatic ties with the United States in 1967, had formally accorded the Panther Party the status of a liberation movement. 1970. Black Panthers discover undercover police officers and beat them. A larger, violent fight erupts later. 1 black youth was killed and 21 others were injured during a day-long gun battle between police and blacks in a New Orleans, Louisiana, housing project. The incident began when 2 black policemen were discovered by the National Committee to Combat Fascism, a branch of the Black Panther Party. The undercover officers had successfully infiltrated the organization, but, on September 14, they were discovered and beaten. The officers escaped when the NCCF turned them over to a crowd of about 100 blacks for a people's trial. Later, police returned to the project to investigate reports of a burning automobile. Officers and firefighters were fired upon and the melee broke out in full force. 14 blacks, most of them from the NCCF, were arrested during the disturbance and charged with attempted murder. 1970. Lonnie McLucas, the first of 8 Black Panther Party members to stand trial for the slaying of Alex Rackley, is sentenced 12 to 15 years in prison. Lonnie McLucas, the first of 8 Black Panther Party members to stand trial for the slaying of Alex Rackley, was sentenced to 12 to 15 years in prison by a New Haven, Connecticut, court. McLucas was convicted of conspiracy to murder in the Rackley case on August 31, 1970. Superior Court Judge Harold M. Mulvey assessed the maximum term allowed under Connecticut law for the crime of conspiracy to murder. McLucas immediately filed notice of appeal. 1970. Black activist Cleveland L. Sellers, Jr., is convicted by a biracial jury in Orangeburg, South Carolina, for participating in a South Carolina State College riot in 1968. Black activist Cleveland L. Sellers, Jr., was convicted by a biracial jury in Orangeburg, South Carolina, for participating in a riot on the campus of South Carolina State College in 1968. 3 black students had been killed by state highway patrolmen in the incident. Sellers, a former national program secretary for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, was sentenced the maximum 1 year in prison and a $250 fine. Sellers was released on a $5,000 appeal bond by State Circuit Court Judge John Grimble, who said he could leave the state to attend college. 2 days earlier, Grimble had ordered a directed verdict of acquittal of 2 other riot charges against Sellers, citing that the prosecution had failed to prove Sellers incited the Orangeburg student riot in which 27 blacks were wounded, including Sellers, and 3 students were slain. 1970. A Ferndale, Michigan, school district illegally segregates its elementary schools. For the first time, a Department of Health, Education, and Welfare hearing examiner ruled that a northern school district was illegally segregating its pupils according to race. The Ferndale, Michigan, school district was deprived of $275,000 in federal aid because of its segregated elementary schools. 1970. Report shows that there are only 3 black executives among the 3,182 senior officers of the top 50 American corporate firms. The Race Relations Information Center in Nashville, Tennessee, reported that there were only 3 black executives among the 3,182 senior officers of the top 50 American corporate firms. These were Robert C. Weaver of the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, Clifton R. Wharton, Jr., of the Equitable Life Assurance Society, and Thomas A. Wood of the Chase Manhattan Bank. All 3 held the position of corporate director. 1970. J. Stanley Pottinger, the director of the Office of Civil Rights of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, reports that school desegregation had been circumvented by many school districts. J. Stanley Pottinger, the director of the Office of Civil Rights of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, reported that federal school monitors in the South found extensive school segregation. Pottinger said his office had investigated 120 desegregated school districts since the fall term began and found patterns of segregation in at least half of them. Throughout the summer of 1970, segregation by classrooms received much attention from the Senate Select Committee on Equal Educational Opportunity. Pottinger announced that the Nixon administration intended to move against the new form of segregation, but only after it solicited the advice of educators. He promised to develop guidelines by the spring semester of 1971. 1970. A federal court in Buffalo, New York, rules unconstitutional a New York statute that required parental consent for appointed school boards to reshuffle pupils to achieve racial balance. A federal court in Buffalo, New York, ruled unconstitutional a New York statute that made it illegal for appointed school boards to reshuffle pupil assignment plans to achieve racial balance without the consent of parents. The law, enacted in May of 1969, was challenged by a group of black and white parents. School administrators in the South had hailed it as a means of forestalling school desegregation. but the court found the law in violation of the 14th Amendment in that it served to continue segregation and it involved discrimination by a state institution. 1970. Funding to black colleges increases 30% in response to appeals by black educators for more aid. Elliot L. Richardson, Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare, announced a 30%, or $30 million, increase in federal aid to predominantly black colleges. This increased the total aid from Department of Health, Education, and Welfare to $129 million a year. Richardson noted the increase was a response to recent appeals by black educators for more aid. But blacks complained that matching provisions of the fund grants, and early deadlines for applications, made it difficult for most black institutions to qualify. 1970. Desegregated private schools receive tax exemption by the IRS, while those still segregated are suspended from tax exemption. The Internal Revenue Service reported that 9 all-white private academies in Mississippi agreed to admit black students. In the same announcement, the IRS said it had removed 14 other all-white academies from its list of schools eligible for tax-exempt status. This brought the number of suspension to 38. 1970. Violent racial clashes occur over school desegregation. Violent racial clashes connected with school desegregation occurred in 3 cities in the North and South. 4 white boys and 1 black youth were shot and wounded in 2 apparently related incidents on October 5 and 7 outside a desegregated high school in Pontiac, Michigan. A second black student was struck down by a car near Pontiac Central High School on October 7 as white and black students continued in their 2-day battle with rocks and bottles. Tensions had run high in Pontiac following a recent court decision ordering desegregation of Pontiac's public schools. Public schools in Trenton, New Jersey, were closed October 29 and 30, due to racial disorders that were sparked by the school board's decision to implement a student busing plan that called for the crosstown busing of 55 black and 100 white students to achieve racial balance. The trouble started on October 29 when fighting began between 100 black and white students in a predominantly Italian section of the city. Fighting spread into the downtown area when bands of black youth surged into the district hurling bottles at police officers and breaking windows. More than 200 people were arrested during the 3 days of disorder. On November 1, the board voted to reopen the schools, and the dusk-to-dawn curfew that had been imposed on the city was relaxed. Blacks in Henderson, North Carolina, had been engaged in a long protest over a decision by school officials to reopen an all-black school in the community. They charged that the Board of Education was trying to evade desegregation by reopening the school. 4 days of sporadic sniper fire and burnings erupted in Henderson in the aftermath of the dispute. The National Guard was called to help restore order, and police jailed 101 people between November 5 and 8. By November 9, the school board agreed to close the school and bus its black pupils to desegregated schools. The National Guard remained on duty. 1970. The U.S. Supreme Court hears arguments on the constitutionality of student busing and racial balance in Southern schools. The U.S. Supreme Court heard arguments on student busing and racial balance in Southern schools. The arguments were heard by the court as part of appeals filed by attorneys representing school districts in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Mobile, Alabama. Attorneys for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People Legal Defense and Educational Fund, argued on October 13 that each black child possessed the constitutional right to be enrolled in a school that was not recognizably black. The lawyers contended that any desegregation plan that did not eliminate every all-black school should be deemed inadequate. NAACP lawyers further argued that the Brown v. Board of Education decision of 1954 would be undermined if the court would permit some Southern school districts to maintain recognizably black schools. Solicitor General Irvin N. Griswold, representing the Justice Department, rebutted the NAACP argument. He contended that the NAACP's petition amounted to a demand for racial balance in the schools, something that the Constitution did not require. Lawyers for the school districts told the court, on October 13, that the Brown v. Board of Education decision was being violated by court-ordered desegregation plans that assigned children to schools by race. They asserted that the busing of school children to increase the incidence of desegregation was unconstitutional. The court promised a ruling during its present term. 1970. In regards to federal civil rights efforts, the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights reports that unless we get serious about this, the country is on a collision course. The U.S. Commission on Civil Rights reported a major breakdown in the enforcement of the nation's legal mandates prohibiting racial discrimination. The commission urged President Richard Nixon to use courageous moral leadership and establish committees to oversee enforcement of court decrees, executive orders, and legislation relating to civil rights. Reverend Theodore M. Hesburgh, the chairman of the commission, said the findings were based on a 6-month study of the executive departments and agencies charged with enforcing the nation's civil rights laws. The report, entitled The Federal Civil Rights Enforcement Effort, asserted that the credibility of the government's total civil rights efforts had been seriously undermined. Hesburgh warned that unless we get serious about this, the country is on a collision course. 1970. Activist Angela Davis is arrested by the FBI for her alleged role in the murder of a California judge. Angela Davis, a 26-year-old black former professor at the University of California at Los Angeles, was apprehended by Federal Bureau of Investigations agents in a New York City motel. Davis, who was the object of a 2-month nationwide search for her alleged role in the murder of a California judge, was arraigned the next day. She was charged, in federal court, with unlawful flight to avoid prosecution on the California charges. The federal charge was later suspended when the California warrants charging Davis with the capital offenses arrived in New York. Federal authorities announced that it was customary in such cases for the state warrants to take precedence. Davis's attorney, John J. Abt, refused to waive extradition to California. Since Davis was being held for capital offenses, no bail was permitted. 36-year-old David R. Poindexter, Jr., had been arrested with Davis and charged with harboring a fugitive. He was released on October 16 on a $100,000 bond. 1970. The NAACP and a Washington law firm file suit against the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, charging it with general and calculated default in its enforcement of federal school desegregation guidelines. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and the Washington law firm of Raw and Szilard filed suit against the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, charging it with general and calculated default in its enforcement of federal school desegregation guidelines. The suit accused the federal agency of laxity in applying the cutoff of federal school funds to force recalcitrant school districts to comply with the law. It was the second time in 2 weeks that the government's enforcement of civil rights had been questioned. The U.S. Commission on Civil Rights reported on October 12, 1970, that there had been a major breakdown in the enforcement of the nation's laws that forbade racial discrimination. HUE Secretary Elliot L. Richardson replied that his department was committed faithfully to carry out both the letter and the spirit of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. 1970. Black Panther leader Bobby Seale's conspiracy to riot charges dropped. U.S. District Court Judge Julius J. Hoffman dismissed the government's conspiracy charges against Bobby Seale, chairman of the Black Panther Party. Attorney William J. Bauer had asserted that it would be inappropriate to try Seale alone on a conspiracy charge. Seale was one of 8 defendants charged with conspiracy to cross state lines with intent to riot at the 1968 Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Hoffman severed Seale's case after the Black Panther leader had bitterly denounced the manner in which the jurist handled the trial. Seale's co-defendants were subsequently acquitted on the conspiracy to riot charges. But Seale still faced a 4-year prison term on contempt of court charges in Chicago and charges of kidnapping and murder in connection with the slaying of a New York Black Panther Party member. 1970. Violent clashes between blacks and police officers continue in northern ghettos. Violent clashes between blacks and police officers continued in northern ghettos. The attacks began the evening of October 24, Shortly after, a white-owned grocery store across from the all-black pyramid housing project was burned. Several carloads of armed blacks riddled the police station in Cairo, Illinois, with hundreds of rounds of gunfire, 3 times in 6 hours. No officers were wounded, and the attackers were repelled after each assault. It was the first outbreak in racially tense Cairo since September of 1969. Cairo Mayor A.B. Thomas called the incident an armed insurrection. In Detroit, on October 24, black police officer Edward Smith was killed and another officer was wounded in an altercation with members of the National Committee to Combat Fascism. The disturbance was triggered by an incident involving the sale of Black Panther Party literature on a Detroit street corner. The NCCF claimed that 2 policemen beat 2 youths distributing the literature, and that police fired the first shots in the melee. According to police accounts, the policemen were felled by shotgun blasts from the NCCF's headquarters. 15 blacks were arrested after a day-long confrontation around the offices. 7 men and 8 women were charged with murder and conspiracy. 1970. NCCF leaders Edward A. Poindexter and David L. Rice are ordered to stand trial on the murder of an Omaha police officer. Edward A. Poindexter and David L. Rice, leaders of the National Committee to Combat Fascism, were ordered to stand trial in Omaha, Nebraska, on murder charges in connection with the August 17, 1970, slaying of an Omaha police officer. The 2 blacks, who had been in custody since August, remained in jail without bond. 1970. More than 500 prison inmates riot over segregation after some inmates demand separate quarters for blacks and whites. More than 500 inmates reportedly took part in a racial disturbance at the 16,000-acre Cummins Prison Farm, 90 miles southeast of Little Rock, Arkansas. The fighting was sparked by inmates' demands for separate quarters for blacks and whites. Commissioner of Corrections, Robert Sauer, reported that state troopers were called in after the violence reached riot proportions. Some of the prisoners had armed themselves with knives, pipes, and broomstick handles. Prison guards broke up the fighting with tear gas. 1970. Captain Curtis R. Smothers and 6 other black Army officers petitioned Secretary of the Army Stanley R. Reiser for a court of inquiry and an investigation of alleged racial bias against black soldiers in West Germany. Captain Curtis R. Smothers and 6 other black Army officers petitioned Secretary of the Army Stanley R. Reiser for a court of inquiry and an investigation of alleged racial bias against black soldiers in West Germany. The 7 black servicemen complained of widespread housing discrimination and charged that the bias was going unchallenged because the United States government failed to press the West Germans to enforce the laws against discrimination. According to the blacks, only an open court of inquiry convened by the Secretary of the Army could adequately determine the facts, assess the feasibility of alternative solutions, and inquire into factors motivating the long-standing non-compliance with applicable laws and regulations. Smothers, also a military circuit judge in West Germany, was joined in the petition by Major Washington C. Hill, Lieutenant Edwin Dorn, Sergeant Willie Payne and 3 specialists, 4th class, Gregory Jones, Bobby Metcalf, and James Wilder. Pentagon officials returned to Washington, D.C., on March 13, 1971, after having discussed the December petition with Smothers in West Germany. Smothers was then summoned to Washington for further discussions. This was seen by some as an attempt to persuade Smothers to withdraw his petition. But on June 3, 1971, the black members of the U.S. House of Representatives announced they were sending a staff member to Germany, Greece, Italy, and Turkey to investigate complaints of racism and discrimination in the armed forces abroad. Representative Shirley Chisholm, chairman of the Black Caucus's Military Affairs Committee, later reported that racial tension between Germans and black enlisted men was critical. 1970. The Justice Department filed suit in a federal district court in charging several Alabama organizations with violating the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The Justice Department filed suit in a federal district court in Alabama, charging the United States Steel Corporation, the United Steel Workers of America, the AFL-CIO, and 12 union locals with violations of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination in employment. 3 days later, the chairman of the board of U.S. Steel Corporation announced that the Justice Department had demanded that the company allocate 50% of its office and clerical jobs in its Fairfield, Alabama, plant to blacks within the next 5 years. The company was also to ensure that blacks make up 40% of all promoted to management positions in the next 5 years. 1970. A federal grand jury finds none guilty of black students' deaths at Jackson State College. A federal grand jury concluded its deliberations without returning any indictments in the investigation into the killing of 2 black youths at Jackson State College, on May 14, 1970. The jury also failed to submit a report. 1970. 14 scientists ask President Richard Nixon to safeguard the life of Angela Davis and give her an opportunity of continuing her scientific work, during her forthcoming trial. The U.S. State Department invited 14 leading Soviet scientists to attend the forthcoming murder trial of former University of California professor and avowed communist, Angela Davis, to ensure that she would receive a fair trial. The invitation was personally sanctioned by President Richard Nixon. The offer was an apparent response to a cablegram sent by the 14 scientists to the president asking him to safeguard the life of Angela Davis and give her an opportunity of continuing her scientific work. According to U.S. officials, the government's quick response was due to the high regard in which the scientists were held by professional colleagues in America. Among the 14 scientists were Igor P. Tamm, a Nobel Prize-winning physicist, and Peter L. Kapitsa, the Dean of Soviet Physicists. This was the first time Soviet personalities were invited to observe American judicial proceedings. 1970. The U.S. Court of Appeal orders the Department of Housing and Urban Development to promote fair housing. The U.S. Court of Appeal for the Third Circuit ordered the Department of Housing and Urban Development to affirmatively promote fair housing in considering applications for support of housing projects. The case involved HUD mortgage insurance and rent supplements in a predominantly black neighborhood in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The court ruled that HUD had to determine, through public hearings or by other means, whether its projects would increase or maintain segregation. According to the court, HUD could not support such housing unless it was determined that the need for urban renewal or increased minority housing clearly outweighed the disadvantages of increasing or perpetuating racial concentration. The court reasoned that after the passage of the 1964 and 1968 Civil Rights Acts, HUD could no longer remain blind to the very real effect that racial concentration has had in the development of urban blight. Edwin D. Wolfe, Executive Director of the Philadelphia Office of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights, called the ruling a landmark decision that could have an impact comparable to the Supreme Court's 1954 school desegregation decision. 1971. James A. Floyd was named mayor of Princeton Township, the first black mayor in the township's history. James A. Floyd was named mayor of Princeton Township, an affluent, predominantly white suburban community in west-central New Jersey. Floyd became the first black mayor in the township's history. He was selected unanimously by the 5-member Township Committee, Princeton's governing body. In December 1970, the same committee had named Frederick M. Porter, a black police lieutenant, as chief of police. 1971. Reverend Leon Howard Sullivan, a 48-year-old Philadelphia black minister, was elected to the board of directors of the General Motors Corporation. At GM's annual stockholders meeting the year before, a reform group had criticized GM for not having a black director on its board. The Reverend Leon Howard Sullivan, a 48-year-old Philadelphia black minister, was elected to the board of directors of the General Motors Corporation. Sullivan, pastor of Zion Baptist, Philadelphia's largest Protestant church, was the founder of Opportunities Industrialization Centers of America, a job training program for blacks and other minorities, and a director of the Girard Trust Bank in Philadelphia. His election to the GM board was interpreted as a move to placate demands that the company, the world's largest industrial corporation, give the public and minority groups a voice in corporate decision-making. At GM's annual stockholders meeting in May 1970, a reform group, the Project on Corporate Responsibility, had criticized GM for not having a black director on its board. 1971. Activist Angela Davis is charged for her alleged participation in a San Rafael courthouse incident which resulted in the deaths of 4 men. Davis declared her innocence. Angela Davis was arraigned on charges of murder, kidnapping, and criminal conspiracy in a Marin County, California, court for her alleged participation in the August 7, 1970 incident at the San Rafael courthouse which resulted in the deaths of 4 men. Flanked by her attorney, Howard Moore, a black Atlantan, Davis declared her innocence and said she was the target of a political frame-up. 1971. Bethlehem Steel Corporation, the second largest steel producer in the United States, is charged with discriminating against blacks. A federal labor panel charged the Bethlehem Steel Corporation, the second largest steel producer in the United States, with discriminating against blacks through its seniority system. A report compiled by the panel was sent to Secretary of Labor James D. Hodgson, who would decide what sanctions, if any, to impose on the firm. The 3-member federal panel reached a unanimous decision against Bethlehem but disagreed on what corrective measures should be taken. In a statement that accompanied the report, Bethlehem denied the charge but agreed to set new hiring, promotion, and training quotas for blacks while studying the government's report. The action against Bethlehem was the second taken against one of the nation's major steel corporations. On December 11, 1970, the Justice Department had filed a suit against the U.S. Steel Corporation, accusing it of bias against blacks at its Fairfield, Alabama, steel works. 1971. Federal Bureau of Investigation Director J. Edgar Hoover issues his annual report, stating that attacks on police have increased, specifically identifying the Black Panthers. Federal Bureau of Investigation's Director J. Edgar Hoover issued his annual report in which he stated that the number of racial incidents in schools had declined during the year, but attacks on police by blacks had increased. The FBI chief said racial disorders in secondary schools declined from 299 in the first months of the 1969-70 year to 160 in the corresponding period of the new term. Hoover warned, however, that the number of incidents of racial disorder that did occur in our cities and in secondary schools, along with the many unwarranted attacks on police, strongly indicated that we are far from the realization of racial harmony in the nation. Hoover said there was a marked increase in attacks on police officers by persons identifying themselves as Black Panthers. He said such persons were responsible for the deaths of 6 police officers and the wounding of 22 others, and that in the previous 2 years, 5 police officers were killed and 42 wounded under such circumstances. 1971. The U.S. Supreme Court agreed to review the 1967 draft evasion conviction of former heavyweight boxing champion Muhammad Ali, who claimed that he should be exempted from the draft because of his religious status as a black Muslim minister. The U.S. Supreme Court agreed to review the 1967 draft evasion conviction of former heavyweight boxing champion Muhammad Ali. The action assured that Ali, who won the championship under the name Cassius Clay, would be free to fight the recognized title holder, Joe Frazier, in March. Ali was convicted when the courts rejected his contention that he should be exempted from the draft because of his religious status as a black Muslim minister. The current appeal was based largely on the Supreme Court's ruling in 1969 that conscientious objectors could base their claims on philosophical or moral objections rather than strictly religious grounds. 1971. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Southern states must obtain federal approval before making any changes in their election laws that might affect the rights of black voters as provided by the 1965 Voting Rights Act. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Southern states must obtain federal approval before making any changes in their election laws that might affect the rights of black voters as provided by the 1965 Voting Rights Act. The order came in a case brought by 2 black voters and 6 defeated black candidates in the 1969 municipal elections in Canton, Mississippi. The plaintiffs contended that the city, in shifting polling places, annexing neighborhoods with white majorities, and changing to at-large elections of aldermen, had discouraged and diluted the black vote. The Supreme Court returned the case to the District Court to decide if the election should be re-held. 1971. Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare Elliot L. Richardson announces that the Nixon administration is turning its attention to school desegregation in the North. Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare Elliot L. Richardson announced in Washington that the Nixon administration would soon turn its attention to the task of increasing the rate of school desegregation in the North. The report cited a survey showing the percentage of blacks attending desegregated schools in the North and West rose from 27.6% to 27.7% in the period since 1968. This compared with a two-year increase from 18.4% to 38.1% in the South. The administration concluded that a northern drive was necessary because there were now more desegregated school systems in the South than in the North. 1971. The Oregon Court of Appeal rules out racial discrimination and that it could be compensated by a cash award after a black woman is barred from renting an apartment due to race. The Oregon Court of Appeal ruled that mental anguish was one of the effects of racial discrimination and could be compensated by a cash award. The court sustained the contention of Beverly A. Williams, a young black woman, who said she was discriminated against when Margaret C. Joyce refused to rent her an apartment in Portland. Williams's charge was earlier upheld by the Oregon State Bureau of Labor, which assessed Joyce $200 for humiliating Williams and $140 to pay for her moving expenses, but the cash award for humiliation was overthrown by the State Circuit Court on appeal by Joyce. The Court of Appeal, in setting aside the Circuit Court's ruling, said that compensation for humiliation was proper. 1971. The Washington Post reports that the 1970 Bureau of the Census indicates that very little racial integration of American suburbs happened during the 1960s. Preliminary studies of the 1970 Bureau of the Census indicated very little racial integration of American suburbs during the 1960s, according to a Washington Post report. Specialists at the Census Bureau predicted early trends showing little suburban integration would hold true even as more detailed analyses were completed. Meyer Zitter, assistant chief of the Bureau's Population Division, estimated that about 15% of the nation's blacks lived within metropolitan areas and outside the central cities. The figure for whites was nearly 40%. Census officials said that if the preliminary reports were sustained, it would again illustrate that whites were fleeing the inner cities to the suburbs. During the 1960s, there was a reported net loss of about 2.5 million whites from the inner city areas and an increase of about 3 million blacks. Two-thirds of the rise in the number of black inner-city dwellers was attributable to births. These preliminary reports came at a time when the Nixon administration was still shaping its policies regarding suburban integration. 1971. A jury in Chicago acquits 7 members of the Black P. Stone Nation of murder in the August 17, 1970, sniper slaying of a Chicago detective, James A. Alfonso, Jr. A jury in Chicago acquitted 7 members of the Black P. Stone Nation, a confederation of 60 black street gangs, of murder in the August 17, 1970, sniper slaying of a Chicago detective. All were acquitted of charges of murder and conspiracy to commit murder in the death of Detective James A. Alfonso, Jr. The acquittal came 3 days after the biracial jury had begun deliberations. Those freed were Edward Bay, Lamar Bell, Tony Carter, Dennis Griffin, Ronald Florence, William Throop, and Elton Ricks. The alleged involvement of the black gangs in the murder had exacerbated tensions between the black community and Chicago police. Concomitantly, Chicago's black leaders, including the Reverend Jesse Jackson, had criticized the black gangs for terrorizing black communities. 1971. The North Carolina Supreme Court sustains the state's policy of providing school buses for urban children involved in desegregation programs. A lower court had prohibited the use of state funds for busing. The North Carolina Supreme Court sustained the state's policy of providing school buses for urban children involved in desegregation programs. As long as state funds were used to transport children from rural areas to their schools, the court reasoned, city-dwelling children must have the same rights. The ruling struck down a lower court's prohibition on the use of state funds for busing. In effect, the court's decision gave the state legislature the choice of continuing busing for all children who required it or discontinuing the practice altogether. An assistant state attorney general expressed the view that the court's decision could not be appealed because it did not involve any constitutional issue. 1971. Howard Jordan, Jr., the president of Savannah State College in Georgia, becomes the first black vice-chancellor of the Georgia State Board of Regents. Howard Jordan, Jr., the president of Savannah State College in Georgia, assumed duties as vice-chancellor of the Georgia State Board of Regents, becoming the first black so named. Jordan had served as president of Savannah State College since 1963. His new duties involved handling administrative matters for all state-run colleges and universities in Georgia. 1971. The U.S. Court of Appeals rules that local governments must provide public services on a racially equal basis. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit in New Orleans ruled that local governments must provide such public services as road paving and sewers on a racially equal basis. The suit was filed by black residents of Shaw, Mississippi. According to the court, no compelling interests could possibly justify the gross disparities in services between black and white areas of town. 1971. 8 black federal employees charge in a suit that the federal service entrance examination was culturally and racially discriminatory. Bar examinations are challenged for their racial bias also. 8 black federal employees charged in a suit filed in the U.S. Court in Washington, D.C., that the federal service entrance examination, the principal test that must be passed by qualified college graduates for civil service posts, was culturally and racially discriminatory. The 8 plaintiffs, employees of the Department of Housing and Urban Development's Chicago Regional Office, alleged that the examination violated the equal opportunity guarantees of the Fifth Amendment. They also charged that it violated, among other things, the 1964 Civil Rights Act. The suit asked the court to prevent the use of the examination until its alleged discriminatory aspects were eliminated, and that the use of other testing procedures be stopped until a determination could be made of their relation to specific job requirements. According to the plaintiffs, about 49% of the 100,000 applicants who took the test in 1969 finished with scores above 70, with a disproportionately low percentage of blacks and other minority group members passing. In another development involving blacks and examinations, Edward F. Bell, president of the National Bar Association, a predominantly black lawyers group, asked other lawyers' organizations on February 5 to ascertain whether bar examinations should be abolished as racially discriminatory. Bell said recent studies seemed to indicate that bar examinations discriminated against black law school graduates. The Detroit attorney cited lawsuits that were filed in several states by law students seeking to abolish the bar examinations because they did not test a graduate's legal knowledge. 1971. Georgia's Clayton County is sued for circumventing school integration. The Justice Department filed a suit in the U.S. District Court of Atlanta charging Georgia's Clayton County School Board with maintaining a dual public school system. The Clayton system was described by the department as one of 50 remaining recalcitrant school districts in the South. According to the suit, Clayton officials assigned the district's 1,479 black and 25,220 white pupils and their teachers to different sets of schools. The department requested a court order demanding that the county submit a desegregation plan immediately. Judge Orrin Harris of the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Arkansas issued an ultimatum to the officials of the Watson Chapel, Arkansas, School District No. 24, warning them that they faced stiff jail terms if they continued to defy a court-ordered desegregation ruling. Harris said a fine of $350 a day would also be levied for each day they remained in contempt of court by ignoring the school order. Watson Chapel District, which included part of Pine Bluff, Arkansas, as well as the town of Watson Chapel, had about 4,000 students, almost half of them black. Judge Harris had ordered all children in grades 1 through 4 to attend 3 elementary schools, all of which would retain a substantial white majority. The Justice Department, also on February 5, charged the Henry County, Virginia, school district with failing to execute a desegregation arrangement that it had earlier agreed to implement. In a suit filed in the federal district court in Danville, Virginia, the department accused the Henry County system of continuing to assign its high school pupils on a freedom of choice plan in violation of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Henry County, according to the suit, had used the freedom of choice scheme to assign nearly 800 black pupils to an all-black high school. 1971. Black students protesting the desegregation plans in Wilmington, North Carolina, spark 4 days of racial violence. Local officers, aided by the 600 National Guardsmen, are sent to restore order. National Guardsmen patrolled the streets of Wilmington, North Carolina, in the wake of 4 days of racial violence in which 2 people were killed. The unrest was linked to a boycott of Wilmington's high school by black students. Blacks were protesting the city's desegregation plans. The first of the 2 slayings took place on February 6 when a black youth was killed by a police officer who said the boy pointed a shotgun at him. Blacks in Wilmington asserted the youth was shot as he helped move furniture from a home threatened by a nearby fire. The second victim was a white man who was shot later outside of a black church which was being used as headquarters by the boycotting blacks. The white man was armed with a pistol. Local officers, aided by the 600 National Guardsmen, restored order on February 8 but remained on alert. 1971. A Gallup poll reports that black Americans disapprove of President Richard Nixon. A Gallup poll reported that black Americans continued to disapprove of the way President Richard Nixon was handling his job by a 2:1 ratio, the same ratio recorded in surveys the previous spring. 1971. White high school students walk out of their school near Pine Bluff, Arkansas, to protest a court-ordered desegregation plan. Scores of white high school students walked out of their school near Pine Bluff, Arkansas, to protest a court-ordered desegregation plan. They were greeted by their parents and other adult supporters. The mostly peaceful demonstration was the only incident on the day the school district began operating under the desegregation order. Watson Chapel School District No. 24 reluctantly implemented the plan after a federal judge warned the school board members that they faced stiff jail terms and fines if they continued to defy his orders. 1971. 22 whites were indicted by a county grand jury in Darlington, South Carolina, on riot charges in which a mob of angry whites overturned 2 school buses transporting black children to desegregated schools. 22 whites were indicted by a county grand jury in Darlington, South Carolina, on riot charges in connection with a March 1970 incident in which a mob of angry whites overturned 2 school buses transporting black children to desegregated schools in the nearby town of Lamar. Charges against 21 other whites, including a state legislator, were dropped by the grand jury. 1971. Lucius D. Amerson, Alabama's first black sheriff since Reconstruction, is charged with beating a black prisoner. Lucius D. Amerson, sheriff of Macon County, Alabama, and the state's first black sheriff since Reconstruction, and one of his black deputies were arrested on a federal indictment accusing them of beating a black prisoner. Amerson and his deputy, Richard Coleman, Jr., posted bonds of $1,000 each on the charge of violating the civil rights of Wilbert D. Harris while acting under the cover of the law. Harris was arrested in Tuskegee, the county seat of Macon County, in August 1970 and charged with driving while intoxicated. The prisoner reportedly used a pistol to disarm 2 deputies and was also accused of firing at Amerson. Harris was subdued and charged with assault with intent to murder. The alleged beating by Amerson and Coleman reportedly took place after Harris was subdued. Conviction on the federal charge carried a penalty of up to a year in prison and a $1,000 fine. 1971. The Carnegie Commission on Higher Education calls for more federal aid to the nation's 105 HBCUs. The Carnegie Commission on Higher Education called for a tripling of federal aid to the nation's 105 black colleges and universities. In a report entitled From Isolation to Mainstream, Problems of the Colleges Founded for Negroes, the Commission also urged increased funds from states, corporations, and foundations to allow black colleges to double their current enrollment of 150,000. The Commission, headed by Dr. Clark Kerr, said that the black colleges were faced with special difficulties at a time of major transition as they emerged from their historic isolation into the mainstream of U.S. education. The report pointed out that at a time when other institutions were enlarging black enrollment and developing black studies programs, the black colleges had to compete for students, faculty, and financial resources. In addition, black colleges had to meet the special expenses of remedial training for poorly prepared students and financial aid for the 70% of their students who required some type of scholarly assistance. 1971. The Bureau of the Census announces statistics regarding the distribution of the black population in the U.S. The Bureau of the Census announced that, contrary to earlier reports, the rate of black migration from the South to the North during the 1960s had remained unchanged from the pace of the two previous decades. Earlier statistics had indicated that the number of Southern blacks moving north had dropped sharply during the 1960s to about half the levels of the prior 20 years. The new figures from the 1970 census showed that the migration pace through the 1960s was nearly the same as the high levels of the 1940s and 1950s. According to the Bureau's analysts, more than 3/4 of the 1.4 million blacks who left the South during the decade settled in 5 large industrial centers. New York had a Southern black influx of 396,000, California, 272,000, New Jersey, Michigan, and Illinois each gained about 120,000. The analysts said there were indications that the migration rate would continue to be high and might increase in the 1970s. The Bureau also reported an increased movement of whites to the South. This dual movement of blacks to the North and whites to the South was reportedly a continuation of a long-term trend toward distribution of the black population throughout the United States. According to the Bureau's report, the South still contained 53% of the nation's blacks, compared to 77% in 1940. Since 1940, the percentage of blacks in the Northeast and North Central states had risen from about 11% to 20%. Bureau analysts said that each of the 11 states of the Confederacy had lost residents. Mississippi and Alabama led with 279,000 and 231,000 respectively. Secretary of Commerce Maurice H. Stans speculated that the continued black northern migration was due in part to the higher welfare benefits of the northern states. He added, however, that he assumed that greater job opportunities in the North would be the primary motivating factor. The Bureau statistics showed that there were about 22,672,570 blacks in the United States, or about 11.2% of the population. In 1960, the figures were 18,871,831, or about 10.6%. 1971. The Supreme Court condemns racially biased job testing after 13 black workers at the Duke Power Company's generating plant in Draper, North Carolina are denied promotions. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled that employers could not use job tests that had the effect of screening out blacks if the tests were not related to ability to do the work. According to the court, the employment bias section of the 1964 Civil Rights Act involved the consequences of employment practices, not simply whether the practices were motivated by racial bias. The court imposed limits on the use of general educational and aptitude tests and said that any tests used must measure the person for the job and not the person in the abstract. The case stemmed from the application for promotion by 13 black workers at the Duke Power Company's generating plant in Draper, North Carolina. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the Justice Department, and the Federal Equal Employment Opportunity Commission had sought the ruling. 1971. Federal Bureau of Investigation files stolen from a bureau office in Media, Pennsylvania, and released to the public, reveal that the FBI is targeting black student groups. Federal Bureau of Investigation files stolen from a bureau office in Media, Pennsylvania, and released to the public revealed several documents relating to black activist groups. One of the FBI memoranda was a November 4, 1970, dispatch from Director J. Edgar Hoover ordering an investigation of all groups organized to project the demands of black students. The dispatch said that increased campus disorders involving black students posed a definite threat to the nation's stability and security and indicated a need for an increase in both the quality and quantity of intelligence information on black student unions and similar groups. The memorandum went on to say that such groups were targets for influence and control by the Black Panther Party and other extremist organizations. The memoranda also contained a report of a 1970 convention of the National Association of Black Students at Wayne State University in Detroit, reports of surveillance of black student activities at Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania, of the Philadelphia Black Panthers, and the National Black Economic Conference held in Philadelphia during 1970. Muhammad Kenyatta, who headed the Philadelphia Conference and was mentioned prominently in several of the FBI documents, stated on March 24 that he had received copies of the memoranda relating to him before they were published. He would not identify his sources. On March 23, Attorney General John Mitchell denounced the thefts and the publication of the records. He warned that the information could endanger the lives of people engaged in investigative activities on behalf of the United States. 1971. Whitney M. Young, Jr., Executive Director of the National Urban League, dies in Nigeria. Whitney M. Young, Jr., Executive Director of the National Urban League, died in Nigeria. Young and a group of other Americans, white and black, were in Lagos attending a Black American conference designed to bridge the gap between Africans and Americans. Young drowned while swimming with a party that included former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark. Young left his position as Dean of the School of Social Work at Atlanta University in 1961 to become head of the nation's leading black economic and social reform agency. He made the organization more effective and increased its influence. During the height of the Civil Rights era, Young became, with Martin Luther King, Jr., Roy Wilkins, and James Farmer, one of the movement's Big Four leaders. President Nixon expressed personal sorrow at the news of Young's death, commenting, "I have lost a friend, Black America has lost a gifted and commanding champion of its just cause." 1971. The Reverend Walter E. Fauntroy is elected the District of Columbia's congressional delegate. The Reverend Walter E. Fauntroy, a Baptist minister and a Democrat, was elected the District of Columbia's first non-voting congressional delegate in this century. Fauntroy captured 58% of the vote to defeat Attorney John A. Nevins, a white Republican, Julius W. Hobson, a black independent, and 3 minor independent candidates. Fauntroy's salary of $42,500 per year would equal that of other members of the House of Representatives, and he would be permitted to sit on the House District Committee, vote in other committees, but could not vote on the House floor. The black members of Congress immediately selected Fauntroy as the 13th member of the so-called Black Caucus. 1971. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People files a suit challenging the legality of zoning laws in suburban communities. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People filed a suit challenging the legality of zoning laws that prohibited the construction of apartment buildings in suburban communities. It was the first time the NAACP had gone to court against suburban zoning laws. The action was taken in the federal court in Brooklyn, New York, against the town of Oyster Bay, New York. The NAACP charged that the town's zoning laws had foreclosed black and other non-white minorities from obtaining housing in the town, with results that intensify and harden patterns of racial ghetto living in the city of New York. Roy Wilkins, executive secretary of the NAACP, said black workers employed in Oyster Bay often could not find suitable housing. He said 45 new industries had located in Oyster Bay since 1965, but that workers earning less than $17,000 a year could not afford to buy houses in the town because of the minimum lot sizes prescribed by the zoning laws. 1971. The Southern Regional Council reports that for the first time desegregation in the South's public schools was the rule rather than the exception. The Southern Regional Council issued a report in Atlanta which said that for the first time desegregation in the South's public schools was the rule rather than the exception. This transformation had occurred, the council said, despite the proliferation of all-white private academies in the region and the continued operation of some all-black schools. At the same time, the council accused the Nixon administration of playing a deceptive game of numbers by using misleading figures about the extent of actual desegregation. Despite the recent gains, the council asserted that the South was a far cry from the final dismantling of the dual system. Desegregation in 1970 and in 1971, according to the council, was less successful than the administration asserted in its figures, but more successful than policies of the government gave it any right to be. The council's report was titled The South and Her Children, School Desegregation, 1970-71. 1971. In response to being accused of disregarding the opinions of blacks, President Richard Nixon meets with the black members of the U.S. House of Representatives to hear about the grievances of Black America. He then appoints 5 White House staff members to work on a list of recommendations. President Richard Nixon met with a group of black members of the U.S. House of Representatives to receive a list of 60 grievances presented on behalf of black Americans. The so-called Black Caucus asked for reforms in welfare, job discrimination and job placement, social justice, school desegregation, etc. The President appointed 5 White House staff members to work on the list of recommendations. The meeting, first proposed in 1969, was set up soon after the black members of the House boycotted the President's State of the Union address in January. The group charged that the President's failure to meet with them up until that time constituted a flagrant disregard for the opinions of black Americans. 1971. Admiral Elmo R. Zumwalt, Jr., Chief of Naval Operations, announces a 5-year initiative to recruit more black officers and enlisted men for the Navy. Admiral Elmo R. Zumwalt, Jr., Chief of Naval Operations, announced the formation of a 6-man team to oversee a 5-year program to recruit more black officers and enlisted men for the Navy. The aim of the recruiting drive was to bring the numbers of black Navy personnel up to the level of the nearly 12% black representation in the total U.S. population. Black recruiters were added to the staffs of the 37 recruiting stations across the nation. New Navy Reserve Officer Training Corps units were added at Savannah State College in Georgia and Southern University at Baton Rouge, Louisiana. These were to supplement the sole existing black Navy ROTC unit at Prairie View A&M College in Texas. The Navy said it would also increase the number of black midshipmen at the Naval Academy at Annapolis, Maryland. On June 2, 1971, Samuel L. Gravely, Jr., was named the first black admiral in the Navy. Vice Admiral Raymond Peet performed the ritual known as frocking, which promoted Gravely from captain to admiral. Gravely became Director of Naval Communications in Washington, D.C. 1971. Blacks win in Berkeley, California, municipal elections. They were considered to be aligned with a so-called radical coalition, which sought to take political control of the town. Warren Widener, a Berkeley, California, city councilman, was elected mayor of the city. Widener defeated Will Mount Sweeney, described as a moderate black, by 56 votes. Widener was considered to be aligned with the so-called radical coalition, which sought to take political control of the town. 2 black lawyers, also called radical, D. Army Bailey and Irat Simmons, were elected to the city council. Bailey said a description of their politics as radical was misleading and suggested instead the term progressive. The election results pointed to a radical moderate control of the city council. In other spring municipal elections, James E. Williams, Sr., was elected the first black mayor of East St. Louis, Illinois, on April 6, and John Franklin, a Chattanooga, Tennessee, educator and businessman, was elected the first black commissioner in the city's history on April 13, 1971. A federal jury in New York City acquits David R. Poindexter of harboring and concealing the identity of black militant Angela Davis while she was the target of a nationwide police search. Following the verdict, Poindexter commented that his trial was a minor skirmish in a big war. The major battle is in California over Angela. A federal jury in New York City acquitted David R. Poindexter of harboring and concealing the identity of black militant Angela Davis while she was the target of a nationwide police search. Poindexter was arrested in New York on October 13, 1970, along with Davis, who was at that time one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives. She was being sought in connection with the murder of a California judge during a courtroom shootout on August 7, 1970. During the trial, the prosecution presented more than 40 witnesses in an effort to prove that Poindexter had moved through several cities with Davis under assumed names and must have known that she was being sought under federal warrant. The defense summoned no witnesses, relying on the argument that the prosecution had failed to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Following the verdict, Poindexter commented that his trial was a minor skirmish in a big war. The major battle is in California over Angela. 1971. The Internal Revenue Service suspends tax exemption from Fayette Academy in Somerville, Tennessee because it had failed to admit black students. It was the first tax exemption suspension for an all-white private school outside of Mississippi. The Internal Revenue Service announced that the Fayette Academy in Somerville, Tennessee, was notified that contributions for its operation were no longer tax-deductible because it had failed to adopt non-discriminatory admissions policies. The action was the first time the IRS had suspended tax privileges for an all-white private school outside of Mississippi. 1971. Approximately 2,000 black and white students protest the racist enrollment practices of University of Florida at Gainesville. The president of the university rejects their racial quota demands, calling it racism in reverse. Approximately 2,000 black and white students gathered at the home of the president of the University of Florida at Gainesville protesting what they called the school's racist policies and demanding the resignation of President Stephen C. O'Connell. Earlier the same day, 67 blacks, members of the school's Black Student Union, were arrested during a sit-in outside O'Connell's office. The blacks and their white allies called for increased black enrollment at the university by recruiting 500 new students. There were at the time about 300 blacks out of a 22,000 total enrollment. In a television address to the students, President O'Connell said, "We have made remarkable racial progress," but he rejected the black recruitment demands, calling them a racial quota and racism in reverse. Nearly 100 black students subsequently withdrew from the university in further protest of the school's policies. 1971. Carl B. Stokes, the first black mayor of Cleveland, Ohio, announces his plans to step down and help develop a people's lobby. Carl B. Stokes, the first black mayor of Cleveland, Ohio, announced that he was leaving office at the end of his current term in 1971. He said he would help develop a people's lobby to bring pressure on the two major political parties toward responsive presidential candidates in 1972 and toward a reordering of the nation's priorities. Stokes was first elected in 1967 as the first black mayor of a major American city, and was re-elected in 1969. 1971. The U.S. Bureau of the Census released a study which revealed that black women were having fewer illegitimate births, while the white illegitimacy rate was climbing. The U.S. Bureau of the Census released a study compiled from federal and private sources which revealed that black women, on the average, had fewer illegitimate births in the late 1960s than they did in the earlier part of the decade. Meanwhile, the white illegitimacy rate was climbing. According to the report, the black illegitimacy rate, which was 10 times higher than the white rate in 1961, had dropped to about 7 times in 1968, the last year considered in the study. The raw figures for 1968 alone were 184,000 black and 155,000 white illegitimate births. The report, entitled Fertility Indicators, 1970, was developed by Campbell Gibson of the Census Bureau. 1971. In Swan v. Charlotte Mecklenburg, the U.S. Supreme Court decides that busing children as a means of dismantling a racially dual school system is constitutional. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a series of unanimous decisions, told the Charlotte-Mecklenburg County, North Carolina, joint school system and all the other school districts of the nation that busing children as a means of dismantling a racially dual school system was constitutional. The rulings ended the final legal efforts by Southern school boards to prevent the busing of students to achieve more desegregation in schools. Chief Justice Warren E. Burger wrote the opinions of the court in the 4 cases on which it ruled. In addition to upholding the school desegregation plan, which included busing for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg district, the court struck down an anti-busing law enacted by the North Carolina legislature, ordered school officials in Mobile, Alabama, to use all available techniques to correct segregation in their schools, and overruled a Georgia Supreme Court order that had said certain desegregation efforts in the city of Athens were unconstitutional. The High Court reasoned that desegregation plans cannot be limited to the walk-in school. The justices held that busing school children was proper unless the time or distance is so great as to risk either the health of the children or significantly impinge on the educational process. The court added that at times busing was an indispensable method of eliminating the last vestiges of racial segregation. The court made it clear, however, that the rulings did not apply to de facto segregation caused by neighborhood housing patterns, as is found most often in the North. The landmark decision has become known to history as Swan v. Charlotte-Mecklenburg. 1971. The U.S. Court of Appeals upholds the Philadelphia Plan after being asked by the Contractors Association of Eastern Pennsylvania to declare the plan illegal. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit upheld the legality of the Nixon administration's pilot job plan for minorities, known as the Philadelphia Plan. The plan, devised by the Labor Department in 1969, required contractors bidding on federal or federally assisted projects to hire a fixed number of minority group members by a certain date. A number of groups, foremost among them building and construction organizations, had sought in a number of courts to stop the plan on the grounds that it was unconstitutional. In this case, the Court of Appeals was asked by the Contractors Association of Eastern Pennsylvania to declare the plan illegal. They contended that the plan denied the group equal protection of the law and violated the 1964 Civil Rights Act because it required racial quotas. The court reasoned that the plan did not violate the 1964 Civil Rights Act because the contractors were not, in fact, required to hire a definite percentage of a minority group. 1971. The Joint Center for Political Studies reports that the number of black U.S. elected officials rose 22% during 1970. The Joint Center for Political Studies in Washington reported that the number of black elected officials in the U.S. rose 22% during 1970. Despite these gains, however, black public officials still represented only about 3% of all office holders in the nation. The center's director, Frank D. Reeves, commented that the 22% rise showed that blacks are gaining clout more and more in the nation's electoral systems. The report also revealed that 1,860 blacks held office as of April 1971. By comparison, in 1967, only 475 blacks held elective offices. Nearly 3/5 of the blacks in office were Southerners. According to the report, 711 blacks held office in the 11 states of the old Confederacy, a 26% rise above the 1970 figure of 563. 1971. Richard B. Hatcher is renominated to a second four-year term as mayor of Gary, Indiana. In another spring primary election, Richard B. Hatcher was renominated to a second four-year term as mayor of Gary, Indiana. Hatcher won 59% of the vote cast and was heavily favored to win the general election over the Republican nominee, Theodore Naring. In the primary, Hatcher, who was first elected mayor in 1967, defeated Dr. Alexander Williams, the Lake County coroner, and John Armento, the president of the city council. 1971. U.S. District Judge William P. Gray ordered David Hilliard, chief of staff of the Black Panther Party, released from federal custody after allegedly threatening the life of President Richard Nixon during an anti-war speech. U.S. District Judge William P. Gray ordered David Hilliard, chief of staff of the Black Panther Party, released from federal custody after the government refused to divulge wiretap logs of conversations involving Hilliard. Hilliard was charged with threatening the life of President Richard Nixon during an anti-war speech in November 1969. When U.S. Attorney James Browning told the court that he was not authorized to make the wiretap logs available to Hilliard's lawyers, Judge Gray ordered the indictment dismissed and the case dropped. 1971. A riot involving mostly black youths occurs in the Brownsville section of New York City in response to state budget cuts. A riot involving mostly black youths occurred in the Brownsville section of New York City. Hundreds of youths set scores of fires and fought police. One police officer was shot and 14 others were injured during the melee. Police arrested 25 people on charges of larceny or malicious mischief. At the height of the rioting, marauding bands of young people looted stores and battled police with rocks, bricks, and bottles. The rioting began after thousands of angry Brownsville residents closed off dozens of streets in their neighborhood with abandoned cars and trash piles to protest state budget cuts affecting welfare assistance, anti-narcotics programs, Medicaid, educational facilities, and the food stamp program. The legislation was signed by Governor Nelson A. Rockefeller on April 15. Organizers of the peaceful protest disavowed the actions of the rioting youths, and the disturbance was brought under control by late evening. 1971. The U.S. Labor Department announces that it will impose racial hiring quotas on some federally sponsored construction projects. The U.S. Labor Department announced that it would impose mandatory racial hiring quotas on federally sponsored construction projects underway in San Francisco, St. Louis, and Atlanta. The established plans for the three cities varied slightly in their formats. Overall, however, they required contractors bidding on federal or federally sponsored projects to agree to hire a fixed percentage of minority group members by a certain date. Washington and Philadelphia were the only other two cities to have such job plans. 1971. The U.S. Commission on Civil Rights reports that the Nixon administration had shown some signs of progress in enforcing civil rights laws. The U.S. Commission on Civil Rights reported that the Nixon administration had shown some signs of progress in enforcing civil rights laws, but considerable strides needed to be made. The new commission report came 7 months after a harsh indictment of the administration was issued, asserting that there had been a major breakdown in the enforcement of the civil rights laws. The commission singled out for praise George P. Shultz, director of the Office of Management and Budget, and Leonard Garment, a presidential counselor, for what it termed their efforts at active intervention in seeking compliance with civil rights laws. The report also cited other signs of progress. 1. President Nixon, in his fiscal 1972 budget recommendations, had sought more funds for the Office of Federal Contract Compliance and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. 2. The Army, among other departments, had set up a program to establish goals for minority employment in its own offices. 3. The Justice Department had announced that it would add 6 lawyers to its office to coordinate efforts to enforce Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Law, which forbade discrimination in federally assisted programs. 1971. The U.S. Army nominates 3 black colonels for promotion to brigadier general. The U.S. Army announced that it had nominated 3 black colonels for promotion to the rank of brigadier general. The 3 black officers were among 80 colonels approved by President Nixon for promotion to the 1-star rank. The 3 officers promoted were Colonels Alvin W. Dillard, James F. Hamlet, and Roscoe C. Cartwright. Their nominations would bring the number of black Army generals to 4. The Air Force also had 1 black general, while the Navy nominated its first black admiral on April 28, 1971. 1971. The Department of Health, Education, and Welfare recommends extensive crosstown busing to help desegregate public schools in Austin, Texas. The Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, complying with the Supreme Court's ruling upholding school busing to achieve greater desegregation, recommended extensive crosstown busing as part of a plan to desegregate the public schools in Austin, Texas. The desegregation proposal was the first made by the government since the Supreme Court in Swan v. Charlotte Mecklenburg rejected the administration's objections to busing and declared the method constitutional as a means of dismantling dual school systems. Austin, the sixth largest city in Texas, had about 56,000 students in 56 elementary schools, 19 junior high schools and 8 high schools. About 15% of the students were black and about 20% Mexican American. The city had 2 high schools and 7 elementary schools with virtually all black enrollments. 1971. An all-white jury in Opelika, Alabama, acquits Black Macon County Sheriff Lucius D. Amerson and his deputy, of a federal charge of beating a prisoner. An all-white jury in Opelika, Alabama, acquitted Black Macon County Sheriff Lucius D. Amerson and his deputy, Richard Coleman, Jr., of a federal charge that they had beaten a prisoner in their custody. Amerson commented that the verdict reaffirmed his belief that he could receive a fair trial at the hands of an all-white jury in the South. 1971. President Nixon responds to Black Caucus's grievances, assuring he is committed to his continued support. In almost all of the recommendations, the president differed with the caucus in amounts and scope of reform programs. The Black Caucus charged that the administration lacked a sense of understanding, urgency, and commitment in dealing with the critical problems facing Black Americans. In a 115-page report, President Richard Nixon told the Black Caucus of the House of Representatives that his administration would continue to support jobs, income, and tangible benefits, the pledges that this society has made to the disadvantaged in the past decade. The president was responding to a list of 60 grievances the black congressman had asked him to consider in a meeting on March 25, 1971. The president announced that he agreed with the caucus's welfare reform proposals but limited his guaranteed annual income figure to $2,400, compared to the $6,500 a year figure proposed by the blacks. In almost all of the recommendations, the president differed with the caucus in amounts and scope of reform programs. For instance, the black legislators suggested 1 million summer jobs for youths. The president promised 500,000 jobs, with some 300,000 more being made available through private sectors. The Black Caucus received the report through the office of its chairman, Representative Charles C. Diggs, Jr., from Michigan. After studying the report, the caucus issued a 76-page reaction that expressed its disappointment. The legislators called the president's message a mere codification of slim efforts rather than massive immediate aid for minorities and the poor. In the end, the blacks charged, the administration lacked a sense of understanding, urgency, and commitment in dealing with the critical problems facing black Americans. It was pointed out that only one of the 60 demands was fully agreed on by both sides: the formation of a task force to study the problems of black soldiers and veterans. 1971. Racial violence erupts in Tennessee after a black musician fails to perform at a rock concert and some of the black youths were denied refunds for their admission fees. They began vandalizing the building, until the unrest spread into the streets. Racial violence erupted in Chattanooga, Tennessee, after a black musician failed to perform at a rock concert in the city auditorium. When some of the black youths did not get refunds for their admission fees, they began vandalizing the building. The disorder later spread into the streets. On May 24, Governor Winfield Dunn ordered 2,000 National Guardsmen into the city after local police were unable to contain the arson and sniping which was centered in the black neighborhoods located on the outskirts of the downtown area. On May 25, a young black man was killed by police who said they fired after the man hurled bricks at them. Black witnesses said the victim, Leon Anderson, was apparently drunk, and they charged that police shot him without provocation. The incident increased tensions but did not lead to heightened violence. On May 26, a rigid dusk-to-dawn curfew was lifted in the city and Governor Dunn announced that guardsmen would be gradually withdrawn. 1971. Judge Harold H. Mulvey dismisses all charges against Black Panther Party members Bobby Seale and Erica Huggins for the murder of former Black Panther member Alex Rackley. Judge Harold H. Mulvey of the Connecticut State Court in New Haven dismissed all charges against Black Panther Party members Bobby Seale and Erica Huggins. The two were on trial for 6 months for the murder of former Black Panther member Alex Rackley in May 1969. Judge Mulvey ordered the charges dropped after the jury in the case told him it was hopelessly deadlocked. The judge declared a mistrial and announced that the massive publicity about the case had made it too difficult to select an unbiased jury to try the pair again. Seale was chairman and co-founder of the Black Panther Party, and Huggins was a party member from Connecticut. Throughout the trial, the state, led by State Attorney Arnold Markel, sought to prove that Seale had ordered a group of party members to murder Rackley after he was accused of treason against the party. The state's principal witness, George Sams, Jr., testified that Seale had given him the orders. Seale's defense counsel, Charles R. Gary, countered consistently that Sams ordered Rackley's death. Sams, a member of the party, had already pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in the case. The dismissal of charges brought to an end another chapter of violence and legal proceedings connected with the Black Panther Party. 1971. Racial tensions renew in Mississippi when Joetha Collier, a black 18-year-old girl, is shot dead. The 3 white men arrested and charged with the killing plead innocent. Racial tension was sparked anew in Mississippi as Joetha Collier, an 18-year-old black girl, was shot dead in Drew, Mississippi. Collier was felled by a bullet from a passing car as she stood with other young blacks on a street corner in her hometown. The incident occurred less than an hour after the girl graduated from desegregated Drew High School and was designated the student with the best school spirit. 3 white men were arrested and charged with the killing on May 26. On June 14, Wayne and Wesley Parks of Drew, Mississippi, and Alan Wilkerson of Memphis, Tennessee, were arraigned on charges of murder before Circuit Court Judge Arthur B. Clark in Indianola, Mississippi. The 3 pleaded innocent. The swift arrests, arraignments, and the sympathetic attitude of local white officials served to help calm tensions in the community. 1971. 3 police officers are injured in a gun battle in Cairo, Illinois, one of America's most racially tense cities. The mayor blames United Front. United Front declines to comment. 3 police officers were injured in a gun battle in Cairo, Illinois, one of the most racially tense cities in America. Cairo Mayor Albert B. Thomas blamed the shootings on the United Front, a predominantly black organization that had led a boycott of the town's white merchants. The United Front declined to comment on the incident. 1971. The Labor Department withdraws its support of Chicago's voluntary equal hiring plan for federal construction projects and replaces it with the now standard formula known as the Philadelphia Plan. Arthur A. Fletcher, Assistant Secretary of Labor, announced that the Labor Department was withdrawing its support of Chicago's voluntary equal hiring plan for federal construction projects and would impose mandatory racial quotas on federally assisted projects throughout the city. Chicago's voluntary plan failed after being in operation for 18 months. The plan called for the hiring and training of some 4,000 minority group members. But by June 4, 1971, only 885 blacks and Hispanic Americans were enrolled for training, and only a few had obtained membership in the city's construction unions. The Labor Department said it would replace the Chicago Plan with the now standard formula known as the Philadelphia Plan, under which a certain number of minority group members should be employed on federal projects exceeding $500,000. 1971. Racial tensions in Columbus, Georgia erupts into violence when 7 members of the Black American Police League were fired from the police department for picketing police headquarters and removing the American flag shoulder patches from their uniforms. Racial tensions in Columbus, Georgia, the state's second largest city, erupted into violence. The trouble began on May 31, 1971, when 7 members of the Black American Police League, including its executive director, were fired from the police department for picketing police headquarters and removing the American flag shoulder patches from their uniforms. The blacks were protesting alleged racial discrimination in the police department. Police department officials accused the blacks of conduct unbecoming to an officer and said they ripped the flags from their uniforms. The officers said they gently removed the emblems. On June 3, the Muskogee County Grand Jury announced that complaints of discrimination against black officers were unfounded. The jury said it found no basis for charges of the use of unnecessary force in the arrests of blacks but instead criticized both the Black American Police League, which made the charges of discrimination and police brutality, and the Fraternal Order of Police, a union. On June 19, Hosea Williams, National Program Director for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and Chairman of the Georgia Statewide Black Leadership Coalition, led more than 500 blacks on a 15-block march in Columbus, then issued a 5-point ultimatum to city and county officials. The coalition demanded the reinstatement of 13 black policemen, promotion of the 38 blacks still on the force, desegregation of jail facilities, a biracial Citizens Police Review Board, and increased hiring of black police officers. On June 21, Columbus Mayor J.R. Allen declared a state of emergency following a weekend of racial strife. A total of 26 fires attributed to arsonists were set in the city, and a black man was fatally wounded by police. The city council gave the mayor broad powers to order a curfew, shut down stores selling alcoholic beverages, stop the sale of firearms, and curtail gasoline sales. Meanwhile, the Black American Police League called for a citywide boycott of white businesses. 1971. The U.S. Supreme Court rules that states are not required to carve out separate legislative districts for urban blacks or any other racial or ethnic group. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled that states are not required to carve out separate legislative districts for urban blacks or any other racial or ethnic group. The court held in an apportionment case from Indiana that core city blacks may be lumped with more populous suburban white voters into one large district that is represented by a number of legislators elected at large. The 5-3 ruling upset a federal district court's finding that Indianapolis blacks were the victims of racial gerrymandering and were entitled to their own district with state legislators elected by and responsible to them. The 5-man judicial majority, led by Justice Byron R. White, said there was no evidence that Indianapolis blacks did not have an equal say in choosing legislative candidates or that they were not allowed to register or vote. The majority reasoned that the mere fact that one interest group or another concerned with the outcome of Marion County elections have found themselves outvoted and without legislative seats of its own provides no basis for invoking constitutional remedies. No explanation was given of the different result that was reached on May 31 when the court ordered Hinds County, Mississippi, which included the capital city of Jackson, to be divided into single-member districts so that black voters would have a chance to elect their own representatives. Had the Supreme Court established the Jackson principle consistently, blacks and other inner-city residents would have been assured of larger representation in state legislatures. 1971. President Richard Nixon promises to enforce federal laws prohibiting racial discrimination in housing but would not force low-cost housing for blacks or whites into suburban communities that did not want it. President Richard Nixon promised to enforce federal laws prohibiting racial discrimination in housing but said the government would not force introduction of low-cost housing for blacks or whites into suburban communities that did not want it. The president's 15-page report sharply distinguished between economic segregation and racial segregation, and the government's authority to deal with each situation. Nixon said that his administration would seek to carry out all requirements of federal law and judicial decisions involving housing but that it would take no action to go beyond them. Racial discrimination in housing is illegal and will not be tolerated, the president affirmed, but the issue of public housing projects for the poor was another matter. Although predominantly white and affluent suburbs would be encouraged to accept them, the ultimate decision about the location of the housing projects would be made at the local level. 1971. Charles Evers, the black mayor of Fayette, Mississippi, begins his campaign for governor as an independent. He tells supporters that it is time for members of both races to work together for common goals. Charles Evers, the black mayor of Fayette, Mississippi, began his campaign for governor on the 8th anniversary of his brother Medgar's death. Surrounded by 10 armed black men acting as security guards, Evers returned to his hometown of Decatur, Mississippi, to campaign as an independent. Evers was the first black to seek the governorship since Reconstruction. He told a crowd of 300 supporters at the Newton County Courthouse that it was time for members of both races to work together for common goals. 1971. David Hilliard, Chief of Staff of the Black Panther Party, is found guilty of assault but innocent of attempted murder in connection with the 1968 shootout with police. David Hilliard, Chief of Staff of the Black Panther Party, was found guilty of assault but innocent of attempted murder in connection with the 1968 shootout with police. Hilliard contended that he was not involved in the Panther police altercation on April 6, 1968. That gun battle resulted in the death of Panther Party member Bobby Hutton, the wounding of 2 police officers, and criminal charges against Panther Minister of Information Eldridge Cleaver, who later jumped bail and fled to Algeria. Hilliard was charged with 2 counts of attempted murder and another dual count of assault on a police officer. The trial was held in the Alameda County Superior Court in Oakland, California, before Judge William J. Hayes. Frank Vucata prosecuted Hilliard, who was defended by attorney Vincent Hallinan. 1971. Race riots continue at Sheppard Air Force Base, Texas when a midnight battle between white and black airmen leaves 20 injured. The latest in a series of race riots on military bases occurred at Sheppard Air Force Base, Texas. A midnight battle between white and black airmen left 20 injured. According to a military spokesman, the 2.5-hour fight started when 1 black airman and 1 white airman clashed in the base's club. The fight then escalated among young trainees and was eventually halted by base police. Major General Jerry Page, the base commander, said no arrests would be made until an investigation of the incident was completed. 1971. A report by the National Association of Secondary School Principals reveals that more than 1,200 black school principals lost their jobs to whites after public school desegregation began in the South. They suggest that intervention of the federal government is required. Owen B. Kiernan, Executive Secretary of the National Association of Secondary School Principals, told the U.S. Senate's Equal Educational Opportunity Committee that a survey of 11 southern and 2 border states had revealed that more than 1,200 black school principals lost their jobs to whites after public school desegregation began in the South. Dr. Kiernan claimed that the problem of the elimination, displacement, and demotion of black public school principals had reached such serious proportions that it required the intervention of the federal government. 1971. The Justice Department charges Black Jack, Missouri, with illegally blocking a desegregated housing development. The Justice Department announced the filing of a suit in St. Louis against Black Jack, Missouri, a St. Louis suburb, charging the town with illegally blocking a desegregated housing development. The action came on the heels of President Nixon's policy statement on housing issued on June 11, 1971. The issue arose when a nonprofit corporation made detailed plans in late 1969 to build a housing development for people of limited income. It was widely known that the project would be desegregated. The federal suit charged that the residents of Black Jack incorporated their community to gain zoning power and then used that power to block construction of the project. This action, the suit said, violated federal civil rights laws and the U.S. Constitution. 1971. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled 5-4 that officials may close swimming pools and other public facilities to avoid desegregating them. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled 5-4 that officials may close swimming pools and other public facilities to avoid desegregating them. The closings are not unconstitutional since blacks and whites are treated equally, Justice Hugo L. Black reasoned in the court's rare recent setback for blacks. The ruling went against blacks in Jackson, Mississippi, who tried to force the city to reopen public swimming pools. They were closed after a district court ruled they could not remain segregated. In announcing the majority opinion, Justice Black cautioned that the decision did not signal approval of any subterfuge for desegregation. "We want no one to get any hope that there has been any retreat," he said. In one of 3 dissenting opinions, Justice Thurgood Marshall reasoned that the city's actions were unconstitutional and that the fact that the color of skin is used to prevent others from swimming in public pools is irrelevant. 1971. Vernon E. Jordan, Jr., former Atlanta attorney, is named Executive Director of the National Urban League. Vernon E. Jordan, Jr., former Atlanta attorney and Executive Director of the United Negro College Fund, was named Executive Director of the National Urban League. Jordan succeeded Whitney Young, Jr., who drowned on March 11, 1971, in Lagos, Nigeria. Jordan was director of the Voter Education Project of the Southern Regional Council in Atlanta until 1969. As head of the VEP, he helped organize massive voter registration campaigns across the South to help blacks win political power. In January 1970, Jordan became head of the UNCF, which raises funds for more than 30 black colleges across the country. 1971. The Race Relations Information Center releases a report warning that predominantly black public colleges were in imminent danger of losing their identity through integration, merger, reduced status, or outright abolition. The Race Relations Information Center of Nashville, Tennessee, announced that predominantly black public colleges were in imminent danger of losing their identity through integration, merger, reduced status, or outright abolition. In a report entitled The Black Public Colleges Integration and Disintegration, the RRIC said the prevailing pattern is one of racially separate and qualitatively unequal higher education. The 1970-71 academic year marked the first time in their history that the nation's 33 state-supported black colleges enrolled more than 100,000 students. During the past decade, enrollment at the institutions increased 75%. The report said the figures suggested thriving institutions, but that in reality, the death knell of the black state-supported colleges had already been sounded. There were originally 35 public colleges created for blacks, 2 of which had become predominantly white. Those 2, Maryland State College and West Virginia's Bluefield State College, were joined by 2 more, West Virginia State and Missouri's Lincoln University. The RRIC said 3 other institutions, Delaware State, Maryland's Bowie State, and Kentucky State, could soon follow suit. Of the 26 remaining schools, 14 were in direct competition with a predominantly white college. The RRIC speculated that most of these would eventually lose their identity, perhaps even be completely abolished. 1971. The U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals orders complete desegregation in 81 southern school districts, mostly in Georgia. They had originally exempted these districts from full desegregation compliance on the grounds that it would produce educationally unsound school systems. The U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ordered complete desegregation in 81 southern school districts. The court reversed a U.S. District Court decision of April 22, 1970, which exempted some districts from full desegregation compliance on the grounds that such compliance would produce educationally unsound school systems. The Court of Appeals said that the District Court must apply the Singleton Decree to the 81 school districts in the areas of faculty and staff desegregation, school construction, site selection, and school attendance outside the system. The decree, issued in 1970 by the Fifth Circuit Court in the case of Singleton v. Jackson, required that the faculty of each school have approximately the same racial ratio as the entire school system, and that decisions regarding school construction and selection of school sites be made without evidence of racial discrimination. The New Orleans-based court also said the 81 school systems must comply with the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Swan v. Charlotte-Mecklenburg, which held that busing could be used as a tool to dismantle a dual school system. The 81 school districts had been under federal court jurisdiction since December 1969. The latest appellate ruling in the case stemmed from the intervention by Charlie Ridley, Jr., a black student from Gray, Georgia, in the blanket desegregation suit filed against Georgia and the state's Board of Education in 1969. 1971. The slaying of a young black man by Jacksonville, Florida, police sparks a riot. Jacksonville, Florida police officers armed with riot equipment dispersed a crowd of 400 black youths in a second night of racial violence in the city. 3 youths were arrested and charged with looting. Several police officers were slightly injured by rocks and bottles during the melee. Sheriff's Captain E.W. Hartley said police went into the black neighborhood to protect its many elderly black residents in the wake of the rock and bottle hurling. Deputies reported that 2 supermarkets in the black business district were looted and set afire, but there was no gunfire. Black youths were angered by an earlier slaying of a young black man by Jacksonville police. 1971. National Association for the Advancement of Colored People Executive Secretary Roy Wilkins called the Nixon administration's policy on housing discrimination a timid tightrope walking act of the greatest kind. NAACP Executive Secretary Roy Wilkins called the Nixon administration's policy on housing discrimination a timid tightrope walking act of the greatest kind. Wilkins challenged President Nixon to exert more positive federal power to help blacks move to the suburbs in search of employment. The issue of the 1970s now appears to be whether the black population will be able to move into the suburbs in pursuit of jobs that are moving to the suburbs, Wilkins declared. The 15-page statement issued last week by the White House had done nothing to solve that problem. President Nixon had announced on June 11 that he would enforce federal laws preventing racial discrimination in housing but would not force communities to accept low-cost housing for blacks or whites. According to an Atlanta Constitution report, Wilkins also said that Mr. Nixon ought to stop going around saying he does not want to enforce integration of the suburbs, because he is using the language and nomenclature of those who simply do not want Negroes in the suburbs. Wilkins made his criticisms of the president at a panel discussion called The Status of Civil Rights in 1971 at the annual meeting of the Black National Newspapers Publishers Association in Atlanta. 1971. The Department of Health, Education, and Welfare reports that the only significant gains in school desegregation in the nation's largest school districts during the past 2 years have occurred in the South. The Department of Health, Education, and Welfare completed and released the most detailed study of school desegregation in the nation's history. According to the report, the only significant gains in school desegregation in the nation's largest school districts during the past 2 years have occurred in the South. The 38 southern school districts among the country's largest districts accounted for almost all of the desegregation gains in urban areas, while 26 of the 63 districts in northern and western states showed a decrease in desegregation. The figures reflected the amount of desegregation based on the number of black children in predominantly white schools, the statistical yardstick favored by most civil rights groups. Of the 756,000 black pupils who moved from largely black into predominantly white schools during the past 2 years, a total of 690,000 lived in the South. The national desegregation comparison was the result of an 8-month survey conducted by HUE. The preliminary results of the study were revealed on January 14, 1971. 1971. The Department of Health, Education, and Welfare sends letters to 39 school districts suggesting that they must further desegregate by the fall of 1971. The Department of Health, Education, and Welfare announced that letters were forwarded to 39 school districts in 11 southern and border states suggesting that they must further desegregate by the fall of 1971. HUE was attempting to bring all school districts in line with the Supreme Court's ruling in the Swan case in North Carolina. Recent action was taken in Nashville, Tennessee, Norfolk, Virginia, and Austin, Texas. The latest action included such diverse localities as Wilmington, Delaware, Paducah, Kentucky, Gulfport, Mississippi, Fayetteville, North Carolina, Amarillo, Texas, and Martinsville, Virginia. HUE told the districts that they must prove that the presence of heavily black schools is not discriminatory. 1971. School officials and civil rights leaders in Jackson, Mississippi, agree on a plan for desegregating the city's elementary schools through busing and educational parks. School officials and civil rights leaders in Jackson, Mississippi, the largest school district in the state, agreed on a plan for desegregating the city's elementary schools through busing and educational parks. Both parties, in the first such compromise they had ever reached, agreed that the plan would remain in effect for 3 years without a court challenge. Dr. Harry S. Kirschman, acting superintendent of schools, announced that the agreement would affect about 18,000 to 19,000 elementary school children, with approximately 8,000 to 9,000 being bused to classes. The educational park concept is built on clusters of modules around a common center. Each module is to accommodate the equivalent of 4 traditional classrooms with 30 to 1 pupil-teacher ratios. Black enrollments in the schools would range from 41 to 70%. 1971. Federal agents arrest 3 black men in Columbus, Georgia, and charges them with possessing firebombs. White police officers urge Mayor J.R. Allen not to give in to black demands, prompted by black charges of racial discrimination in the city's police department. Agents from the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms arrested 3 black men in Columbus, Georgia, and charged them with possessing firebombs in the racially tense city. The agents said they confiscated enough material at the People's Panther Party headquarters to make more than 50 firebombs. 2 of the 3 arrested men were soldiers stationed at nearby Fort Benning, and the third was a former Army private. The agents arrested William Craig Garr, Jesse Reed, Jr., and Anthony L. Brewer less than a week after the outburst of new racial disorders, which included fire bombings. Garr was identified as the president of the People's Panther Party, an organization described by a federal official as a training group for the Black Panther Party. Meanwhile, white police officers in Columbus presented a petition to Mayor J.R. Allen urging him not to give in to black demands. The petition was prompted by black charges of racial discrimination in the city's police department and a subsequent announcement by the mayor that the department would be investigated. Earlier, black police officers had told the mayor, in response to his plea to them to help cool the black community, that they would protect the black community from the white police. 1971. Heavyweight boxing champion Muhammad Ali's military draft evasion conviction is overturned by the Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court overturned the 1967 draft evasion conviction of former heavyweight boxing champion Muhammad Ali. In an unanimous 8-0 opinion, the court ruled that the Justice Department had erred in contending that Ali's objection to military service was based on political rather than religious beliefs. The court said it was indisputably clear that the department was simply wrong as a matter of law in advising that Ali's beliefs were not religiously based and were not sincerely held. Ali, who is a black Muslim, exclaimed thanks to Allah when he learned of the court's decree. I thank the Supreme Court for recognizing the sincerity of my belief in myself and my convictions, he said. 1971. Federal District Judge L.C. Morton approves a crosstown busing plan designed to desegregate the Nashville-Davidson County public school system in Tennessee. Court action and out-of-court settlements continued in an effort to desegregate the nation's schools. On June 28, a federal district judge in Nashville, Tennessee, approved a crosstown busing plan designed to desegregate the Nashville-Davidson County public school system. Judge L.C. Morton adopted, with modifications, a plan drawn up by the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare which required the daily busing of about 47,000 students, an increase of approximately 13,500 over those bused in 1970-71. The number of black children required to ride buses would almost double while the number of whites to be transported would increase by only 1/3. The Nashville-Davidson County school system had an enrollment of about 95,000 pupils. Judge Morton ordered the plan implemented in September 1971. On July 8, the NAACP's Legal Defense Fund and the Mobile, Alabama, School Board agreed upon a school desegregation plan that would allow at least 10 of Mobile's public schools to retain virtually all black student bodies until the fall of 1972. Attorneys for the blacks said they accepted the school board's suggested course of action only to avoid another year of litigation before a federal district judge they regarded as hostile to desegregation. 1971. A jury, consisting of 10 blacks and 2 whites, acquit 12 Black Panther Party members of charges that they murdered a police officer, and of conspiracy to murder in a gun battle with police at the party's local headquarters in October 1970. During the trial, 9 of the black defendants participate in a prison uprising. Throughout the summer of 1971, members of the Black Panther Party were continuously engaged in legal disputes of various kinds. On June 30, a jury in Detroit acquitted 12 party members of charges that they murdered a police officer, and of conspiracy to murder in a gun battle with police at the party's local headquarters in October 1970. 3 party members, however, were convicted of felonious assault in the case. This trio, Aaron D. DeSencer, Benjamin Fandras, and David Johnson, faced a maximum penalty of 4 years imprisonment. The Detroit jury, consisting of 10 blacks and 2 whites, returned its verdict after 4.5 days of deliberations. On July 2, David Hilliard, the Black Panther Party's chief of staff, was sentenced to a 1 to 10-year prison term by an Oakland, California, judge for assault in connection with a gun battle with police in April 1968. Hilliard, who was convicted on June 12, was denied a retrial and remanded to custody. On August 6, a biracial jury of 10 blacks and 2 whites acquitted 12 Black Panther Party members of the attempted murder of 5 New Orleans police officers in a gun battle at a local housing project in September 1970. The biracial jury, which received its instructions from a black judge, Israel M. Augustine, reached its verdict after only 30 minutes of deliberation. If convicted, the blacks could have faced terms of 20 years in prison on each of the 5 counts. During the trial, 9 of the black defendants participated in an uprising involving 34 inmates at the Orleans Parish Prison, where they were held. The uprising was staged to protest what the blacks called the prison's corrupt judicial system. The protest, which was held on July 26, ended after almost 8 hours as the inmates released 2 black guards they had been holding hostage. On August 8, Superior Court Judge Harold B. Hove declared a mistrial in the second manslaughter trial of Huey P. Newton, co-founder of the Black Panther Party, in Oakland, California. A lone white housewife held out for the acquittal of Newton, who had been charged in connection with the killing of an Oakland police officer in October 1969. 1971. Bishop Stephen G. Spotswood, board chairman of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, remarks that the Nixon administration had taken steps to dispel the image that it was anti-black. Some NAACP leaders disagree. Bishop Stephen G. Spotswood, board chairman of the NAACP, remarked during the group's 62nd annual convention in Minneapolis that the Nixon administration had taken steps during 1971 to dispel the image that it was anti-black. Without being very specific, Spotswood said that the president had taken certain steps and announced certain policies which had earned cautious and limited approval among black Americans. A year before, at the NAACP's convention, Spotswood portrayed the Nixon administration as anti-black. Some NAACP leaders apparently disagreed with Bishop Spotswood's new assessment of the Nixon policies. NAACP Labor Director Herbert Hill characterized the administration's racial policy as criminal negligence, a posture even worse than benign neglect. Hill specifically accused the administration of failure to enforce laws forbidding discrimination by federal contractors, which resulted, in his view, in a high unemployment rate among blacks. Similarly, NAACP Executive Secretary Roy Wilkins told the delegates that President Nixon could increase his influence among black voters in the 1972 elections if he made more jobs available to black voters. 1971. Black law associations accuse the American Bar Association of excluding blacks from its major policy-making organs. Members of the National Conference of Black Lawyers and the Black American Law Students Association distributed leaflets accusing the American Bar Association of excluding blacks from its major policy-making organs and of emphasizing the order side of the law and order issue. The leaflets also called for an end to bar exams which allegedly excluded blacks. Similarly, Judge Edward F. Bell, president of the Black National Bar Association, speaking before his group's annual convention, urged the abolition of bar exams, claiming that they did not reflect the potential for a successful practice and that they discriminated against minority applicants. 1971. Legendary trumpeter Louis Satchmo Armstrong dies. Louis Armstrong, the legendary jazz trumpeter, died in New York. 71-year-old Satchmo Armstrong had reshaped the development of American music by introducing the black folk music of New Orleans into mainstream American culture. His distinctive abrasive voice and innovative solos were trademarks of his long career, which began in small southern nightclubs at the close of the World War I. President Nixon eulogized Armstrong as one of the architects of the American art form. 1971. After criticism by baseball fans, Professional Baseball Commissioner Bowie Kuhn announces that veteran player Satchel Paige, who pitched for 25 years in the Negro Leagues and the Major Leagues, would be given full membership in the Baseball Hall of Fame, rather than a separate division of the Hall of Fame. Professional Baseball Commissioner Bowie Kuhn announced that veteran player Satchel Paige, who pitched for 25 years in the Negro Leagues and the Major Leagues, would be given full membership in the Baseball Hall of Fame at Cooperstown, New York. Originally, it was intended that Paige and other black players be honored in a separate division of the Hall of Fame which was established for players in the old Negro Leagues. In response to criticism by baseball fans of the separate division of the shrine, the decision was made to give Paige full honors. 1971. President Nixon signs a $5 billion education appropriation bill. It contains a provision for the use of funds for school districts already considered desegregated. President Nixon signed a $5 billion education appropriation bill, the largest of its kind in history. Among the features of the bill was a provision which prohibited the use of any of the funds to force school districts considered already desegregated under the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to bus students, abolish schools, or to set attendance zones against parents' wishes or as a stipulation for receiving federal funds. 1971. Civil rights groups criticize President Nixon's housing policies as insufficient to the needs of minorities and the poor. A coalition of 126 civil rights groups held a leadership conference on civil rights in Washington, D.C. The coalition attacked President Nixon's housing policies as insufficient to the needs of minorities and the poor. The president's policy, which was outlined on June 11, 1971, was disastrous and chaotic, according to the group's spokesperson, Bayard Rustin. The coalition urged the federal administration to require localities to provide for low-income housing needs or risk losing all federal aid. The civil rights groups also urged the Justice Department to take action against any local zoning laws erected to block housing for low and moderate income families. 1971. U.S. District Judge Jack Roberts refuses to accept a Department of Health, Education, and Welfare desegregation plan for Austin, Texas, and instead, accepts a desegregation plan filed by the local school board. It assigns black junior high school students to schools that are not identifiably Negro. U.S. District Judge Jack Roberts refused to accept a Department of Health, Education, and Welfare school desegregation plan for Austin, Texas, schools which would have required extensive crosstown busing. Instead, the judge accepted a desegregation plan filed by the local school board which established learning centers in fine arts, avocations, and social and natural sciences which would be open to elementary pupils of all races for a portion of the school day. Students could be bused, if necessary, to these learning centers. The plan also assigned black junior high school students to schools which were not identifiably Negro. In a related matter, on July 20, HUE officials announced that they had told 60 states that they would have to alter their school desegregation plans for the fall of 1971 so as to achieve greater racial desegregation. A HU representative said that most of the 64 districts were in small and rural areas and that each contained one or more all-black schools. 1971. Blacks in Passaic, New Jersey, begin boycotting against downtown merchants in protest because of a series of incidents of police harassment and brutality. Blacks in Passaic, New Jersey, began a long boycott against downtown merchants protesting alleged police brutality. The boycott grew out of a series of incidents of police harassment and brutality which culminated in an incident on the night of July 20 between police and 8 blacks. During the altercation, a black man was beaten and shots were fired. The Reverend Calvin McKinney, leader of the Black Urban Crisis Council, protested that the town's all-white city council ignored black pleas for protection against police harassment. The Federal Bureau of Investigations did, however, agree to investigate the charges. 1971. The 1970 census reveals that black Americans remained far behind whites in terms of economic prosperity, social gains, and educational advancement. Federal analysts studying the 1970 census returns concluded that despite a decade of general progress, black Americans remained far behind whites in terms of economic prosperity, social gains, and educational advancement. The study, compiled by the Bureau of the Census and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics and entitled The Social and Economic Status of Negroes in the United States, 1970, found that 28.9 of every 100 black families were headed by women. Many analysts saw this proportion of female-headed households as an important indicator of black social progress. The percentage of fatherless white families in the 1960s remained at about 9%. Other statistics showed that blacks increased their median income by 50% during the 1960s, but that their incomes were still only 3/5 of that earned by whites, and that about half of the all-black occupied housing units in rural areas were substandard in 1970 as compared with only 8% of white rural housing. 1971. The military cracks down on officers that failed to uphold racial equality guidelines in the armed forces. Frank W. Render, 2nd Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, announced that almost a dozen military officers were relieved of command, transferred to new assignments, or reprimanded for failing to adequately enforce the Defense Department's guidelines for racial equality in the armed services. The unidentified officers were said to rank from general down to company grade. 1971. Vernon E. Jordan, Jr., Executive Director Designate of the National Urban League, criticizes the Nixon administration. Vernon E. Jordan, Jr., Executive Director Designate of the National Urban League, told the closing session of his group's annual convention in Detroit that the Nixon administration had compiled a record of ambiguity toward black Americans. He accused the administration of allowing federal civil rights laws to languish in dusty books. The remarks were a part of Jordan's first major address to the Urban League since he was named its director, succeeding the late Whitney M. Young, Jr. 1971. Reverend Jesse Jackson accuses the U.S. Postal Service of discriminating against blacks. The Reverend Jesse Jackson of Chicago, leader of the Operation Breadbasket Unit of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, accused the newly reorganized U.S. Postal Service of discriminating against blacks. Jackson, speaking to postal workers in Washington, D.C., said the Postal Service had begun laying off a number of workers as part of its reorganization plan and that since the majority of the black postal employees were in the lower job categories, they were the first to be fired. The black civil rights leader also accused the Postal Service of discrimination for placing new offices in all-white suburban areas where blacks could not obtain services or jobs. 1971. President Nixon reaffirms his opposition to busing protocols to achieve racial balance in schools. He also warned administrative officials that they risked losing their jobs if they pushed for extensive busing as a means of desegregating the nation's schools. President Nixon disowned a school desegregation plan drawn up by the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare which would have required extensive crosstown busing in Austin, Texas. The president also took the occasion to reaffirm his strong opposition to any busing designed to achieve a racial balance in the schools. The President further directed HUE Secretary Elliot L. Richardson to aid individual school districts as they attempted to hold busing to the minimum required by the law. The President, however, reasserted the duty of his administration to enforce orders of the federal courts, including those calling for busing to achieve desegregation. On August 11, the White House announced that President Nixon had warned administrative officials that they risked losing their jobs if they pushed for extensive busing as a means of desegregating the nation's schools. 1971. The U.S. Commission on Civil Rights accuses Air Force officials in Texas of illegally busing school children in a way that perpetuated segregation. In an August 3 announcement, the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights charged that Air Force officials in Southwest Texas were seeking to continue the illegal busing of school children on a military base to a predominantly white school nearby. The busing permitted 850 children to bypass the closer San Felipe school district that was largely Mexican American in order to attend the mostly white Del Rio schools. In July, the Texas Education Agency had advised the Del Rio district that it could no longer accept the Air Force children because of a federal court ruling that the transfers were illegally perpetuating segregation. The Air Force, denying that it was seeking to perpetuate segregation, contended that the San Felipe School District did not have sufficient educational facilities to handle the 850 children from Laughlin Air Force Base and hence the plea for continued busing. On August 12, the OSCR maintained that President Nixon's directives to keep busing for racial desegregation to a minimum would undermine efforts to desegregate the nation's schools. The transportation of students, according to the Commission's unanimous report, was essential to eliminating segregation. 1971. Black judges announced the formation of a judicial court created to seek legal reform. The nation's black federal, state, and municipal judges attending the 46th annual meeting of the Black National Bar Association in Atlanta announced the formation of a judicial court through which they would work for legal reform. Judge Edward Bell of Detroit, president of the NBA, said the new council would seek to return to the idea that the courts belong to all of the people, poor as well as rich, black as well as white. The judges also pointed out the absence of black federal judges in the South. At the time of the meeting, there were 285 black judges in the country, representing slightly more than 1% of 20,000 jurists in the nation. 1971. The U.S. Court of Appeals declines to grant a delay in a San Francisco, California, desegregation program. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the 9th District declined to grant a delay in the implementation of a citywide elementary school desegregation program scheduled to take effect in San Francisco on September 8, 1971. The desegregation program involved the transfer of 48,000 children and had been ordered into effect on April 28, 1971, by U.S. District Judge Stanley A. Weigel. 1971. The School Board of Richmond, Virginia, expresses challenges of school integration to the federal government. The School Board of Richmond, Virginia, told Federal District Court Judge Robert R. Murridge, Jr., that it was unable to reduce the large number of black students attending its public schools without a merger with the Henrico and Chesterfield County school systems. The board asked the court to order such a merger. The Richmond officials reported to the judge that they were not able to fully comply with his previous desegregation orders, which involved widespread crosstown busing. This feature of the desegregation plan had been offset because too many white families had moved to the suburbs. The plight of the Richmond School Board was typical of many urban school districts trying to desegregate, with large black populations in the inner cities and predominantly white populations in the suburbs. Suburban residents expressed strong opposition to the school board's proposal and demonstrated outside the home of Judge Murridge, who was protected by U.S. Marshals. 1971. A gun battle that breaks out when local police raid the headquarters of the Republic of New Africa to serve 3 of its members with fugitive warrants. A Jackson, Mississippi, police officer was killed in a gun battle that broke out when local police raided the headquarters of the Republic of New Africa to serve 3 of its members with fugitive warrants. Another Jackson police officer and an FBI agent were wounded during a 20-minute exchange of gunfire. On August 23, 1971, 11 members of the black separatist group were accused of murdering Lieutenant W.L. Skinner. Previously, the 11 were charged with treason for allegedly engaging in armed insurrection against the state of Mississippi. Among those arrested was Imari A. Obadiel, president of the RNA. Obadiel expressed regret over Skinner's death but criticized the Jackson Police Department and the FBI for raiding the office. He declared that his group would receive any warrant peacefully, provided 1 or 2 black lawyers were present. 1971. Governor George C. Wallace of Alabama refuses to desegregate schools, ordering 2 of his state's school boards to ignore federal court-ordered desegregation plans. Governor George C. Wallace of Alabama ordered 2 of his state's school boards to ignore federal court-ordered desegregation plans. Wallace directed the school boards in Calhoun County and the city of Oxford to disregard the orders of a federal judge that an all-black school in Hobson City be paired with 2 predominantly white schools in Oxford. Governor Wallace contended that his actions were consistent with President Richard Nixon's anti-busing declaration of August 3. The governor's actions followed by only 2 days a declaration from Federal District Judge Sam C. Pointer, Jr., that such action was legally meaningless. Mississippi Governor John Bell Williams was one of those, however, who announced immediate support for Wallace's anti-desegregation tactics. Wallace, Williams said, had drawn a line in the dust and I stand fully with him. 1971. Desegregation problems continue in the South. As the fall school term approached, additional legal skirmishes concerning desegregation took place across the South. On August 18, the Justice Department filed a brief with Associate Supreme Court Justice Hugo Black which supported the Corpus Christi, Texas, school board's request for a stay of a federal court order to desegregate the school district. The court-approved plan had called for massive busing of students. On September 2, Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart refused to stay a court order requiring extensive busing to achieve desegregation in the Nashville-Davidson County, Tennessee, school system. On September 4, Supreme Court Chief Justice Warren E. Burger refused to halt the busing of students to achieve desegregation in Arlington, Virginia. And on September 8, the Mobile, Alabama, school board implemented a plan which called for the massive busing of students to desegregate schools. 1971. U.S. Attorney General John Mitchell rejects a Louisiana reapportioning plan. U.S. Attorney General John Mitchell rejected a plan for reapportioning the legislative districts of Louisiana, contending that the plan would discriminate against blacks. 1971. Government officials report that while the Black Panther Party posed a physical danger to the nation's law enforcement officers, they were incapable of overthrowing the U.S. government. The Internal Security Committee of the U.S. House of Representatives issued a report declaring that while the Black Panther Party posed a physical danger to the nation's law enforcement officers, the group was totally incapable of overthrowing the U.S. government by violent means. The 4 Republican members of the committee, John M. Ashbrook of Ohio, John G. Schmitz of California, Fletcher Thompson of Georgia, and Roger H. Zion of Indiana, objected to the panel's findings, contending that the majority view did not give a clear understanding of the Black Panther Party as a subversive criminal group using the facade of politics as a cover for crimes of violence and extortion. 1971. 14 law enforcement officials are indicted on charges of conspiracy to obstruct justice by trying to suppress criminal prosecutions of 8 police officers who participated in the raid of an apartment rented by a Black Panther Party member. 14 law enforcement officials, including Illinois State Attorney Edward U. Hanrahan, Chief Prosecutor for Chicago, were named in a long-suppressed indictment handed down in Chicago on charges of conspiracy to obstruct justice by trying to suppress or thwart criminal prosecutions of 8 police officers who participated in the December 4, 1969, raid of an apartment rented by a Black Panther Party member. The indictment was made public on orders issued by the Illinois Supreme Court. Judge Joseph A. Power of the Illinois Criminal Court had kept the indictment sealed since April 1971, when it was first prepared. Power had refused to accept the indictment, contending that the grand jury had not heard all the pertinent witnesses and that it was pressured into returning true bills. Among others named in the indictment were an assistant state attorney, the police superintendent of Chicago, 8 police officers who took part in the controversial raid, and 4 other officers who later conducted departmental investigations into the affair. 1971. The Hugh reports that black student enrollment in the nation's colleges and universities had increased substantially, with the largest increases in the Deep South. Nevertheless, blacks still represented only 6% of the undergraduates in the nation. The Office of Civil Rights of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare reported that black student enrollment in the nation's colleges and universities had increased at a rate 5 times greater than white student enrollment since 1968. Black enrollment grew from 303,397 in 1968 to 379,138 in the fall of 1970, a 24% increase. According to the Hugh report, 44% of all black undergraduates were enrolled in colleges with black minorities. The largest increase in black enrollment, 47% since 1968, came in the 11 states comprising the Deep South. Nevertheless, blacks still represented only 6% of the undergraduates in the nation. 1971. A federal court refuses the Nixon administration's request to dismiss a suit pending against federal tax exemptions for private all-white academies in the South. They also deny a request by civil rights groups who urged that all such academies have their tax-exempt status revoked immediately. A federal court in Washington, D.C., refused a request by the administration of President Nixon to dismiss a suit pending against federal tax exemptions for private all-white academies in the South. The court also denied a request by civil rights groups who brought the suit that urged all such academies have their tax-exempt status revoked immediately. The administration's lawyer told the court that the Internal Revenue Service would no longer grant tax-exempt status to private schools practicing a policy of racial discrimination in admissions, but that for now the government had relied on the word of the schools in determining whether they were willing to desegregate. 1971. States in the North and West violently resist desegregation in public schools. As the nation's schools reopened for their fall terms, the stiffest resistance to court-ordered racial desegregation in public education was seen in the North and West. In Pontiac, Michigan, 8 white students and 1 black pupil were injured on September 8 as fights erupted during protests against a school busing plan. On August 30, 1971, arsonists in Pontiac had set firebombs that destroyed 10 school buses to be used for implementing desegregation plans. The protests in Pontiac were among the most violent seen in the country. White parents carrying American flags marched in front of the school bus depot on September 8, daring bus drivers to run them down. In San Francisco, Chinese American spokesmen announced that they intended to resist a court-ordered busing plan scheduled to be implemented on September 13, 1971. The Chinese Americans acted in response to Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas's rejection of their anti-busing appeal on August 29, 1971. Under the plan, upheld by the courts, approximately 6,500 Chinese Americans were to be included among 48,000 students to be bused in order to achieve further school desegregation. In Boston, Massachusetts, parents of about 300 children who were assigned to a new racially desegregated school refused to enroll their children there on September 8. Instead, the children were returned to their previous neighborhood schools. A similar defiance of court-ordered desegregation occurred in Evansville, Indiana. By contrast, most newly desegregated schools reopened quietly in the South, although many were faced with new busing plans. 1971. Warren E. Burger, Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, suggests that federal judges were misinterpreting the Supreme Court's decision on busing to achieve desegregation. Warren E. Burger, Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, announced that he was afraid that federal judges were misinterpreting the High Court's decision on busing that was delivered on April 20, 1971. Burger feared that judges were assuming that the order required racial balance in every school. In an unusually long 10-page opinion denying a stay of enforcement of a court-ordered busing plan for the schools in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Berger said the unanimous court ruling in April did not require a fixed racial balance or quota in order to legally desegregate schools. A school district's racial balance could be used as a point of beginning to determine whether in fact any violation. The most disastrous prison riot in U.S. history, the Attica State Prison riot, ends after more than 1,000 law enforcement officers storm the facility. 43 people, mostly black, are killed in the incident. More than 1,000 state troopers, prison guards, and sheriff's deputies stormed the Attica State Prison in New York, ending a 5-day strike by inmates. 43 people, including 9 guards held as hostages, were killed in the most disastrous prison tragedy in U.S. history. Most of the slain prisoners were black. The troubles at Attica were sparked by a misunderstanding between 2 inmates who were playing touch football and a guard who believed they were fighting. Rumors spread through the prison that the inmates, 1 black and 1 white, were beaten by guards. 1971. Approximately 45% of San Francisco CA students protest desegregation. Approximately 45% of the school children in San Francisco, California, refused to attend classes as a new school desegregation plan calling for the busing of 48,000 children was put into effect. 1971. Alabama Governor George C. Wallace signs a bill permitting parents to send their children to their neighborhood schools if they felt that busing to achieve desegregation would be harmful to their children. Alabama Governor George C. Wallace signed a bill passed by the Alabama legislature which permitted parents to send their children to their neighborhood schools if they felt that busing to achieve desegregation would be harmful to their children. 1971. Associate Supreme Court Justice John M. Harlan, citing reasons of health, retires after 16 years. Associate Supreme Court Justice John M. Harlan, citing reasons of health, retired from the bench after 16 years of service. Harlan had participated in many historic decisions concerning civil rights and legal protections for minorities and the poor. 1971. Justice Hugo Black dies 12 days after retiring from the Supreme Court after 34 years of service. Associate Justice Hugo L. Black, who retired from the U.S. Supreme Court after 34 years of service on September 13, 1971, died on September 25. During his last years on the court, Justice Black was accused of inconsistency and turning his back on blacks, yet the justice, a native Alabamian and one-time Ku Klux Klansman, replied, "I haven't changed a jot or a tittle." Black was eulogized by the popular black news magazine Jet as a real American. 1971. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics released a study showing that 27.9% of the blacks employed across the country held white-collar jobs during 1970. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics released a study which showed that 27.9% of the blacks employed across the country held white-collar jobs during 1970. In 1960, 16.1% of the white-collar jobs were held by blacks. 1971. Ralph David Abernathy, president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, returns to the U.S. after going on a European tour which took him, among other places, to the Soviet Union and East Germany. Ralph David Abernathy, president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, returned to the country from a European tour which took him, among other places, to the Soviet Union and East Germany. Abernathy preached to approximately 7,000 people in the Russian Orthodox Cathedral. In East Germany, the veteran civil rights leader was awarded the Peace Medal of the German Democratic Republic. 1971. President Richard M. Nixon nominates William Rehnquist and Lewis F. Powell to the U.S. Supreme Court. Both nominations were opposed by many blacks. President Richard M. Nixon nominated William Rehnquist of Phoenix, Arizona, and Lewis F. Powell of Richmond, Virginia, to the U.S. Supreme Court. Both nominations were opposed by many blacks. Black judge, George W. Crockett of the Detroit Recorders Court, assailed the president for his refusal to consult black lawyers on the appointments. The chief criticisms coming from blacks were that Rehnquist was a rational reactionary and that Powell was associated with private clubs and law firms in Virginia which discriminated against blacks. Both nominees denied anti-black attitudes and practices. Rehnquist, at the time, employed a black secretary in his office where he was an assistant U.S. attorney. The U.S. Senate subsequently confirmed both appointees with a minimum of difficulty. 1971. Senator Edmund Muskie from Maine, states that a black vice presidential candidate, regrettably, would be a handicap to the Democratic ticket. The controversial statement sparks debate. A lively controversy arose among black and white politicians after Senator Edmund Muskie from Maine, a likely candidate for the Democratic nomination for president in 1972, stated that a black vice presidential candidate, regrettably, would be a handicap to the Democratic ticket. Vice President Spiro Agnew, former Assistant Secretary of Labor Arthur Fletcher, both Republicans, and Democratic National Committeeman Hobart Taylor, Jr., were among those disagreeing with Muskie. Former Georgia Governor Lester Maddox claimed he would vote for a qualified black vice presidential candidate, but Alabama Governor George C. Wallace, himself a presidential candidate, said that Muskie's position was probably right. 1971. The first legal interracial marriage in North Carolina takes place. A black man and a white woman were married officially for the first time in North Carolina. Lorraine Mary Turner and John A. Wilkinson took their vows in Durham County, North Carolina. 1971. The Ford Foundation announces a $100 million program to aid private black colleges in providing individual study awards to various minority students. Morris Brown College objects to the terms. The Ford Foundation in New York announced a 6-year, $100 million program to aid private black colleges in providing individual study awards to various minority students. About 20 of the nation's better-known private black colleges, including Hampton and Tuskegee Institutes, Benedict College, Fisk University, and the 6 schools comprising the Atlanta University Center complex of black institutions, were chosen to receive awards averaging as much as $300,000 annually. In a closely related matter, Morris Brown College announced that it might withdraw from the famous Atlanta University Center and reject the Ford funds. Morris Brown officials objected to a proviso in the Atlanta grants which called for a reorganization of the Atlanta University Center, so as to effect closer cooperation. 1971. Elton Hayes, a 17-year-old black youth, is killed by police officers in Memphis, Tennessee. It sparks 5 days of racial violence in the city. Elton Hayes, a 17-year-old black youth, was killed by police officers in Memphis, Tennessee. The slaying of Hayes was followed by 5 days of racial violence in Memphis. 9 local law enforcement officers, including a black police lieutenant, were later charged with the brutal murder of the youth. 1971. In general elections across the country, blacks are elected mayors in 4 additional American cities and are named to various other local and state offices. In general elections across the country, blacks were elected mayors in 4 additional American cities and were named to various other local and state offices. In Englewood, New Jersey, the Reverend Walter S. Taylor was elected the city's first black mayor. Gilbert H. Bradley, Jr., was elected mayor of Kalamazoo, Michigan. In Benton Harbor, Michigan, Charles Joseph became the town's first black mayor. Richard B. Hatcher was easily re-elected to a 4-year term as mayor of Gary, Indiana. 2 blacks, Henry Owens and Sandra Graham, were elected to the city council in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and a 3rd black, Charles Pearce, was selected to the city's school board. In Mississippi, Fayette's black mayor Charles Evers was defeated in his bid for governor, but State Representative Robert Clark, the only black legislator in Mississippi, was returned to his seat. Blacks also won 7 county supervisor posts, 1 circuit court clerk's position, and about 20 other county offices. Almost 300 blacks campaigned for offices in Mississippi during the November elections. Also in the elections, Former heavyweight boxing champion Jersey Joe Walcott was elected sheriff of Camden, New Jersey. Blacks were elected to city councils in Indianapolis, Indiana, Davenport, Iowa, Burlington, Iowa, Memphis, Tennessee, and Miami, Florida. In Memphis, Black Councilman Fred Davis was elected chairman of the 13-member city council. In Miami, the Reverend Edward Graham managed to retain his seat on the city council, although Black mayoral candidate Tom Washington was defeated. Defeated in the Mississippi state legislature race were veteran civil rights leaders Fannie Lou Hamer and Aaron Henry. Voters in Cleveland, Ohio, rejected a second Black mayor in Arnold R. Pinckney's candidacy. Although Thomas I. Atkins, a Black city councilman in Boston, was defeated in his bid for mayor, he was appointed Secretary of the Department of Communications and Development, the highest position held by a Black American in Massachusetts state government. 1971. Alonzo G. Moran, the first Black president of Hampton Institute in Virginia, dies. Alonzo G. Moran, the first Black president of Hampton Institute in Virginia, died in San Juan, Puerto Rico. Moran had recently served as deputy director of the Department of Housing and Urban Development in San Juan. 1971. The U.S. Commission on Civil Rights again criticizes the administration of President Richard M. Nixon, charging that it failed to adequately enforce civil rights laws and regulations. The U.S. Commission on Civil Rights again criticized the administration of President Richard M. Nixon, charging that it had failed to adequately enforce civil rights laws and regulations. 1971. Alabama's anti-busing law is ruled unconstitutional. U.S. District Court Judge Sam C. Pointer declared an Alabama anti-busing law unconstitutional. The judge ruled that the statute is but a freedom of choice option dressed in slightly different colors, and such options, he said, were illegal. 1971. Huey P. Newton, co-founder of the Black Panther Party, is declared free after manslaughter charges against him are dismissed. Huey P. Newton, co-founder of the Black Panther Party, was declared free after manslaughter charges against him were dismissed. Newton was imprisoned for nearly 2 years for the 1967 death of an Oakland, California, police officer and was tried 3 times on the manslaughter charge. His latest trial ended in a hung jury when the jury reported that it was utterly unable to reach a verdict. 1971. Arthur B. Spingarn, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People's president since 1940, and Ralph J. Bunche, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations, Nobel Peace Prize winner, scholar, and civil rights activist, both die in the last month of the year. 2 veteran champions of civil rights died before the close of the year. Arthur B. Spingarn, the NAACP's president since 1940, succumbed at his home in New York at age 93. Spingarn, a white civil rights lawyer, once headed the NAACP's National Legal Committee. The NAACP's annual meritorious award, the Spingarn Medal, was named in honor of the longtime civil rights leader. NAACP Executive Secretary Roy Wilkins eulogized Spingarn as one who had challenged the sanctioned institutions of Jim Crow and characterized his death as a great loss to the blacks in particular and the liberal social movement in general. Ralph J. Bunche, Under-Secretary General of the United Nations, Nobel Peace Prize winner, scholar, and civil rights activist, died at age 67 in New York. Bunche, who was a familiar figure in international councils as well as on civil rights battlefields and was a key figure in Martin Luther King, Jr.'s march from Selma to Montgomery in 1965, was eulogized by United Nations Secretary General U Thant as an international institution in his own right. 1972. A U.S. District Court in Montgomery, Alabama, orders a new reapportionment plan that would split up the Alabama legislature. A U.S. District Court in Montgomery, Alabama, ordered the implementation of a new reapportionment plan that would split the Alabama legislature into single-member districts. The decision could have put as many as 20 additional blacks in the Alabama state legislature. There were, at the time, only 2 black members of the Alabama legislature. The new districts would represent the decennial population count based upon the enumerated districts of the U.S. Census. 1972. U.S. District Court Judge Robert R. Murridge, Jr., ordered the merger of the predominantly black schools of Richmond, Virginia, with those of 2 suburban counties with nearly all white enrollments to promote school desegregation. U.S. District Court Judge Robert R. Murridge, Jr., ordered the merger of the predominantly black schools of Richmond, Virginia, with those of 2 suburban counties with nearly all white enrollments to promote school desegregation. Judge Murridge directed that the new Metropolitan School District be formed as the only possible solution to end segregated education based upon separate housing patterns. The order required the merger of the 70% black Richmond City schools with the 90% white schools of Henrico and Chesterfield counties. 1972. Shirley Chisholm announces that she would seek Democratic presidential nomination. Representative Shirley Chisholm from New York, the first black woman ever to serve in the U.S. Congress, announced that she would seek the Democratic presidential nomination. Representative Chisholm said that her candidacy would help repudiate the notion that the American people would not vote for a qualified black or female candidate. 1972. Gospel singer Mahalia Jackson dies. Mahalia Jackson, one of the world's foremost gospel singers, died at age 60 in Evergreen Park, Illinois. Jackson was largely responsible for spreading gospel music from black churches in the Deep South to concert halls throughout the world. Her 1946 recording of Move On Up a Little Higher sold at least 1 million copies. President Nixon eulogized Jackson as an artist without peers. 1972. Members of Congress of Racial Equality demand that black opponents of busing to achieve school desegregation be given a voice in national black meetings. About 50 members of the Congress of Racial Equality went to the office of Black Democratic Congressman Augustus Hawkins of California demanding that black opponents of busing to achieve school desegregation be given a voice in national black meetings. Victor A. Solomon, leader of the core contingent, said his group advocated separate but really equal schools under community control. The NAACP and other black organizations had supported busing as a necessary tool to achieve school desegregation. 1972. The National Black Political Convention is hosted in Gary, Indiana. In 1972, Gary, Indiana hosted the National Black Political Convention. With over 10,000 attendees, it was the largest independent black political gathering in U.S. history. Planning for the convention began in 1970. Organizers had a difficult time finding a city that was willing to host an influx of politically engaged black Americans not affiliated with either major political party. Not since the National Negro Congress met in the 1930s had such a massive gathering been held in one place. Approximately 3,000 individual state delegates, composed of socialists, Black Panthers, Republicans, Democrats, and nationalists, gathered in hopes of creating a cohesive political strategy to advance black civil rights. The event was held at Gary's West Side High School from March 10 to March 12. Black Panther co-founder Bobby Seale, U.S. presidential candidate Shirley Chisholm, Muslim leader Minister Louis Farrakhan, poet Amory Baraka, and widows Coretta Scott King and Betty Shabazz were some of the leaders in attendance. Due to bomb threats and violent acts surrounding the convention, armed civil defense personnel were on hand, and Muhammad Ali served as sergeant-at-arms during the event. Musicians James Brown and Harry Belafonte were two of the artists who performed during the two-day convention, and comedian Dick Gregory spoke to attendees about issues of policing and drug access. A national black agenda was proposed during the event, one that included a cohesive black vote and locating black candidates that would support that agenda. North Carolina representatives urged that black men should receive Social Security benefits earlier than whites since their life expectancy was 8 years shorter. Indiana demanded that the United States dedicate more resources to the plight of black Americans rather than the Vietnam War, while other attendees proposed a bill of prisoners' rights that included more humane treatment. At times, tensions ran so high during the convention that sections of delegations walked out. Reverend Jesse Jackson pushed for the formation of a black party, the Liberation Party, which drew criticism from the NAACP delegates who said such a move pushed continued segregation. After intense debate, the National Black Agenda, a 68-page document, was published on May 19, 1972, Malcolm X's birthday. The resolutions included a proposal for a guaranteed minimum income of $6,500 for a four-person household, black representation in Congress proportionate to the black population in the U.S., and an end to national trade with countries that supplied the drug markets. 1972. Z. Alexander Luby, one of the first blacks elected to the Nashville, Tennessee, City Council, does. Z. Alexander Luby, one of the first blacks elected to the Nashville, Tennessee, City Council and a veteran civil rights activist, died at age 72 in Nashville. 1972. The Soledad brothers are acquitted in the slaying of a Soledad prison guard in 1970. An all-white jury in San Francisco, California acquitted Fleta Drumgo and John Cluchette, the so-called Soledad brothers, in the slaying of a Soledad prison guard in 1970. Black communist Angela Davis was charged with plotting to free Drumgo, Cluchette, and the late George Jackson, her alleged lover, in the famous Marin County Courthouse shootout on August 7, 1970. In the Soledad brothers' trial, the prosecution was unable to produce witnesses who actually saw any fatal blows delivered or who had seen the defendants toss a guard over a third-floor tier. The defendants had denied that they were present at the scene of the slaying. 1972. Adam Clayton Powell, Jr., U.S. Representative from Harlem, does. Adam Clayton Powell, Jr., U.S. Representative from Harlem for more than 20 years and one-time chairman of the influential House Education and Labor Committee, died at age 63 in Miami, Florida. Powell was surrounded with controversy in death, as in life, as two women fought over the disposition of his body and his estate. On April 10, Powell's body was cremated and the ashes scattered over the island of Bimini in the Bahamas. 1972. The National Education Association reports that over 30,000 black teachers had lost their jobs as a result of segregation and discrimination since 1954. The National Education Association reported that over 30,000 black teachers had lost their jobs in 17 southern and border states because of segregation and discrimination since 1954. 21% of teachers in these states were black in 1954, but by 1970 that percentage had dropped to 19%. The percentage of job losses among blacks was lowest in Alabama and highest in Kentucky, Missouri, and Delaware. 1972. The National Black Political Convention issues a 58-page Black Agenda. Parts of the report are criticized by black organizations and individuals. The National Black Political Convention issued a 58-page Black Agenda that had been adopted at its founding meeting in March in Gary, Indiana. Although a special committee had modified provisions on school busing and on black attitudes toward Israel, these statements continued to arouse opposition. Partly because of these provisions, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, as well as other black organizations and individuals, criticized the part of the report that called for the dismantling of Israel and condemned that nation's expansionist policy. The school provision that provoked controversy called busing racist and suicidal. The Israeli statement embraced the condemnations of Israel contained in numerous resolutions of the Organization of African Unity and the United Nations Commission on Human Rights, while the school provision criticized the Nixon administration's busing policies and demanded that blacks retain control of any busing program. Despite the modifications, however, the NAACP announced its continued opposition and withdrawal on May 16. NAACP Assistant Executive Director John A. Morsell called the Israeli and busing statements particularly outrageous. 1972. A school desegregation study concludes that there had been no improvement in either academic achievement among black students or racial cooperation. Professor David J. Armour, a white Harvard University professor, released a study of school desegregation programs in 6 northern cities in which he concluded that there was no improvement in either academic achievement among black students or racial cooperation. While no significant academic differences were found among black students who had been bused for desegregation purposes and those who remained in black ghetto schools, the desegregated students tended to reveal declines in educational and career aspirations and in self-esteem. Professor Armour did, however, recommend the continuation of voluntary programs of busing to achieve desegregation, because those bused students tended to get better opportunities for higher education. The study was conducted in Boston, Massachusetts, White Plains, New York, Ann Arbor, Michigan, Riverdale, California, and Hartford and New Haven, Connecticut. 1972. National Congress of Parents and Teachers meet to discuss and vote on solutions to reduce racial isolation through transportation. The annual convention of the National Congress of Parents and Teachers adopted a resolution requesting governmental and educational authorities to search for solutions that would by rational means reduce racial isolation through transportation. The resolution passed by a vote of 303 to 296. The National Congress, now the National PTA, has millions of members. 1972. The U.S. Senate passes a higher education and desegregation aid bill with an anti-busing provision. The bill appropriated $2 billion over a 2-year period to aid school districts in the process of desegregating. Although the Nixon administration criticized the bill as inadequate, President Nixon signs the bill into law. The U.S. Senate passed and sent to the House of Representatives a final version of an omnibus higher education and desegregation aid bill with an anti-busing provision. The bill would delay all new court-ordered busing until appeals had been exhausted or until January 1974. Federal funds could not be used to finance busing to achieve desegregation unless specifically requested by local authorities. Federal officials would be prohibited from encouraging or ordering school districts to spend state or local funds for busing in cases where such busing endangered the health or education of students involved, unless constitutionally required. The bill further appropriated $2 billion over a 2-year period to aid school districts in the process of desegregating. Although the Nixon administration had criticized the bill as inadequate, HUE Secretary Elliot Richardson announced that it embodied the heart of the president's higher education initiative. On June 8, 1972, the U.S. House of Representatives approved the bill and sent it to President Richard Nixon for his signature. Nixon signed the bill into law on June 23, 1972. H. Rap Brown, former leader of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, is sentenced to 5 years in prison on a federal weapons charge. H. Rap Brown, former leader of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, was sentenced to 5 years in prison and fined $2,000 for a 1968 conviction on a federal weapons charge by U.S. District Court Judge Lansing L. Mitchell in New Orleans. Brown was flown to New Orleans from New York City, where he had been held since his capture by New York police during an alleged robbery attempt in October 1971. Brown was wounded by police in that altercation and his attorneys protested against the trip to New Orleans, claiming that it endangered their client's health. 1972. David Hilliard, Chief of Staff of the Black Panther Party, is cleared of perjury charges after the Justice Department refuses to disclose wiretap evidence requested by the jury. U.S. District Court Judge Alfonso J. Zerpoli of San Francisco ordered David Hilliard, Chief of Staff of the Black Panther Party, cleared of perjury charges after the Justice Department refused to disclose wiretap evidence requested by the jury. Hilliard was accused of filing a false declaration of poverty in 1971. At the time of his latest trial he was serving a prison sentence for assaulting a police officer. 1972. Black communist Angela Davis is acquitted on all charges of murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy by a Superior Court jury for her role in the 1970 California courthouse shooting. Black communist Angela Davis was acquitted on all charges of murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy by a Superior Court jury in San Jose, California. An all-white jury deliberated for 13 hours before announcing their verdict. Davis reacted to the acquittal by at first proclaiming that the only fair trial would have been no trial, but later added that the verdict was a victory for the people. Praise for the verdict was generally heard in the black and white liberal communities of the nation and overseas, including Moscow. 1972. Senator James Eastland, known for supporting anti-black policies, is nominated for sixth term. U.S. Senator James O. Eastland, a Democrat from Mississippi, was renominated for a sixth term with 70% of the vote over two challengers, including James H. Meredith, the first black to enroll at the University of Mississippi. Eastland had earned a reputation for supporting anti-black policies. 1972. The U.S. Court of Appeals overrules a Richmond School District Court order. The Fourth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Richmond, Virginia, overruled a federal district court order that called for the merger of the school districts of Richmond and two suburban counties, which would have involved the busing of thousands of children to achieve desegregation. The court held that U.S. District Court Judge Robert R. Murridge, Jr., had excessively interpreted the 14th Amendment when he earlier ordered the Metropolitan Desegregation Plan into effect. The Richmond Board of Education announced that it would appeal the court's 5-1 ruling to the U.S. Supreme Court where, along with a similar case from Denver, Colorado, it was expected to bring a new crucial ruling in the annals of school desegregation. The appeal to the Fourth Circuit Court was sponsored by the U.S. Department of Justice. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the National Education Association, and the American Civil Liberties Union opposed the appeal to the Circuit Court. 1972. The U.S. Supreme Court rules that a state could grant a liquor license to a private club that practiced racial discrimination. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in a 6-3 decision that a state could grant a liquor license to a private club that practiced racial discrimination. The court ruled against the petition of Kayla Roy Irvis, black majority leader of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. Irvis had been denied service in the restaurant of the Lodge of the Loyal Order of Moose in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Justice William H. Rehnquist wrote that the authority to grant liquor licenses did not sufficiently implicate the state in the discriminatory guest policies of private clubs. Justices Douglas, Brennan, and Marshall dissented from the majority view. 1972. U.S. District Court Judge Stephen J. Roth orders a massive busing program to desegregate the city and suburban schools in the Detroit, Michigan, area. President Nixon disagrees with the order. U.S. District Court Judge Stephen J. Roth ordered a massive busing program to desegregate the city and suburban schools in the Detroit, Michigan, area. It was the most extensive desegregation plan ever ordered by a federal court. Under the plan, 310,000 of 780,000 students in Detroit and 53 suburban school districts would be bused to achieve desegregation. The Detroit schools had, at the time, 290,000 students, 65% black, while 29 of the 53 suburban districts had all white enrollments and the rest were predominantly white. On June 22, President Nixon voiced complete disagreement with the court's decision and reiterated his appeal for congressional action on a strong anti-busing law. The president called the Detroit order perhaps the most flagrant example that we have of all the busing decisions, moving against all the principles that I, at least, believe should be applied in this area. On July 21, the Sixth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals issued an order delaying the implementation of Judge Roth's order until it could hear the merits of the case on August 24, 1972. 1972. Black delegates to the Democratic National Convention endorse the presidential candidacy of Senator George McGovern. A bloc of black delegates to the Democratic National Convention, led by Representative Walter E. Fauntroy from Washington, D.C., endorsed the presidential candidacy of South Dakota Senator George McGovern. Fauntroy announced that 96 previously uncommitted black delegates would now vote for McGovern. McGovern predicted that the black bloc might be enough to give him the nomination on the first ballot. A later recount by all parties confirmed that the black bloc really numbered only about 60 votes, not enough to assure McGovern a first ballot victory. Senator McGovern had won favor among blacks for his support of parts of the programs of the Black Congressional Caucus, the Black National Convention, and his pledge to appoint blacks to high-ranking positions in any administration which he should head. 1972. The Supreme Court rules the death penalty unconstitutional. Of the 600 men and women awaiting execution at the time of the ruling, 329 were black, while 14 belonged to other minority groups. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision, ruled that the death penalty as it was usually enforced violated the Eighth Amendment prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. The High Court order overturned the conviction of 2 Georgia blacks, Henry Furman, a convicted murderer, and Lucius Jackson, a convicted rapist, and a Texas black, Elmer Branch, also a convicted rapist. All of the victims in the crimes were white. Of the 600 men and women awaiting execution at the time of the ruling, 329 were black, while 14 belonged to other minority groups. Justice William O. Douglas wrote that the disproportionate number of minority and poor felons sentenced to death were victims of unconstitutional discrimination. 1972. The NAACP again criticizes the Nixon administration, condemning the administration for its school busing policies. During its annual convention held in Detroit, Michigan, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People again criticized the Nixon administration for its attitude towards black people. The 2,632 delegates passed an emergency resolution condemning the administration for its school busing policies. On July 6, NAACP Labor Director Herbert Hill reiterated his criticism of the administration's record on black employment. Black officials in the Nixon administration, including Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development Samuel Jackson, defended the Nixon program and claimed support for the president even among the NAACP Board of Directors. 1972. James E. Baker becomes the first black American diplomat to gain a permanent assignment in South Africa. James E. Baker, a career Foreign Service officer, was appointed Economic and Commercial Officer at the U.S. Embassy in Pretoria, South Africa, becoming the first black American diplomat to gain a permanent assignment in that nation. The Department of State expressed confidence that Baker would be accepted in South Africa without restrictions, despite that nation's racist apartheid policy. 1972. Senator George S. McGovern wins the Democratic presidential nomination on the first ballot in Miami Beach, Florida. South Dakota Senator George S. McGovern, with widespread support from black delegates, won the Democratic presidential nomination on the first ballot in Miami Beach, Florida. Representative Shirley Chisholm from New York, the first black woman ever to seek a presidential nomination, received 151 of the more than 2,000 votes cast. 1972. The Court of Appeals countermands the desegregation orders of lower courts for the school districts in Austin and Corpus Christi, Texas. The U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the 5th District countermanded desegregation orders of lower courts for the school districts in Austin and Corpus Christi, Texas. In Austin, the lower court had rejected plans for crosstown busing of students, but the appellate court counseled against the total rejection of the busing tool and ordered new plans from all of the concerned parties. In the Corpus Christi case, the appeals court overturned a crosstown busing plan, instructing the lower court to examine all neighborhood-oriented tools before resorting to busing to achieve desegregation. 1972. Senator James O. Patterson becomes the first black to win a major party congressional nomination in Tennessee's history. In fall primary elections, State Senator James O. Patterson, Jr., was nominated for a congressional seat in the new 4th Congressional District of Tennessee. Patterson thus became the first black to win a major party congressional nomination in the state's history. In Georgia, a former aide to Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., Hosea Williams of DeKalb County, placed a distant third in the Democratic race for U.S. Senator and, in the same state, another former aide to King, Andrew Young of Atlanta, won the Democratic nomination from the 5th Congressional District. 5 blacks were also elected to the 10-person city council in Selma, Alabama, the scene of violent voting rights demonstrations in the 1960s. This group, elected from predominantly black wards rather than at large, were the first of their race to win seats on the local council. 1972. Black leaders campaign for presidential nominees of both parties. Black civil rights and political leaders campaigned on behalf of the presidential nominees of both parties. On August 25, Georgia State Representative Julian Bond told an audience at Columbia University in New York that Black Americans ought to come together to drive Richard Nixon from the White House. Bond predicted that Nixon's opponent, Senator George McGovern from South Dakota, would capture 90% of the nation's black vote. On October 28, Floyd McKissick, former national director of the Congress of Racial Equality and developer of the new town of Soul City in North Carolina, told an Atlanta audience that he supported the re-election of President Nixon because blacks should belong to both political parties and because Nixon had done more for blacks than Senator McGovern. Veteran Atlanta civil rights leader William Holmes Borders, another Nixon supporter, cited the administration's aid to Howard University in Washington, D.C., Tuskegee Institute in Alabama, sickle cell anemia research, and job retraining programs as evidence of the president's concern for blacks. 1972. Judge L. Clure Morton orders the Nashville, Tennessee, school board to obtain 30 additional school buses in order to meet the court's desegregation requirements. U.S. District Court Judge L. Clure Morton orders the Nashville, Tennessee, school board to obtain 30 additional school buses in order to meet the court's desegregation requirements. Nashville's mayor and city council had hesitated to release the necessary funds for the new buses. Judge Morton, however, told city officials that they must acquire the additional buses immediately so that his year-old busing order could be made effective. 1972. White Superintendent Dr. Thomas A. Shaheen, an advocate of busing to achieve racial desegregation in the public schools, resigns under board pressure. Dr. Thomas A. Shaheen, an advocate of busing to achieve racial desegregation in the public schools, resigned under board pressure as superintendent of schools of San Francisco. Shaheen directed the first massive busing plan to achieve desegregation in a major northern or western city in September 1971, when more than half of San Francisco's 40,000 elementary school children were ordered to be bused by the federal courts. Shaheen predicted that troubled times were ahead for proponents of desegregation in American education. He was succeeded by Dr. Stephen Morena, Assistant Chancellor of the San Francisco Community College District. 1972. John Loeffler, a veteran civil rights leader, is certified as candidate for the U.S. Senate in Alabama. John Loeffler, a veteran civil rights leader and journalist in Mobile, Alabama, was officially certified as the first black candidate for the U.S. Senate in Alabama since the Reconstruction era. Loeffler was certified by Alabama Secretary of State Mabel Amos under the banner of the mostly black National Democratic Party of Alabama. Other candidates in the Senate race were Democratic incumbent John Sparkman and Republican W. M. Blount, former Postmaster General of the United States. 1972. 3 Mississippi white men were freed from a federal prison early on charges of killing 3 civil rights activists in 1964. 3 Meridian, Mississippi whites were freed from a federal prison after serving slightly more than 2 years of their 3-year sentences on charges of slaying 3 civil rights activists in Neshoba County, Mississippi, in 1964. Jimmy Arledge, Jimmy Snowden, and Horace Doyle Barnett were convicted in 1967 on conspiracy charges following the deaths of Andrew Goodman, Michael Schwerner, and James E. Chaney near Philadelphia, Mississippi. Chief Deputy U.S. Marshal Charles T. Sutherland said the convicted trio were approved for release in the spring of 1972 after receiving time off of their sentences for good behavior. 1972. Black parents ask for federal protection for their children attending desegregated schools in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. A group of black parents asked for federal protection for their children attending desegregated schools in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. The blacks vowed not to return their children to the schools experiencing continued outbursts of racial violence without protection. The parents presented their requests to the local school board and to the offices of the U.S. Attorney and U.S. Marshal. They suggested that federal officers board school buses and patrol the schools. 1972. Racial tensions flare in Livonia, Georgia, after a black man is killed in a gun battle with police. Racial tensions flared in Livonia, Georgia, after a black man was killed in a gun battle with police. Police Chief Joe Foster said Alice Hunter was killed after he opened fire on officers attempting to serve him with a peace warrant at his home. Livonia Patrol Officer Freddie Smith was wounded in the exchange of gunfire. Blacks contended that the slaying of Hunter could have been avoided. Almost immediately, the town's black population began a boycott of downtown merchants, demanding, among other things, better streets in their communities, more black school bus drivers and police officers, and the firing of Chief Foster. Mayor Herman Ayers and the city council took the demands under advisement. On December 8, 1972, a gunman rode through the black residential area of Livonia, firing shotgun blasts into 2 homes, 2 restaurants, and a church. Police said one of the homes belonged to the head of the local chapter of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. There were no injuries in the incident and no immediate arrests. 1972. Richard Nixon is re-elected President of the United States. As in 1968, he failed to win substantial support from black voters, with only about 30% of the black vote. Richard Nixon was re-elected President of the United States by one of the largest majorities in the nation's history. As in 1968, the president failed to win substantial support from black voters. Preliminary estimates gave Nixon only about 30% of the black votes cast in the election. The fall elections also saw the selection of 2 additional black women for seats in the U.S. Congress and the election of the first black representative from the South since Reconstruction days. The new black congresswomen were Yvonne Braithwaite Burke from California and Barbara Jordan from Texas. Andrew Young, formerly a top aide to the late Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., was elected congressman from Georgia's 5th District. 1972. Carl T. Rowan becomes the first black member of the Gridiron Club, a prestigious organization of Washington journalists. Black syndicated columnist Carl T. Rowan was elected to membership in the Gridiron Club, a prestigious organization of Washington journalists. Rowan became the first black member of the club, which was established in 1885. 1972. 13 black members of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference are arrested after staging a sit-in demonstration with a list of demands, in the chambers of the Dallas City Council. 13 blacks, members of the Dallas, Texas, chapter of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, were arrested on charges of disrupting a public meeting after they staged a sit-in demonstration in the chambers of the Dallas City Council. George Holland, spokesperson for the SCLC Group, read a list of demands which included the resignation of Dallas Mayor Wes Wise, Police Chief Frank Dyson, and City Attorney Alex Bickley, the arrest of 3 officers who were recently cited but exonerated in the slaying of local blacks, and a percentage of city jobs commensurate with that of the city's black population. Police officers arrested the group before Holland could finish reading his demands. 1972. Private Billy Dean Smith, a black soldier, is acquitted by a military court in the slaying of 2 South Vietnam officers. He later states that the system of military justice is still riddled with injustice. Private Billy Dean Smith, a black soldier, was acquitted by a military court in San Francisco of the fragging slaying of 2 officers in South Vietnam. Smith later stated at a news conference, which was attended by black communist Angela Davis, that the system of military justice is still riddled with injustice. Smith said the only fair trial in his case would have been no trial at all. 1972. Black lawyers protest the Georgia bar exam after none of the 55 black applicants receive a passing grade, stating that there is conscious and invidious discrimination. The Black National Bar Association announced that it will co-sponsor a federal court suit protesting the failure of all black applicants in the last semi-annual Georgia bar examination. Atlanta City Councilman Marvin S. Arrington, Deputy Regional Director of the NBA, said that none of the 55 black applicants received a passing grade and charged that there is conscious and invidious discrimination on the part of the bar examiners in Georgia. He pledged to call on the U.S. Department of Justice and Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter to conduct investigations into allegations of discrimination. Georgia Bar Examination Board Chairman Trammell Vickery denied that discrimination existed against black applicants and cited the fact that applicants are not identified by race. 1972. Reverend Theodore Hesburgh, Chairman of the U.S. Civil Rights Commission since 1969, resigns. The Reverend Theodore Hesburgh, Chairman of the U.S. Civil Rights Commission since 1969 and a member since its inception in 1958, resigned. Hesburgh, President of Notre Dame University, had led the USCR in a constant stream of criticism of the Nixon administration's commitment to civil rights progress. Maurice Mitchell, Chancellor of the University of Denver, also announced his resignation. Mitchell had charged that President Nixon ignored the commission and its work. 1972. Two black students at Southern University are killed during a confrontation between black students and law enforcement officers. Two black students at Southern University in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, were killed during a confrontation between black students and law enforcement officers. High-ranking police officials had denied in their first statements following the shooting that their men had fired the fatal shots. Some suggested that there might have been accidental firings. Spokespersons for the students charged intentional shooting by law enforcement units. Louisiana Governor Edwin Edwards immediately requested State Attorney General William J. Gust, Jr., to investigate the incidents. Gust subsequently appointed a biracial committee consisting of police officers, university administrators, students, elected officials, and private citizens. Some blacks expressed distrust of the official committee and vowed to assemble a group of their own to look into the altercation. Southern University, one of the nation's largest all-black colleges, had been the scene of student protests in recent years. The students had generally charged the school's administration, backed by the power of the state government, with being unresponsive to academic and social change. 1972. Judge John H. Pratt rules that the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare had been largely unsuccessful at obtaining voluntary compliance with the 1964 Civil Rights Act and that they should withhold funds from school districts still practicing segregation. U.S. District Court Judge John H. Pratt ruled in Washington, D.C. that efforts made by the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare to obtain voluntary compliance with the 1964 Civil Rights Act had been largely unsuccessful and that he should withhold funds from school districts still practicing segregation. U.S. attorneys announced that they would appeal the ruling, claiming that there appeared to be serious errors in the judge's decision. They did not specify the errors. 1972. Judge Edward T. Ginitz sets a limit on the contempt of court sentence ordered for the Chicago 7 defendants and their lawyers, and orders contempt charges against Black Panther leader Bobby Seale entirely dropped. U.S. District Court Judge Edward T. Ginitz set a limit on the contempt of court sentence that may be ordered for the Chicago 7 defendants and their lawyers and ordered contempt charges against Black Panther leader Bobby Seale entirely dropped. The contempt charges arose from the actions of the defendants and the lawyers in the courtroom of Judge Julius J. Hoffman, who heard the case after disturbances during the 1968 Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The charges against Seale were dropped at the government's request. An appeals court had ruled earlier that if Seale were prosecuted, the government would have to reveal the contents of electronic surveillance logs. The prosecution refused, claiming such disclosures would endanger the national security. 1972. Fayette, Mississippi, Mayor Charles Evers calls for a federal investigation into problems faced by small Southern cotton farmers. Fayette, Mississippi, Mayor Charles Evers called for a federal investigation into problems faced by small Southern cotton farmers. The black mayor told Secretary of Agriculture Earl Butz in a telegram that many farmers, black and white, had come to him with their problems. 1972. The Lewis Harris poll reveals that the 1972 presidential election was sharply divided according to race. The Lewis Harris poll, a major survey of public opinion, announced that the sharpest division in the 1972 presidential election was according to race, with blacks voting 79 to 21% for Senator George McGovern while whites voted 67 to 33% in favor of President Nixon. The survey went on to say that in terms of their political inclinations and in their outlook on American issues, blacks and whites have rarely been so far apart. The survey cited such examples as the blacks' overwhelming preference for racially desegregated schools as against a plurality of 46 to 43% among whites. While roughly 50% of the black population endorsed busing to achieve school desegregation, only 14% of the nation's whites approved of this method to dismantle separate schools. Also, nearly 80% of the nation's blacks, versus 46% of whites, supported increased federal assistance for poverty-stricken Americans. The Harris survey reflected racial attitudes as of Thanksgiving Day, 1972. 1972. H. Rap Brown, former secretary of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, goes on trial on charges of robbery, attempted murder, and possession of an illegal weapon. H. Rap Brown, former secretary of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, went on trial on charges of robbery, attempted murder, and possession of an illegal weapon. There was speculation, however, that the trial might be further delayed by legal arguments over the effect of a magazine article dealing with one of the arresting officers. Brown was arrested after a New York robbery on October 16, 1971. The trial finally got underway after Brown's lawyers, William Kunstler and Howard Moore, Jr., both famed civil liberties attorneys, failed in an effort to have the case transferred to the federal courts. 1972. Many blacks oppose the nomination of Peter Brennan to Secretary of Labor for the Nixon administration. President Nixon nominated Peter J. Brennan, president of the Building and Construction Trades Councils of New York, to be his new Secretary of Labor. Many blacks voiced opposition to the nomination, claiming that Brennan was a representative of a segment of organized labor which had been desegregated minimally and generally at government insistence. 1972. Black poet Imamu Amory Baraka tells the representatives of the National Council of Churches that the nation's major religious organizations must support the revolution of the poor or cease to exist. His appearance receives mixed reactions. Black poet Imamu Amory Baraka told the representatives at the Triennial General Assembly of the National Council of Churches that the nation's major religious organizations must support the revolution of the poor or cease to exist. Baraka, an influential resident of Newark, New Jersey, called for the destruction of capitalism, claiming it was part of a cruelly primitive social system that subjected the poor to misery in this country and abroad. Observers of the American Jewish Committee, Rabbi A. James Rudin and the Reverend Gerald Strober, voiced their disappointment at Baraka's appearance and accused him of anti-white racism and anti-Semitism. Many other delegates stood to applaud the black poet. 1972. Reverend W. Sterling Carey is unanimously elected president of the National Council of Churches, becoming the first black to head the group. He tells his fellow delegates that American churches preach, but do not practice integration. The Reverend W. Sterling Carey, the administrative officer for approximately 90 United Church of Christ congregations in New York City, was unanimously elected president of the National Council of Churches at the group's annual meeting in Dallas, Texas. Carey, the first black American to head the group, was originally a Baptist minister before he began preaching at Presbyterian, Congregational, and interdenominational churches in a ministerial career spanning 24 years. The newly elected president of the liberal religious group told his fellow delegates at Dallas that American churches preach but do not practice integration. He said that as president of the National Council of Churches he would promote efforts to achieve decent housing for the poor, better employment opportunities for racial minorities, and an overhaul of the welfare system. 1972. Lieutenant Edward Kerr, a black police officer with 15 years of service, is nominated director of the Newark Police Department, after the previous white police officer resigned over a black housing controversy. Lieutenant Edward Kerr, a black police officer with 15 years of service, was nominated director of the Newark Police Department, the largest in the state of New Jersey. Kerr, a native of Willacoochee, Georgia, and a student at Rutgers University, was slated to succeed John Redden, a white police officer who resigned after becoming embroiled in a controversy over whether a black-sponsored housing project ought to be built in a white community. The white members of Newark's biracial city council asked black Mayor Kenneth Gibson not to accept Redden's resignation. Gibson refused to heed their plea. 1972. Soul singer James Brown is arrested and charged with disorderly conduct, sparking a heated controversy in which lawyers for the singer threatened to sue the city of Knoxville. Soul singer James Brown was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct in Knoxville, Tennessee. The arrest of Brown, an idol of rock and soul fans and a political supporter of President Nixon, sparked a heated controversy in which lawyers for the singer threatened to sue the city of Knoxville for $1 million. Brown said he was talking with a group of children about drugs and the importance of school attendance when he was arrested by Knoxville police. The police charged Brown with disorderly conduct by creating a scene and failing to move on. On December 12, Knoxville Mayor Kyle Testerman said the arrest of Brown apparently resulted from a misunderstanding and promised to meet with Brown's attorney, Albert G. Ingram, in an effort to resolve differences brought about by the incident. Following his meeting with the mayor on December 18, Ingram announced that the matter still had not been satisfactorily resolved. 1972. The Supreme Court rules that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 authorized the residents of white ghettos to file lawsuits aimed at ending racial discrimination in their own apartment developments. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a unanimous opinion, ruled that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 authorized the residents of white ghettos to file lawsuits aimed at ending racial discrimination in their own apartment developments. The opinion, which was written by Justice William O. Douglas, said residents of both races who lived in discriminatory housing developments could sue because they may suffer specific individual injury when deprived of the social, professional, and business benefits available in integrated communities. The decision was rendered in a San Francisco case involving an apartment complex formerly owned by the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People applauded the court's decision because it said it lacked the personnel and resources to fight widespread housing discrimination. 1972. Black communist, Angela Davis announces her plan to form a national defense organization. Black communist, Angela Davis announced plans to form a national defense organization to help black and brown political prisoners of the government. At a Harlem news conference, Davis said that the new group would provide legal aid to the oppressed. 1972. Racial violence in a Pensacola, Florida, high school leaves several injured and 47 arrested. 50 special sheriff's deputies and police officers patrolled the Escambra High School in Pensacola, Florida, after a day of fighting between black and white students that left several people injured and 47 arrested. The 38 whites and 9 blacks were subsequently released when school officials dropped trespassing charges against them. The fighting apparently began in the school's cafeteria and spread to other parts of the large school. The deputies who broke up the melee said they seized bicycle chains, belts, and knives used as weapons by the students. 1972. George Wiley, black director of the National Welfare Rights Organization since its founding in 1965, announces his resignation. George Wiley, black director of the National Welfare Rights Organization since its founding in 1965, announced his resignation in Washington, D.C. Wiley said he was leaving the NWRO, the nation's leading group of welfare recipients, to form a broader-based organization to help the nation's poor. 1972. Horace Mann Bond, former dean of the School of Education at Atlanta University, dies. Horace Mann Bond, former dean of the School of Education at Atlanta University and former president of Georgia's Fort Valley State College and Pennsylvania's Lincoln University, died in Atlanta. The 70-year-old educator was a pioneer in black scholarship, publishing distinguished books and articles in the fields of black education and history. He was the father of Georgia State Representative Julian Bond, whose name was placed before the 1968 Democratic National Convention as a vice presidential candidate. The Atlanta Constitution eulogized the black scholar as one who had a full and fruitful life of achievement. 1973. An FBI report on the killings of 2 black students in Louisiana is under suspicion. U.S. Attorney General Richard Kleindienst announced that the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department would have to conduct a careful examination of an FBI report on the killings of 2 students at Black Southern University in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, before deciding whether to call a federal grand jury into the case. The 2 black youths were slain by law enforcement officers on the southern campus during student protests on November 16, 1972. 1973. Judge John O. Newman orders the city of Bridgeport, Connecticut, to a police force hiring quota to help correct the city's racial imbalances. U.S. District Court Judge John O. Newman ordered the city of Bridgeport, Connecticut, to hire blacks and Puerto Ricans to fill 50% of the vacancies on the police force until the 2 minority groups constituted at least 15% of the force. The judge's order was designed to correct racial imbalances in Bridgeport's law enforcement. 1973. Thomas Bradley is elected mayor of Los Angeles, CA. Thomas Bradley, a veteran Los Angeles City Councilman, was elected mayor of the city of Los Angeles, California. Bradley defeated incumbent mayor, Sam Yurdi, who was seeking a 4th 4-year term. The new black mayor, who lost to Yurdi in 1969, won about 56% of the votes cast. Yurdi's campaign rhetoric had pictured Bradley as a left-wing radical. Bradley assessed his victory as a rejection of racism in the election. 1973. Alonzo A. Krim becomes the first black superintendent of the public schools in Atlanta, Georgia, as a result of a controversial agreement. Alonzo A. Krim, former superintendent of schools in Compton, California, assumed his duties as the first black superintendent of the public schools in Atlanta, Georgia, one of the Deep South's largest predominantly black school systems. Krim's selection resulted from a compromise desegregation plan worked out between local black and white business and political leaders, in which the blacks agreed to desist from further pressures for busing to achieve desegregation, and the whites agreed to the hiring of a black superintendent and other black school administrators. The plan, reminiscent of the famous Atlanta Compromise of 1895, in which Booker T. Washington urged blacks to shun social equality for economic advancement, was denounced by the national NAACP leadership in New York. They felt the agreement set a bad precedent and would hamper future efforts to achieve massive desegregation of the nation's schools. Although local NAACP leaders who assented to the pact argued that massive desegregation was impossible in Atlanta, a city with a 55% black population and an 80% black school-age population, they were suspended and eventually expelled from office for their support of the desegregation agreement. 1973. The nation's first black-owned radio news network, the National Black Network, begins operations. The National Black Network, the nation's first radio news network owned and operated by black Americans, began operations with hourly newscasts to 40 affiliated stations. Although based in New York City, the NBN planned to provide news stories of interest to blacks everywhere. 1973. The Bureau of the Census released a report showing that Southern-born black males in the North were more likely to be employed and living with their wives than Northern-born blacks living in the same areas. The Bureau of the Census released a report of 6 northern urban areas that showed that Southern-born black males living in those areas were more likely to be employed and living with their wives than Northern-born blacks living in the same areas. The study, which was based upon data from the 1970 census, reported that about 65% of the black men born in New York City were employed. The figure rose to 78% for Southern-born blacks who migrated north before 1965 and to 85% for those who moved north since 1965. The study also revealed that 70% of Southern-born black men were living with their wives as compared with 51% of the blacks born in Illinois. Robert Hill, the National Urban League's research director, said the report refuted the widely held view that Southern blacks migrated to the North to obtain higher welfare benefits. 1973. Ralph David Abernathy announces that he will remain as president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference after the Civil Rights Group's board of directors refused to accept his resignation during the SCLC 16th Annual Convention in Indianapolis, Indiana. Ralph David Abernathy announced that he would remain as president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference after the Civil Rights Group's board of directors refused to accept his resignation during the SCLC 16th Annual Convention in Indianapolis, Indiana. The board, however, agreed to try to remedy some of the complaints which led Abernathy, successor to Martin Luther King, Jr., to offer his resignation. These complaints included inadequate financing and insufficient staff. The board pledged increased fundraising efforts, the hiring of more full-time staff, and the creation of 5 regional offices to assist in administrative functions. 1973. The National Black Feminist Organization is founded in New York City with chapters in several other localities, including Chicago, Cleveland, and San Francisco. The National Black Feminist Organization was founded in New York City with chapters in several other localities, including Chicago, Cleveland, and San Francisco. Eleanor Holmes Norton, a member of the New York City Human Rights Commission and a founder of the feminist group, accused the nation of expecting black women to suppress their aspirations in deference to black males. Another founder, Margaret Sloan, said the new group would remind the black liberation movement that there can't be liberation for half a race. 1973. Henry C. Ponder becomes president of Benedict College and W. Clyde Williams becomes president of Miles College. Henry C. Ponder, Vice President of Academic Affairs at Alabama A&M College, assumed the presidency of Benedict College in Columbia, South Carolina. W. Clyde Williams, acting president of Miles College in Birmingham, Alabama, since 1971, was inaugurated as the 10th president of the historically black institution. 1973. Richmond Hill becomes Georgia's first black mayor. Richmond Hill, a 68-year-old mortician and mayor pro tempore of Greenville, Georgia, was elected mayor of his city and became the first black mayor in Georgia's history. Hill, who had previously worked as a farmer and then a businessman, defeated a white opponent in a town with a population of about 1,500, 40% of whom were black. 1973. Blues singer B.B. King is honored by Tougaloo College. The famed black American blues singer B.B. King was awarded an honorary Doctor of Humanities degree from Tougaloo College in Mississippi, making him the first blues musician ever to receive an honorary doctorate for his contributions to the music world. George A. Owens, president of the college, conferred the degree during the celebration of the 104th anniversary of the founding of Tougaloo, the state's most prestigious private black college. 1973. Willie Mays retires from professional baseball. As the 1973 professional baseball season closed, black center fielder Willie Mays ended his long, outstanding career. Mays won national acclaim for his fielding heroics and for his powerful bat during nearly 20 years of play with the New York and San Francisco Giants and the New York Mets of the National Baseball League. Upon his retirement, New York City honored Mays in special ceremonies at Shea Stadium on September 25. Mayor John Lindsay issued a proclamation of celebration as 55,000 fans cheered the star. Alabama-born Mays was also presented with an honorary Doctor of Law degree from his home state's Miles College during the ceremonies. 1973. Maynard H. Jackson is elected as Atlanta's first black mayor. Maynard H. Jackson, a 35-year-old attorney and vice mayor of the city of Atlanta, was elected mayor of the Deep South's largest city. Jackson defeated incumbent Mayor Sam Massell in a campaign marred by Massell's injection of the race issue. Jackson ousted the city's first Jewish mayor to become the city's first black mayor. Jackson, the son of a minister and a college professor, was educated at Morehouse College and North Carolina Central University Law School. He had run unsuccessfully for the U.S. Senate in 1968 before being elected vice mayor in 1969. Jackson's election signaled a swing of political power from white to black in Atlanta as Black Americans achieved equality on the 18-member city council and a slight majority on the 9-member school board. Slightly more than 50% of the population of Atlanta was black at the time of Jackson's election, but whites held a slight edge in voter registration. Although opposed by many whites for his forthright opposition to alleged police brutality in Atlanta, Jackson appealed to voters of both races and captured at least 20% of the white vote cast in the election. 1973. Reggie Jackson of the Oakland Athletics wins the World Series Most Valuable Player award. Reggie Jackson of the world champion Oakland Athletics was unanimously selected as the World Series' Most Valuable Player. 4 other black players had won the MVP award in previous years: Roberto Clemente of the Pittsburgh Pirates in 1971, Brooks Robinson of the Baltimore Orioles in 1970, Bob Gibson of the St. Louis Cardinals in 1967 and 1964, and Frank Robinson of the Baltimore Orioles in 1966. 1973. Robert Threat assumes presidency at Morris Brown College. Robert Threat, president of the Georgia Association of Educators, assumed duties as president of Morris Brown College in Atlanta, Georgia. Threat succeeded John A. Middleton, a black member of the Atlanta Board of Education, who resigned because of the school's deteriorating financial condition, a situation which appeared to worsen as the school withdrew from the Atlanta University Center complex of black colleges. Threat, a graduate of Morris Brown and the University of Oklahoma, was also a professor of education at Fort Valley State College in Georgia prior to becoming, at 46 years of age, the youngest president in the history of Morris Brown. 1973. Jesse W. Lewis, founder of Industrial Bank, dies. Jesse W. Lewis, a founder and former director of Industrial Bank in Washington, D.C., died in Washington. Industrial Bank was one of the nation's first black financial institutions, having been founded during the Great Depression of the 1930s. Lewis was born in 1902 in Richmond, Virginia, and was educated at Shaw University in North Carolina and New York University. He began his career as a teacher at Howard University, where he taught for 19 years. In 1934, Lewis joined Jesse H. Mitchell and other black financial leaders to form the Industrial Bank. He was also a lawyer, a real estate broker, and a trustee of Virginia Union University. 1973. 7 Republic of New Africa members are convicted on charges resulting from a shootout at RNA headquarters in 1971. 7 members of the Republic of New Africa, including its president, Imari A. Obadile, were convicted in the U.S. District Court in Biloxi, Mississippi, on charges resulting from a shootout at RNA headquarters in Jackson, Mississippi, in 1971. 2 women and 5 men were charged with illegal possession of weapons and assault on a federal officer. 2 of the defendants, Wayne M. James and Thomas E. Norman, were already serving life sentences for convictions in state courts. In the federal trial, Obadile received a 12-year sentence. The other defendants received sentences ranging from 3 to 12 years. Attorneys for the RNA indicated they would file a motion for a rehearing of the cases. 1973. Vernon Jordan of the National Urban League criticized the Nixon administration for unfinished work. Vernon Jordan, executive director of the National Urban League, told an audience at Clark College in Atlanta that the Nixon administration left unfinished the economic improvement of black Americans after a decade of advancement in civil rights. Jordan said the steady flow of congressional action, executive orders, and federal court decisions in the 1960s did for blacks what the New Deal had done for whites and organized labor, but the Nixon administration allowed this second Reconstruction to expire uncompleted. Jordan's remarks reiterated a continuing theme among black leadership: criticism of President Nixon's failure to recognize the legitimate needs of black citizens. 1973. Coleman Young was elected mayor of Detroit, becoming its first black mayor. Michigan State Senator Coleman Young was elected mayor of Detroit, Michigan. With only about 10% of the white blue-collar votes going for him, Young won with an overwhelming vote in black precincts and some support from white middle-income voters. He defeated white former police commissioner John F. Nichols, becoming the Motor City's first black mayor. Young, a native of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, would preside over the nation's fifth-largest city, but one plagued with crime. Black political power in Detroit was also measurably increased by the election of State Representative James Bradley as the first black city clerk, the second highest elective position in the city, and by the fact that 4 of the 9 city councilmen were black. By the end of 1973, blacks would hold mayoral positions in almost 100 of the nation's 18,000 local governments, including such major cities as Los Angeles, Newark, Cincinnati, Atlanta, and Washington, D.C. 1973. Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter requests the portraits of 3 outstanding black Georgians to be displayed at the Georgia State Capitol. An 8-member biracial committee which included Georgia's Secretary of State Ben Fortson and Clarence A. Bacote, veteran professor of history at Atlanta University, met at the request of Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter to select the portraits of 3 outstanding black Georgians to be displayed in the rotunda of the Georgia State Capitol in Atlanta. It was agreed almost immediately that the portrait of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., would be one of those selected. Tennessee had previously honored blacks by placing the portraits of blues musician W.C. Handy and Memphis political leader and writer George Washington Lee in its Capitol building at Nashville. 1973. George Washington Carver is elected to the Hall of Fame of Great Americans at New York University. George Washington Carver, the famed black scientist from Tuskegee Institute who won acclaim for developing hundreds of uses for the peanut, was elected to the Hall of Fame of Great Americans at New York University. Carver's bust was placed in the Hall of Fame along with 100 other great Americans, including Tuskegee's founder Booker T. Washington, who was elected in 1945. Candidates for election to the Hall of Fame must have been deceased for at least 25 years and must have been American citizens who made significant contributions to the nation. Carver's selection was sponsored in the Hall of Fame by black educator Benjamin E. Mays, an elector since 1958. 1973. The U.S. Department of Justice files 15 civil rights suits to desegregate establishments in 7 southern states. The U.S. Department of Justice filed 15 civil rights suits to desegregate 24 bars, liquor stores, and pool halls in 7 southern states: Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Texas. The civil suits charged the owners and operators of the establishments with violating the Public Accommodations section of the 1964 Civil Rights Act. A Justice Department representative said it was the largest number of civil rights suits filed in one day within memory. 1973. 2 U.S. District Court judges, in separate decisions, order the city of San Francisco to implement quota systems for the employment of minorities in its police and fire departments. 2 U.S. District Court judges, in separate decisions, ordered the city of San Francisco to implement quota systems for the employment of minorities in its police and fire departments. Judge Robert F. Peckham directed the police department to hire 3 minority persons for every 2 whites at the patrolman's level until minority representation reached 30%. The department was also instructed to adopt a 1-to-1 ratio in appointments to the rank of sergeant until 30% of those officers were from minorities. The judge outlawed a hiring and promotion test which had been used by the city's Civil Service Commission. He found the test to be discriminatory and ordered that any future tests be submitted to him for approval. In the second decision, Judge William T. Swigert ordered the San Francisco Fire Department to fill half of its more than 200 vacancies with members of racial minorities. 1973. The Supreme Court maintains conviction of a group of black people who violated a city ordinance while protesting local police hiring practices in Columbus, Georgia. The U.S. Supreme Court refused to overturn the contempt conviction of 81 Columbus, Georgia, black people who were convicted of violating a city ordinance prohibiting the gathering of more than 12 people in a group. The group was part of a larger movement formed to protest local police hiring practices in June 1971. 1973. The U.S. Court of Appeals upholds a desegregation plan for the Memphis, Tennessee, school system. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit upheld a desegregation plan for the Memphis, Tennessee, school system. Although the plan involved some crosstown busing, the NAACP opposed it because it allowed too many all-black schools. In rejecting the NAACP's contentions, the court said there was a necessity of tolerating some one-race schools because minority groups concentrate in urban areas. The appeals court also agreed with the lower court that the city of Memphis had acted improperly by cutting its transportation budget in an attempt to circumvent an order for busing to achieve desegregation. 1973. U.S. District Court Judge Frank Gray, Jr., rules that the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare's refusal to consider applications for transportation aid had impeded a court-ordered busing plan for the public schools in Nashville, Tennessee. U.S. District Court Judge Frank Gray, Jr., ruled that the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare's refusal to consider applications for transportation aid had impeded a court-ordered busing plan for the public schools in Nashville, Tennessee. Gray called the action illegal and ordered HUE to review within 30 days its earlier refusal to grant the city of Nashville funds to purchase buses to transport about half of its 95,000 students. 1973. The Department of Labor presents a plan to increase the employment of minorities on federally aided construction projects in the Chicago area after voluntary efforts to end bias failed. The Department of Labor announced that it had prepared and presented a plan to increase the employment of minorities on federally aided construction projects in the Chicago area. The plan set goals and timetables and provided penalties, including contract cancellations and ineligibility for future contracts, if companies failed to demonstrate good faith efforts to comply. The Labor Department imposed its plan in Chicago after voluntary efforts to end bias failed. 1974. Maryland agrees to hire more blacks and women for the state police in response to a suit filed by the Justice Department. The Department of Justice announced that it had obtained a consent decree whereby the state of Maryland agreed to hire more blacks and women for the state police and assign them on a non-discriminatory basis. The state police stipulated that they would set a goal for the force to become 16% black within a 5-year period and that it would no longer use a pre-employment test that had been adjudged discriminatory to blacks and women. The Maryland agreement was made in response to a suit filed by the Justice Department on January 4, 1974. 1974. The Bureau of the Census reports that as of July 1, 1973, the black population in the United States increased to 23.8 million, up 1.2 million from the 1970 census. The Bureau of the Census reported that as of July 1, 1973, the black population in the United States had increased to 23.8 million, up 1.2 million from the 1970 census. The Bureau also reported a continuing pattern of black youthfulness, in comparison to the general population. According to the latest statistics, the median age of blacks was 22.9 years, the median age for the total population was 28.4 years. 1974. U.S. Senator William Proxmire, a Wisconsin Democrat and chairman of the Congressional Appropriations Subcommittee which oversees funds for the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, orders the space agency to double the fiscal 1975 budget of its Equal Employment Office and to report to his subcommittee every 3 months on progress in hiring minorities and women. U.S. Senator William Proxmire, a Wisconsin Democrat and chairman of the Congressional Appropriations Subcommittee which oversees funds for the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, ordered the space agency to double the fiscal 1975 budget of its Equal Employment Office and to report to his subcommittee every 3 months on progress in hiring minorities and women. Proxmire's action was prompted by reports that NASA, as of mid-1973, had the lowest percentage of minority and female employees of any federal agency, and that 2/3 of these workers were in lower-level jobs. NASA officials also admitted that the agency had failed to act against project contractors who had not met minority employment goals. 1974. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, ruled that a group of 17 blacks and 2 whites from Cairo, Illinois, could not obtain injunctions against local judges and prosecutors who, the plaintiffs claimed, were engaged in a pattern of setting excessive bail and harsher punishments for blacks than whites. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, ruled that a group of 17 blacks and 2 whites from Cairo, Illinois, could not obtain injunctions against local judges and prosecutors who, the plaintiffs claimed, were engaged in a pattern of setting excessive bail and harsher punishments for blacks than whites. The court held that the complaints did not constitute a real case of controversy, hence they did not meet the necessary test for receiving relief from the federal courts. 5 members of the 6-justice majority also ruled that the plaintiffs would not have been entitled to injunctions even if they had been able to prove discrimination, for such a procedure would be tantamount to an ongoing audit of state criminal proceedings in violation of the principle of federalism, federal-state harmony. The majority opinion was supported by Justices Berger, White, Powell, Stewart, Rehnquist, and Blackmun. In a dissent, Justice William O. Douglas said that the record of the case demonstrated a more pervasive scheme for suppression of blacks and their civil rights than I have ever seen. The majority's decision, Douglas added, will please the white superstructure, but it does violence to the conception of even-handed justice envisioned by the Constitution. Cairo had been the scene of angry clashes between blacks and whites since 1969. 1974. The Department of Health, Education, and Welfare reports that racial discrimination still exists in the Topeka, Kansas, school system. The Department of Health, Education, and Welfare reported that racial discrimination still existed in the Topeka, Kansas, school system. The Board of Education of Topeka was a defendant in the landmark Supreme Court decision, Brown v. Board of Education, which outlawed school segregation in 1954. Hugh said that it found a substantial number of schools which had disproportionate minority enrollments and that attendance zone transfers had impeded desegregation. Most of the black junior high and elementary pupils, Hugh discovered, attended schools where the facilities were generally inferior to those at predominantly white schools. The department began its investigation of Topeka's schools in December 1973 after being named a party in a new suit against the city. As a result of its inquiry, Hugh ordered Topeka school officials to submit corrective plans. 1974. Dr. Peggy Sandy, a University of Pennsylvania anthropologist, releases a study that indicates that whites score higher than non-whites on intelligence tests because of environmental factors rather than genetic differences between races. Dr. Peggy Sandy, a University of Pennsylvania anthropologist, released a study that indicated that whites scored higher than non-whites on intelligence tests because of environmental factors rather than genetic differences between races. The study was conducted in the Pittsburgh public school system and financed by a grant from the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. Sandy concluded that test score differences were a function, among other factors, of middle-class social integration and that her study, combined with data from other investigations, suggested that IQ differences between racial groups were exclusively a matter of environment while differences within racial groups were determined by both genetics and environment. These findings ran counter to the theories of Dr. William Shockley, a Nobel Prize-winning physicist at Stanford University who had held that intelligence was largely inherited and that the disadvantaged social position of American blacks was caused more by heredity than environment. Shockley's views had become increasingly controversial by late 1973, when he was prevented from speaking on several college campuses by protesters who contended that giving him a public forum would lend dignity to racist theories. 1974. The U.S. Supreme Court upholds a lower court ruling approving a school desegregation plan for Knoxville, Tennessee. The U.S. Supreme Court upheld a lower court ruling approving a school desegregation plan for Knoxville, Tennessee. Under the approved plan, 59% of the city's black students would be placed in 9 schools where the black enrollment would be 64% or more. Justices Powell and White dissented. Justice Marshall did not participate. 1974. The city of Boston is sued for discrimination in the hiring of black and Hispanic applicants as firemen. The U.S. Department of Justice filed a suit in the federal court in Boston accusing the city of Boston of discrimination in the hiring of Black and Hispanic applicants as firemen. The Justice Department cited that out of 2,100 firemen in Boston, only 16 were Black and 3 were Hispanic, although these minorities constituted 16% and 4% of the city's population, respectively. These facts demonstrated, the department said, that the city had failed or refused to hire minorities on an equal basis with whites and had employed tests and other qualifications that had not been shown to be required by the needs of the fire department or predictive of successful job performance. The suit asked the district court to order city officials to begin an active recruiting program and to hire enough Black and Spanish surnamed firemen to compensate for individuals who had taken fire department examinations but had been unfairly denied positions. In a closely related matter, the Justice Department also reported that a job bias suit against Montgomery, Alabama, was resolved by a consent decree filed on October 3, 1972. This action, the department said, substantially expanded job opportunities for Blacks in Montgomery's city government. 1974. A Brooklyn, New York middle school is ordered to create a desegregation plan by U.S. District Court Judge Jack B. Weinstein. U.S. District Court Judge Jack B. Weinstein of New York City ordered federal, state, and local housing authorities, along with the city departments of police, parks, and transportation, to cooperate with city school officials in formulating plans to desegregate a junior high school in Brooklyn. As of 1973, the school in question had an enrollment of 43% Black, 39% Hispanic, and only 18% white. In his order, Weinstein told housing officials to develop a joint plan to undo the racial imbalance in the public housing near the school. He said all levels of government had failed to take appropriate and available steps to counter trends towards segregation in both housing and education and ruled that federal complicity in encouraging segregated schooling through its housing programs was unconstitutional. In his order, Weinstein directed housing authorities to include in their plan advertisements and inducements directed at the white middle class so as to stabilize the district's population. He also directed the city's Department of Transportation to develop busing plans for the immediate balancing of the school's enrollment. The police department was ordered to submit plans for the adequate protection of children in the area, and the Parks Department, whose facilities were used frequently by the school, was directed to develop a desegregation plan. Weinstein set a March 1, 1974, deadline for submission and a September deadline for implementation of the joint desegregation program. The ruling, said to be the first decision of its kind, resulted from a suit filed by attorneys for the NAACP. 1974. The Georgia Power Company is ordered to pay retroactive wages and pension benefits to Black employees who had been denied equal job rights. A federal court in Atlanta ordered the Georgia Power Company, the state's largest utility corporation, to pay retroactive wages and pension benefits amounting to almost $2.1 million to Black employees who had been denied equal job rights. The ruling also required the company to increase Black employment to 17% of the total workforce within 5 years. At the time of the court's decision, 9.3% of the company's 8,278 workers were Black. The ruling resulted from a suit filed by the U.S. Department of Justice in 1969. 1974. The Voter Education Project reports that 363 Blacks won elective offices in the South in the 1973 off-year elections. The Voter Education Project reported that 363 Blacks had won elective offices in the South in the 1973 off-year elections. Of these victories, 253 were in elections for local councils and commissions, 63 were for school boards, 19 were new Black mayors, 14 were election commissioners, and 2 were selected to state legislatures. The VEP, a privately funded political study group, reported from its headquarters in Atlanta. 1974. American colleges are criticized for preventing research and debate on race intelligence. The American Association of University Professors issued a statement condemning both students and faculties at American colleges who prevented research and debate on the race intelligence issue that recently had been brought into focus by Stanford University's William Shockley. The AAUP accused some of its own members of undermining the integrity of the academic community by attempting to suppress unpopular opinions. Nevertheless, on February 18, the student-controlled political union at Yale University canceled a scheduled debate between Shockley and Roy Innis, National Director of the Congress of Racial Equality, after protest from various student groups. 1974. The San Francisco Chronicle reports that 2 black escaped convicts have been identified as leaders of the Symbionese Liberation Army. The San Francisco Chronicle reported that 2 black escaped convicts had been identified as leaders of the Symbionese Liberation Army. The head of the interracial group of radical revolutionaries, which received notoriety for their alleged kidnapping of newspaper heiress Patricia Hearst, was said to be Donald D. DeFries, age 30. DeFries, who called himself Field Marshal Sink on tapes sent to the Hearst family, was listed as an escapee from the minimum security area of the Soledad State Prison in California on March 5, 1973. The other black SLA leader was identified as Theroux M. Wheeler, age 29, an escapee from the medical facility at Vacaville State Prison in August 1973. The report traced Wheeler and DeFries' association with the SLA to their memberships in the Black Cultural Association at Vacaville State Prison. The BCA was described as an inmate group which sponsored cultural activities, educational programs, and pre-release preparation projects for prisoners. Russell Little, Joanne Little, and William Wolfe, all white, reportedly gained control of the BCA while working as tutors at the prison. DeFries was listed as a teacher of a BCA course entitled Insight, which was designed to increase the racial consciousness of black inmates. 1974. The Second National Black Political Convention met in Little Rock, Arkansas and approved several resolutions to support Black America. The Second National Black Political Convention met in Little Rock, Arkansas. The 1,700 delegates approved several resolutions, including the creation of a Black United Fund of about $10 million to further convention agenda items, local organization within the United States, and to develop projects to aid African nations, the condemnation of black congressmen who had voted for military aid to Israel while ignoring the plight of Palestinian refugees, and support of African liberation movements. The delegates rejected a resolution calling Israel a major instrument of an American-supported world strategy of monopoly, and another that sought to establish an all-black political party. Opponents of the latter resolution argued that the convention had not done enough local organizational work to effectively build such a party. The convention was seriously split, as it had been in 1972, between those arguing for a black separatist approach to political organization and those who favored a continuation of ties with existing political structures. Black elected officials, such as Mayor Richard B. Hatcher of Gary, Indiana, and Democrat Congressman Ronald V. Dellums of California, led those who urged the convention to remain an inclusive organization, embracing and tolerating different ideologies. Black separatist spokesman, led by Newark's Imamu Amory Baraka, accused the more conservative delegates of espousing neocolonialism and opportunism. Baraka said blacks should build an anti-capitalist revolutionary ideology and operate as a separate political force. NAACP leaders again boycotted the convention and drew the ire of the co-chairman Mayor Hatcher. Many black elected officials, including veteran Congressman Charles C. Diggs of Michigan, were also criticized for being conspicuously absent. 1974. U.S. District Court Judge Luther L. Bohannon orders an end to racial segregation at the Oklahoma State Prison. U.S. District Court Judge Luther L. Bohannon ordered an end to racial segregation at the Oklahoma State Prison at McAlester, Oklahoma. Observing that he had no idea of the deep cruelty inmates were subject to, the judge also ordered prison officials to stop mistreating convicts. Bohannon found that since the riots that had occurred at the prison in the summer of 1973, inmates were not provided with proper food, bedding, or heat, and that they were subjected to arbitrary punishments with chemical mace and tear gas. The judge noted that black inmates had received worse treatment than whites. 1974. In Jackson, Mississippi, the U.S. Department of Justice agrees to increase the number of blacks holding municipal jobs. The U.S. Department of Justice announced that it had reached an agreement with the city of Jackson, Mississippi, calling for an increase in the number of blacks on municipal jobs and granting back pay up to $1,000 for blacks currently employed who had been denied promotion opportunities. The 5-year plan set a goal of a 40% black workforce, approximately the same percentage of blacks as in the city's population. At the time of the agreement, about 800 of Jackson's 3,000 municipal workers were black, most of these serving in the lowest-paying job classifications. Both the police and fire departments were affected by the accord. 1974. Denver Co. Public schools are ordered to desegregate. U.S. Circuit Court Judge William E. Doyle ordered the desegregation of 70,000 students in the Denver public school system during the 1974-75 school year. The desegregation was to be accomplished mostly through the redrawing of attendance boundaries or zones and the pairing of black, white, and Mexican American pupils so that they might share classrooms on a half-day basis. The order further provided that elementary schools would have between 40% and 70% white enrollment and that white enrollment in high schools would be between 50 and 60%. Judge Doyle rejected the school board's plan to close 12 of the public schools. He saw his move as a tactic to avoid adoption of a desegregation plan. He also ordered the merger of 2 high schools and the introduction of bilingual programs in schools with large numbers of Mexican American pupils. The U.S. Supreme Court had first ordered a desegregation plan to be drawn up by Denver in 1973. 1974. Reverend C. Shelby Rooks is named the first black president of the Chicago Theological Seminary. The Reverend C. Shelby Rooks was named the first black president of the predominantly white Chicago Theological Seminary, an affiliate of the United Church of Christ. Rooks, age 49, was executive director of the Fund for Theological Education in Princeton, New Jersey, at the time of his new appointment. 1974. Hank Aaron breaks Babe Ruth's record, becoming the all-time leading home run slugger in professional baseball. Atlanta Braves baseball star Henry Aaron hit his 715th career home run, thus becoming the all-time leading home run slugger. Aaron broke the record, previously held by the immortal Babe Ruth, at Atlanta Stadium. The Braves star had tied Ruth's record on April 4, 1974, in Cincinnati. The record-breaking pitch was thrown by a Los Angeles Dodgers pitcher, Al Downing. 1974. The Virginia School Board is ordered to rehire black teachers that were discriminated against in the administration of a national teaching test. The U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the 4th District ordered the Nansemond County, Virginia School Board to rehire 56 black teachers who the court said were arbitrarily discriminated against in the administration of a national teaching test. The appellate court directed the U.S. District Court in Norfolk to re-examine the circumstances surrounding the dismissal of the teachers, a practice which was begun in 1971. The court also enjoined the school board from any further discrimination. 1974. 9 major steel companies agreed to a 5-year plan for ending job discrimination against women and minorities. The U.S. Department of Labor and Justice and the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission announced that 9 major steel companies had agreed to a 5-year plan for ending job discrimination against women and minorities, and would grant back pay of more than $30 million to the victims of such bias. The companies directly involved were the Allegheny Ludlam Industries Incorporated, Amco Steel Corporation, Bethlehem Steel Corporation, Jones and Laughlin Steel Corporation, National Steel Corporation, Republic Steel Corporation, United States Steel Corporation, Wheeling-Pittsburgh Steel Corporation, and Youngstown Sheet and Steel Company. Together, they employed 347,000 employees in 249 plants at the time of the agreement. The steel companies vowed to restore more than $30 million in back pay to 34,000 black and Spanish surnamed male employees and to 5,599 women who were adjudged to be victims of job bias. The back pay settlements ranged from $250 to $3,000 per person, depending upon length of service. 1974. Peter Holmes, Civil Rights Director of the HU, reviews the progress of school desegregation in the nation. Peter Holmes, Civil Rights Director of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, reviewed the progress of school desegregation in the nation on the eve of the 20th anniversary of the historic Brown v. Board of Education decision and the 10th anniversary of the enactment of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Holmes told a group of Washington journalists that there were virtually no blacks in school with white students in the 11 southern states in 1964. By 1968, he noted, a total of 18.4% of the black pupils in the South were in majority white schools. This rose to 39.1% in 1970 and 44.4% in 1972. Perhaps of greater significance, Holmes said, was the fact that the black pupils in all black schools decreased in the South from 68% in 1968 to 14.1% in 1970, and to 9.2% in 1972. On the other hand, Holmes noted that while current school year figures were not available, there was likely to be an increase in segregation in northern metropolitan school districts. 1974. The New York Times reports an assessment of black studies in predominantly white colleges and universities. The findings receive mixed reviews. The New York Times reported a 6th anniversary assessment of black studies in predominantly white colleges and universities. Since the student protests in the 1960s, which helped to give impetus to black studies as a legitimate academic enterprise, 1,272 institutions of higher learning had offered at least one course in the area. Although the tumult that surrounded the initiation of Black Studies movement had ceased, the controversy over the validity, viability, and aims of the programs continued. One of the more vocal critics of the programs was Professor Martin Gilson, a black political scientist at Harvard University who called them distinctly anti-intellectual and anti-achievement in orientation. Others saw them differently. Professor Barbara A. Wheeler of the City University of New York supported Black studies as different from traditional studies in that they are organized around the Black experience rather than around the subject matter, allowing the Black student to see the impact of the event on his own life. Professors Elias Blake, head of the Institute for Services to Education, Henry Cobb, Dean of Southern University at Baton Rouge, and Tobe Johnson, Director of Undergraduate African American Studies Programs for the Atlanta University Center, completed an analysis of 29 Black Studies programs for the U.S. Office of Education just prior to the Times report. Blake told the Times that the ideological questions had been settled, saying, "God knows we need more study on Black Americans. The issue is how do you build a good program?" The Blake-Cobb-Johnson team found that only carefully structured programs were likely to survive in an era when colleges were undergoing financial retrenchment. 1974. The Joint Center for Political Studies, a privately funded research organization, reports on statistics of elected Black officials. The Joint Center for Political Studies, a privately funded research organization, reported from Washington that 2,991 blacks held political office in 45 states and the District of Columbia, a gain of more than 300 between 1972 and 1973 and a jump of more than 1,000 from 1969. The center noted that most of the gains during 1973 had resulted from municipal elections. For example, 1,080 out of the latest total were city councilmen, and 108 were mayors. Michigan led in the number of Black elected officials with 194, followed by Mississippi with 191. Other states with 150 or more Black office holders included New York, New Jersey, Illinois, Alabama, Arkansas, and Louisiana. 1974. U.S. District Court Judge Alfonso J. Zerpoli rules that the San Francisco police violated the constitutional rights of 600 Black men in their investigation of the zebra killings. U.S. District Court Judge Alfonso J. Zerpoli in San Francisco ruled that the San Francisco police had violated the constitutional rights of 600 black men they had stopped for questioning in their investigation of the so-called zebra killings. Zerpoli issued an injunction prohibiting their profile of the zebra killer, a slim-built young black man, as the sole basis for stopping men for questioning. The suit was filed by the American Civil Liberties Union. 1974. The U.S. Department of Justice rejects a Mississippi Voting Act that is viewed as discriminatory. The U.S. Department of Justice rejected a Mississippi Act eliminating party primaries and replacing them by a single open primary in which no candidate could be elected with less than a majority vote. The Justice Department said that such a system would discriminate against independent candidates, and thus against blacks, since most of the successful black candidates in recent general elections had run as independents. The Mississippi legislature was seeking to repeal current statutes which required a majority vote to win the separate party primaries but which allowed independents to run in the general election and win with only a plurality. Under the Voting Rights Act of 1965, states like Mississippi, where a pattern of voter discrimination had been found, were required to submit changes affecting the suffrage to the Justice Department for approval. 1974. Judge Albert Henderson rejects ACLU and NAACP appeals, ruling that Atlanta's school system had done all it could to desegregate public education. U.S. District Court Judge Albert Henderson in Atlanta ruled that the city's school system had done all it could to desegregate public education. Attorneys for the American Civil Liberties Union and the NAACP had argued for increased desegregation in the system, which only had an 18% white enrollment. The ACLU argued for more desegregation through a merger of the Atlanta city schools with surrounding suburban systems. The NAACP wanted more desegregation within the bounds of the current Atlanta system. Judge Henderson rejected both appeals and allowed previous court decisions approving the Atlanta Compromise school desegregation plan to stand. That controversial program required a minimum of school integration. Attorneys for the ACLU and NAACP filed notices of appeal to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans. 1974. Blacks celebrate numerous victories in primary election results. In primary elections held in the spring, Southern blacks continued to increase their numbers in major posts in state governments and blacks continued to hold the mayor's office in major American cities. 14 blacks were assured election to the Alabama House of Representatives in the May 7 primary. 2 blacks were assured election to the Alabama State Senate, with the possibility of one other also being selected. In North Carolina, 3 blacks won state house seats and won a post in the state senate in the May 7 primary. A black was elected to a municipal judgeship in Nashville, Tennessee. Another was elected a constable in Cleveland, and still another won an alderman seat in Ripley, Tennessee. 3 blacks led in contests for seats in the Texas legislature. Kenneth A. Gibson won an easy victory in his second bid for mayor of Newark, New Jersey, on May 24. Gibson, the first black mayor of a major northeastern city, claimed that his victory showed that Newark had come up from its past. He noted that the racial issue which divided the city during the 1970 mayoral election was not a major factor in the current campaign. Gibson won the support of about 65% of the 118,000 registered voters in defeating State Senator Anthony Imperiale. Also, in the May 7 Alabama primary, Alabama Governor George Wallace made a direct appeal for black votes for the first time. Estimates of the number he actually received ranged from about 10% to as much as 30%. Wallace won important backing from several black Alabama politicians, including Mayor Johnny Ford of Tuskegee. Despite criticism from fellow blacks throughout the nation, Ford stood by his support for Governor Wallace. The young mayor justified his actions on the fact that Wallace had been responsive to the economic problems of Tuskegee and had aided the city in receiving state and federal grants. In connection with the spring elections, a joint report issued by the Voter Education Project in Atlanta, the Joint Center for Political Studies, and the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under Law in Washington, showed that implementation of the 1965 Voting Rights Act led to a 169% increase in the number of black elected officials in the South between 1969 and 1974 alone. According to the report, there were 299 black elected officials in the 6 southern states covered by the act: Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Virginia in 1969. By 1974, the number had risen to 815, a 169% increase. 1974. Southern Democratic congressman, reportedly concerned about a major increase in black registered voters, joined with Republicans to defeat a bill which would have allowed voters to register for federal elections by postcard. Southern Democratic congressman, reportedly concerned about a major increase in black registered voters, joined with Republicans to defeat a bill which would have allowed voters to register for federal elections by postcard. 1974. The U.S. Senate approves a bill to limit court-ordered busing to achieve school desegregation. The U.S. Senate approved a bill to limit court-ordered busing to achieve school desegregation but allowed judges to issue such orders as they saw fit. The principal new limitation provided that pupils should not be bused beyond the next nearest school to their homes. The legislation also required the consideration of alternatives to achieve desegregation before any busing could be required. These included such things as construction of new schools, revision of attendance zones, and permission for students to transfer to schools in which their race was a minority. The bill also stated that the new limitations were not intended to inhibit the courts from ordering busing if such measures were necessary to enforce the equal rights provisions of the U.S. Constitution. 1974. 4 black men get indicted in zebra killings, after random whites are killed in San Francisco, CA. 4 young black men were indicted in the random zebra killings of whites which left the city of San Francisco tense for 5 months. Indicted on various charges of murder, robbery, and assault with a deadly weapon were Manuel Moore, J.C. Simon, Larry C. Green, and Jesse Cooks. All but Cooks were arrested during a massive manhunt by police on May 1, known as Operation Zebra. Cooks was already serving a prison term for murder. 12 murders and 6 assaults were attributed by police to the Zebra killers. During Operation Zebra, San Francisco police blanketed the city stopping and searching young black males. A federal judge subsequently ruled the searches unconstitutional. 1974. The 20-year anniversary of Brown v. Board of Education is observed as mostly a failure. The 20th anniversary of the historic Supreme Court Brown v. Board of Education decision, which outlawed school segregation, was observed in the nation. In assessing the impact of the decision, the editors of the Atlanta Constitution, the South's leading daily newspaper, admitted that even after a generation, racial prejudice and discrimination had not been eliminated. This fact gave credence, in the editor's opinion, to the view that one cannot legislate morals. Yet, the Constitution said, there is no denying that tremendous progress has been made in race relations in our country since 1954. The progress, the vast changes in education, in employment, in housing, in politics, was the result of a struggle for civil rights that was given a decisive impetus on the day the Supreme Court ruled in the case of Brown v. Board of Education of Topeka in 1954. The noted black syndicated columnist Carl Rowan, in his assessment of the Brown decision 20 years later, found that we are still a racist society, and that the historic school decision did not deliver justice to the black plaintiffs of 1954, or even to their children. Some of the litigants in that 1954 decision, he said, never saw a day of desegregated education. They saw evasion, circumvention, massive resistance, and a generation of litigation. One of the plaintiffs, Linda Brown Smith, was now a grown woman with children of her own. In Atlanta, at an April 1974 meeting of the Association of Social and Behavioral Scientists, a mostly black professional group, she recalled her family's motivations for permitting her to become a plaintiff. The family was incensed by the fact that their children had to wait in often inclement weather to be taken to black schools in Topeka, Kansas, when a white school was within walking distance from their home. Ironically, Smith said she now opposed crosstown busing to achieve racial desegregation in the schools. 1974. Dr. Alvin Poussant, a black psychiatrist, speaks about the growing incidence of black homicide. In a speech at Emory University in Atlanta, Dr. Alvin Poussant, a black psychiatrist affiliated with the Harvard School of Medicine, gave a major assessment of the growing incidence of homicide among blacks. Poussant said that 23% of the deaths among black males aged 17 to 25 were the result of homicide, and that the matter should be treated as a health problem. Among the causes of homicide among blacks, according to Poussant, is black racism or low self-esteem, which is evidenced by the use of racial epithets before a homicide is committed and by an inner battle by black men to preserve their self-respect in a racist society. Another contributing factor is the devaluation of black life. Because of this, Poussant said, some police officers do not follow up on solving crimes in black neighborhoods and the media fails to give much attention to homicide unless it involves whites. Poussant contended that the American black community was in a state of despair and demoralization, partly because of its failure to realize some of the dreams of the civil rights era and partly because of governmental corruption. When such corruption goes unpunished, he said, a jungle mentality is created and people begin to believe that they can do whatever they can get away with. Reduction of crime among blacks, Poussant suggested, required the development of new values and psychological as well as political approaches. He called for the regulation of violence depicted in the media, particularly as portrayed in black exploitation films, the establishment of homicide prevention centers to help potential criminals before they commit murder, the control of handguns, increased black employment, particularly among black youths, and the promotion of black pride or black consciousness programs. Although the matter was defined by Poussant as a black health problem, he concluded that it would take interracial cooperation to solve it. Poussant is the author of Why Blacks Kill Blacks. 1974. Benjamin L. Hooks, the only black member of the FCC, urges more whites to participate in the NAACP. Benjamin L. Hooks, the only black member of the Federal Communications Commission, called for increased participation by whites in the NAACP. Although Hooks acknowledged that there was a difference between being born black and being born white, in that those born black live in the valleys while those born white live on the mountain tops, he also said we made a mistake when we closed the doors on our white brothers. Hooks also urged more blacks to join the organization as he spoke to the 38th annual NAACP Freedom Banquet held in Port Huron, Michigan. Hooks was appointed to the FCC by President Nixon in 1972. Other blacks, including the late Harlem Congressman Adam Clayton Powell, Jr., had repeatedly asked the NAACP to purge itself of white influence. 1974. Montgomery Judge, Frank M. Johnson, Jr., nixes crosstown busing and orders a new desegregation plan for Alabama schools. U.S. District Court Judge Frank M. Johnson, Jr., in Montgomery, Alabama, rejected crosstown busing as a remedy for the desegregation of some predominantly black schools in Montgomery County and instead ordered a new desegregation plan, one which allowed, with some exceptions, elementary school children to attend neighborhood schools. He endorsed the creation of a biracial committee to help the school board carry out the program. 1974. Music legend Duke Ellington dies. Edward Kennedy Duke Ellington, one of America's greatest musician-composers, died in New York at age 74. Described as a musical genius, Ellington began playing the piano at age 7, composed his first song at 17, and began playing professionally at 18. He wrote more than 1,000 compositions, including Take the A Train, Don't Get Around Much Anymore, Satin Doll, and Caravan. In later years he composed several orchestral pieces, tone poems, jazz masses, film, television, and ballet scores, and several operas. His orchestra was one of the few big bands to thrive after the 1940s. Some of the members of his orchestra remained with him for more than 40 years. Among Ellington's numerous awards were the NAACP Spingarn Medal, the French Legion of Merit, and America's highest civilian honor, the Medal of Freedom, bestowed upon him in 1970 by President Richard M. Nixon. The president had told Ellington in February 1974 that there'll never be another you. The NAACP responded to Ellington's death by noting, "Few composers have attained the greatness of stature that was the Duke's at the time of his death." Prolific, versatile, and popular, the Duke claimed the hearts of a wide range of followers, black and white, rich and poor. He was indomitable. Although sometimes criticized for not taking on an active role in the civil rights movement, Ellington himself claimed that protest and pride in the Negro have been the most significant themes in what we've done. His composition of My People was a musical salute to black Americans. 1974. A federal grand jury visits Southern University to inspect where 2 black students were killed by police officers during a protest. A federal grand jury paid a personal visit to Southern University at Baton Rouge, Louisiana, to inspect the site where 2 students, Denver Smith and Leonard Brown, were shot to death on November 16, 1972. The jury was investigating the slaying of the youths by law enforcement officers during a student demonstration to determine whether or not their civil rights had been violated. 1974. Demonstrators protest the employment of Atlanta, GA's police chief, John Inman. About 1,000 orderly demonstrators marched through downtown Atlanta, Georgia, demanding the ouster of the city's controversial police chief, John Inman. The marchers were led by veteran protester Hosea Williams, formerly a top aide to slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr. Many Atlanta blacks had labeled the white police chief a racist and had long sought his removal. Atlanta's black mayor, Maynard Jackson, attempted to fire Inman on May 3, 1974, for administrative inefficiency and insubordination but was prohibited from doing so by a DeKalb County Superior Court judge. The marchers reaffirmed their support of the efforts to oust Inman. 1974. James Meredith is nominated for Congress. James Meredith, the first officially recognized black student to attend the University of Mississippi, led a field of 5 candidates for the Democratic congressional nomination in the 4th District of Mississippi. Meredith, a 43-year-old businessman, had previously run for the U.S. Senate in 1972 and the Jackson City Council in 1973. 44% of the population of the 4th District was black at the time of the election. Meredith assessed his primary victory as a milestone in the black struggle for self-determination and full freedom, boasting that he had won the nomination without white folks' money and without white folks' niggers, white folks' colored people, and white folks' Negroes. 1974. President Richard Nixon makes racial and ethnic slurs toward black Justice Thurgood Marshall and other minorities. The Washington Star-News reported that President Richard Nixon called the U.S. Supreme Court's only black justice, Thurgood Marshall, a jackass in a tape recording of a White House conference with then-counsel John W. Dean III on February 28, 1973. In the same conversation, the president reportedly made other racial and ethnic slurs, particularly against Jews. The tape recording was one of many released to the public during the Watergate scandal. 1974. The General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church elects its first black moderator, Reverend Lawrence Bottoms. The Reverend Lawrence W. Bottoms, a Decatur, Georgia, minister, was elected as the first black moderator of the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church of the United States at its 114th General Meeting in Louisville, Kentucky. Bottoms, a 66-year-old native of Selma, Alabama, had long experience as a pastor and leader of Georgia's black Presbyterians. A strong supporter of racial integration and toleration, Bottoms's election placed him at the head of that portion of the Presbyterian Church that broke with its national body to defend slavery before the Civil War. 1974. A Martin Luther King, Jr. portrait hanging in the Georgia state capitol is defaced with a red ink pen by a black woman. A tour guide in the Georgia state capitol in Atlanta reported that the portrait of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., was defaced with a red ink pen. Although the portrait was only slightly damaged, it was removed immediately and placed with the artist, Paul Mandus, for repairs. 2 days later, Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter announced that a black woman who had a history of mental illness had marred the King portrait. The woman told state officials that she scribbled on the painting to show her respect for King. The incident was reminiscent of the stabbing King had suffered at the hands of a knife-wielding black woman in 1958. The King portrait was the first of a black Georgian to hang at the state capitol. 1974. Schools in Boston, MA are ordered to implement a desegregation plan. U.S. District Court Judge W. Arthur Garrity, Jr., ruled in Boston, Massachusetts, that the Boston public school system was unconstitutionally segregated and ordered the implementation of a desegregation plan, including the busing of several thousand school children in the fall of 1974. The order prohibited enrollments of 50% or more non-whites in any school. There were 95,000 pupils attending Boston public schools at the time of the decision. The Boston edict stemmed from a suit filed on behalf of black parents by the NAACP in the spring of 1972. The blacks contended that Boston operated a dual school system and asked the court to dismantle it. 1974. A new trial of James Earl Ray, confessed assassin of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., gets reconsideration. U.S. District Court Judge Robert McRae, Jr., began a preliminary hearing in Memphis, Tennessee, to determine whether or not James Earl Ray, the confessed assassin of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., should receive a new trial. Ray was sentenced in 1969 to a term of 99 years for the slaying of King on April 4, 1968. He was serving his time in the Tennessee State Prison at Nashville. Ray had sought a new trial on the grounds that he was pressured into pleading guilty by his original attorneys, Percy Foreman and Arthur Haynes, Sr., because of their alleged financial relationships with William Bradford Huey, author of one of the first books to be published about King's death. Ray's new attorney, Robert Livingston, had also charged that his client was innocent of King's murder and that 2 professional assassins hired by 4 wealthy, socially prominent Americans had killed the Nobel Prize-winning civil rights leader. 1974. The HU accepts desegregation plans from 9 university systems in an effort to assure compliance with the Civil Rights Act of 1964. The U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare accepted university system desegregation plans from 9 states, 8 of them in the South. The HU action stemmed from an order issued in February 1973, by U.S. District Court Judge John H. Pratt in Washington, D.C., which required the department to increase efforts to assure that the states were in compliance with the Civil Rights Act of 1964. States winning approval of their desegregation plans were Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Maryland, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. The HU rejected Mississippi's plan and announced that it would initiate a lawsuit against that state. Louisiana refused to submit a plan and was promptly sued by the HU. Louisiana officials had protested attempts by federal authorities to force a merger of the state's black and white universities. At the time, black educators and civil rights leaders across the country had become increasingly divided over the question of desegregation in higher education. Many blacks feared losses of jobs, social status, and aspects of their cultural heritage through desegregation plans that involved mergers. Black students, particularly those in state-supported institutions, formed a nationwide coalition called Save Black Schools to protest school mergers or other actions that might destroy the racial identification of their colleges. On the other hand, many civil rights leaders continued to clamor for desegregation at all costs. In approving the new desegregation plans, HU Civil Rights Director Peter E. Holmes remarked, "We have seen the development of consciousness, a sensitivity and an awareness to the problems of predominantly black institutions and minority students that was absent in these states in previous years." 1974. The U.S. Navy denies accusations of racial discrimination made by a group of black sailors. Although naval officials had announced policies to combat bias, they continued to experience racial problems. The U.S. Navy reported that its investigation showed no basis for accusations of racial discrimination made by a group of black sailors who refused to return to the aircraft carrier USS Midway when it left the Yokosuka Naval Base near Tokyo, Japan, the previous week. 8 of the 55 sailors involved called for the U.S. Congress to investigate conditions aboard the ship and demanded replacement of the ship's captain, Richard J. Shutt. They complained of torture in the brig, long duty hours, and dangerous work, which they said they were forced to perform. Naval officials reported that 22 of the absentees had returned to their base by June 22 and that the remaining 33 were listed as unauthorized absentees. The Navy reasoned that since the complaint of racial bias was found to be unsubstantiated, the men were being misled by private organizations trying to exploit them for their own purposes. There was no further elaboration. The Midway incident was one in a series of racially related events involving black armed forces personnel. Although naval officials had announced new and far-reaching policies to combat bias as early as 1971, this branch of the service continued to experience racial problems. 1974. Humphrey introduces a bill to place portraits and statues of minorities who've made significant contributions to the nation's history. Senator Hubert H. Humphrey, a Minnesota Democrat, introduced a bill in Congress providing for the placing in the U.S. Capitol of the portraits and statues of individuals from minority groups who had made significant contributions to the nation's history. Humphrey said that the statues and paintings now existing in the Capitol building do not properly reflect the ethnic, cultural, and racial diversity of the people of the United States who have made outstanding contributions to our country. 1974. Black demonstrators in Atlanta, Georgia, protesting a police brutality incident, are broken up by police officers armed with clubs. Atlanta police officers armed with clubs broke up a march of about 250 blacks and arrested 14 people, including the demonstration's leader, Hosea Williams, president of the local chapter of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. 7 people, including 3 police officers, were injured in the disturbance. The violent conflict, the first in Atlanta since the riots of the 1960s, came as the marchers sought to protest the killing by police of a 17-year-old black youth the previous weekend and to continue their demand that the city's police chief, John Inman, be removed from office. The blacks arrested were charged with parading without permits. The controversial police chief defended the force used against the marchers, but the city's black mayor, Maynard Jackson, described it as excessive. The latest incident occurred as the Georgia Supreme Court was considering whether the city of Atlanta could legally fire Inman, who was viewed by many of the city's whites as a staunch defender of law and order, but by many blacks as a racist. 1974. A conspiracy is suspected in Martin Luther King, Jr.'s assassination. Robert Livingston, the Memphis, Tennessee, attorney handling the legal appeals of James Earl Ray, the convicted assassin of Martin Luther King, Jr., told newsmen he was convinced that a conspiracy existed in the slaying of the civil rights leader. The attorney said he was contacted on March 22, 1974, by an intermediary for the gunman actually hired to kill King. The intermediary and 2 other men were prepared to testify before a grand jury that they were hired to kill King by 4 prominent black and white men, according to Livingston. The theory of a conspiracy in the assassination of the famed civil rights leader had been previously discounted by law enforcement officials. They continued to insist that James Earl Ray acted alone. 1974. Mrs. Alberta King, mother of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., is killed by a black man. A young black man interrupted the worship services at Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta with gunfire, killing church deacon Edward Boykin and Alberta King, mother of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr. Another worshiper, Mrs. Jimmy Mitchell, was wounded. The alleged gunman, identified as Marcus Johnald of Dayton, Ohio, was subdued by other worshippers, including Derek King, grandson of the slain woman. Chenault told Atlanta police that he had orders from his God to go to Atlanta and kill the Reverend Martin Luther King, Sr., father of the Nobel Prize-winning civil rights leader. Instead, he allegedly fired upon Mrs. King and others as the 69-year-old matriarch of the King family played the Lord's Prayer on a church organ. The accused slayer was described as an Ohio State University dropout who became deeply involved in a small religious cult that claimed that blacks were descendants of the original Jews. Chenault was said to have taken the name Servant Jacob and discarded his original name. The cult reportedly believed that black Christian ministers deceived black Americans and hence were the cause of many of the social and economic woes of blacks. Mrs. Alberta Williams King was the daughter of the Reverend Adam Daniel Williams, one of the founders of the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church. Her husband, a powerful religious and political figure in Atlanta for more than 25 years, succeeded Williams as pastor of the church. Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., was serving as co-pastor of the church at the time of his assassination in April 1968. Another son, the Reverend A.D. Williams King, drowned in 1969. Reacting to the tragedy, Atlanta Mayor Maynard H. Jackson compared the deaths of the King family to those of the family of the late President John F. Kennedy, stating, "Never have I seen a family suffer so much for so long and yet give such brilliant leadership." 1974. Alabama's discriminatory hiring practices show progress 2 years after a federal court order mandates changes. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution reported that the state of Alabama was moving toward total compliance with a federal court order issued in 1972 which required that racial discrimination in hiring be eliminated. When the suit was filed in 1970, only a few blacks were on the state's payroll, most of these in janitorial and other low-paying jobs. As of June 30, 3,000 of the state workforce of 21,000 were black. At that rate of hiring, the state was about 4 years away from reaching the court-assigned goal of a 25% black workforce. At the upper levels, a black executive assistant had been hired by the head of the Public Service Commission and the Attorney General had selected several black assistants. Alabama Governor George C. Wallace, according to the report, had named several blacks to positions on various governmental boards, commissions, and committees but had not hired a single black to an administrative position. The report quoted an unidentified black leader as saying that Alabama will someday have the most model race relations program of any state in the Union. 1974. The United Negro College Fund receives their largest ever donation by a black organization. The Atlanta University Center Digest reported that the largest single gift ever donated by a black organization was received by the United Negro College Fund. UNCF Executive Director Christopher F. Edley announced that the $132,000 gift came from the Links Incorporated, a national black women's social organization. At the time, the Links had more than 130 chapters in 35 states across the nation. Helen G. Edmonds, a North Carolina Central University history professor and president of the Links, said that her organization recognized the absolute importance of higher education to black people at this point in history and agreed wholeheartedly with the UNCF slogan, "A mind is a terrible thing to waste." 1974. The funeral service for Martin Luther King Jr.'s mother, Alberta King, is held in Atlanta, Georgia. More than 600 mourners, including First Lady Betty Ford, Mrs. Nelson Rockefeller, Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter, and Atlanta Mayor Maynard H. Jackson, attended funeral services for Alberta King, mother of the slain civil rights leader, in Atlanta, Georgia. Mrs. King was murdered by a gunman on June 30, 1974. 1974. Several thousand protesters march on the North Carolina state capitol in Raleigh to call for an end to the death penalty in the state. Several thousand protesters, led by black communist Angela Davis and SCLC President Ralph David Abernathy, marched on the North Carolina state capitol in Raleigh to call for an end to the death penalty in that state. The march, which was organized by the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, was called by its organizers a rebirth of the civil rights movement of the 1960s, but on a higher level. During the march, 12 picketers representing the American Nazi Party, the Ku Klux Klan, and similar groups stood alongside the route holding signs urging segregation forever, as well as support for Governor George Wallace of Alabama as President of the United States. Raleigh police kept the two groups apart amid jeering and shouting. There were no major incidents or arrests. The crowd of 4,000 to 5,000 protesters were invited to the city by its black mayor, Clarence Leitner. 1974. 200 blacks in Georgia protest the shooting of Willie Jean Caracre by white police chief Doug Watson. Approximately 200 blacks marched about 7 miles along Highway 41 in Talbot County, Georgia, to protest the shooting of a young black man by the white police chief of Woodland. Willie Jean Caracre, a 25-year-old black resident of Woodland, died from gunshot wounds on June 29, 1974. The black man's family accused Police Chief Doug Watson of aggravated assault and murder in the slaying of Caracre. These charges were subsequently dismissed by a local justice of the peace. In the march on July 5, black protesters, led by SCLC Field Secretary Tyrone Brooks, demanded the prosecution and removal of the chief. During the demonstration, Brooks told the crowd, "We are sick and tired of white folks shooting down our young men every weekend. We are sick and tired of being treated like second-class citizens." Woodland City Attorney George R. Jacobs defended the dismissal of charges against Chief Watson and advised that the matter be considered by the county grand jury in November, or by a specially called grand jury. 1974. The Atlanta Constitution reports that the United Methodist Church had abolished districts that were racially segregated. The Atlanta Constitution reported that the United Methodist Church had abolished districts that were racially segregated. According to the report, the last all-black districts, ones in Mississippi and South Carolina, were abolished in June 1974. At the same time, Methodist officials announced that 37 of its 530 districts in the United States were now headed by ethnic minority persons, including 34 blacks. 1974. Time magazine recognizes blacks as the new era of leadership. In a special supplement to Time magazine, 15 blacks were among 200 people named who seem destined to provide the country with a new generation of leadership. Time said the principal criterion for inclusion on its list was that the persons selected have the capability to achieve significant civic or social impact. Eligibility was restricted to individuals 45 years old and younger. The blacks named included, State Senator Julian Bond of Georgia, Congresswoman Yvonne Braithwaite Burke of California, Congressman Ronald V. Dellums of California, Marion Wright Edelman of the Children's Defense Fund, Mayor Kenneth A. Gibson of Newark, New Jersey, Earl G. Graves, founder of Black Enterprise magazine, Mayor Richard Hatcher of Gary, Indiana, Mayor Maynard Jackson of Atlanta, Georgia, Congresswoman Barbara C. Jordan of Texas, Vernon E. Jordan of the Urban League, John Lewis of the Voter Education Project, Eleanor Holmes Norton, Chairman of the New York City Commission on Human Rights, Congressman Charles Rangel of New York, Bill Russell, coach of the Seattle Supersonics, and Congressman Andrew Young of Georgia. 1974. Beverly Johnson becomes the first black model to adorn the cover of Vogue magazine. Beverly Johnson became the first black model to adorn the cover of Vogue magazine. Johnson had won a full academic scholarship to Boston's Northeastern University but left after her freshman year to pursue modeling as a career. She became one of the world's top high-fashion models as well as an outspoken and career-minded woman. When a radio host commented that she was the biggest black model in the business, she replied, "No, I'm not. I'm the biggest model, period." 1974. Congressional hiring practices are investigated after the Fort Worth Star-Telegram reports that it had proof that hiring requests for members of Congress were explicitly discriminatory. The Joint Committee on Congressional Operations, which handles hiring requests for members of Congress, began an investigation to determine whether one senator and 19 congressmen were duped or actually had been practicing racial or religious discrimination in seeking staff personnel. The Fort Worth Star-Telegram reported on August 18, 1974, that it had obtained copies of the hiring forms with varying discriminatory requests from Senator William Scott from Virginia and members of the House of Representatives. Senator Lee Metcalf from Montana, chairman of the Joint Committee, said that some of the request forms contained such notations as no minorities, white only, no Catholics, or no blacks. While most of the congressmen disclaimed responsibility for the biased forms, Senator Metcalf said it was possible that limitations expressed were those of the staff persons placing the request or a misunderstanding by the office staff. 1974. Franklin W. Morton becomes the first black person to hold a national leadership position for the veterans of foreign wars. Franklin W. Morton was elected chief legal advisor for the veterans of foreign wars. He was the first black person to hold a national leadership position in the organization. 1974. Former HUD Secretary Robert C. Weaver criticizes federal policies on equal opportunity housing during a news conference. Robert C. Weaver, former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development and the first black to serve in a presidential cabinet, said during a news conference in Atlanta that the federal government had a laissez-faire attitude that threatened efforts for equal opportunity in housing. Weaver said the attitude was based on the revenue-sharing policy of allowing federal funds to be allocated at the local level and the lack of responsibility for social issues on the federal level. He said, "Federal funds without strings attached are used for other things. Sophisticated and concerned people must be watchful and vigilant to see that there is equitable participation and involvement in access to housing. The federal government can make an impact." Weaver, president of the National Committee Against Discrimination in Housing, made his remarks as he prepared to address the Southern Regional Conference of the NCAD. 1974. The U.S. Department of Labor reports on black unemployment and poverty statistics. The U.S. Department of Labor announced that in 1973 the unemployment rate in poverty areas of metropolitan centers was almost twice that in the non-metropolitan poverty areas, 9% as opposed to 4.7%. The report also revealed that 70% of the black people living in poverty areas were in metropolitan centers. The total unemployment for blacks in all poverty areas was 10.8% as opposed to 4.6% for whites. The Labor Department defined a poverty area as a census tract in which at least one-fifth of the residents had income at or below $4,540. 1974. Public officials and spokesmen for civil rights groups criticize Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare Caspar Weinberger's latest pronouncement on school desegregation. Public officials and spokesmen for civil rights groups criticized Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare Caspar Weinberger's latest pronouncement on school desegregation. During an interview on September 6, Weinberger said that the cutoff of federal funds for education, which had been used in the past to coerce recalcitrant southern school districts into compliance, would serve to increase segregation in the North. Secretary Weinberger denied that his department was hesitating on the question of desegregation, but admitted that we are dealing with a very fierce public opposition to desegregation. Ruby Hurley, Southeastern Regional Director of the NAACP, disagreed with Weinberger's assessment that a cutoff of funds would be counterproductive and compared the conciliatory approach to northern school desegregation with the more forceful tactics in the South. According to Hurley, public school systems are often poor even without federal money. Officials who run segregated school systems will think twice if they are faced with a cutoff. If you wait for people to change their minds on a problem like this without leverage, you'll wait a long time. It's a lot easier to clean up somebody else's backyard than your own. Atlanta School Superintendent Alonzo Krim responded to Weinberger's statement by declaring, "The law should be applied with equal force in all parts of the country. Quite often segregation is intensified by these delays." Margie Hames, an attorney for the American Civil Liberties Union who had handled many desegregation cases, expressed the belief that segregation in the South was more open and easy for us to deal with. "I don't think the North has accepted the fact yet that they have more subtle forms of segregation." In defense of Weinberger, Peter Holmes, director of Hughes' Office for Civil Rights Enforcement, pointed out that the cutoff of funds and other legal actions are more complex in the North than in the South since segregation was not legalized in the North. 1974. Owners of the National Black Network, the nation's first all-black radio network, announce plans to expand its coverage with a 24-hour-a-day black news service. Owners of the National Black Network, the nation's first all-black radio network, announced plans to expand its coverage with a black news service. The 24-hour-a-day service was expected to be fully operational by March 1, 1975, employ 25 reporters, and use the resources of the network's affiliates in 68 major cities. 1974. The city of Boston, Massachusetts, begins a program of busing to achieve school desegregation that sparked boycotts and demonstrations reminiscent of the early, vehement opposition to school integration in the South. The city of Boston, Massachusetts, began a program of busing to achieve school desegregation which sparked boycotts and demonstrations reminiscent of the early, vehement opposition to school integration in the South. In June 1974, U.S. District Court Judge W. Arthur Garrity had ordered the busing of about 18,200 of the city's 94,000 public school pupils as part of a plan to dismantle Boston's dual school system. Opposition arose immediately. On September 9, 1974, Senator Edward M. Kennedy was heckled and splattered with a tomato as he tried to address an angry group of anti-busing demonstrators. The crowd, estimated at between 8 and 10,000, shouted insults, called for the impeachment of the senator, and sang "God Bless America" when Kennedy stepped to a microphone. After preventing Senator Kennedy from speaking at the John F. Kennedy Memorial Building, the demonstrators, most of them white women, marched to the federal building. They stopped in front of the office of Judge Garrity and shouted, "Garrity must go." Kennedy, an advocate of peaceful school integration, said he was disappointed that he had not been able to speak but assessed this treatment as milder than that he received at the hands of anti-war demonstrators. On September 11, 1974, Boston School Superintendent William Leary said that everything possible had been done in the time allowed to prepare for desegregation. Yet, he added, "I know there will be problems. I ask the public for patience." Boston Mayor Kevin White, on the eve of the scheduled desegregation, appealed for calm but warned that swift and sure punishment would be measured out to those who resorted to violence. When the desegregation began on September 12, many white and black parents kept their children at home. Black children attending some of the schools, particularly in the white neighborhoods of South Boston, Hyde Park, and Dorchester, were subjected to jeers from angry white parents. On September 16, a crowd of white teenagers and mothers clashed with police officers at South Boston High School. 22 people were arrested during the confrontation. Police ordered the closing of bars and liquor stores in the area for the next 2 days. Violence continued in Boston for the next several weeks. 4 white students were injured in skirmishes with black students at the Washington Irving Junior High School in Roslindale on September 18. None of them required hospitalization. After the incident, 40 black children walked out of the school. Police made no arrests. 11 people, including 3 teachers, were injured on October 2 at the racially tense South Boston High School. A number of weapons were confiscated during the incident in which 2 black girls who allegedly pulled a knife on a police officer were arrested. Fighting broke out during an assembly of 9th graders at the Hart D Annex of South Boston High School on October 21. After this incident, 30 of the 40 white pupils walked out of the school. Most of the 130 black pupils remained. On October 26, Matt Cole, national commander of the American Nazi Party, demonstrated in front of the Boston Federal Building, protesting Judge Garrity's desegregation orders. He bore a sign reading, "White Power." Cole was arrested and charged with impeding access to a federal building. 3 days later, 3 other Nazi Party members were charged with attempting to incite a riot as they distributed anti-black literature in South Boston. Those charges were later reduced to disorderly conduct. John W. Roberts, director of the Civil Liberties Union of Massachusetts, decried the arrests, saying that the state charges were a violation of the Nazis' constitutional rights. In a final decree, issued on October 30, 1974, Judge Garrity told the Boston School Committee to complete the total desegregation of its schools by the fall of 1975. The final order authorized Boston school officials to use any known desegregation techniques, including busing, changing school districts, and voluntary transfers. The judge promised a new order at a later date dealing with minority recruitment and hiring of school teachers and administrators. The traumatic experience of desegregating schools in Boston highlighted the growing manifestation of white opposition to massive school desegregation in the North. It also struck many observers as a sign of retrogression in American race relations. 1974. Marcus Wayne Chenault is convicted and sentenced to death for the murder of Martin Luther King, Jr.'s mother, Alberta King. Marcus Wayne Chenault of Dayton, Ohio, was convicted and sentenced to death for the murder of Alberta King, mother of the slain civil rights leader, and Deacon Edward Boykin during a worship service at the Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta on June 30, 1974. Chenault was identified as the gunman who interrupted that service with bullets. The Fulton County Court jury rejected Chenault's plea of insanity in delivering their verdict. 1974. The U.S. Senate approved amendments to a $39.9 billion appropriations bill to prohibit the use of federal funds for busing to achieve school desegregation. The U.S. Senate approved amendments to a $39.9 billion appropriations bill to prohibit the use of federal funds for busing to achieve school desegregation. According to the anti-busing amendment, which was approved by a vote of 45 to 42, federal funds could not be used for transporting students to achieve racial balance in schools. The practical effect of the bill, however, would be minimal, since very little federal money is used for such purposes. 1974. A study shows that white voters are reluctant to vote for black candidates for mayor in cities where blacks constitute a majority of the population. White voters are reluctant to vote for black candidates for mayor in cities where blacks constitute a majority of the population, according to a study appearing in the September issue of Psychology Today. In comparing recent mayoral elections in Los Angeles with Detroit and Atlanta, the article's author, Professor Howard Schuman Research, found that Los Angeles was the only major city where close to a majority of whites voted for a black candidate in preference to a white candidate. Los Angeles, Schuman said, apparently separated the question of the candidate's own race from the issue of which race would control the city. By contrast, in Atlanta and Detroit, where whites were becoming the minority population, the elections became full-scale battles over which race would run the city. In a previous study, Schuman had found that about 60% of the whites surveyed in 15 cities said they would be willing to vote for a qualified black mayoral candidate of their own party. Yet, he pointed out, successful black mayoral candidates like Maynard Jackson of Atlanta and Coleman Young of Detroit received far less than half of the white vote. Schuman concluded that while whites are becoming more liberal, they are still opposed to basic, structural changes in society. At the same time, he observed, blacks are becoming more open in their criticism of whites and are more distrustful of whites than in the past. Schuman's study is entitled "Are Whites Really More Liberal?" 1974. The American Tobacco Company and Local 182 of the Tobacco Workers International Union is ordered to allow blacks and females to bump white employees with less seniority. U.S. District Judge Albert V. Bryan, Jr., in Richmond, Virginia, ordered the American Tobacco Company and Local 182 of the Tobacco Workers International Union to allow blacks and females to bump white employees with less seniority. Having found Local 182 and the American Tobacco Company's 2 Richmond plants guilty of sexual and racial discrimination in violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Judge Bryan directed the company to freeze hiring and promoting white male supervisors and adjust retirement and pension plans in order to halt discrimination. Any white employees who were displaced would be allowed to retain their present rates in the lower classifications. Litigation in the case began in March 1973. It is believed to be the first instance in which a court has sanctioned bumping in a civil rights case. At the time of the decision, the tobacco company employed more than 1,000 production workers at its 2 plants in Richmond. Of that number, 239 were black and 441 were female. 1974. The Atlanta Inquirer reports that the South, the historic home of black Americans, was going through a whitening process, as the Southern black population was decreasing. The Atlanta Inquirer reported a study by the Southern Regional Council which showed that the South, the historic home of black Americans, was going through a whitening process despite increasing black concentrations in the urban areas of the region. All Southern states, except Texas, were losing more blacks than were being replaced by the birth rate and the migration of young blacks from the North. According to the study, the black exodus from the South continued at such a steady pace that the region's black population, as shown in the 1970 census, was down to 20%, the same percentage recorded in 1790. The loss of black populations was particularly acute in the rural areas. In Georgia, 2/3 of the state's 152 counties were losing blacks. In Mississippi, 90% of the counties had declining black populations. A similar story was told for Alabama, South Carolina, and Arkansas, all of which had 80% or more of their counties losing blacks. Conversely, 51% of the population of Atlanta was black. Augusta, Georgia, had a 50% black population, and New Orleans, Charleston, and Savannah boasted black populations of 45% or more. In sum, the study reported, there were 10 metropolitan areas in the 11 southern states where the black population was 40% or more. The SRC report's authors, Jack Tucker of Atlanta University and Everett S. Lee of the University of Georgia, concluded that the growth of the black population lagged behind that of whites, such that year by year, the South becomes increasingly white. Losses of black population are frequent and heavy in rural counties, so Southern blacks are increasingly concentrated in metropolitan areas. And within the metropolitan areas, blacks are clustered in central cities with relatively few making their way into the more affluent suburbs. Generally, the report says, people move from one area to another for one of two reasons: either the attractiveness of destination outweighs that of origin, or there are so many negative features at the point of origin that any place seems better. Migration thus becomes a movement of the upper socioeconomic classes to seek better opportunities and of the lower economic classes to escape oppression that can no longer be endured. 1974. The ASCAP honors ragtime composer Scott Joplin with a bronze plaque on his grave. A bronze plaque was placed upon the then unnoticed and unattended grave of ragtime composer Scott Joplin, who died in 1917. Joplin began composing ragtime in 1899 with the Maple Leaf Rag. Ragtime music, however, was largely ignored until it regained popularity through the soundtrack of a 1974 film, The Sting. The plaque on Joplin's grave, located in St. Michael's Cemetery in Queens, was purchased by the American Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers. 1974. Frank Robinson becomes baseball's first black manager. Frank Robinson, the only man in baseball history to be named most valuable player in both the American and National Leagues, was named baseball's first black manager by the Cleveland Indians. During a press conference held to announce the appointment, Robinson said, "To say that this is a proud day for me would be an understatement. If I had one wish in the world today, that wish would be to have Jackie Robinson here to see this happen. I don't think I could have stood the pressure or have gone through what Jackie had to." Jackie Robinson became the Major League's first black baseball player in 1947. He died in 1972. Frank Robinson, as a professional player, had accumulated nearly 3,000 hits, including 574 home runs, before breaking the 105-year-old managerial color line. 1974. Owner and publisher of the Louisville Defender, Frank L. Stanley, dies. Frank L. Stanley, Sr., owner and publisher of the Louisville Defender and veteran civil rights activist, died in Louisville, Kentucky, at age 68. Stanley, the son of a butcher, was born in Chicago. At the age of 6, his family moved to Louisville. He attended Atlanta University, where he was an All-American quarterback and captain of the football and basketball teams, and the University of Cincinnati. He received honorary doctorate degrees from several universities, including the University of Kentucky. In 1933, Stanley went to work for the Louisville Defender as a reporter. 3 years later he became editor, general manager, and a part owner. During the years that he published the Defender, it received more than 35 awards in journalism, including the President's Special Service Award of the National Newspaper Publishers Association in 1970 and the coveted Russ Worm Award in 1974. He was a co-founder of the NNPA and was elected its president on 5 separate occasions. Stanley drafted the legislation which led to the desegregation of state universities in Kentucky by its General Assembly in 1950. 10 years later he wrote the bill that created the Kentucky Commission on Human Rights, and was one of the original members of that body. His influence on race relations in Kentucky was noted by the Louisville Courier-Journal on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of the Defender in 1950. Much of the credit, the newspaper said editorially, for the even and amiable pace Kentucky has maintained in its working out of race relations problems must be given to the Defender. Stanley was the force behind the Defender's role in that achievement. 1974. Dr. Berkeley G. Burrell, president of the National Business League, insists that black businessmen must develop hard strategies in this time of economic turmoil. Dr. Berkeley G. Burrell, president of the National Business League, told the 74th Annual Convention of the NBL in Atlanta that black businessmen must develop hard strategies in this time of economic turmoil. If we do not come out of this 74th convention with a sound assessment of the situation and a unified front of committed allies to guarantee the continued survival of the black community and its economic resources, Burrell said, a severe blow will be dealt to the potential economic independence of our people. The whole range of minority businesses, from the black capitalists to the Nation of Islam, were represented at the convention. 1974. Black insurance companies show a trend of merging to prevent them from passing out of the hands of blacks. The Atlanta Inquirer quoted a report from the Department of Commerce that cited a trend of larger black insurance companies purchasing or merging with smaller ones to keep them from passing out of the hands of blacks. Overall, the number of black insurance companies had declined to 39, but the assets of these firms had increased within the past 5 years by $73 million. 1974. Arson is suspected in Georgia fires that swept through 3 black-owned businesses. Fire swept through 3 black-owned businesses in the heart of downtown Sparta, Georgia. Police suspected arson in the blazes, which destroyed a furniture store and damaged an adjacent warehouse and barber shop. Police also reported some attempted burglaries during the 3-hour fight to bring the fires under control. On October 30, 1974, the Atlanta Constitution reported that the records of the furniture store burned on October 24 had been subpoenaed by a federal grand jury investigating the affairs of Hancock County's foremost black political leader, John McCown. Local investigators, however, were unable to say whether the subpoenaed records were destroyed in the fire. 1974. Muhammad Ali regains the heavyweight boxing title by defeating George Foreman. Muhammad Ali regained the heavyweight boxing championship by defeating George Foreman in Kinshasa, Zaire. Ali, a 32-year-old black Muslim, knocked out the title holder, Foreman, in the 8th round of a scheduled 15-round match. Ali was stripped of his title in 1967 after being convicted of draft evasion. 4 years later that conviction was overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court. The Zaire title fight was the richest in contest history, with both Ali and Foreman earning $5 million each. 1974. James Earl Ray, convicted assassin of Dr. Martin Luther King, tells the court that he did not kill King. James Earl Ray, convicted assassin of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., insisted during a federal court hearing in Memphis, Tennessee, that he did not slay the Nobel Peace Prize-winning civil rights leader. Ray admitted that he had purchased the gun that killed King and that he rented the room in the building from which the shot was fired, but said he did not pull the trigger. Ray referred to a mysterious individual as the possible slayer in a conspiracy to murder the civil rights leader. Prosecuting attorneys faced difficulties in their efforts to elicit further details from Ray because of a ruling from presiding Judge Robert McRae that only questions about what he told his previous lawyers and not about what he failed to tell them could be admitted. Ray was seeking his freedom or a new trial on the grounds that his original lawyers misled him into a guilty plea at the time of his 1968 trial. Those lawyers, Ray now contended, conspired with author William Bradford Huey for such a plea so that Huey could write a financially profitable book on King's assassination. 1974. Widespread election abuses are reported in Hancock County, Georgia. A biracial group of citizens in Sparta, Georgia, requested that the state elections board send officials to observe the conduct of the November general elections in Hancock County. A committee of 3 persons sent to Hancock County under court order for the August primary elections reported widespread election abuses. That report, however, was ignored by the Hancock County grand jury in its September presentments. In the report on the August elections, the committee had said that the balloting was conducted in a tense and undesirable atmosphere caused partially by the presence of armed men in the polling places. Hancock County was the only county in Georgia with a black-run government. It has often been the scene of racial and political strife. 1974. Record number of blacks running for major public office. The Voter Education Project in Atlanta reported the record number of 118 blacks were seeking major public office in the November general elections in 9 southern states. 7 blacks were seeking congressional seats, 14 were candidates for state Senate seats, and the remaining 97 blacks were candidates for state houses. The VEP predicted that at least 31 of the candidates for state legislative seats would be successful. In 1962, when the VEP first began monitoring and promoting black political participation in the South, there were no black members in any Southern legislature. The black political progress continued despite repulsive national political scandals and severe economic problems, according to VEP Executive Director John Lewis. The black gains in state legislative posts in 1974, and the possible addition of at least 1 black member of Congress from the South will be yet another milestone in a steady progression of black political gains in the past few years, Lewis concluded. 1974. Huey P. Newton, co-founder of the Black Panther Party, is sought for murder after being accused of shooting a young woman in the head during a dispute. Huey P. Newton, co-founder of the Black Panther Party, was being sought for murder. Newton was accused of shooting 17-year-old Kathleen Smith in the head during a dispute on an Oakland street on August 6, 1974. She never regained consciousness. The results of the police investigation as to the cause of the dispute were not released. Newton jumped a bail of $55,000 and disappeared on August 23, 1974. The accusation of murder was the latest in a long history of altercations between Newton and the law. 1974. Civil rights activist Hosea Williams is acquitted of multiple charges. Controversial Atlanta civil rights activist Hosea Williams, who has had numerous encounters with the law, was acquitted on charges of simple battery on a police officer and of carrying a concealed and unlicensed pistol by 2 separate Fulton County criminal court juries. Williams was accused of grabbing the genitals of Officer A.L. Bradfield during a demonstration at the Martin Luther King, Jr., nursing home on September 15, 1972, and of carrying a pistol into the Atlanta Hartsfield International Airport on March 9, 1974. Williams's attorneys claimed that he was the victim of political harassment. Williams himself responded to the verdicts by declaring, "I carry only the love of God in my heart." 1974. University of Georgia's marching band decides to stop playing the Civil War melody Dixie at future football games. Robert Danch, associate professor of music and director of the marching band at the University of Georgia, announced that the University of Georgia Redcoat Band would not play Dixie at future university football games. In a campus referendum held several days before Danch's statement, students had approved the playing of the song by a margin of 3,467 to 1,270. Despite this vote, however, Danch said that his band would under no circumstances play the song. "It brought out the worst in some people," he said, "and black people feel like it is a slap in the face. This isn't the same school it was 20 years ago, and not many Southern schools play Dixie anymore." Danch also said that playing the Civil War melody exposed his band members to physical danger. 1974. Claims of discrimination in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Schools are rejected by the U.S. Court of Appeals. The 6th U.S. Court of Appeals in Cincinnati upheld a lower court ruling that the Grand Rapids, Michigan, schools were not segregated. The appellate court said that a review of the evidence and statistics in this case makes it clear not only that Grand Rapids was not guilty of acts of intentional segregation, but that much progress has been made toward elimination of the de facto segregation resulting from housing patterns. The court rejected the contentions of black plaintiffs that discriminatory acts of other individuals and governmental agencies were sufficient to support a finding of de jure segregation. 1974. 5 black women are named among the 40 most highly respected women in the U.S. 5 black women were named among the 40 most highly respected women in the United States, according to a poll appearing in the January 1975 edition of Good Housekeeping magazine. Those honored were California Congresswoman Yvonne Braithwaite Burke, New York Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm, Texas Congresswoman Barbara Jordan, civil rights activist Coretta Scott King, and actress Cicely Tyson. The black women were selected from a slate of 47 prominent women presented to the readers of Good Housekeeping in the 6th annual Most Admired Women's Poll. In the poll, King, whose name has been among the winners since 1970, ranked 19th, the highest position among the 5 black women selected. The total number of black women named for 1974 was 3 more than in 1973. 1975. Samuel Dubois Cook assumes the presidency of Dillard University in New Orleans, Louisiana. Samuel Dubois Cook assumed the presidency of Dillard University in New Orleans, Louisiana. Cook earned his bachelor's degree from Morehouse College and his master's and doctorate degrees from Ohio State University. Previously, he had taught at Atlanta University and Duke University and served as a consultant to the U.S. Office of Education and the Ford Foundation. Cook was also a former president of the Southern Political Science Association and, at the time of his appointment, was serving as a trustee of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Center for Social Change. Cook succeeded Broadus Butler as president of the 105-year-old predominantly black college. 1975. Reports appear in national newspapers revealing a history of the Central Intelligence Agency and Federal Bureau of Investigation spying on black individuals and organizations. Several reports appeared in the nation's newspapers revealing a history of Central Intelligence Agency and Federal Bureau of Investigation spying on black individuals and organizations. The New York Times reported on January 2 that the CIA had been collecting data on singer Eartha Kitt since 1956. According to the CIA files, Kitt had danced, at the age of 20, with a group whose leader allegedly had served as a sponsor or endorser of a number of Communist Front activities. She was involved in escapades overseas and her loose morals were said to be the talk of Paris in 1956. She had a very nasty disposition and was a spoiled child, very crude, with a vile tongue, and she often bragged that she had very little Negro blood. The CIA file also revealed that in 1960 Kitt signed an advertisement in support of the civil rights activities of the late Martin Luther King, Jr., which was also endorsed by a number of persons identified in the past with the Communist Party. However, the CIA report concluded that there was no evidence of any foreign intelligence connections on the part of Kitt. The detailed investigation of Kitt, according to the Times, was also possibly related to remarks that she made during a White House luncheon in January 1968. At that time, Kit shouted that the nation's youth were in rebellion because they were being snatched off to be shot in Vietnam. Both President and Mrs. Lyndon B. Johnson were reportedly upset by the singer's remarks. In response to the investigation of Kit, the Atlanta Constitution, on January 6, 1975, published an editorial that stated that nobody in today's world should deny our government the right to protect itself and us by keeping a close eye on potential threats, foreign or domestic. The question is, who should do it and under what kind of controls and guidelines? The pursuit of national security should not lead us to a place where we jettison the Bill of Rights. Kit responded, "I don't understand this at all. I think it's disgusting. I've always lived a very clean life and I have nothing to be afraid of and I have nothing to hide." On January 25, The Washington Post reported that the FBI had wiretapped the conversations of Martin Luther King, Jr. and other civil rights leaders during the 1964 Democratic National Convention in Atlantic City, New Jersey. The reports from the wiretaps, according to the Post, were delivered to President Lyndon B. Johnson. These reports of government spying on Black Americans came in the wake of the Watergate scandals and newer accusations that governmental agencies had illegally invaded the privacy of American citizens. 1975. The Swope Parkway National Bank, the only Black-operated bank in Kansas City at the time, closes. The Swope Parkway National Bank, the only Black-operated bank in Kansas City at the time, was declared insolvent by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Officials, however, said that the bank, with total assets of $10.6 million, would be reopened on January 4 as the Deposit Insurance National Bank under FDIC receivership. The Deposit Insurance Bank stood ready to assume all of Swope's insured and fully secure deposits. An FDIC spokesman said these moves were being taken in recognition of both the practical and symbolic importance of the Swope Parkway National Bank to Black community. 1975. Professor Moses W. Vaughn of the University of Maryland Eastern Shore receives a $175,000 federal grant for his 2-year study on the nutritional value of soul food. Professor Moses W. Vaughn of the University of Maryland Eastern Shore announced that he was studying the nutritive value of some types of soul food, the popular name for a number of items, including chitlins, pig's ears, pig knuckles and feet, hog maws, neck bones and pig's tails, said to be particularly favored by African Americans. Vaughn said the study was expected to fill a gap in nutritional knowledge, for even the official Department of Agriculture handbook contained no mention of soul food pork products. Yet, according to Vaughn, consumer research organizations and the Agriculture Department had received numerous requests for information about these foods. Vaughn received a $175,000 federal grant for his 2-year study. 1975. Students returned to school in South Boston, Massachusetts, with more than 400 police officers on guard as racial tension escalates. Students returned to school in South Boston, Massachusetts, for the first time in 4 weeks as more than 400 police officers kept watch on the arrival and departure of school buses. 4 schools in the South Boston area had been closed since December 11, 1974, when a white student was stabbed at South Boston High School. As the students returned to school, officials announced a first-day attendance of 876 out of a total of 3,000 pupils enrolled in the 4 affected buildings. Meanwhile, the Boston School Committee appeared before U.S. District Court Judge W. Arthur Garrity, Jr., with a new desegregation plan. The new plan, which omitted busing, was the means by which the committee hoped to avoid punishment for contempt of court for 3 of its 5 members. 1975. The Federal Communications Commission denies the Alabama Educational Television Commission renewals of licenses for all 8 of its television stations because of racial discrimination. The Federal Communications Commission denied the Alabama Educational Television Commission renewals of licenses for all 8 of its television stations because of racial discrimination. The FCC said that the Alabama Commission had, between 1967 and 1970, failed to meet the high standards it expected broadcast stations to maintain. It found that the Alabama Commission had followed a racially discriminatory policy in its overall programming practices and through its pervasive neglect of Alabama's black population. Furthermore, it had failed to adequately meet the needs of the public it served. Still, the FCC said the Commission could continue to operate the television stations on an interim basis pending a final determination of its future. The denial of license renewal was one of the FCC's most severe and most rarely used actions. 1975. A crowd of 3,000, mostly young black people, rushed the doors at the Atlanta Civic Center auditorium to apply for 225 new public service jobs. The incident spotlighted the black unemployment challenge of the current recession. A crowd of 3,000 people, most of them young black Americans, crashed into the glass doors at the Atlanta Civic Center auditorium in their rush to apply for 225 new public service jobs. The job seekers had gathered in the pre-dawn hours in search of employment. In December 1974, the unemployment rate in Atlanta had been 7.5%, but the jobless rate among blacks was 9.2%. The spectacle at the Civic Center auditorium pointed out again the growing economic desperation of blacks during the current recession. 1975. The Governor's Minority Affairs Council of Mississippi begins investigating reports of police brutality by the state's highway patrol officers. A committee of the Governor's Minority Affairs Council of Mississippi reported that it was investigating reports that highway patrol officers had beaten African Americans. The council, composed of 15 African American citizens, met with Governor Bill Waller to inform him of its plan for the investigation. 1975. Martin Luther King, Jr.'s life is celebrated throughout the nation. Celebrations were held throughout the nation commemorating the 46th birthday of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr. Much of the activity was focused in King's hometown, Atlanta, Georgia. On January 12, King's widow, Coretta Scott King, gave a major new assessment of the current civil rights struggle. Excerpts from her statement follow. What we are seeing in the South is a transformation. You don't have the tension in the South that you had 10 to 15 years ago. The battleground is definitely in the North now. Detroit, Chicago, New York, most of these cities are sitting on a powder keg because of neglect. Urban America is where it is going to happen in the 70s and 80s. The problems in the major cities across the country are the problems of America in miniature. Every city is beset by problems of poverty, crime, and housing. Blacks always suffer more than any other group. Totally unresponsive to the basic human needs of blacks and whites. The only thing is the climate is a little less oppressive. I think that the people were so relieved to get rid of Nixon that they set Ford up as a kind of savior. I don't think that he's really a leader. In some instances we still have to march, but not as much as we once did. I think the movement has reached a more sophisticated state. Marches, picketing and boycotting are part of it, but we are at the stage now where we have some political power. We are the balance of power in many areas. We do have a lot to work on, but I do believe Martin Luther King left us a great legacy and told us how we can achieve the American dream, a just and peaceful society. King made her remarks during an interview with Walt Smith of United Press International. Also in connection with the birthday celebration, a summit meeting of national civil rights and political leaders was held in Atlanta on January 13. The meeting, called to discuss the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and its possible extension or renewal, was sponsored by the Martin Luther King, Jr. Center for Social Change. Participants included United States Senators Hugh Scott, a Michigan Republican, and Birch Bayh, an Indiana Democrat, U.S. Representatives Ronald Dellums of California and Andrew Young of Georgia, former U.S. Attorney General Nicholas Katzenbach, National Urban League Director Vernon E. Jordan, veteran civil rights leader Bayard Rustin, Executive Director of the A. Philip Randolph Institute, John Lewis, Executive Director of the Voter Education Project, Georgia State Senator Julian Bond, and Atlanta Mayor Maynard Jackson. In his remarks at the conference, Senator Bay said that other minorities needed the extension of the Voting Rights Act to foster their causes, because there was substantial evidence that the protections provided by the act could aid Mexican Americans especially. The Nixon administration, according to Bay, tried to gut the voting rights extension bill in 1970, but he didn't anticipate that the Ford administration would try to do the same. Former Attorney General Katzenbach expressed the opinion that the Voting Rights Act freed Southern white politicians from campaigns of race, 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 and enabled them to seek office without reference to race. It also enabled blacks to seek national office for the first time in 40 years, he said. In his remarks, Rustin said that the issues of the turbulent 1960s were black issues: equality under the law and the end of segregation. But today the issues were broader and included blacks, other minorities, and women, and were economic and political in nature. The agenda, he said, had now changed from getting the rights whites had to the things whites wanted: a job, a house, a decent education. On January 15, an ecumenical service was held at the Ebenezer Baptist Church where King pastored, with the Reverend Theodore Hesburgh, president of Notre Dame University and former chairman of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, as the principal speaker. Other activities in King's hometown during the day included the dedication of the civil rights leader's birthplace as a National Historic Site and a People's March in the downtown area of the city. 1975. John Lewis is awarded the Martin Luther King, Jr., Nonviolent Peace Prize. It is the highest prize of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Center for Social Change. John Lewis, executive director of the Voter Education Project, was awarded the Martin Luther King, Jr., Nonviolent Peace Prize for 1975. The award is the highest prize of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Center for Social Change. The presentation was made by Coretta Scott King, widow of the slain civil rights leader, who said of Lewis, "We feel that this man exemplifies the life, the teachings, and the contributions of Martin Luther King, Jr., and certainly has brought about in his efforts the kind of nonviolent social changes in our society that have moved us forward and will continue to move us toward the dream. This young man is a very humble man, a deeply committed man, and a man whom I respect, admire, and love very deeply." Lewis began his civil rights career as a member, and later executive secretary, of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. He participated in the first Freedom Rides in 1961 and was a principal speaker at the March on Washington in 1963. He was a leader of the Selma to Montgomery voting rights marches. It was during the first of these marches in 1965 that Lewis received a fractured skull after Alabama law enforcement officers charged the crowd of peaceful demonstrators. As head of the VEP, Lewis directed programs to advance, through nonpartisan action, minority political participation. In receiving the award, Lewis said, "I am deeply moved and I hope that in the days, months, and years to come I will be worthy of this honor. As Dr. King said so many times, we've come a distance, but we still have a distance to go." 1975. Muhammad Ali, heavyweight boxing champion, is named the Associated Press Athlete of the Year for 1974. Muhammad Ali, heavyweight boxing champion, was named the Associated Press Athlete of the Year for 1974. In winning the award, as a result of a nationwide poll of sports writers and sportscasters, Ali edged out black baseball player Hank Aaron, by a margin of 162 to 110. Ali became only the third fighter to win the AP award since it was initiated in 1931. Joe Louis, a black American, won it in 1937 after he had knocked out heavyweight Jim Braddock for the title, and Ingemar Johansson of Sweden was selected in 1959 after he defeated Floyd Patterson for the heavyweight championship. The AP award signaled a new acceptance of Ali by Americans. The champion had incurred widespread disfavor and was forced to take a 3.5-year retirement from the ring when he refused induction into the armed forces in 1968. Ali began his comeback in 1971 after the United States Supreme Court overturned his conviction for draft evasion. His comeback fight was a third-round knockout over Jerry Quarry in Atlanta, Georgia. 1975. Demonstrations held in DeKalb County, Georgia in protest of racist school system. Black Americans in DeKalb County, Georgia, staged a number of demonstrations protesting what they called the racist DeKalb school system. On January 15, 60 black parents and pupils picketed at the Columbia High School in Decatur. They accused the school system of, among other things, dishonoring the memory of Martin Luther King, Jr., by refusing to declare a holiday on his birthday. However, Joe Renfro, an assistant superintendent of schools, said that special programs, rather than a holiday, would make all students more aware of contributions better than closing down, which we do not do for the birthdays of other great men. On February 20, about 100 black American students at Columbia High School were arrested after they refused to obey an order from school authorities to leave the campus. The arrested students were part of a group of 170 black Americans who had been suspended the previous week for staging a sit-down and walkout because the school failed to hold an assembly during Black History Week. On February 22, more than 100 black students and parents marched from Columbia High School to the DeKalb County Courthouse in the continuing protest. According to one parent, "Our children have been coming home all this time telling us how bad the situation is and some of the things that the school officials up there do to them. We see what they've been telling us is true." Also on February 22, Columbia High School readmitted nearly all of the black students suspended during earlier demonstrations. DeKalb County, whose seat is the city of Decatur, is a part of the metropolitan Atlanta area. 1975. Stanley Scott calls out black-owned newspapers saying they should be kept instead of sold to wealthy whites. Stanley Scott, President Ford's chief black American White House aide, said during a seminar on mass communications at the John F. Kennedy Center in Atlanta, Georgia, that fast buck operators were threatening America's remaining black newspapers. He said wealthy whites were buying out black-owned newspapers and franchising them like McDonald's hamburgers. The black press should survive, Scott added, because the majority white press did not cover adequately all aspects of life in black communities. I believe in integration, Scott continued, but I think we should maintain and save some of our old institutions too. Scott estimated that of the 500 black-oriented newspapers in the country, only about 30 or 35 are still black-owned. One of those was the Atlanta Daily World, a pioneer black daily, published by Scott's family. 1975. The United States Commission on Civil Rights takes a more aggressive stance on enforcement of civil rights, stating that more must be done after government agencies had failed to properly enforce the new laws. In its latest report, the United States Commission on Civil Rights said that President Gerald Ford must exert leadership to ensure vigorous and effective enforcement of school desegregation laws. The Commission was also, as in the past, highly critical of the civil rights enforcement of several governmental agencies. Noting the continued resistance to school desegregation in Boston, Massachusetts, and elsewhere, the Commission said, "We are at a dangerous crossroads in connection with school desegregation. We cannot afford, because of organized resistance in Boston or any other community, to turn back." It called for extraordinary actions, including appointment by the president of a federal official who would have the responsibility of making certain federal agencies fully enforce civil rights laws. In the new report, the Commission charged that the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, the Internal Revenue Service, and the Veterans Administration had failed to use existing federal laws to guarantee equal educational opportunities for racial minorities, non-English speaking people, and women. The HU, according to the Commission, had diminished its overall effectiveness and credibility by interminable negotiations with segregated school districts, rather than cutting off their federal funds. It had also failed to tell school districts what they must do to comply with civil rights laws, including the degree of busing required to desegregate schools. The IRS, the Commission contended, had taken little action to make sure that private schools that received exemptions from federal taxes were operated without racial bias. The VA, which was responsible for enforcing anti-bias laws regarding profit-making schools, apprenticeship programs, and on-the-job training programs, remained deficient in several areas, according to the Commission. The VA, for example, had refused to examine possible discrimination in the hiring of faculty at certain schools. The latest Civil Rights Commission document was the third in a series of reports assailing the degree of civil rights enforcement under the Nixon and Ford administrations. 1975. The Voter Education Project reports on the political progress of blacks in the 1974 general elections. Executive Director John Lewis states that the progress is small, but important. The Voter Education Project rendered an assessment of the political progress of blacks in the 1974 general elections. Georgia, according to the VEP, led the South in the number of blacks elected and re-elected to public office. In elections from coroner to congressman, Georgia had 101 blacks elected out of the 525 successful black candidates in the region. Among the new black office holders in Georgia were John White, the first black American to represent Dougherty County in the state legislature, and Henry Dodson and J.O. Wyatt, the first black commissioners of Fulton County. Elsewhere, Harold Ford was elected to the U.S. Congress from Memphis, Tennessee. 46 blacks were elected to state legislatures in Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina, and blacks were elected to 226 city councils and commissions. In the end, however, VEP Executive Director John Lewis said the election of 525 blacks in a single year is a small but important step in the long march toward equity of representation in Southern politics. 1975. J. Mason Brewer, possibly the best-known writer of black folklore in the United States, dies. J. Mason Brewer, possibly the best-known writer of black folklore in the United States, died in Commerce, Texas, at age 78. Brewer wrote some of his stories and poems in black dialect so ancient that it was difficult for most people to read. Others were written in standard English. Prior to his death, Brewer had served as a vice president of the American Folklore Society and a member of the Texas Institute of Letters and the Texas Folklore Society. He was a lecturer at Yale University, the University of Southern California, and the University of Texas, and a distinguished visiting professor at East Texas State University. The late J. Frank Dobie, himself a distinguished folklorist, once called Brewer the best storyteller of Negro folklore anywhere in the world. 1975. George C. Wallace, white politician and perennial symbol of resistance to civil rights for blacks, began his third term as governor of Alabama. His re-election was met with much controversy in black communities nationwide. George C. Wallace, a perennial symbol of resistance to civil rights for blacks, began his third term as governor of Alabama. At this inauguration, Wallace observed that social changes had been effected so smoothly in Alabama that other states might want to emulate it. 15 black state legislators and the state's first black cabinet officer, Jesse Lewis, witnessed the ceremonies. Wallace had received more black support than ever before in his recent successful re-election campaign, and his subsequent recognition by black organizations had been the source of considerable controversy in the black communities of the nation. John Lewis, director of the Voter Education Project, who was assaulted during the famous Selma to Montgomery March, is one of those who opposed black support for Wallace. In an interview with Boyd Lewis of the Atlanta Inquirer, John Lewis said, "Black people giving Wallace an award is like the Anti-Defamation League giving a posthumous award to Hitler." Lewis also observed that George Wallace, in spite of his condition, remains a symbol of the most brutal forms of violence inflicted against poor and black people in Alabama. There is no way you can erase that from the psyche of black people. As we celebrate Black History Week, we must not forget. I am troubled by this newly found admiration of a man like Governor Wallace. 1975. Nanny Mitchell, founder of the St. Louis Argus and a veteran black business and civic leader, dies in St. Louis, Missouri. Nanny Mitchell, founder of the St. Louis Argus and a veteran black business and civic leader, died in St. Louis, Missouri, at age 88. In 1905, Mitchell, along with her late husband William and her brother-in-law, J. E. Mitchell, founded the We Shall Rise Insurance Company in St. Louis and began publishing a newsletter to be distributed to black churches in the area. This newsletter eventually became the Argus, a newspaper that was published weekly starting in 1915. 1975. Atlanta Mayor Maynard Jackson appoints black leaders. Atlanta Mayor Maynard H. Jackson appointed the first full-time black municipal traffic judge and the first black municipal court solicitor in the city's history. Edward L. Beatty, a 30-year-old attorney who graduated from Morris Brown College and Harvard University, was named judge. Mary Welcome, a 31-year-old attorney who graduated from the Howard University Law School, was named municipal court solicitor. 1975. Former Georgia State Senator Leroy R. Johnson is convicted of IRS fraud. Former Georgia State Senator Leroy R. Johnson was convicted in the United States District Court in Atlanta of submitting a false statement to the Internal Revenue Service in connection with his 1969 and 1970 income tax returns. Johnson was acquitted of two other charges of willfully evading some $40,000 in taxes for 1969 and 1970. Johnson's lawyers announced that they would appeal the verdict. Johnson was the first black American elected to a Southern state legislature since Reconstruction days when he won a seat in the Georgia legislature in 1962. During his 12 years in the state legislature, he became one of the most powerful black politicians in Georgia and the South. Johnson was defeated for re-election in 1974, after an unsuccessful campaign for mayor of Atlanta, with the tax charges against him still pending. 1975. Philadelphia Public Schools study on learning in regards to race released. The results of a study of the public schools of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, showed that whether the race of the pupil and teacher was the same appeared unrelated to learning. The report also concluded that counseling and remedial education given current rates of expenditure had no particular value in increasing learning. The report said that optimal learning growth at the elementary level occurred in classes that were about half black and half white. In junior high schools, the achievement among blacks increased as the percentage of blacks increased. On the other hand, white junior high school students experienced a decline in learning in schools that were more than half black. The study, sponsored by the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia, was co-authored by Anita Summers and Barbara L. Wolfe. 1975. Black-owned companies are showing progress according to Sam Beard, head of the nonprofit Development Council. Sam Beard, head of the Development Council, announced in New York that minority-owned companies were moving into the economic mainstream and doing business with the industrial giants of the nation. According to Beard, there was almost no history of minority business ownership prior to the 60s, but in the last 3 years, his nonprofit organization had arranged 1,003 contracts totaling $141 million between minority-owned businesses and major corporations. Included among the council projects were the financing of a health center in South Jamaica, a section of Queens, New York, where 30 black doctors had tried unsuccessfully for 18 months to raise money for a medical facility to treat the community of 150,000, the funding of Soul City, the multiracial town under construction in North Carolina, assistance to the Blackfeet Indian Writing Company in Montana, which supplied pens to Atlantic Richfield Company, and assistance to the black-owned Baldwin Ice Cream Company of Chicago, which sold food to United Airlines. The council, according to Director Beard, was not a charity organization. Instead, he said, "We're building long-lasting business relationships that will feed hundreds of thousands of dollars back into minority communities and create jobs." 1975. Demonstrators are arrested in Atlanta after demanding to see President Gerald Ford to ask for jobs for the poor. Georgia State Representative Hosea Williams, head of the Atlanta chapter of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and 3 other men, including Socialist Workers' Party presidential candidate Peter Camejo, were arrested during a demonstration in Atlanta outside of a hotel where President Gerald Ford was speaking. Williams and 50 other demonstrators demanded to see the president to ask for jobs for the poor. A presidential aide told them that Ford's schedule did not permit such a meeting. Amid jeering from hotel guests, the demonstrators were arrested and charged with trespassing and disorderly conduct. 1975. The Opportunities Industrialization Centers holds its 11th annual convention in Atlanta. The Opportunities Industrialization Centers held its 11th annual convention in Atlanta, Georgia. The OIC, a black self-help organization, was founded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, by the Reverend Leon Howard Sullivan, the pastor of Philadelphia's Zion Baptist Church. Sullivan first received national attention in 1963 when, after increasing his church's membership from 600 to 5,000, he established a daycare center, a federal credit union, a community center, an employment agency, adult education reading classes, several athletic teams, choral groups, and a family counseling service. For these and other things, Sullivan was cited by Life magazine as one of 100 outstanding young adults in the United States in 1963. During this same period he was named one of the 10 outstanding young men of Philadelphia, won the City of Philadelphia Good Citizenship Award, the Silver Beaver Award of the Boy Scouts of America, the West Virginia State College Outstanding Alumnus Award, the Freedom Foundation Award, and the Russ Worm Award. In 1964, at the age of 41, Sullivan established the first OIC in an abandoned jailhouse in Philadelphia. Starting with almost nothing, Sullivan built OIC into a $4.5 million per year enterprise that trained and found jobs for more than 200,000 people. A comparison of the OIC's expenditures with the number of people it had successfully trained over the previous 10 years showed that the organization was able to put trainees through its programs at an average cost of only $1,500 each. Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare Caspar Weinberger stated that the OIC was more effective in training people and finding jobs for them than the vocational education programs in the nation's high schools. During the 11th annual convention, President Gerald Ford addressed the delegates and praised the work and enthusiasm of Sullivan. The OIC head responded, "Mr. President, we are glad you came. It is time someone came to us to give the poor, and those who work with the poor, some encouragement and some hope. It is refreshing to know that now, at last somebody in the White House seems to care." Also on February 4, the OIC presented a state government award to Alabama Governor George Wallace. In presenting the honor, Connie Harper, the black executive director of the Central Alabama OIC, kissed the handicapped former segregationist on the cheek. A week later, however, Tyrone Brooks, public information officer for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, resigned from the board of directors of the Atlanta OIC in protest of the award to Wallace. Brooks called the presentation an insult to all of Black Atlanta and Black America. 1975. The Free Southern Theater, a group that dramatized the concept of Black liberation, embarks on its first tour. Many viewed it as the beginning of a modern renaissance of Black culture. The Free Southern Theater presented the play If the Opportunity Scratches It, in Uta, Alabama. It was the first time ever that live theater, other than high school plays, was performed in this predominantly black farm community in central Alabama. The occasion also marked the first time since 1969 that the Free Southern Theater had taken a show on tour, although this was its original purpose when it was established in 1962 as a cultural arm of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. The Free Southern Theater was viewed by some as the beginning of a modern renaissance of black culture that grew out of the civil rights and black consciousness movements of the 1960s and 1970s. The idea of a theater to dramatize the concept of black liberation had spread rapidly across the country, and most cities with a sizable black population had some form of organized cultural activity. They included the Fire Company in Birmingham, Alabama, the New African Company, the National Center of Afro-American Artists and the Museum of Afro-American History in Boston, Massachusetts, the CUE MBA Workshop in Chicago, Illinois, the Caramoo House Theater in Cleveland, Ohio, the Rapa House in Detroit, Michigan, Opera South in Jackson, Mississippi, Bodashwis Bugarilla, the Mayfandi Institute and the Performing Arts Society in Los Angeles, California, the Black Theater Troupe and Umba Ojama in Phoenix, Arizona, and the Kiro Cultural Gallery of Richmond, Virginia. The aim of all of this activity was to allow blacks, who felt that they had been generally left out or misrepresented in America's cultural media, to interpret their own history, thought, ideas, strengths, weaknesses, and aspirations. In addition to theater, blacks were engaged in community writing, dancing, directing, designing, sculpturing, singing, and photography. In interviews with the New York Times in February 1975, Kenneth E. Snipes, executive director of the Caramoo House Theater, and Gilbert Moses, one of the founders of the New Orleans-based Free Southern Theater, assessed the new movement. According to Snipes, blacks have more needs for certain kinds of programs to provide them with a sense of self-worth, more of the things that are appreciative of black people. There is a need to appreciate black people, to appreciate the role of blacks in the history of this country, to appreciate the work of the black playwright or what the black dancer is doing today to eventually attain self-worth and self-esteem. Moses added that it was more important that we develop our own artists, our own image. It had to happen. 1975. Desegregation of Fort Valley State College. United States District Court Judge Wilbur Owens, Jr., in Macon, Georgia, approved the Georgia State Board of Regents' plan for the desegregation of predominantly black Fort Valley State College. The thrust of the plan called for upgrading academic programs, especially in agriculture, in order to attract more whites to Fort Valley State. Special education courses and a master's degree program in education were also parts of the plan. The suit against Fort Valley was filed in 1972 by a group of white citizens of the town who objected to a black state school existing in their midst while their children attended other state schools. In his ruling, Judge Owens said, "There is no magic way whereby this college can be transformed overnight." Yet, he continued, the court feels the plan is real and it is designed to do what is necessary. The court believes the plan is evidence of an intention to attempt to do what the court says. Black faculty members and students at Fort Valley announced that they would probably appeal the judge's ruling. Some of them had joined the case with the contention that the desegregation suit was in reality an attempt by whites to take control of the school. Thomas M. Jackson, attorney for the blacks, said some provisions of the plan were commendable, but that the concept is most suspect that a college must be controlled or operated by whites in order to attract white students. One of the attorneys for the Board of Regents told Judge Owens that there was no justification for Jackson's fears. In his ruling, Owens himself noted that there are some who will say the plan will result in the demise of this college, but the court feels that those fears are unfounded. If the plan is carried out by everyone involved, the end result will be that students who attend, be they black, white or any other race, will get a good college education that they need, want, and ought to have. Even before Judge Owens' ruling, some white faculty members were transferred to the school from other colleges and some white students had enrolled. About 25% of the faculty and student body were white at the time of the decision. The issues involved in the desegregation of Fort Valley State College were similar to those that have faced a number of predominantly black colleges in the past decade. Federal law had dictated the dismantling of dual school systems. In most instances, white-controlled state boards of regents or trustees had recommended the closing, merger, or transformation of predominantly black colleges as a principal means of accomplishing these objectives. Blacks, while generally not opposed to the principle of desegregation, had often contended that the plans for achieving it would destroy essential elements of their cultural heritage and place them at an unfair disadvantage in competition for positions in the newly desegregated schools. 1975 Dr. Peter T. Singleton, Jr., is awarded the Commendation for Excellence in Clinical Medicine and Human Relations. Dr. Peter T. Singleton, Jr., of Atlanta, Georgia, was awarded the Commendation for Excellence in Clinical Medicine and Human Relations at the Walter Reed General Hospital and Medical Center in Washington, D.C. The young black cardiologist graduated from Morehouse College and the Howard University Medical School. 1975. Judge Lyle Cook orders the city of Berkeley, CA to promote 8 white firemen who were passed over in favor of minority race candidates, claiming reverse discrimination. Alameda County, California, Superior Court Judge Lyle Cook ordered the city of Berkeley to promote 8 white firemen who were passed over in favor of minority race candidates. Judge Cook ruled that the city's affirmative action program, introduced in 1972, was unconstitutional because it amounted to discrimination in reverse. According to the 1972 Act, persons of minority races should be represented in the fire department in proportion to their population in the city. Whites, however, complained that they were discriminated against because non-whites were hired and promoted ahead of them on the basis of quota rather than merit. Judge Cook agreed that ignoring competitive examinations to hire and promote minority persons violated the Berkeley Charter, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, and the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. 1975. Exhibit on Black History slated to tour country. The Anacostia Neighborhood Museum, a branch of the Smithsonian Institute, announced that a traveling exhibit on Black history would tour the country as part of the bicentennial celebration. The exhibit would include 46 illustrated panels, along with artifacts and a written text. Among the characters and events in the exhibit were York, William Clark's slave, Mary Fields, a colorful Western pioneer, Benjamin Pap Singleton, an early black migrationist, Bill Pickett, a pioneer black cowboy, and Mary Ellen Pleasant, a pioneer civil rights leader. York was a strapping, 6-foot interpreter for the Lewis and Clark expedition of 1804 to 1806. His fluency in French and Indian dialects as well as English made him indispensable to the exploration. He was, in fact, seen as the leader of the expedition by the Indians. Because of his services, York was granted his freedom in 1805. Black Mary Fields was born in slavery but migrated to Montana after emancipation. She became a friend and confidant of the nuns of Cascade, a restaurant owner, and a mail woman. She often walked through the snow when it was too deep for horses to ensure that the mail got through. Benjamin Pap Singleton, one of the earliest Black Moses, led an exodus of blacks from the south to the west in 1879. Between 1870 and 1890, a number of these western migrations took place as blacks sought to escape racial oppression in the post-Reconstruction South. Men like Singleton organized colonies to help the blacks move west, where they often faced legal and extra-legal moves to keep them out of the frontier territories. Once in the West, blacks founded all-black towns and worked on the railroads and in cattle drives. It is estimated that there were at least 8,000 black cowboys during this pioneer era. Among the most famous of the black cowboys was Bill Pickett, the dusky demon of the rodeo circuit. Pickett lost his life at age 71, when he tried to make a comeback to the rodeo by roping and taming a wild horse. Mary Ellen Pleasant was born enslaved in Georgia but also became a migrant to the West. She was one of San Francisco's first civil rights leaders and allegedly helped to finance the raid of John Brown at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, in 1859. 1975. Elijah Muhammad, leader of the Nation of Islam, dies. Elijah Muhammad, leader of the Black Muslims, also known as the Nation of Islam, died in Chicago at age 77. Muhammad was born Elijah Poole near Sandersville, Georgia, in 1897. He moved to Detroit in the 1930s and met W. D. Fard, founder of the Temple of Islam. Muhammad himself erected a temple in Detroit, then, in 1934, moved to Chicago. Subsequently, 79 temples were erected in 70 cities. Jesse Jackson eulogized Muhammad as the single most powerful black man in this country. His leadership extended far beyond his membership. He was the father of black self-consciousness during our colored and Negro days. Muhammad was succeeded by his son, Wallace D. Muhammad. During the height of the civil rights movement, Muhammad and his followers provoked the ire of white and black leadership alike for their preaching of racial separatism, racial pride, and self-defense. The increasing popularity of those teachings among blacks, however, was demonstrated in the scope of philosophies represented in the eulogies for Muhammad. Civil rights leaders, including Jackson and Tyrone Brooks of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, joined Julian Bond of Georgia and traditional black Baptist ministers in extolling the virtues of the black Muslim patriarch. 1975. Georgia's governor pushed affirmative action plan. Georgia Governor George Busbee urged his state legislature to pass a bill dictating increased state employment for blacks and women. Busbee told leaders of the House and Senate that an affirmative action plan was needed to prevent mandatory hiring quotas imposed by the federal government. In May 1974, the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission had accused 11 state departments and agencies of racial and sexual discriminatory hiring practices. The federal government had earlier imposed hiring quotas on the states of Alabama and Mississippi. 1975. James Earl Ray's motion to withdraw his guilty plea and face a new trial for the murder of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., is denied. United States District Court Judge Robert M. McRae, Jr., in Memphis, Tennessee, denied James Earl Ray's motion to withdraw his guilty plea and face a new trial on the charge that he murdered Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., in 1968. McRae said Ray's original plea of guilty was coolly and deliberately submitted and that he found no violation of Ray's constitutional rights that would warrant a reversal of the plea and a full trial in state court. McRae rejected Ray's contention that he came to believe he had no choice but to plead guilty because of his former attorney's actions and rejected Ray's allegations that famed criminal lawyer Percy Foreman of Houston, Texas, and attorney Arthur Haynes, Sr., of Birmingham, Alabama, failed to take adequate steps to prepare a defense because they were more interested in promoting their royalties on the Ray story under contracts with Alabama author William Bradford Huey. McRae ruled groundless Ray's argument that Foreman, specifically, coerced him into the guilty plea. The judge said there was no impermissible pressure from the attorney. On the contrary, the matter was discussed on numerous separate occasions over almost 1 month, at the least. Ray carefully considered and partially amended the lengthy stipulation of facts that formed the basis for accepting his guilty plea, and entered the plea in an open court where he spoke to correct the record as he thought appropriate, according to Judge McRae. Robert I. Livingston, one of Ray's new attorneys, announced an immediate appeal to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit. 1975. Arthur Ashe, the nation's leading black tennis player, wins the singles finals of the World Championship Tennis Green Group Tournament. Arthur Ashe, the nation's leading black tennis player, won the singles finals of the World Championship Tennis Green Group Tournament in Rotterdam. He defeated Tom O'Kare of the Netherlands 3-6, 6-2, 6-4, in a 95-minute match at the Ahoy Sports Palace. 1975. School desegregation is enforced in 125 school districts in 16 states where voluntary desegregation was in effect. The ruling came as a result of a suit filed by the NAACP's Legal Defense Fund in 1971. United States District Court Judge John H. Pratt in Washington, D.C. ordered the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare to quickly enforce school desegregation laws in 125 school districts in 16 states where voluntary desegregation was in effect. The judge told Hugh to begin proceedings against the school systems within 2 months and said that in the future only 7 months would be granted for systems to formulate voluntary school desegregation plans. Hugh had found within the past 15 months that the school districts included in the order were substantially disproportionate in their racial composition. The affected districts were located in Arkansas, Delaware, Florida, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, Missouri, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, Virginia, and West Virginia. The ruling came as a result of a suit filed by the NAACP's Legal Defense Fund in 1971. Failure of any district to comply with Hugh requirements could mean a cut-off of federal funds. 1975. The ACLU releases documents indicating that the FBI had fabricated a threatening letter in order to persuade black civil rights worker, Muhammad Kenyatta, to leave Mississippi in 1969. The American Civil Liberties Union released documents indicating that the FBI had fabricated a threatening letter in order to persuade a black civil rights worker to leave Mississippi in 1969. A month after Muhammad Kenyatta received the letter, he returned with his family to Pennsylvania. The ACLU said that Kenyatta had come under the scrutiny of COINTELPRO, the FBI's counterintelligence unit, which the Bureau operated between 1956 and 1971 in an effort to disrupt groups it considered subversive. The letter in question, allegedly written by a group of Tougaloo College students, warned Kenyatta to leave Mississippi or we shall consider contacting local authorities regarding some of your activities or take other measures available to us which would have a more direct effect and which would not be as cordial as this note. The ACLU obtained the FBI documents in connection with a suit filed against the Bureau by Kenyatta, alleging a violation of his constitutional rights. 1975. Reverend Jesse Jackson, head of People United to Save Humanity, calls the NCAA racist and threatens a boycott of college football bowl games. The Reverend Jesse Jackson of Chicago, Illinois, head of People United to Save Humanity, said during a press conference in New York City that the National Collegiate Athletic Association was racist and warned that a black boycott of the college football bowl games may be the next target of civil rights groups. Jackson remarked that the NCAA is not fair. The colleges don't have black head coaches. They will select an assistant grudgingly, but they don't consider the black man to be head coach or athletic director. We found that the selection committees for various bowl games are almost totally white. This is a situation we intend to change. Earlier, Jackson had met with Michael Burke, president of Madison Square Garden in New York City, and Peter Carl Simo of Fordham University on the issue of giving black colleges a role in the National Invitational Basketball Tournament. Jackson's organization had threatened to picket the NIT unless changes were made. Under an agreement reached with Burke and Carl Simo, 2 athletic directors from black colleges would be elected to the NIT selection committee, at least one black institution would be invited to compete in future NIT events, and the New York branch of Operation Push would play a supportive role in the promotion of future tournaments. Jackson said that the pressure on the NIT was part of a national program to break down racial barriers that extended beyond the playing field. 1975. Kenneth Ivory selected as Boy of the Year by President Ford. Kenneth Ivory, a 17-year-old black youth from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, was named National Boy of the Year in a White House ceremony attended by President Gerald R. Ford. Ivory, a senior at Lincoln High School in Milwaukee, was president of his student body and captain of the football, baseball, and basketball teams at the time of his selection as Boy of the Year. 1975. Redbook magazine lists 4 black women among the 44 American women qualified for top governmental positions. The April issue of Redbook magazine listed 4 black women among the 44 American women qualified for top governmental positions, including cabinet officers, in the United States. The blacks included U.S. Representative Barbara Jordan of Texas, who was suggested as eminently qualified to be Attorney General of the United States, Coretta Scott King, listed as qualified to be chairperson of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, Eleanor Holmes Norton, Commissioner of Human Rights for New York City, listed as qualified to be Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, and C. Dolores Tucker, Secretary of State of Pennsylvania, seen as qualified to be Ambassador to the United Nations. The list of qualified women was drawn up by Frances Sissy Farentold, chairperson of the National Women's Political Caucus, because she became convinced that women's abilities were underestimated when selections for high-level jobs were made. 1975. Heavyweight boxing champion Muhammad Ali defends his title by defeating Chuck Wenner. Heavyweight boxing champion Muhammad Ali defeated Chuck Wenner in the final round of a 15-round title fight to retain his crown. Wenner went down in the last round from a right to the head and referee Tony Pura stopped the fight at the count of 8. 1975. The Washington Star reports new evidence of governmental spying on black individuals and organizations. The Washington Star reported new evidence of governmental spying on black individuals and organizations. These included investigations of Marion Barry, a former Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee activist and ex-president of the Board of Education of Washington, D.C., Walter Fauntroy, Washington, D.C.'s delegate to the U.S. House of Representatives, the Reverend David Eaton, pastor of Washington's All Souls Unitarian Church, and Absalom Frederick Jordan, chairman of the Black United Front. According to the Star, Berry's file read, subject referred, by FBI due to activities in SNCC, active in civil rights movement. Dislikes police. 1975. The Black Christian Nationalist Church opens its third biennial national convention in Atlanta, Georgia. The organization is praised for their mission. The Black Christian Nationalist Church opened its third biennial national convention in Atlanta, Georgia. The BCN was a movement dedicated to changing the condition of black people by changing their lifestyles. According to the creed of the BCN, Jesus, the Black Messiah, was a revolutionary leader, sent by God to rebuild the black nation, Israel, and to liberate black people from powerlessness and from the oppression, brutality and exploitation of the white Gentile world. The national chairman of the BCN, Jeremiah Abeba Achiaman, was lauded by Atlanta Mayor Maynard Jackson as a master teacher. Coleman Young, mayor of Detroit, Michigan, where the BCN was founded, presented Achiaman with a certificate from his city council. Young said that the BCN is a force to be reckoned with not only in Detroit but in the nation. 1975. Poppy Cannon White, widow of the late NAACP Executive Secretary Walter Francis White, dies by jumping off the terrace of her apartment in New York City. Poppy Cannon White, widow of the late NAACP Executive Secretary Walter Francis White, died by jumping off the terrace of her apartment in New York City. Walter White, whose marriage to the white author in 1947 created a mild controversy within the ranks of the NAACP, died in 1955. The NAACP issued an official statement of sorrow, however, upon the death of White. 1975. Blacks demonstrators originally charged with juvenile delinquency, have their charges dropped without explanation by Judge Dennis Jones. Judge Dennis Jones of the DeKalb County, Georgia, Juvenile Court dismissed charges against 80 black students arrested during a demonstration in February 1975 at the Columbia High School in Decatur. Judge Jones did not specify his reasons for dismissing the charges. Assistant School Superintendent Joe Renfro, who had brought charges against the blacks, said he was shocked by the judge's ruling, contending that the demonstrating blacks had disrupted the instructional and academic process at Columbia. Defense attorney Roger Mills praised the judge's decision, calling it amazing. The blacks were originally charged with juvenile delinquency by violation of public disturbance statutes during a series of protests aimed at what they called the racist administration of DeKalb County schools. 1975. Lee Elder, a black golfer, began competition in the famed Masters tournament at Augusta, Georgia. One of the last remaining barriers in professional sports fell as Lee Elder, a black golfer, began competition in the famed Masters tournament at Augusta, Georgia. Elder was invited to participate in the prestigious Masters after winning the Monsanto Open in 1974. The black golfer was officially welcomed to Georgia by the state's governor, George Busby. Elder was later disqualified in the preliminary rounds of the tournament. 1975. The Georgia Supreme Court upheld the murder conviction and death sentence of Marcus Wayne Chenault for the slaying of Alberta King, mother of Martin Luther King, Jr. The Georgia Supreme Court upheld the murder conviction and death sentence of Marcus Wayne Chenault for the slaying of Alberta King, mother of Martin Luther King, Jr., and Deacon Edward Boykin at the Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta on June 30, 1974. Chenault was convicted by a Fulton County court jury on September 12, 1974. Like the jury that convicted him, the state Supreme Court rejected Chenault's plea of insanity. 1975. Josephine Baker, one of the most popular American singers in France during the 1920s and 1930s, dies in Paris at age 69. Josephine Baker, one of the most popular American singers in France during the 1920s and 1930s, died in Paris at age 69. Baker began dancing and singing as a small child. She left her hometown of St. Louis, Missouri, with a dance troupe at age 15 and began regular performances at the Music Hall and the Plantation Club in Harlem. After Broadway rejected her as being too ugly, she went to Paris, where in 1925 she became an instant success in the all-black Blackbird Revue at the Champs-Élysées Theatre. In the 1920s and 1930s, Baker also starred in the Folies Bergère and the Casino de Paris. She became a French citizen in 1937. During the Second World War, Baker won the Croix de Guerre and Resistance Medal for her dangerous assignments with French intelligence units. Baker announced numerous retirements but kept coming out of them in order to raise money for the orphan home that she set up in the French countryside for children of all races and nationalities. 2 days before her death, she celebrated the 50th anniversary of her first appearance in Paris with a gala performance of Josephine. Princess Grace of Monaco was one of the celebrities in the audience. French President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing sent a congratulatory telegram. During this performance, Baker said, "I have two loves, Paris and my own country." She collapsed 2 days later, prior to going on stage. Baker once said, "The day I no longer go on stage will be the day I die." 1975. Preliminary legal motions are presented in the Beaufort County, North Carolina, Superior Court in the celebrated murder case of Joanne Little. Preliminary legal motions were presented in the Beaufort County, North Carolina, Superior Court in the celebrated murder case of Joanne Little, a 20-year-old black woman charged with murder after a Beaufort County jail guard, Clarence Alligood, was found dead in her cell on August 27, 1974. Little pleaded self-defense on the grounds that the semi-nude Alligood had attempted to rape her. In the preliminary legal skirmishes, Little's attorneys, Jerry Paul and Karen Galloway, sought a change of venue and a delay of the trial. They argued that racist feelings and pretrial publicity had made it impossible for Little to get a fair trial in Beaufort County. The Little case became a cause célèbre when civil rights groups and feminist organizations rallied to the young black woman's defense, claiming that the case typified the abuses that the Southern criminal justice system had long heaped upon blacks and women. By early April, thousands of dollars had been raised on behalf of the defense effort. Also, Representative Shirley Chisholm from New York asked U.S. Attorney General Edward Lovey to intervene in the case on Little's behalf. Representative Chisholm said, "There are very few black people of either sex called to serve on juries in these eastern North Carolina counties. So this can really hurt Joanne, who lives in a region where many Caucasian people hold the worst sort of prejudices against black women." 1975. Bill McCullough is hired as Georgia Tech's first assistant football coach. The Georgia Institute of Technology announced that it had hired the first black assistant football coach in its history. Bill McCullough of Atlanta, a graduate of Fort Valley State College and Georgia State University, resigned from his position as Education Program Coordinator with the Georgia Department of Public Safety to accept the position at Tech. 1975. Black Panther Party leader and 12 others arrested during a demonstration outside Georgia Labor Commissioner's office. 13 people, including self-avowed communist and Black Panther Party leader Ron Carter, were arrested during a demonstration outside the office of Georgia State Labor Commissioner Sam Caldwell. The protests centered on demands for an extension of unemployment benefits, a minimum $75 per week payment, and a reduction of red tape in connection with unemployment aids. The arrests came after the demonstrators refused to clear the halls outside of Caldwell's office. Labor Department officials had told the protesters that they could picket on the sidewalk outside the building. 1975. Racial fighting erupts at Boca Raton High School. Racial fighting erupted at the Boca Raton High School in Boca Raton, Florida. 3 students and a police officer were injured. 2 white students were arrested on charges of disorderly conduct. Police said the melee began about 7 a.m. when several buses carrying black students from Delray Beach arrived at the school. The blacks discovered a racial slur on the wall, became incensed, and the fight was on. The school, located in a resort area for millionaires, was first desegregated in 1971. At the time of the racial incident, it had 225 black and 1,050 white students. 1975. Black poet Paul Laurence Dunbar is honored in the release of a 10-cent commemorative stamp. A new 10-cent commemorative stamp honoring the black poet Paul Laurence Dunbar went on sale. Dunbar, the son of ex-slaves, was born June 27, 1872, in Dayton, Ohio, and the first day issue of the stamp was sold there. Dunbar, best known for his humorous poems in black dialect, published several volumes of verse, 3 novels, and 5 collections of short stories. He died in 1906. Coincidental with the issuance of the Dunbar stamp, the United States Postal Service opened a special exhibit called Black Americans on U.S. Postage Stamps at the Museum of African Art in Washington, D.C. At the conclusion of the special showing in Washington, the exhibit toured various post offices throughout the nation. 1975. Joanne Little, accused of murdering a North Carolina jail guard, files a $1 million damage suit against the estate of Clarence Alligood, whom Little accused of attempting to rape her in a Beaufort County jail, where she stabbed him to death. Attorneys for Joanne Little, accused of murdering a North Carolina jail guard, announced that they were filing a $1 million damage suit against the estate of the man whom Little accused of attempting to rape her in a Beaufort County jail, where she stabbed him to death. The suit claimed that the deceased guard, Clarence Alligood, acting under the color of North Carolina law, inflicted cruel and unusual punishment on Little and invaded her privacy in the alleged sexual attack. Little was being held in the Beaufort County Jail on a charge of breaking and entering at the time of the alleged assault. The suit, sponsored by the Southern Poverty Law Center in Montgomery, Alabama, also asked the Federal District Court in New Bern, North Carolina, to protect all female inmates from sexual abuse by male attendants at the Beaufort County Jail. The class action portion of the suit claimed that women prisoners were largely supervised by males who could see them as they bathed, undressed, or used restroom facilities, that women inmates were confined in such a manner that male trustees, jailers, and other male persons given free run of the jail expose their genitalia, and made vulgar and obscene remarks and gestures against the will and beyond the control of the female inmates, that bail bondsmen were allowed access to the women's cells to conduct bonding business and at times had made lewd and vulgar sexual propositions to the female prisoners, and that prior to the slaying of Alligood, the women inmates were under 24-hour surveillance by closed-circuit television cameras that anyone in the jailer's office could watch. Little's suit was filed as she awaited trial for the murder of Alligood. 1975. Popular newspaper, The Atlanta Constitution, reports that the FBI had been spying on black individuals and organizations. News reports of the FBI spying on black individuals and organizations appeared in the Atlanta Constitution. According to the newspaper, the FBI had spied on the Afro-American Patrolmen's League since its founding in Chicago in 1968. The report quoted the Patrolmen's League founder, Reynold Robinson, as saying that the FBI shared its information with Army intelligence units and with the Intelligence Division of the Chicago Police Department. The Afro-Americans Patrolmen's League was organized to voice the particular racial grievances of black police officers in the United States. 1975. Harvard agrees to have $45 million of group life insurance insured by black-owned companies. Harvard University announced that it had negotiated an agreement under which 20% of the university's $228 million in group life insurance was to be insured by the North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company and the Atlanta Life Insurance Company, the two largest black-owned insurance companies in the nation. The total amount involved in the deals was approximately $45 million, with one half going to each company. A spokesman for Harvard, Walter J. Leonard, said the agreement is a mutually beneficial one. Our joint venture will not only enhance North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company's and the Atlanta Life Insurance Company's images as growing and strong companies, but it will, simultaneously, radiate Harvard's concern for the development and growth of stable and strong black business enterprises. 1975. A mistrial is declared in the tax evasion trial of Mayor Charles Evers after being accused of pocketing campaign contributions. Judge Dan M. Russell of the United States District Court in Jackson, Mississippi, declared a mistrial in the tax evasion trial of Fayette, Mississippi, Mayor Charles Evers after an Internal Revenue Service agent suggested from the witness stand that Evers might have pocketed campaign contributions. The questionable remarks were made by IRS agent William Jack Sykes when asked about possible sources of taxable income that Evers allegedly failed to report. Sykes said, "Well, he did run for Congress." Defense attorney Michael Faller objected to the agent's remarks on the ground that the government's attorneys had agreed not to bring up the 1968 campaign as a source of more than $161,000 in taxable income that Evers allegedly concealed between 1968 and 1970. Although he declared a mistrial, Judge Russell refused to agree to a defense motion to dismiss the indictment against Evers. 1975. The voting rights of minorities are affected by Mississippi's reapportionment plan. The United States Department of Justice asks the state to adopt a new plan. The United States Department of Justice announced in Washington that it had asked a federal court in Mississippi to order that state to adopt a new reapportionment plan for its legislature that would meet federal standards prior to the 1975 elections. The Justice Department asked the court specifically to prohibit the use of a reapportionment plan drawn up by the Mississippi legislature during its 1975 session and to forbid the implementation of any plan that was not cleared in advance as having met federal standards. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 required that such advanced clearance be obtained either from the U.S. Attorney General or the U.S. District Court in Washington, and that any political change in an affected southern state must meet the test of whether it would have the intent or effect of diminishing the voting rights of minorities. 1975. The NAACP files suit to compel the federal government to require northern and western states to end school segregation or to face the termination of their school aid, as had been done in the South. On July 3, attorneys for the NAACP, the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, and the Center for National Policy Review filed a suit in the United States District Court in Washington, D.C., to compel the federal government to require northern and western states to end school segregation or to face the termination of their school aid, as had been done in the South. The suit was filed on behalf of the children of 18 families in 8 northern and western school districts and as a class action representing the interests of minority children in 33 states outside of the South. The suit charged that Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare Caspar W. Weinberger had not performed his legal obligation to be certain that no federally funded school system segregated students and teachers by race or national origin. The complaint also charged that Hugh had failed to act even when evidence came to its attention suggesting segregation, and that protest proceedings tended to drag on indefinitely. The suit asked that Hugh make findings of non-compliance, seek voluntary compliance on a prompt basis, and then cut off federal aid if all else failed. On August 13, 1975, officials at Hugh responded to the suit by calling for a meeting in Cleveland, Ohio, to plan stepped-up enforcement of school desegregation in northern districts. 1975. The United States Senate votes to extend the Voting Rights Act of 1965 for an additional 7 years. The United States Senate voted 77-12 to extend the Voting Rights Act of 1965 for an additional 7 years. On July 28, the U.S. House of Representatives voted 346-56 to approve the same measure. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 allowed federal registrars and the Department of Justice to enable thousands of blacks to register and vote in the South. The new law was even supported by a few Southern senators and scores of representatives from the region. Some of the Southerners had failed earlier in an attempt to extend the coverage of the law from the South to the entire nation. 1975. District Court Judge James F. Gordon orders the full desegregation of the Louisville, Kentucky, public schools. United States District Court Judge James F. Gordon ordered the full desegregation of the Louisville, Kentucky, Public schools. The judge's order called for the busing of 22,600 pupils to achieve the desegregation. Judge Gordon's ruling climaxed 4 years of litigation by civil rights groups. The order affected a city-county system of 140,000 pupils, including about 20,000 blacks. Judge Gordon said that all of the Louisville-Jefferson County schools were to be desegregated and each should have a black enrollment of at least 12%. No school could be more than 40% black. Gordon also warned those who would resort to public disorder and violence to oppose the desegregation to think twice. 1975. Racial violence persists in Boston over desegregation. Racial violence continued in Boston, Massachusetts, the scene of sporadic incidents ever since busing to achieve school desegregation was ordered in the city in 1974. On August 6, racial fighting erupted at the Charles Street Jail and 150 police officers were called in to put down the disturbance involving 75 to 100 inmates. Martin Whitkin of the sheriff's office said the trouble apparently started in the lunchroom with a fight between a white man and several blacks, then escalated into a full-scale brawl throughout the jail. On August 10, black and white swimmers threw rocks and bricks at one another on South Boston's Carson Beach. About 500 blacks were at the beach in the predominantly white section of the city in response to a request by black leaders who urged them to reassert the rights of all Boston residents to use all public facilities. There were no reports of injuries. On August 13, police patrols were increased in the predominantly black Roxbury section of the city after young blacks had made sporadic attacks on passing whites for 3 days. On August 15, 3 people were slightly injured during incidents of stone throwing in the city. A 16-year-old black youth was arrested during the melee in the Roxbury section. Meanwhile, U.S. Senator Edward Brooke of Massachusetts joined local leaders in an attempt to ease racial tensions. Brooke said, "I think the polarization in the community is unfortunate, but it seems to be building." 1975. Julian Cannonball Adderley, called a prophet of contemporary jazz, dies. Julian Cannonball Adderley, called a prophet of contemporary jazz, died in Gary, Indiana. Adderley was born in Tampa, Florida, in 1928, the son of a jazz cornetist. Known primarily as an alto saxophonist, Adderley also played tenor sax, trumpet, clarinet, and flute. He studied brass and reed instruments in Tallahassee, Florida, high school from 1944 until 1948 and formed his first jazz group there with the school's band director as advisor. Because of his hearty appetite, fellow students nicknamed him Cannibal, which later became Cannonball. From 1948 until 1956, Adderley was music director at the Dillard High School in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. At the same time, he directed his own jazz group in southern Florida. He served for 3 years as a member of the 36th Army Dance Band and later studied at the Naval School of Music in Washington, D.C. Adderley's first big break came in New York in 1955 when he appeared with Oscar Pettiford. The next year he signed his first recording contract with MRC Records. Adderley later recorded for Capitol Records and other companies and became famous for such albums as Black Messiah, Country Preacher, Fiddler on the Roof, Walk Tall, and Quiet Nights. His last album was Phoenix. Until 1957, Adderley toured with his brother, Nat, a cornetist. In 1957, he joined the Miles Davis Group. After a tour with George Shearing, he formed his own quintet, including his brother Nat, in 1959. Charles Suber, publisher of Downbeat magazine, which named Adderley New Alto Star of the Year in 1959, described the Cannonball as a hell of a musician. He was one of the best alto players in recent years. During his eulogy of Adderley before 2,000 mourners in Tallahassee, Florida, the Reverend Jesse Jackson, director of People United to Save Humanity, said the Cannonball had his greatness and his fame, but he did not use it, abuse it, or lose it. He expanded it. When he blew his saxophone you felt a little ease in the troubled world and the savage beast had to hold his peace. 1975. Emory O. Jackson, editor of the Birmingham World, dies. Emory O. Jackson, editor of the Birmingham World, was laid to rest in Birmingham, Alabama. Jackson was born on September 8, 1908, in Buena Vista, Georgia. He moved with his parents to Birmingham in 1919. He graduated from Morehouse College in 1932, after which he taught school in Dothan and Jefferson counties, Alabama. After serving in World War II, Jackson became managing editor of the Birmingham World, a position he held from 1943 until his death. Jackson was one of the founders of the Alabama Conference of NAACP branches and was a leader of several other political and civil rights organizations. In his eulogy of Jackson, the Reverend Samuel Pettigrew of the Sardis Baptist Church of Birmingham proclaimed that the presses in heaven have stopped. A new edition was on the street and its headline read, "The paper's top foreign correspondent, Emory O. Jackson, after serving 67 years away has returned home to serve out his assignment eternally." In another eulogy, Benjamin E. Mays, president of the Atlanta, Georgia, Board of Education and president emeritus of Morehouse College, said the late editor was born a free man. He walked like one, talked like one and looked like one. 1975. Joanne Little is acquitted of the 1974 murder of White Guard Clarence Alligood, whom Little claimed she stabbed in self-defense. A jury of 6 whites and 6 blacks in Raleigh, North Carolina, acquitted Joanne Little, a 21-year-old black woman, of the August 27, 1974, murder of White Guard Clarence Alligood. The murder case became a cause célèbre for feminist and civil rights groups after Little claimed she stabbed Alligood while defending herself against a sexual attack. 1975. Judge Robert D. Maceo rejects the busing of students to achieve school desegregation in Detroit, Michigan. United States District Court Judge Robert D. Maceo rejected the busing of students to achieve school desegregation in Detroit, Michigan. He ordered the Detroit Board of Education to seek an alternate plan to better balance the races in the schools. C. L. Golightly, president of the city's school board, called the judge's decision a victory for the school children of Detroit. Lawrence Washington of the Detroit branch of the NAACP expressed disappointment, commenting, "We're right back where we started 5 years ago." 1975. Daniel Chappie James, Jr. becomes first black American 4-star general. Lieutenant General Daniel Chappie James, Jr., became the first black American to be promoted to the rank of 4-star general in the U.S. Armed Forces. The Pentagon announced that James, a veteran of nearly 200 combat missions in Korea and Vietnam, was also appointed Chief of the North American Air Defense Command. James, age 55, was born in Pensacola, Florida, and graduated from Tuskegee Institute. He was one of the original black pilots in the U.S. Army Air Corps, predecessor to the present-day Air Force. He achieved a great deal of notoriety for his speeches on Americanism and patriotism. With the appointment of James, there were 21 black generals and admirals in the Army, Air Force, and Navy out of a total of about 1,200 in the U.S. Armed Services. 1975. James B. Adams, Associate Deputy Director of the FBI, tells the U.S. Senate's Intelligence Committee that there was no legal justification for the attempts by the FBI in the 1960s to discredit the late Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. James B. Adams, Associate Deputy Director of the FBI, told the United States Senate's Intelligence Committee that there was no legal justification for the 25 separate attempts by the Bureau in the 1960s to discredit the late Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., as a civil rights leader. The FBI, he continued, was led to investigate King because of the possibility that communist influences were being brought to bear on him and the civil rights movement. No such evidence, however, was ever uncovered. During its spying on King, the FBI installed a total of 16 electronic bugs and 8 wiretaps in an attempt to collect damaging evidence against the civil rights leader, and even sent his wife an anonymous letter and tape recording that King reportedly interpreted as a suggestion for suicide. 1975. Former Black Panther Party leader Eldridge Cleaver faces charges of attempted murder. Former Black Panther Party leader Eldridge Cleaver arrived in California in federal custody to face charges of attempted murder. Cleaver, age 40, was to be charged in connection with a shootout with Oakland police on April 6, 1968, in which Panther Bobby Hutton, age 17, was killed and a police officer was wounded. Cleaver had earlier ended his 7 years of exile abroad to have his day in court. After having lived in Cuba, Guinea, Algeria, North Korea, and France, Cleaver said his voluntary return was prompted by his belief that the United States had changed to the extent that he could now receive a fair trial. Cleaver's Soul on Ice, revealing intimate details of his life in the ghetto and imprisonment, had become a minor classic in revolutionary literature. 1975. John Calhoun is appointed Special Assistant to the President for Minority Affairs. John Calhoun, age 38 and a former Foreign Service officer and Deputy Special Assistant to President Gerald R. Ford, was appointed Special Assistant to the President for Minority Affairs. Calhoun succeeded Stanley Scott, another black man, who resigned. Calhoun, at the time of his new appointment, had been a member of the White House staff since 1973. 1976. The U.S. government approves the creation of a bust of the late Martin Luther King, Jr., to install in the Capitol. At the time, none of the 681 works of art in the Capitol honored a black person. The U.S. House of Representatives voted by voice vote to authorize an appropriation of $25,000 for the creation of a bust of the late Martin Luther King, Jr., and to install it in the Capitol. King would be the first black person ever so honored, if the bill was passed by the U.S. Senate. The House measure noted King's contribution to the civil rights movement and his winning of the Nobel Peace Prize. The House's Administration Committee had said that the tribute was appropriate because of Dr. King's prominence in American history and because of all the black Americans who have done so much to contribute to this country's greatness. Not one is now honored among the 681 works of art in the Capitol. 1976. School desegregation leads to violence in Boston, Massachusetts. Racial violence erupted in Boston, Massachusetts, amid protests by whites against court-ordered school desegregation. On January 21, black and white students at Hyde Park High School fought with fists and chairs. Across the city in East Boston, approximately 300 whites tried to block a major Boston Harbor tunnel during the morning rush hour. 5 people, including a Boston police officer and the mother of a student, received minor injuries at Hyde Park. 17 people were arrested in the 2 incidents. On February 15, about 2,000 people fought the police near South Boston High School, the focus of opposition to federal court-ordered desegregation. Between 40 and 50 police officers were injured in the mob attack. There was no estimate of the number of civilians injured. 13 people, 3 of them juveniles, were arrested. Boston Police Commissioner Robert J. DeGrazia called the 20-minute melee an obvious conspiracy by an element of hoodlums. On May 30, a fire was set next to the replica of the Beaver, a 2-mast sailing ship, which was moored at a bridge that led into South Boston. Although the ship was unharmed, $75,000 worth of damage was done to an adjoining gift shop and ticket office. The fire department said the blaze was of suspicious origin. The next day, United States Attorney General Edward H. Levi announced that the Department of Justice would not intervene in an appeal of the Boston desegregation orders to the Supreme Court. Some whites had urged the administration of President Gerald Ford to side with them in their anti-busing stance before the High Court, while civil rights leaders had urged the federal government to stay out of the Boston desegregation controversy. At the time of this violence and controversy, Boston was in the second year of a school desegregation program ordered by U.S. District Court Judge W. Arthur Garrity. The program had been periodically marred by fighting in schools as well as scattered attacks on blacks in white neighborhoods and of whites in black sections of the historic city. 1976. Paul Robeson, athlete, actor, singer, and civil rights activist, dies. Paul Robeson, athlete, actor, singer, and civil rights activist, died in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, at age 77. Robeson was born on April 9, 1898, in Princeton, New Jersey, to William, a minister, and Maria Louisa Bustill Robeson. William Robeson was formerly enslaved from North Carolina who worked his way through Lincoln University in Pennsylvania. In 1915, young Paul entered Rutgers University after earning an academic scholarship in a statewide competition. When he joined the football team, where he became an All-American, Robeson was once nearly mangled on the playing field by white bigots. The scholar-athlete graduated with Phi Beta Kappa honors in 1919. Robeson scorned his father's wishes that he follow him into the ministry, but after a brief career in law, he grudgingly accepted his wife Eslinda's urging to use his rich baritone voice in singing and acting. She helped persuade her husband to accept a role in Simon the Cyrenian at the Harlem YMCA in 1920. Even then, Robeson later recalled, "I never meant to. I just said yes to get her to quit pestering me." The Harlem performance, however, launched the remarkable stage career of Robeson. In 1922, he made his first Broadway appearance as Jim in Taboo. He also made his debut in London in the same year in Taboo, which was retitled The Voodoo. Upon his return to New York in late 1922, Robeson joined the Provincetown Players, a Greenwich Village group that included dramatist Eugene O'Neill, and took the role of Jim Harris in O'Neill's All God's Chillun Got Wings. This led to another successful appearance as Brutus Jones in The Emperor Jones, another play by O'Neill that had been especially revived for Robeson. The Provincetown Players also sponsored Robeson's first major concert in 1925, which consisted of a collection of spirituals. Between 1925 and 1928, he had a triumphant performance in The Emperor Jones and a heralded portrayal of Joe in Showboat, in which he sang Old Man River, both in London, England, as well as in an appearance as Crown in George Gershwin's Porgy and Bess on Broadway. Between 1928 and 1939, Robeson lived mostly abroad, particularly in London, where he found fewer color barriers than in the United States. One of his most spectacular successes in London occurred in 1930 when he played the lead in Shakespeare's Othello. To many, the New York Times stated, Robeson's performance was an unforgettable experience. Following these latest triumphs, Robeson toured the major cities of Europe both as a recitalist and an actor. Robeson's political consciousness was first jolted in 1928 when writer George Bernard Shaw asked him what he thought of socialism. Robeson later recalled, "I hadn't anything to say. I'd never really thought about socialism." In 1934, Robeson visited the Soviet Union where he was warmly received. He was also impressed by the absence of racial prejudice among Soviet citizens. Later, Robeson began to publicly express a belief in the principles of scientific socialism and his deep conviction that for all mankind a socialist society represents an advance to a higher stage of life. In the late 1930s, Robeson sang for the Republican troops and for members of the international brigades who were fighting the fascist dictator Francisco Franco in Spain. That experience led him to see the connection between the problems of all oppressed people and the necessity of the artist to participate fully in the struggle for human rights. It also convinced him to return to the United States to continue his work. On October 19, 1943, Robeson became the first black actor to play the title role of Othello before a Broadway audience. The next year, the NAACP bestowed upon him its highest award, the Spingarn Medal. Meanwhile, Robeson increased his political activity. He led a delegation to National Baseball Commissioner Kennesaw Mountain Landis that urged him to remove the racial bias in baseball. Robeson called on President Harry S. Truman to extend civil rights to blacks in the South. He was also a co-founder and chairman of the Progressive Party, which nominated former Vice President Henry A. Wallace for president in 1948. Then, at a World Peace Conference in Paris in 1949, Robeson declared, "It is unthinkable that American Negroes will go to war on behalf of those who have oppressed us for generations against a country which in one generation has raised our people to the full dignity of mankind." Although Robeson later asserted that the statement had been taken slightly out of context, adding that he had really spoken for 2,000 students from the colonial world who had requested him to express their desire for peace. His words stirred widespread opposition in the United States. In August 1949, veterans groups and right-wing extremists attacked crowds who were arriving for one of his concerts in Peekskill, New York. Subsequently, professional concert halls were closed to him and commercial bookings grew scarce. Robeson's income reportedly dropped from $100,000 in 1947 to $6,000 in 1952. Beginning in 1948, Robeson was called before congressional committees on several occasions in which he was usually asked if he was a member of the Communist Party. He always refused to answer, invoking his Fifth Amendment rights. The New York Times, however, reported that Robeson maintained privately that he was not a member. Nevertheless, in 1950 the United States State Department canceled his passport on the ground that he had refused to sign the then required non-communist oath for traveling abroad. Robeson had contended that the government had no right to base his freedom of travel on his political beliefs or a lack of them. He sued the State Department over the issue, and in 1958, the United States Supreme Court, in a related case, ruled that Congress had not authorized the department to withhold passports because of applicants' beliefs and association. Once Robeson received his passport, he departed immediately for Great Britain, declaring, "I don't want any overtones of suggestion that I am deserting the country of my birth. If I have a concert in New York, I will go there and return to London." He did return permanently to the United States in 1963, where he lived quietly, first in a Harlem apartment and then with his sister, Marian Forsyth, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Despite his difficulties with Congress, the State Department, and many American organizations and individuals, Robeson became a hero to much of Black America and to countless numbers of other peoples throughout the world. On his 60th birthday in 1958, he was given a thunderous ovation by a sold-out house at Carnegie Hall in New York City. It was his first New York recital in 11 years, and on the same day, birthday celebrations were held in many nations abroad, including India. There, Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru called Robeson one of the greatest artists of our generation, reminds us that art and human dignity are above differences of race, nationality, and color. In 1973, on his 75th birthday, another tribute in his honor was held at Carnegie Hall. Although the ailing actor-singer could not attend, he sent a recorded message to the crowd, which included many theatrical personalities. Upon the occasion of Robeson's death, the official Soviet news agency TASS commented, "The persistent struggle for black civil rights and for stronger world peace won him recognition not only in the United States but also outside of it." 1976. The National Urban League issued a report stating that all of the gains of Black Americans had been wiped over the past decade. The National Urban League, in its annual The State of Black America report, contended that many of the gains blacks made over the past decade were either wiped out or badly eroded in 1975, and the portents for the future are not encouraging. The League warned that the absence of overt discontent in the cities did not mean that the problems did not continue to exist and that the future of the nation was bound up in how it deals with these problems. As examples of how blacks lost ground in 1975, the Null cited the following: 1. There was a further decline in middle-income black families, continuing a trend from 1973 to 1974 that saw these families decrease from 1/4 to 1/5 of the total population for all black families. 2. The average black family income was only 58% of that of average white family income, representing a decline from 61% in 1969. 3. The black unemployment rate remained virtually unchanged at 14.1% for the first 3 quarters of 1975. 4. In 1975, Congress failed to enact any substantial legislation that would foster full employment. 5. The outbreaks of racial violence in Boston, Massachusetts, a city long regarded, if incorrectly, as the fountainhead of liberalism in this country, served notice that racism has no geographical limits and continues to exist in the American body politic. In concluding the review, Vernon Jordan, executive director of the Null, commented that all across the board, black people lost out in 1975. In order to alleviate the distress among blacks that the League cited, it recommended a full employment policy that assures decent jobs for all, an income maintenance system that alleviates economic hardship and replaces the present welfare system, and housing, health, and education programs that go beyond rhetoric to bring our nation closer to a prosperity that includes all of its citizens. 1976. Vivian W. Henderson, president of Clark College in Georgia, dies during heart surgery in Atlanta. Vivian W. Henderson, president of Clark College in Georgia, died during heart surgery in Atlanta, at age 52. Henderson, a native of Bristol, Virginia, was born on February 10, 1923. He received a bachelor's degree from North Carolina College in Durham and MA and PhD degrees in economics from the University of Iowa. In 1948, Henderson began his teaching career in Texas at Prairie View A&M College, but returned to his alma mater, North Carolina College, the following year as a professor of economics. In 1952, Henderson moved to a similar position at Fisk University in Tennessee, where he eventually became chairman of the Department of Economics. Henderson was named president of Clark College in 1965. In addition to his roles as a teacher and an administrator, Henderson achieved distinction as one of the nation's foremost black scholars in economics. He was the author of The Economic Status of Negroes, co-author of The Advancing South, Manpower Prospects and Problems, and contributing author of Principles of Economics. He also contributed to Race, Regions, and Jobs, edited by Arthur Ross and Herbert Hill in 1967. His work, according to the Atlanta Journal, is considered to have had an important impact in convincing industry and business of the buying power of the Black American community. Outside the academic world, Henderson was a member of the boards of directors of the Atlanta Community Chest, the Atlanta chapter of the American Civil Liberties Union, the Atlanta Urban League, the Ford Foundation, the National Sharecroppers Fund, the Institute for Services to Education, the Martin Luther King, Jr. Center for Nonviolent Social Change, and the Voter Education Project, among others. He was also chairman of the board of the Southern Regional Council and chairman of the Georgia Advisory Committee of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights. Henderson's governmental activities included serving as a member of the Advisory Committee of the Atlanta Charter Commission, co-chairman for education of the Georgia Goals Commission, advisor to former President Lyndon Johnson, and member of the Manpower Advisory Committee of the U.S. Department of Labor. Former Atlanta Mayor Yvonne Allen, Jr., called Henderson's death a great loss to the city. He left a vital and lasting impact. Atlanta Mayor Maynard H. Jackson added that the educator was a man never too busy to accept the call to service. 1976. John Loeffler, black legislator and civil rights activist, dies from heart attack. John L. Loeffler, black legislator and civil rights activist, died of an apparent heart attack in Mobile, Alabama. He was serving his first term as a member of the Alabama House of Representatives. Prior to being elected to the legislature, Loeffler had spent 38 years as a civil rights activist, much of it as executive secretary of the Mobile branch of the NAACP. He helped lead the successful challenge to Alabama's Democratic white primary in 1944. Loeffler was also a member of the Alabama Advisory Council to the United States Civil Rights Commission. 1976. The Detroit, Michigan, school system initiates a school desegregation plan. The NAACP opposes it on the grounds that it did not go far enough. A plan that involved a limited amount of busing to achieve school desegregation was initiated in the Detroit, Michigan, school system, the nation's fifth largest. The implementation of the desegregation plan climaxed a court battle that began in 1970. The NAACP filed suit against the Detroit system in 1970 after the Michigan legislature overruled the city's first desegregation plan. In 1972, a federal district court ordered the integration of the primarily black schools of Detroit with those of surrounding predominantly white suburbs. But in an important decision in July 1974, the United States Supreme Court struck down the provision relating to suburbs and ordered the district court to draw up a plan relating to Detroit only. The Detroit Plan, which was ordered by U.S. District Court Judge Robert Damasio, permitted a total of 21,800 pupils in kindergarten through the 8th grade to be bused. Another 4,700 were transferred to schools within walking distance. In addition, 1,500 9th and 10th graders were transferred to other schools, but they had to provide their own transportation. In sum, approximately 160 schools exchanged pupils in order to achieve enrollments of about half black and half white. The city's remaining 140 schools remained all black. The NAACP opposed the Detroit Plan on the grounds that it did not go far enough, but urged compliance with the court order. 1976. Racial violence erupts in Pensacola, Florida, over the issue of whether athletic teams at a local high school would be called rebels or raiders. Racial violence erupted in Pensacola, Florida, over the issue of whether athletic teams at a local high school would be called rebels or raiders. On February 5, 1,500 people rioted at the Escambia High School. 4 white students were wounded by gunfire, 6 others were also injured, and at least 9 people were arrested. One of these was a 23-year-old black man who was suspected in the shootings. Subsequently, crosses were burned on the lawns of school board members, a bullet was fired through a window of a home owned by a black school board member, and the homes of a Human Relations Council member and a state legislator were burned by arsonists. Blacks began a boycott of the school. On February 9, 100 of the 600 blacks enrolled in Escambia High School attended classes, but they were met with taunts from whites. Nearly 1,000 white students also remained out of class, apparently in anticipation of violence. The school had a total enrollment of 2,523 students. The only incident of the day, however, was the arrest of a 15-year-old white youth who was brandishing a foot-long chain equipped with a bolt-type grip. On February 21, the home of Teresa Hunt, a member of the Pensacola-Escambia Human Relations Commission and the County School Board Citizens Advisory Committee, was set afire with diesel fuel. 4 nights later, the home of State Representative R.W. Peden, a block away from Hunt's residence, was destroyed when a flammable liquid was poured on its floors and ignited. Both Hunt and Peden had been involved in the controversy over the school name. The Escambia chapter of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference continued to urge black parents to keep their children away from the school, warning that they would be unsafe there. The chapter's president, F.L. Henderson, remarked, "We'd rather see a child held back in school than see them in the morgue." He asked Florida Governor Ruben Askew to provide as much protection as within his power for black students. The controversy over the school's nickname first arose in 1973 when black students, who had been attending the school since 1969, protested both the name and the flying of the Confederate flag at athletic events and other functions. They said both symbols were a direct insult to them. After several protests, some of which were accompanied by violence, a U.S. District Court, on July 24, 1973, permanently enjoined the use of the rebel name, the flag, and related symbols on the grounds that they were racially irritating. Students then chose the name Raiders to represent the school. But after an appeal by a group of white students and school board members, a U.S. Court of Appeals overturned the injunction and returned the matter to the school board to make its own decision on the name. On February 4, 1976, an election was scheduled at Escambia High to allow students to choose between Raiders and Rebels. The riot erupted the next day. 1976. Reuben Hurricane Carter and John Ardis released from prison after serving 9 years from wrongful conviction. Reuben Hurricane Carter and John Ardis were released from prison in New Jersey after serving 9 years for murder. Carter, a former middleweight boxer, and Ardis, his casual friend, had been convicted in 1967 for allegedly participating in the fatal shootings of 3 people in a Paterson, New Jersey, tavern on June 17, 1966. The shootings occurred at a time of heightened racial tensions in the city, and the 2 black men were convicted largely on the testimony of 2 ex-convicts who claimed they had seen the defendants at the murder scene with guns. But the defendants maintained their innocence, and many blacks believed they were being prosecuted and persecuted because of their race. In September 1974, the New York Times reported that Alfred Bello and Arthur Bradley, the former convicts, had recanted their testimony and claimed that they had been pressured to lie by Passaic County detectives. On March 17, the Supreme Court of New Jersey unanimously reversed the convictions of Carter and Artis because evidence beneficial to the defense had been withheld at the original trial. This evidence included secret promises by detectives to Bello and Bradley that they would be aided in unrelated criminal cases if they testified for the prosecution. On March 20, pending new trials, Carter was released on $20,000 bail and Artis was set free on $15,000 bail. Some of the bail money was provided by heavyweight boxing champion Muhammad Ali, a supporter of the campaign by the Carter-Artis Defense Committee to win a new trial for the men. 1976. Samuel Dubois Cook is inaugurated as the 6th president of Dillard University, a historic black institution. Samuel Dubois Cook, former professor of political science at Duke University in North Carolina, was inaugurated as the 6th president of Dillard University, a historic black institution located in New Orleans, Louisiana. Cook, a native of Griffin, Georgia, received a bachelor's degree from Morehouse College and master's and doctorate degrees from Ohio State University. He had previously taught political science at the Atlanta and Southern Universities, the University of Illinois, and the University of California at Los Angeles. At Duke University, Cook won an Outstanding Professor Award. He also received a Citation of Achievement from Duke University, an honorary Doctor of Laws degree from his alma mater, Morehouse College, and was a member of Phi Beta Kappa. 1976. Reverend Richard Allen Chappell is elected General Conference Secretary of the African Methodist Episcopal Church. The Reverend Richard Allen Chappell of Jacksonville, Florida, was elected General Conference Secretary of the African Methodist Episcopal Church during the 40th Quadrennial General Conference of the Church in Atlanta, Georgia. Chappell succeeded the Reverend Russell S. Brown of Chicago, who at 78 was at the age of retirement. More than 30,000 participants, representing more than 1 million members of the denomination from 18 districts in the United States, Africa, Central America, and the Caribbean, attended the meeting. 1976. The United States Supreme Court rules that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was not limited to discrimination against members of any particular race, after 2 white employees accused their employer of discrimination against them. The United States Supreme Court ruled unanimously that victims of so-called reverse discrimination have the same rights as blacks to sue in federal courts if they have been terminated from their jobs. The High Court said that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was not limited to discrimination against members of any particular race. The court ruled in a case from Houston, Texas, where 2 white employees of the Santa Fe Trail Transportation Company had been fired because they allegedly misappropriated 10 cases of antifreeze. A black employee who was also charged in the incident was not terminated. The whites charged that their employer had discriminated against them on the basis of race and that their labor union had acquiesced in the bias by failing to represent one of them properly. The Supreme Court agreed with the petitioners and returned the matter to a lower court. 1976. U.S. Supreme Court votes to prohibit private schools from excluding blacks on the basis of race. The United States Supreme Court voted 7-2 to prohibit private schools from excluding blacks on the basis of their race. The private school case stemmed from a suit filed by the parents of 2 black children who were turned away from the Fairfax Brewster School and Bobby's Private School, both in the Virginia suburbs of Washington, D.C. The 2 schools had denied that they discriminated and said they had not had previous black applicants. They contended, however, that they had a right to discriminate if they so choose. The Council for American Private Education, which represented about 90% of the nation's private school enrollment, and the Department of Justice supported the black children in their suit, but the Southern Independent Schools Association, which represented 395 schools, and President Gerald R. Ford opposed judicial relief for the blacks. President Ford did say that he personally disapproved of discrimination against blacks by such schools. According to the court, racial discrimination by private schools was a classic violation of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 that prohibited, among other things, discrimination in the enforcement of contracts. The court continued, it may be assumed that parents have a First Amendment right to send their children to educational institutions that promote the belief that racial segregation is desirable, and that the children have an equal right to attend such institutions. But it does not follow that the practice of excluding racial minorities from such institutions is also protected by the same principle. In reacting to the ruling, Andrew Lipscomb, an attorney for the Fairfax-Brewster, Virginia, schools, said, "Parents are not going to be able to have the associations for their children that they wish, even in private situations which in small, private schools are intimate." The court's majority opinion was written by Justice Potter Stewart. In their dissents, Justices Byron R. White and William H. Rehnquist said the Act of 1866 prohibited only discrimination imposed by state law, hence the majority had gone too far in outlawing bias in the private schools. 1976. Jimmy Carter accepts nomination for president. Martin Luther King, Sr., a strong supporter of Carter, provides the benediction. Jimmy Carter, former governor of Georgia, accepted the Democratic nomination for President of the United States at the close of his party's national convention in New York City. The convention ended with the singing of the anthem of the Civil Rights Movement, "We Shall Overcome," and a benediction by Martin Luther King, Sr., father of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., and one of Carter's strongest supporters during the presidential primary campaigns. 1976. Dayton, Ohio, public schools are ordered to reflect roughly the same black-white population as the entire state school system. The Dayton Board of Education said it would appeal the ruling to the United States Supreme Court. The United States Court of Appeals for the Sixth Circuit ruled that each of the 68 public schools of Dayton, Ohio, must reflect roughly the same black-white population as the entire state school system. The order would require a black-white student population in each school that reflects within 15%, the racial composition of each school district. The Dayton Board of Education said it would appeal the ruling to the United States Supreme Court. 1976. Death of former Ethiopian Emperor Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie, former Emperor of Ethiopia and also known as King of Kings, the conquering Lion of Judah, and elect of God, died of prostate gland problems in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, at the age of 83. Selassie had been a hero for many black Americans since 1936 when he made an impassioned plea and took a firm stance for Ethiopian self-determination before the League of Nations following the invasion of his country by fascist Italy. Selassie last visited the United States in 1969 and laid a wreath on the grave of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr. 5 years later, the emperor was deposed in a military coup after ruling the African nation for 57 years. Selassie was the world's longest-serving monarch. 1976. Mordecai Wyatt Johnson, former president of historically black Howard University, dies in Washington, D.C., at age 86. Mordecai Wyatt Johnson, former president of historically black Howard University, died in Washington, D.C., at age 86. Johnson was born on January 12, 1890, the son of a Baptist minister. He received undergraduate degrees from both Atlanta Baptist College in 1911 and the University of Chicago in 1913, a Bachelor of Divinity degree from Rochester Theological Seminary in 1920, and a Master of Sacred Theology degree from Howard University in 1932. After serving 9 years as pastor of the First Baptist Church of Charleston, West Virginia, Johnson assumed the presidency of Howard University in 1926 and held the position until 1960. Under his leadership, Howard grew from a mostly black school to an international university in its student body, faculty, and scope of its academic programs. During this period, the student population increased by 250%, 17 new buildings were constructed, and the annual budget increased from $700,000 to $6 million. Johnson also gained a reputation as a champion of human rights and a spellbinding orator. After addressing the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in June 1959, the French newspaper Le Monde reported that the 650 delegates heard the most courageous exposé that one might be able to hear at such a meeting, and the New York Post remarked that many were moved, some with annoyance, but at its end, the applause lasted for 5 minutes. In commenting on Johnson's death, the current president of Howard University, James Cheek, said that love and dedication to Howard University will long be remembered by thousands of persons whose lives he touched throughout the world. 1976. William Bill Lucas, a former professional baseball player, is named Director of Player Personnel by the Atlanta Braves Club. It is the highest position ever held by a black American in professional baseball. William Bill Lucas, a former baseball player for the Milwaukee and Atlanta Braves of the National Baseball League, was named Director of Player Personnel by the Atlanta Braves Club. The position is the highest ever held by a black American in professional baseball. After leaving the playing field in 1964, Lucas joined the Braves executive staff in sales and promotions. The following year he worked in public relations, and then, in 1962, was named Assistant Farm Director and Director of Player Development. Of his new appointment, Lucas said that it held no special meaning. Wayne Embry, also an black American, held a similar position for the Milwaukee Bucks of the National Basketball Association. Another prominent black baseball figure, Hank Aaron, also formerly of the Atlanta Braves, led a campaign to get more blacks into front office jobs in baseball and other professional sports. 1976. Matthew Simpson Davidge, former president of Clark College in Georgia, dies. Matthew Simpson Davidge, former president of Clark College in Georgia, died in New Orleans, Louisiana, at age 97. Davidge was born in 1879 in Shreveport, Louisiana. He earned a BA degree from New Orleans University in 1900 and immediately joined the faculty there as an instructor in mathematics. He remained on the faculty until 1905 and, at the same time, pursued graduate studies at the University of Chicago. Between 1905 and 1915, Davidge was business manager of the Southwestern Christian Advocate, a Methodist publication. In 1915, he returned to education as president of the George R. Smith College at Sedalia, Missouri. After only 1 year at Sedalia, he assumed the presidency of the Haven Institute at Meridian, Mississippi, which he quickly left to assume the presidency of Samuel Houston College in Austin, Texas. In the spring of 1920, Davidge was elected president of Rust College in Holly Springs, Mississippi, where he became the first black to head the 54-year-old historically black institution. In 1924, he became the 16th president of Clark University, as it was then called. Davidge was the second black person to head the institution, the first having been his predecessor, William Henry Krogman. During his 17-year tenure at Clark, Davidge presided over the removal of the institution from Southeast Atlanta to its present location near the city's other black institutions of higher education, and he helped to provide new financial strength and vitality for the school, even during the Depression years. In 1939, Davidge became one of the first blacks to speak before the all-white Atlanta Rotary Club. Because of the Jim Crow laws and customs of the time, he could not eat lunch with the Rotarians and had to wait in an adjoining room until the meal was finished. Then he gave a speech entitled "The Negro's Place in Atlanta's Life." In it, he said, "Someday we may hope, the thinking people of both races will translate that mutual respect and trust into some concrete work. They may meet and work on the same critics trying to say they are seeking to tear down a social order. 1976. Muhammad Ali defends his title by defeating Ken Norton. It is the highest gate paid in a heavyweight title fight to date. Muhammad Ali won a hard-fought bout to retain his World Heavyweight Championship title in New York City. 42,000 people paid a total of $3.5 million to see Ali defeat challenger Ken Norton in a unanimous 15-round decision. Ali employed his usual wiggling style, known as the rope-a-dope, while Norton was only able to land several solid blows with both hands. The previous largest gate in a heavyweight title fight was $2.6 million, when Gene Tunney fought Jack Dempsey in Chicago in 1927. 1976. U.S. Secretary of Agriculture resigns after making uncomplimentary remarks about Black Americans. President Gerald R. Ford accepted the resignation of Secretary of Agriculture Earl L. Butz, who had made uncomplimentary remarks about Black Americans. The president said it was one of the saddest decisions of his presidency. Butz, in a private conversation following the Republican National Convention in August 1976, had accused blacks of laziness and shiftlessness. The off-color remarks were traced to the secretary in September 1976. Black American civil rights leaders and Democratic presidential candidate Jimmy Carter, among others, had roundly criticized Butz for his racial slurs and Ford for not immediately firing him. 1976. Clarence Willie Norris, the last of the Scottsboro Boys, was pardoned for a 1931 rape conviction by Governor George C. Wallace. Clarence Willie Norris, the last of the Scottsboro Boys, was pardoned for a 1931 rape conviction. The order was signed in Montgomery, Alabama, by Governor George C. Wallace. Norris, age 64, was among 8 black men convicted of raping 2 white women near Scottsboro, Alabama, and sentenced to death in 1931. The original conviction was later overturned by the U.S. Supreme Court, and a subsequent guilty verdict was set aside after one of the alleged victims recanted her previous testimony. Although the 8 were also convicted at a third trial, all but Norris, who escaped while on parole in 1946, had already been pardoned. The NAACP, along with the Communist Party and other organizations, had waged celebrated protests as well as legal actions on behalf of the Scottsboro Boys over the years and announced after the pardon that it was interpreting it as a total absolution for Norris. Has been absolved of any wrongdoing. We will interpret this as applying to the others. All of the other Scottsboro Boys were, however, presumed to be dead at the time of Norris's release. 1976. Blacks are accepted by the all-white Plains Baptist Church in Plains, Georgia, which previously held a racially exclusionary policy. The congregation of all-white Plains Baptist Church in Plains, Georgia, voted 120 to 66 to admit black worshippers as members. The church's racially exclusionary policy had been under attack since October of that year when Clennon King, a 56-year-old black minister from Albany, Georgia, announced that he would seek to join the congregation. The Plains Baptist Church had at various times included among its membership President-elect Jimmy Carter, his wife, Rosalind, and his mother, Lillian. After the motion to admit blacks was approved, Carter admitted being proud of "my church, God's church." 1976. The U.S. Supreme Court rules against a desegregation plan for the city of Austin, Texas. The United States Supreme Court, in a 7-2 decision, ruled against a sweeping desegregation plan for the city of Austin, Texas. The court sent the case back to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 5th District to review in light of its decision last June that government acts are not unconstitutional simply because they have disproportionate effect on blacks. The court also contended that school desegregation plans should be tailored to correct only the amount of segregation caused intentionally by school officials. They argued that the courts cannot impose sweeping orders designed to correct all school segregation that may result from racial and ethnic housing patterns. The dissenting justices, William J. Brennan and Thurgood Marshall, believed the appellate court had decided the case correctly. 1976. Andrew Jackson Young nominated as U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. President-elect Jimmy Carter announced the nomination of Georgia Congressman Andrew Jackson Young as U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. The nomination marked the first time a Black American had ever been asked to lead the American delegation at the World Peace Organization. The position also carries cabinet-level status in the United States government. Young, the first Black congressman from Georgia since 1871, was serving his second term in Washington at the time of the nomination. 1976. Andrew Young and Patricia Harris are nominated for President-elect Jimmy Carter's cabinet. President-elect Jimmy Carter completed the nominations for his cabinet. The cabinet nominees included two blacks, Georgia Congressman Andrew Young as U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations and Washington, D.C., Attorney Patricia Roberts Harris as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. 1977. Shirley Crenard Steele named Assistant Attorney General of Iowa and is the first Black woman to ever serve in such a position in Iowa's history. Steele will represent the state in civil rights legislation and criminal appeals. Shirley Crenard Steele, a Black attorney, was appointed Assistant Attorney General for the state of Iowa. Steele, a native of Salisbury, North Carolina, graduated from Livingstone College in North Carolina in 1974 and received a Doctor of Jurisprudence degree from the Drake University School of Law in Iowa. In her new position, Steele would be responsible for representing the state in civil rights legislation and criminal appeals. She is the first Black woman ever to serve in such a position in Iowa's history. 1977. Clifford Alexander, Jr. is appointed as Secretary of the Army. Clifford Alexander, Jr., a 43-year-old Black attorney, was named Secretary of the Army by President-elect Jimmy Carter. Alexander, who served 1 year as a private in the Army during 1958 and 1959, was chairman of the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission under President Richard M. Nixon but resigned in the middle of a 5-year term because of policy disagreements with the Republican administration. He had also served as an assistant district attorney in New York City and a White House aide under Presidents John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon. Alexander practiced law in Washington, D.C. for more than 6 years and ran an unsuccessful mayoral campaign in that city in 1975. Alexander's appointment marked the first time in United States history that a Black American had served as Secretary of the Army. 1977. President Jimmy Carter, overwhelmingly supported by Black voters, is sworn in. Jimmy Carter, former governor of Georgia, took the oath of office of the President of the United States at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. A Black woman from his native state was overheard in the crowd murmuring, "Yes, Lord." Black voters had supported Carter overwhelmingly in his campaign for the nation's highest executive office. 1977. The United States Supreme Court asks an Indiana court to re-examine its busing plan to achieve desegregation. The United States Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, returned a plan involving the busing of Black students to surrounding predominantly white school districts in Indianapolis, Indiana, to a lower federal court for re-examination. The effect of the High Court's ruling was to nullify the busing plan to achieve further desegregation, which the lower court had already ordered. 1977. Drew Days is appointed Assistant Attorney General in charge of civil rights in the U.S. Department of Justice. He is the first Black person to hold this position. U.S. Attorney General Griffin Bell selected Drew Days, a 36-year-old Black lawyer, to be Assistant Attorney General in charge of civil rights in the U.S. Department of Justice. Days, a Florida native, graduated from the Yale University Law School in 1966. In 1970, he took a position as an attorney with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, which handles legal matters for the parent organization. The appointment made Days the first Black person ever to oversee civil rights enforcement and also the first Black Assistant Attorney General in American history. 1977. Andrew Jackson Young becomes United States Ambassador to the United Nations, the highest diplomatic post ever held by a Black American. Andrew Jackson Young, a Black congressman from Georgia, took the oath of office as United States Ambassador to the United Nations, the highest diplomatic post ever held by a Black American. The appointment also carried cabinet rank in the administration of President Jimmy Carter. Young was born in New Orleans, Louisiana on March 12, 1932, the son of a dentist and a school teacher. He received a bachelor's degree from Howard University in 1951 and a Bachelor of Divinity degree at the Hartford Theological Seminary in Connecticut in 1951. Young was then ordained a minister in the United Church of Christ. His early pastorates were in Marion, Alabama, and Thomasville and Beachton, Georgia. After a brief period of service at the National Council of Churches, Young joined the staff of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. In 1964, Martin Luther King, Jr. named Young executive director of the SCLC, and in 1967 he became its executive vice president. In these roles, Young was one of the principal negotiators with recalcitrant white leaders who were just beginning to understand the moral and political power of nonviolent protest. Young entered national politics in 1970 when he ran unsuccessfully for Congress from Georgia's 5th District. 2 years later, the majority white district in the Atlanta area had undergone reapportionment. Young was then elected as the first Black Georgia congressman since the Reconstruction era. Although whites retained a slight voting edge in his district, Young was returned to Congress in 1974 and 1976. In commenting on the appointment of Young, President Carter said the congressman did not want or ask for this job. It was only with the greatest reluctance on his part that he finally agreed to accept for me and for our country. Young himself remarked, "Through many dangers, toils, and snares we have already come, the faith that brought us safe thus far will lead us safely on." 1977. The Roots miniseries airs, achieving the highest single ratings ever amassed by a television production. The Roots miniseries, based on Alex Haley's novel of the same title in which he traced his ancestry to Africa and slavery, ended 8 nights of presentations on the ABC television network. The Sunday night finale achieved the highest single ratings ever amassed by a television production. The previous top television presentation had been the epic Civil War drama, Gone with the Wind. During the 8 nights of programming, Roots was watched by more than 130 million viewers. 1977. Chicago public schools are accused of violating civil rights laws. The Department of Health, Education, and Welfare announced that it was cutting off funds to the public schools of Chicago, Illinois, because of alleged violations of civil rights laws. The alleged violations included an inadequate bilingual program and too many black teachers in schools with overwhelming black student populations. The order was to become final within 20 days unless the school district appealed or made appropriate changes to comply with the law. It was estimated that $100 million of the district's annual budget of $600 million came from the federal government. HUE Secretary Joseph A. Califano, Jr., in his first formal statement on civil rights, stated, "We have no desire ever to cut off funds to any school district or other educational institutions. But the way to ensure compliance with civil rights laws is to make clear that we will order funds cut off if we must." 1977. Joseph E. Lowery is named president of the SCLC. Joseph E. Lowery, chairman of the board of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, was named acting president of the civil rights organization. He succeeded the Reverend Ralph David Abernathy, who resigned to run for a congressional seat in Georgia's 5th District. Lowery was appointed to serve until the SCLC convention in August, when he or some other person would be confirmed as permanent president. 1977. Lester Kendall Jackson, minister and civil rights leader, dies. Lester Kendall Jackson, minister and civil rights leader, died in Chicago, Illinois. Jackson, the son of tenant farmers, was born in Fort Gaines, Georgia, in 1895. He earned a Bachelor of Divinity degree at the Virginia Theological Seminary and a Doctor of Divinity from Union Theological Seminary in New York. Jackson pastored Baptist churches in Hollins, Lynchburg, and Danville, Virginia, Passaic and Long Branch, New Jersey, and Gary, Indiana. At the time of his death, he was the pastor of the St. Paul Baptist Church in Gary. All totaled, he spent 55 years of life in the Christian ministry. Jackson also served as executive secretary of the Hunter Branch YMCA in Lynchburg, Virginia, professor of religious education, educational secretary and general manager, and trustee of Virginia Theological Seminary. In addition, he was a member of the board of directors of the National Council of Churches in the United States. Jackson was a leader of civil rights protests in both Long Branch, New Jersey, and Gary, Indiana. His activities in Long Branch resulted in a court decision that permitted blacks to bathe on local beaches, and his work in Gary, Indiana led to the hiring of hundreds of blacks by banks, savings and loan associations, and public utilities companies. In September 1973, more than 250 people, including the Reverend Martin Luther King, Sr., father of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., attended a tribute for Jackson in Indiana. Jackson called that occasion the most joyful moment in his life. 1977. A group of armed black Muslims slay one man and took hostages at multiple sites in Washington, D.C., demanding that the premiere of the film Muhammad, Messenger of God be cancelled because it ridiculed the Prophet. A group of armed black Muslims took hostages at 3 sites in Washington, D.C., slaying one man. The attacks occurred at the offices of the Jewish organization B'nai B'rith, an Islamic center, and the Washington City Hall. At City Hall, Maurice Williams, a 22-year-old radio reporter, was killed and at least 11 others were wounded. Washington's Mayor Walter Washington barricaded himself inside his office. The gunmen demanded that the premiere of the film Muhammad, Messenger of God be cancelled because they said it ridiculed the Prophet. United Artists immediately cancelled showings of the film in New York City. Another gunman, however, said the attacks were a reprisal for the slaying in Washington 4 years ago of 7 Hanafi Muslims. The Hanafi were allegedly killed by members of a rival Muslim sect. 1977. Alex Haley, the author of Roots, is honored by the U.S. Senate for his exceptional achievement. The United States Senate adopted a resolution praising Alex Haley, the author of Roots, for his exceptional achievement. The unanimous resolution, sponsored by Senator John Glenn from Ohio, said the historical novel and its television adaptation had contributed to the cause of a better racial understanding in the United States. 1977. B.L. Perry, Jr., resigns as president of Florida A&M University, one of the nation's largest historically black institutions of higher education. B.L. Perry, Jr., resigned as president of Florida A&M University, one of the nation's largest historically black institutions of higher education. Perry, who left because of personal reasons, was an alumnus of Florida A&M. Before departing, he told faculty and students that the university must remain as an institution, changed of course by the social and legal evolutions it institutionalized, as a force for providing higher education to a discernible segment of the population, and providing hope and inspiration to thousands who look upon it as a model for pursuing pluralistic ideals in a multi-ethnic, multicultural, and multiracial society. Perry had been president of Florida A&M since 1968. 1977. Students dissatisfied with the leadership of Rust College President, W.A. McMillan, demonstrate. On March 31, Rust College, a black school in Holly Springs, Mississippi, was closed and all of its 800 students were ordered off campus following a demonstration and fire on campus. The fire, of unknown origins, caused an estimated $500,000 damage to the college's administration building. Students blamed the school's president W.A. McMillan for the disturbance. Some said that he exercised strict discipline, had failed to communicate with them, had alienated them, and forced them to action. George DuPont, a sophomore student, called the president a stubborn dictator, deceitful, unreaching. "We want him out." He runs this place like a penal institution. The damaged building, a replica of Independence Hall in Philadelphia, was constructed on the small, church-related liberal arts campus in 1947. On April 18, Rust College reopened to students and faculty. In a statement, W.A. Macmillan, who had been asked by 20 of his faculty members to resign, stated, "I am disappointed, but not discouraged. Rust has a heritage that a disruption or a fire cannot destroy. We will heal our wounds and get to the business of making Christian higher education better than ever at Rust College." 1977. U.S. District Court judge rules that the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare violated civil rights laws by failing to order racial desegregation of Southern universities. U.S. District Court Judge John Pratt ruled in Washington, D.C., that the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare had violated civil rights laws by failing to order adequate racial desegregation in the higher educational institutions of 6 Southern states. The judge ordered HU to solicit new desegregation plans from Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Virginia, but he warned that the plans must preserve the status of their historically black colleges. Under Pratt's order, HU was given 90 days to set guidelines for which the states must comply. The states would then have 60 days to submit detailed plans on the best way to balance the proportion of black and white students in schools that receive federal aid. HU would then have an additional 120 days to accept or reject the state's plans. In 1972, Pratt had found Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, and Pennsylvania, in addition to the aforementioned states, guilty of violating the Civil Rights Act of 1964. They were not included in the most recent order, however, because they were involved in civil rights suits elsewhere. 1977. William H. Hastie, the first black person appointed to a United States Court of Appeals, dies. William H. Hastie, the first black person appointed to a United States Court of Appeals, died after collapsing on a golf course in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, at the age of 71. Hastie, the son of a federal clerk, was born in Knoxville, Tennessee. He graduated magna cum laude from Amherst College in 1925 and taught junior high school in New York before enrolling in Harvard Law School. He was admitted to the bar in 1930. Between 1939 and 1946, Hastie was dean of the Law School of Howard University. While at Howard, President Franklin D. Roosevelt asked him to join his black cabinet as a civilian aide to Secretary of War, Henry Stinson. In 1943, Hastie resigned from the War Department in protest against what he called the reactionary policies and discriminatory practices of the Air Force. At that time, he said, the simple fact is that the Air Command does not want Negro pilots flying in and out of various fields, eating, sleeping, and mingling with other personnel. These and other actions led some persons to regard him as one of the pioneers in the civil rights movement in the United States. After leaving the War Department, Hastie further served the federal government as the first black on the District Court of the Virgin Islands and later Governor of the United States Possession from 1946 to 1949. In 1949, President Harry S. Truman elevated Hastie to a position of Justice of the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit. He retired from that court as Chief Judge in 1971 but retained the position of Senior Judge until his death. Upon learning of Justice Hastie's death, the U.S. Supreme Court's Chief Justice Warren Burger called it a great loss to the judiciary and to the country. 1977. Students demand resignation of Prince Jackson, Jr., President of Savannah State College. About 150 students continued their demands calling for the resignation of Prince Jackson, Jr., as president of predominantly black Savannah State College in Georgia. The students' grievances included decreased alumni financial support because of several scandals involving college staff members, alleged diversion of scholarship monies to other purposes, and alleged illegal diversion of Student Government Association funds to pay a deficit in the athletic program. President Jackson did not make an immediate public response to the students' allegations. Savannah State was one of several historically black colleges that experienced student protests recently over questionable internal practices. 1977. Ali defeats Evangelista to retain World Heavyweight Boxing Championship title. Muhammad Ali retained his World Heavyweight Boxing Championship with a unanimous decision over 22-year-old Alfredo Evangelista after 15 rounds in Landover, Maryland. Evangelista, a native of Uruguay who had been heralded as the Spanish Rocky, never caught Ali with a solid punch during the entire fight. He fought a mostly defensive contest. Ali received $2.75 million for the victory, $200,000 of which had been used to buy tickets for disadvantaged youths to attend the fight. It was the 9th time in his second reign as champion that Ali had defended his title. He had been beaten only twice, by Joe Frazier and Ken Norton, in 56 career bouts. 1977. The oldest known identified photographs of African slaves in the United States are published in American Heritage magazine. The oldest known identified photographs of African slaves in the United States were published in the June issue of American Heritage magazine. The photographs were discovered 18 months previously in an otherwise empty cabinet in an attic of the Peabody Museum at Harvard University by Eleanor Reichlin. The daguerreotypes were taken in Columbia, South Carolina, in 1850 for scientific study, by J.T. Zealy, whom Reichlin traced as a photographer in Columbia until 1880. Professor Stephen Williams, director of the Peabody Museum, asserted that the photographs were the oldest examples of rare pictures of American slaves born in Africa. At least 4 of the 7 subjects shown in several poses were identified on the prints by first name, African nation or tribe of origin, and by slave owner. Among them was a man named Alfred, identified as a Fala, a West African tribe, and owned by an Ilomos of Columbia, South Carolina, and Jack and Renti from Guinea and the Congo, respectively, owned by a B.F. Taylor, also of Columbia. Nude photos of African women were not released by the Peabody Museum. 1977. Elias Blake, Jr., becomes the new president of Clark College in Atlanta, Georgia. Elias Blake, Jr., 47-year-old president of the Institute for Services to Education, became the new president of Clark College in Atlanta, Georgia. Blake succeeded Vivian W. Henderson, who died during heart surgery on January 28, 1976. Blake, a native Georgian, received bachelor's and master's degrees from Payne College in Augusta, Georgia, in 1951, and Howard University in 1954 respectively, and a doctorate from the University of Illinois in 1960. He came to Clark College from the Institute for Services to Education in Washington, D.C., where he was a consultant to governmental and private educational agencies. 1977. Ethel Waters, black singer and actress, dies of apparent heart failure. Ethel Waters, black singer and actress, died of apparent heart failure in Chatsworth, California, at age 76. Waters was born on October 31, 1900, in Chester, Pennsylvania. She first appeared on stage at age 17 and later toured with jazz groups where she became a leading theater and cafe personality. But after a religious conversion, Waters gave up singing in nightclubs and turned to spirituals. After her talents were more widely recognized, Waters made her Broadway debut in Plantation Review of 1924. In this production, she scored one of the greatest song hits ever when she introduced the piece Dinah. From Broadway she began making motion pictures and was cast in as Thousands Cheer, At Home Abroad, and Rhapsody in Black. In 1950, Waters was nominated for an Academy Award for her role in Pinky. Her last motion picture was The Sound and the Fury in 1958. By this time, however, Waters began appearing on such television programs as The Tennessee Ernie Ford Show, Daniel Boone, and Route 66. In her later life, Waters turned increasingly to singing, becoming noted particularly for blues renditions of Am I Blue and Stormy Weather as well as black spirituals. She was, according to an article in the Atlanta Constitution, the first woman ever to sing St. Louis blues and thrilled millions around the world with her rendition of His Eye is on the Sparrow with the Billy Graham Evangelical Crusade. She had been singing with the Crusade for 15 years at the time her death. Waters's autobiography, also entitled His Eye is on the Sparrow, was published in 1951 and became a bestseller. In the 1960s, stricken with diabetes and heart problems, it was revealed that Waters had lost much of her wealth and was subsisting on Social Security. She admitted her financial difficulties but said, "If half the people that owed me money paid it back, I'd be a rich woman." Yet she refused to make television commercials in order to earn more money. Instead, she exclaimed, "I couldn't be happier because I'm at peace with the Lord." In an editorial published after Waters's death, the Atlanta Constitution commented that few American entertainment figures have had careers as varied and memorable as Ethel Waters. 1977. Joseph N. Gales, Jr., becomes the new president of Talladega College in Alabama. Joseph N. Gales, Jr., program director of the medical education program at Morehouse College, assumed the presidency of Talladega College in Alabama. Gales succeeded Herman Long, who died in office in 1976. Gales, a summa cum laude graduate of Louisiana's Dillard University, received a Ph.D. degree in chemical physics from Brown University in Rhode Island. He was previously a professor of chemistry at Morehouse College. 1977. Cleveland L. Denord, president of the Washington Technical Institute in Washington, D.C., assumed the presidency of historically black Atlanta University in Georgia. Cleveland L. Denord, president of the Washington Technical Institute in Washington, D.C., assumed the presidency of historically black Atlanta University in Georgia. Denord, a native of Sebring, Florida, was educated at Florida A&M University, the University of Colorado, and the University of Tennessee, from which he earned a Ed.D. degree. Prior to becoming president of the Washington Technical Institute in 1967, he had been principal of the George Washington Carver Vocational School in Atlanta, and deputy commissioner for manpower and program management in the New York City Human Resource Administration. Denord had also lectured in 16 foreign countries under the auspices of the United States Information Agency. 1977. Labor Day church picnic in Charlotte turns deadly. On September 5, Kenneth Wilson, a 17-year-old white youth wearing a Nazi armband, shot into a crowd of about 200 blacks attending a Labor Day church picnic in Charlotte, North Carolina, before killing himself. One black man, Roosevelt Davis, aged 29, was killed in the attack. On September 7, a second victim, Joanne Terry, a 28-year-old widow, died of wounds received 2 days earlier. 2 other black victims survived the assault. 1977. Governor Mills E. Godwin announces that the state of Virginia would not comply with federal racial quotas to desegregate its colleges and universities. Governor Mills E. Godwin announced that the state of Virginia would not comply with federal racial quotas ordered by the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare to desegregate its colleges and universities. In a letter to Hugh, Governor Godwin stated, "All our accomplishments to date signal one thing: Virginia's intention to provide access, for all of its citizens regardless of race, to higher education which is as diverse and as excellent as it can possibly be." But he said the state would not surrender its administrative responsibilities to the federal government. Alabama, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Oklahoma, and Virginia were under orders to submit revised desegregation plans to Hugh by the week of September 5. Louisiana had previously refused to submit any plan to Hugh, and Mississippi had submitted an unacceptable one. Both states were still in federal courts for their actions. Virginia, which did not fully comply with the Hugh desegregation guidelines, faced the possible loss of an estimated $40 million in federal funds. 1977. New England Journal of Medicine lists homicides as the leading cause of death nationally among black men aged 25 to 34. A study by scholars at the Case Western University in Cleveland, Ohio, confirmed that homicide was the leading cause of death nationally among black men aged 25-34. Although the research team focused their study on Cleveland, they also used a federal government report entitled Homicide Trends in the United States to draw nationwide conclusions. In Cleveland, however, between 1958 and 1962, 20 blacks died of homicide for every white, and from 1963 to 1974, 12 blacks for every white. Nationwide, in 1975, 1,913 blacks between the ages of 24 and 34 died of accidental causes, 3,256 from disease, 439 from suicide, and 2,506 from homicide. The study was published in the September 1977 issue of the New England Journal of Medicine. 1977. Claire Ford is named Miss Black America. Claire Ford, an 18-year-old student at Memphis State University, was crowned Miss Black America for 1977 in Santa Monica, California. Mary Denise Bentley, Miss Indiana, was the first runner-up. Ford, who entered the pageant as Miss Tennessee, won $10,000 in prize money, an acting role in the television miniseries Roots, The Next Generation, and screen tests at both NBC and Universal Studios. Ford later revealed that she wanted to become a lawyer. 1977. Television miniseries Roots, which was based on Alex Haley's novel about his family in Africa and America, sweeps the 19th Annual Emmy Awards. The epic television miniseries Roots, based on Alex Haley's novel about his family in Africa and America, swept the 19th Annual Emmy Award presentations in Los Angeles, California. Among the top Emmys awarded were, Outstanding Lead Actor for a Single Appearance in a Drama or Comedy Series, Lou Gossett, Jr., who portrayed the smooth survivor Fiddler, Outstanding Writing in a Drama Series, Ernest Kinoe and William Blinn, Outstanding Directing in a Drama Series, David Green, and Outstanding Single Performance by a Supporting Actor and Actress in a Drama or Comedy Series, Edward Asner and Olivia Cole, respectively. The drama also garnered the Outstanding Limited Series Award. Roots, the most successful mini-series in television history, was broadcast over 8 nights on the ABC television network in January and February 1977. 1977. 10 members of the United States House of Representatives sign a resolution calling for the impeachment of Andrew J. Young, the first Black American ambassador to the United Nations. 10 members of the United States House of Representatives signed a resolution calling for the impeachment of Andrew J. Young, the first Black American ambassador to the United Nations. Most of the charges stemmed from public statements made by Young before and since his appointment to this position. The document cited 20 actions by Young that warranted his impeachment, including his depiction of Great Britain and Sweden as racist nations. The resolution also accused Young of failing to oppose the admission of Vietnam to the United Nations and of seeking to transfer the governing power in the anti-communist nation of Rhodesia to the pro-Marxist guerrilla coalition. 1977. Reggie Jackson makes single World Series game home run record. Reggie Jackson, Black American outfielder for the New York Yankees of the American Baseball League, hit 3 home runs in a single World Series game, the first time in history that such a feat had been accomplished. The Yankees went on to defeat the Los Angeles Dodgers of the National Baseball League 8-4 and to capture the 1977 World Series title. Dodgers manager Tommy Lasorda called Jackson's achievement the greatest performance that I've ever seen in a World Series. Jackson himself commented, "It's a nice feeling, but I'm beat. I know there's a God in heaven." 1977. Muhammad Ali retains the World Heavyweight Boxing Championship with a unanimous decision in 15 rounds, over challenger Ernie Shavers. Muhammad Ali retained the World Heavyweight Boxing Championship with a unanimous decision in 15 rounds, over challenger Ernie Shavers. The pattern of the fight was one of Shavers stalking and looking to throw the big right hand that had enabled him to knock out 52 of his first 60 opponents, while Ali looked for ways to nullify the challenger's power. Ali, using jabs, hooks, and flurries of punches with both hands to the head, was the most successful. At the end of the New York City fight, Shavers cried, "They robbed me. They robbed me." 1977. Since taking office in January 1997, President Jimmy Carter has appointed 4 Black Americans as U.S. attorneys. The Associated Press reported that since taking office in January 1977, President Jimmy Carter had appointed 4 blacks as United States attorneys. They were, G. William Hunter of San Francisco, California, Hubert H. Bryant of Tulsa, Oklahoma, James R. Burgess, Jr. of East St. Louis, Illinois, and Henry M. Michaud of Greensboro, North Carolina. During the administrations of Presidents Richard M. Nixon and Gerald R. Ford, there was only one black U.S. attorney, Frederick Coleman in Cleveland, Ohio. 1977. Robert Edward Chambliss, a 73-year-old former Ku Klux Klansman, is convicted of first-degree murder in the 1963 dynamite bombing of the 16th Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama. Robert Edward Chambliss, a 73-year-old former Ku Klux Klansman, was convicted of first-degree murder in the 1963 dynamite bombing of the 16th Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama. The blast killed 4 young black girls who were attending Sunday school. Chambliss was convicted specifically for the death of 11-year-old Carol Denise McNair. He was immediately sentenced to a term of life imprisonment. 1977. The Atlanta Constitution reports increased enrollments in many of the nation's historically black colleges and universities. The Atlanta Constitution reported increased enrollments in many of the nation's historically black colleges and universities. The 10 black colleges with the largest enrollments in 1977 were, 1. Howard University, Washington, D.C., 2. Texas Southern University, Houston, 3. Southern University, Baton Rouge, 4. Jackson State University, Mississippi, 5. Norfolk State College, Virginia, 6. Morgan State College, Baltimore, 7. Florida A&M, Tallahassee, 8. North Carolina A&T State University, Greensboro, 9. Tennessee State University, Nashville, 10. Prairie View A&M University, Texas. 1977. Barbara Jordan, Black American Congresswoman from Texas, announces that she would not seek re-election. Barbara Jordan, Black American Congresswoman from Texas, announced that she would not seek re-election. She denied rumors of poor health and said she would not seek a seat on the federal bench. She did say, "The longer you stay in Congress, the harder it is to leave. I didn't want to wake up one fine sunny morning and say there is nothing else to do." Jordan had gone to Congress from Houston's 18th District in 1972 after serving in the Texas State Senate, where she became president pro tempore. During the impeachment hearings for President Richard Nixon in 1974, Jordan caught the attention of the nation with an eloquent condemnation of the president's involvement in the Watergate burglary scandal and an equally eloquent defense of the Constitution of the United States. At the 1976 Democratic National Convention held in New York City, she electrified what had previously been a dull gathering, speaking with a precise, clipped delivery. 1978. Hubert Horatio Humphrey, a key leader in the fight for passage of civil rights legislation, dies of cancer in Waverly, Minnesota, at age 61. Hubert Horatio Humphrey, who served as senator from Minnesota, Vice President of the United States under Lyndon Johnson, and a key leader in the fight for passage of civil rights legislation in the 1960s, died of cancer in Waverly, Minnesota, at age 61. Commenting on Humphrey's death, African-American civil rights activist John Lewis said, "In this century, we lost 2 great Americans. One was Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., the other was Hubert Humphrey, who was the champion for the rights of all people. His life should be an inspiration to us all." 1978. Walter Payton, running back for the Chicago Bears, is named the NFL's MVP after receiving 57 of 87 votes cast by sports writers and broadcasters from each league city. Walter Payton, black American running back for the Chicago Bears, was named the National Football League's most valuable player for 1977. Payton received 57 of 87 votes cast by sports writers and broadcasters, 3 from each league city. Quarterbacks Bob Greasy of the Miami Dolphins and Craig Morton of the Denver Broncos were the runner-ups with 10 votes each. Payton, a graduate of Jackson State University in Mississippi, led the league in rushing with 1,852 yards during the 1977 season, his third year in the NFL. He ran for 275 yards in one game, which surpassed the record set by black American O.J. Simpson. Payton also exceeded Simpson's record of 332 carries with 339 of his own. Finally, Payton's 1,852 yards rushing was third only to Simpson's 2003 and the black American Jim Brown's 1,863 during a season. 1978. The National Urban League releases its Third State of Black America report. In its Third State of Black America report, the National Urban League stated that 1977 was a year of continued depression, with unacceptably high unemployment and a widening income gap for black Americans. In remarks accompanying the presentation of the report, NUL director Vernon Jordan said the group was disappointed in President Jimmy Carter. He added, "The administration must face up to two basic realities. First, more, much more, is needed by way of federal actions to assist poor people and the cities. Second, it must recognize that the priority of balancing the budget by 1981 cannot be reconciled with more pressing priorities." 1978. Leon Spinks defeats Muhammad Ali for the heavyweight boxing championship and the biggest upset in world heavyweight title history since Ali dethroned Sonny Liston. Leon Spinks, a black former Marine, defeated Muhammad Ali for the heavyweight boxing championship of the world. The championship was given to Spinks, age 24, after 15 rounds on a split decision by ring officials. The 36-year-old Ali bled from the mouth during most of the fight. Both men were former Olympic light heavyweight champions, Spinks in 1976 at Montreal and Ali in 1960 in Rome. Spinks' victory represented one of the biggest upsets in world heavyweight title history since Ali, an 8-1 underdog himself at the time, dethroned the late Sonny Liston in 1964. It also ranked alongside Jim Braddock's upset over Max Baer in 1935, Jersey Joe Walcott's defeat of Ezzard Charles in 1951, and Ingemar Johansson's win over Floyd Patterson in 1959. Spinks received $350,000 for his victory, Ali made $3.5 million in defeat. 1978. Daniel Chappie James, the only four-star black general in the U.S. Armed Forces, dies of a heart attack in Colorado Springs, Colorado, at age 58. Daniel Chappie James, the only four-star black general in the U.S. Armed Forces, died of a heart attack in Colorado Springs, Colorado, at age 58. James, a graduate of Tuskegee Institute, grew up in Pensacola, Florida, during a period of rigid racial segregation. His mother, Lily A. James, who founded her own school for black youths, encouraged him to dream of higher things. James emerged from pushing a coal dolly in a Pensacola gas plant to one of the nation's most influential military leaders. Of his mother's influence, James once stated, "My mother used to say, 'Don't stand there banging on the door of opportunity,' then, when someone opens it, you say, 'Wait a minute, I got to get my bags.' You be prepared with your bags of knowledge, your patriotism, your honor, and when somebody opens that door, you charge in." James, who served in 3 wars with the Air Force, retired on January 26, 1978. He wrote on a portrait of himself that now hangs in the Pentagon, "I fought 3 wars and 3 more wouldn't be too many to defend my country. I love America, and as she has weaknesses or ills, I'll hold her hand." 1978. The United States Supreme Court rules that the federal government does not have to help pay the costs of court-ordered busing to achieve racially desegregated public schools. The United States Supreme Court ruled that the federal government does not have to help pay the costs of court-ordered busing to achieve racially desegregated public schools. The justices rejected without comment an appeal by Kentucky Governor Julian M. Carroll, who sought permission to ask for federal help in paying for the busing of school children in Louisville and surrounding Jefferson County, Kentucky. A school desegregation plan, which was in effect in the area, required the busing of approximately 23,000 students daily. In his appeal, Governor Carroll had said that the drain on state and local funds quite real and devastating. Thus, he challenged the constitutionality of 3 federal laws that prohibited federal funding of busing to achieve desegregation. 1978. Riaz Hussein Shah pleads guilty in involuntary servitude case after buying a 10-year-old black girl from her mother to work as a house servant in exchange for $200 and a promise to educate her. Riaz Hussein Shah, a horticulturist who formerly taught at Miami-Dade Community College, pleaded guilty in federal court in Miami, Florida, to holding a person in involuntary servitude. Shah admitted that he and his wife, Isharad Majd Shah, an anesthesiologist, bought a 10-year-old black girl from her mother and employed the child for at least 2 years as a house slave. During most of her enslavement, the girl, Rose Iftani, had only one dress to wear, ate rice from a tin plate, and drank from a broken glass. Iftani was 10 years old in 1974 when she arrived in the United States from Sierra Leone, where the Shahs paid her mother $200 and promised to educate her. Both of the Shahs, at the time, were registered aliens from Pakistan. FBI agent Joseph Bell called the girl's bondage the first classic case of slavery in this century the FBI knows of. That's what used to happen before the Civil War. 1978. Cleveland Leon Denord was inaugurated as the 8th president of historically black Atlanta University. Cleveland Leon Denord was inaugurated as the 8th president of historically black Atlanta University. The new president of the 112-year-old institution formerly served as president of the Washington Technical Institute in the District of Columbia. 1978. Death row study conducted in Florida, Georgia and Texas finds that very few blacks and no whites receive the death penalty for killing black people. A study of death row inmates financed by the Southern Poverty Law Center showed that very few blacks and no whites received the death penalty for the killing of blacks. In the 3 southern states surveyed, Florida, Georgia, and Texas, 45% of the death row inmates were blacks who killed whites, while only 5% were blacks who killed blacks. 50% were whites who killed whites. There were no white inmates on death row who killed blacks. Morris Dees, director of the Poverty Law Center, claimed that the study proved that blacks still make up a far greater proportion of the death row population than are represented in the general population. But the real clincher is that death is reserved for those who kill whites. The death penalty study was conducted by William J. Bowers, a Northwestern University professor, who published Executions in America in 1974. 1978. The National Catholic Educational Association reported that while the overall attendance in Roman Catholic parochial schools dropped in 1977, the percentage of minority students increased sharply. The National Catholic Educational Association reported that while the overall attendance in Roman Catholic parochial schools dropped in 1977, the percentage of minority students increased sharply. The exact percentage of minority students enrolled in both Catholic elementary and secondary schools over the 6-year period, 1971 to 1977, increased from 10.8% to 16%. Among black students in elementary schools alone, the increase was from 5.1 to 7.6%. The figures were contained in the Catholic Educational Association's 1978 edition of Catholic Schools in America. 1978. President Carter awards Anthony Owens, a black teen, Boy of the Year. President Jimmy Carter presented Anthony Owens, a 17-year-old black American youth from Austin, Texas, with a plaque naming him Boy of the Year. Owens won the distinction in a competition sponsored by Boys Clubs of America. 1978. The Atlanta Constitution reports that the Central Intelligence Agency recruited Black Americans to spy on members of the Black Panther Party in the United States and Africa in the late 1960s and early 1970s. The Atlanta Constitution, quoting from the New York Times, reported that the Central Intelligence Agency recruited Black Americans to spy on members of the Black Panther Party in the United States and Africa in the late 1960s and early 1970s. The Times based its information on sources with first-hand knowledge of the operation. The activities of the black agents included following and photographing suspected Black Panther Party members in the United States and infiltration of Panther groups in Africa. One agent even managed to gain access to the personal overseas living quarters of Eldridge Cleaver, the exiled Panther leader who set up a headquarters in Algeria in the late 1960s. The CIA had said repeatedly that the goal of the agency's domestic spying program was to determine whether anti-war activists and black extremists were being financed and directed by communist governments, but one longtime operative with direct knowledge of the spying said that there was an additional goal in the case of the Black Panthers living abroad, to neutralize them, to try and get them in trouble with local authorities wherever they could. The Times sources further revealed that the CIA conducted at least 2 major operations or programs involving the use of Black Americans at the time that the Black Panther Party was attracting wide public attention in the 1960s and 1970s. One of the programs, directed by the CIA Office of Security, was operated in the Washington, D.C. area with the code name Merrimack. In this operation, black agents attended rallies and even funerals, in hopes of identifying members of the Black Panther Party. In the second program, centered in North and East Africa, carefully recruited Black American agents were sent to Algeria, Kenya, and Tanzania, among other places, to keep close watch on American black radicals. Details of the clandestine activities against the Panthers were considered among the CIA's most sensitive and closest held information, according to the Times sources, because of fears that disclosures about the program would arouse a public backlash. 1978. Federal funds are withheld for public universities in North Carolina after their plan to desegregate its universities is deemed unacceptable. Joseph A. Califano, Jr., Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare, announced that he would withhold some federal funds for public universities in North Carolina because that state had failed to submit an acceptable plan to eliminate the vestiges of segregation. At the same time, the HU Secretary initiated formal administrative action that could result in a withdrawal of all federal funds for the 16 universities in North Carolina, which were once legally segregated. At the time of this action, 11 of the schools were still predominantly white and 5 predominantly black. On February 3, 1978, HU had rejected North Carolina's plan to desegregate its universities but accepted a proposal for its 57 community colleges. North Carolina was one of 6 southern states under a federal court order to submit an acceptable plan to HU by February 3. It was the only one of the 6 states that did not fully comply. 1978. Bill Kenny, of the Ink Spots, dies of a respiratory ailment in New Westminster, British Columbia, at age 63. Bill Kenny, whose tenor voice helped make the original Ink Spots one of the world's best-known singing groups in the 1940s, died of a respiratory ailment in New Westminster, British Columbia, at age 63. Kenny, together with Charles Fuqua, Orville Jones, and Ivory Watson, formed the Ink Spots in 1939. He was the last survivor of the group and continued performing almost up to his death. 1978. Horace T. Ward, the first black person to sit on the Fulton County Superior Court, is presented the 1978 Northwestern University Alumni Merit Award. Horace T. Ward, the first black person to sit on the Fulton County Superior Court, was presented the 1978 Northwestern University Alumni Merit Award for outstanding contributions to his profession in Evanston, Illinois. After receiving undergraduate and graduate degrees from Morehouse College and Atlanta University and serving a 3-year stint in the United States Army, Ward earned a Doctor of Jurisprudence degree from Northwestern in 1959. He enrolled at Northwestern only after having been denied admission, possibly because of his race, to the School of Law at the University of Georgia. In 1964, Ward became one of the first blacks elected to the Georgia State Senate since Reconstruction. He was re-elected to the Senate 4 times, ending his service there in 1974. He also served as a deputy city attorney for Atlanta and assistant attorney for Fulton County. In 1974, Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter appointed Ward to the Civil Court of Fulton County, and 3 years later Governor George Busbee elevated him to the Fulton Superior Court, where he became one of 11 the Atlanta Circuit. Ward was an active civil rights attorney during the height of the civil rights movement in Georgia. He participated in bus desegregation cases in Augusta, the Martin Luther King, Jr. case in DeKalb County, and the desegregation of the University of Georgia at Athens. 1978. James Allen McPherson, Jr., Black American author, is awarded a Pulitzer Prize in Fiction for his volume of short stories, Elbow Room. The book characterizes various aspects of the Black experience. James Allen McPherson, Jr., African American author, was awarded a Pulitzer Prize in Fiction for his volume of short stories, Elbow Room. The book characterized various aspects of the Black experience. McPherson, a 34-year-old native of Savannah, Georgia, received a bachelor's degree from Morris Brown College in 1965, and a Bachelor of Laws degree from the Harvard University Law School in 1968. A year later he earned a Master's of Fine Arts degree from the University of Iowa. McPherson taught writing in the College of Law at Iowa before joining the faculty at the University of California at Santa Cruz from 1969 until 1970. The new Pulitzer Prize winner had also been a contributing editor of Atlantic Monthly magazine and a contributor to Black Insights, Cutting Edges, and New Black Voices. He also wrote Hue and Cry, a collection of short stories, and edited Railroad, Trains and Train People in American Culture in 1969 and 1976, respectively. In 1970, McPherson won the National Institute of Arts and Letters Literature Prize, and in 1972 and 1973 he was awarded Guggenheim Fellowships. At the time of his receipt of the Pulitzer Prize, McPherson was an associate professor of English at the University of Virginia. The Pulitzer Prize, considered by many the most prestigious award that can be bestowed in the literary arts and journalism, carried a stipend of $1,000 and was administered by the trustees of Columbia University. 1978. Morehouse College's medical school is given accreditation, becoming the first new predominantly black medical school in the U.S. in 100 years. The Liaison Committee on Medical Education, the official accrediting agency for medical schools in the United States, announced provisional accreditation for the School of Medicine at Morehouse College in Atlanta. The decision paved the way for the opening of the first new predominantly black medical school in the United States in 100 years. The other two black medical schools are Meharry Medical College in Nashville, Tennessee, and Howard University in Washington, D.C. In September 1978, the new medical school planned to enroll a class of 24 students in a 2-year program. By 1983, the institution planned to begin graduating 4-year medical students. Until that time, under an arrangement with 4 other medical schools, Emory University, the Medical College of Georgia in Augusta, Meharry, and Howard, Morehouse students would go elsewhere for their final 2 years of training. Discussions about a possible medical school at Morehouse College began in the 1960s, but it was not until February 1973, when the institution received a federal grant of almost $100,000 to study the feasibility of such a school, that intensive efforts got under the way. Medical officials had consistently pointed out the great need for more black doctors in the United States. Of the 370,000 physicians in the United States in 1976, only 6,600, or 1.8%, were black. In response to the news of provisional accreditation, Dr. Louis Sullivan, dean of the medical school, remarked, "As we look to the future, we are confident that, with continued broad support from both public and private sources, we will train those primary care physicians needed for our underserved rural areas and inner cities in Georgia, the Southeast, and the nation. 1978. Kenneth D. Kaunda, President of the Republic of Zambia, receives the annual Martin Luther King, Jr., Nonviolent Peace Prize, for leading his country's transition from colonial rule under the British to self-determination in 1964 without resorting to violence. The Martin Luther King, Jr., Center for Nonviolent Social Change announced that Kenneth D. Kaunda, President of the Republic of Zambia, would receive the annual Martin Luther King, Jr., Nonviolent Peace Prize. The announcement was made in Atlanta by Coretta Scott King. Kaunda led his country's transition from colonial rule under the British to self-determination in 1964 without resorting to violence. Prior to achieving independence, Zambia had been known as Northern Rhodesia. Since independence, Kaunda, who was imprisoned several times by British authorities, was the only president to serve the country. Mrs. King said that Kaunda was chosen for the Peace Prize because he exemplified her husband's ideals in searching for peaceful and meaningful methods of bringing about social and political justice. Kenneth Kaunda's leadership in preparing his people for self-government and in resisting the forces of violence and hatred is truly a model for all countries to follow. 1978. FBI urged to release all the facts regarding Milk Jr. by Southern Christian Leadership Conference President. On May 29, Joseph Lowery, president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, urged the FBI to release all the facts in the Bureau's attempt to discredit Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., during the 1960s. At the same time, while refusing to comment specifically on the alleged FBI excesses, King's widow, Coretta Scott King, said J. Edgar Hoover's monstrous acts refuse to leave the stage. He is dead, but his despicable legacy lives on. Lowery's comments came in response to a recent report that a prominent black leader worked with the FBI in its undercover campaign to replace King as head of the civil rights movement. He said the new report was another in a long line of FBI attempts to smear black leadership. This is a terrible shadow to be holding over the head of black leadership. I find it incredible any prominent black leader would cooperate to destroy the movement. Lowery added that civil rights leaders had always had reason to believe that FBI informants were working within the movement. On June 3, the Atlanta Daily World published an article that reported claims that Roy Wilkins, former head of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, was the black collaborator who sided with the Federal Bureau of Investigation in an attempt to discredit the late Dr. M. L. King, Jr. Lowery gave a blistering response to these new allegations. Excerpts from Lowery's statement follows. Black folks in particular and the nation in general must see through this vicious effort to shift a portion of the blame for attacks on Dr. King to the black community. We in no way condone nor place any credence in attempts to vilify Roy Wilkins, whose distinguished career in civil rights speaks for itself. We condemn the continued attempts of the FBI to discredit black leaders and impede the civil rights movement. The fact that Wilkins had conversations with the FBI in no way indicates that he collaborated with them to discredit Dr. King and the movement. The failure of the FBI to substantiate the fantastic claim that a black leader collaborated with them is evidence that the FBI's intent is to discredit, divide, and destroy. I hardly consider a man in his mid-60s to President Carter. The president accepted the ambassador's resignation with regret. Young indicated that he didn't feel a bit sorry for a thing I have done. I have tried to interpret to our country some of the mood of the rest of the world. Unfortunately, but by birth, I come from the ranks of those who had known and identified with some level of oppression in the world. By choice, Young said, I continued to identify with what would be called in biblical terms the least of these my brethren. I could not say that given the same situation, I wouldn't do it again, almost exactly the same way. Because of his unorthodox approaches to diplomacy, Young's brief career as the first black UN ambassador was marked by continued controversy. He had made American relations with African nations a priority of his mission while at the same time condemning such leading Western democracies as Great Britain and Sweden as racist. His downfall occurred after he held an unauthorized meeting in July 1979 with a representative of the Palestine Liberation Organization, a group that the United States government considered a terrorist organization. Young was also accused of first failing to inform the State Department about the talks and then of giving only a partial and inaccurate version of events when he was asked. Following the disclosure of Young's unauthorized meeting with the PLO representative, many influential Americans, including Robert C. Byrd, Majority Leader of the United States Senate, called for his removal from office. Yet Black American civil rights leader Jesse Jackson defended the former ambassador and accused President Carter of sacrificing Africa, the Third World, and Black Americans, adding, "I think it's tragic." 1980. Rioting erupts in Miami, Florida, with at least 15 dead, after the announcement of guilty verdicts for all 4 white deputy sheriffs that beat a black insurance executive to death, then attempted to cover it up and make it appear that he died in a motorcycle accident. At least 15 people died after 2 nights of racial rioting in Miami, Florida. The disturbances were the worst in the nation since the black ghettos of Watts and Detroit erupted in the late 1960s. The Miami riot began in the wake of a controversial verdict in a case of alleged police brutality. The violence began on May 17 after the announcement that not guilty verdicts had been returned in Tampa, Florida, against 4 white deputy sheriffs from Dade County. The 4 former deputies were charged with beating Arthur McDuffie, a black insurance executive, to death, and then covering up the beating to make it appear that McDuffie had died in a motorcycle accident. The all-male, all-white jury was empaneled in Tampa because Dade Circuit Court Judge Lenore Nesbitt had ruled that the case was a racial time bomb in Miami. In the wake of the rioting, U.S. Attorney Ada C. Wampler III said that evidence already assembled by the FBI in the McDuffie case would be presented to a federal grand jury in Miami on May 20, 1980. During the riot, snipers shot at cars, civilians, and police. 3 Miami police officers were wounded by gunfire on May 18. At least 2 of the rioters were shot dead by police. Florida Governor Bob Graham called up 1,100 National Guardsmen, 300 highway patrol officers, 4 helicopters, and an armored personnel carrier to assist local law enforcement authorities. At least 216 people were injured in the rioting and widespread looting and property damage were reported. The disturbances occurred in a section of northwest Miami known as Liberty City. Black leaders in the area said they had seen the violence building for months and blamed the unrest on a long series of accusations of police brutality against blacks, none of which resulted in significant action against the accused white officers, the conviction and suspension of leading black officials on corruption charges, and a new wave of Cuban refugees, sharpening the economic competition that had left blacks on the margin of the city's economy since the first black workers went to Miami in the 1920s to work in the city's new resort hotels. As the riot progressed, Miami Mayor Maurice Ferry received a set of 11 demands from a grassroots black organization. Ferry said he thought at least 9 of the demands, including hiring and promoting blacks, could be readily met. He also said he would consider granting amnesty to all of those accused of looting but could not agree with the demand to fire State Attorney Janet Reno, the prosecutor in the McDuffie case. 1980. The 10 black Roman Catholic bishops in the United States issue a pastoral letter calling out black issues within the church. The 10 black Roman Catholic bishops in the United States issued a pastoral letter proclaiming that the black Catholic community has come of age within the church and must seize the initiative to share the gift of our blackness with the church in the United States. The 15,000-word letter, entitled What We Have Seen and Heard, was the first collaboration by the bishops, and it emphasized both the strengths blacks brought to the church as well as the stain of racism that they claimed still existed in Catholic structures. At the time that the letter was written, there were an estimated 1 million black Roman Catholics in the nation, less than 2% of the country's approximately 52 million Catholics. Within the church hierarchy, in addition to the 10 black bishops, there were approximately 300 black priests and 700 black religious women. 1980. President-elect Ronald Reagan named Samuel Riley Pierce, Jr., a black American lawyer, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. President-elect Ronald Reagan named Samuel Riley Pierce, Jr., a black American lawyer, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. He was the only minority person selected to join the new president's cabinet. Pierce was born on September 6, 1922, in Glen Cove, Long Island, New York. He played football at Cornell University and graduated with Phi Beta Kappa honors. After service in World War II, Pierce obtained a law degree from Cornell and began working as an assistant district attorney in New York City. In later years, he was appointed, on 2 separate occasions, to court vacancies in Manhattan Borough by then-Governor Nelson Rockefeller, yet in 1959 he was defeated in a bid for election to a Manhattan judgeship. Pierce entered governmental service at the federal level in 1955 when President Dwight Eisenhower named him an assistant to the Undersecretary of Labor. He was the first black American appointed to this position. In 1970, President Richard M. Nixon made him the first black to serve as a general counsel to the Treasury Department. At the time of his appointment to the Reagan cabinet, however, Pierce had left government and was serving as a partner in a prestigious New York law firm. Of Pierce's cabinet appointment, Barbara Penwright, Pierce's wife and a physician with the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, remarked, "He's never been adverse to accepting a challenge. And he's always been able to handle them." 1981. Thomas Bradley is re-elected to a third term as mayor of Los Angeles, California. Thomas Bradley was re-elected to a third term as mayor of Los Angeles, California. Bradley, a 63-year-old black American, defeated his perennial opponent, former Mayor Sam Yurdi, by a margin of 64 to 32% to gain 4 more years as mayor of the nation's third-largest city. 1981. Benjamin F. Payton assumes the office of president of Tuskegee Institute. Benjamin F. Payton assumed the office of president of Tuskegee Institute. Payton succeeded Luther H. Foster, who retired after 28 years as president of the historic and predominantly black university founded by Booker T. Washington in 1881. Payton was program officer for education and public policy at the Ford Foundation at the time of his appointment to Tuskegee. He had previously taught and directed the Community Service Project at Howard University, directed the Commission on Religion and Race and the Department of Social Justice at the National Council of Churches in the USA, and was a president of Benedict College in South Carolina. 1981. President Ronald Reagan appoints Clarence Pendleton, Jr., a 50-year-old black Californian, as the chairman of the United States Commission on Civil Rights. President Ronald Reagan fired Arthur S. Fleming, the 76-year-old chairman of the United States Commission on Civil Rights. Sources told United Press International that the White House was angered by the Commission's and Fleming's strong advocacy of affirmative action, voting rights, and busing to achieve school desegregation. This was the first time in the 24-year history of the Commission that an incoming administration changed membership, a restraint underlining a bipartisan commitment to civil rights. Fleming, a former Secretary of Health, Education, and Welfare in the administration of President Dwight D. Eisenhower, was appointed to the Commission in 1974 by President Richard M. Nixon. He had recently said that the Reagan administration's views on school desegregation were in conflict with the Constitution. Reagan appointed Clarence Pendleton, Jr., a 50-year-old black Californian, to replace Fleming as chairman of the CCR. Pendleton, considered a conservative Republican, had supported Reagan in the 1980 elections. He had previously been chairman of the San Diego Transit Corporation and head of the San Diego Urban League. Pendleton became the first black chairman of the Civil Rights Commission. 1982. Pianist Thelonious Sphere Monk dies after suffering a massive stroke. Pianist Thelonious Sphere Monk died after suffering a massive stroke. An important pioneer in the development of bop, Monk played a vital role in the jazz revolution of the early 1940s. At first, the pianist, a gifted technician and composer, was appreciated only by a small circle of New York's brightest. His angular melodies, harmonies marked by jarring surprises, unusual treatment of notes, and the absence of notes conspired to limit his initial appeal. Before his death in 1982, however, he was generally recognized as one of the founding fathers of modern jazz, and he is considered by some to be the most important jazz composer since Duke Ellington. Born October 10, 1917, in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, Monk moved with his family to New York City in the early 1920s. At the age of 11, weekly piano lessons supplemented Monk's rigorous gospel training, and he accompanied the Baptist choir in which his mother sang. 2 years later, Monk was already playing in a trio at a local bar and grill, and he eventually won so many of the weekly Apollo Theater amateur contests that he was banned from entering any more. At age 16 he left school to travel with an evangelical faith healer and preacher, and he returned the following year, well schooled in rhythm and blues accompaniment, to form his first group. With the exception of some brief work with the Lucky Millander Band and Coleman Hawkins, Monk was generally the leader of his own small groups. In the early 1940s, Monk found himself in the midst of a new wave of jazz music. Bebop, a faster and more complex style than its swing predecessor, was spontaneously generated late at night in jam sessions at jazz clubs, most notably at Minton's, where Monk reigned as house pianist. In fact, Keyboard claimed Monk was at the eye of what would become the bebop hurricane. Monk's own music, however, was developing a unique style, and by the early 1950s the iconoclastic composer had penned the classics Blue Monk, Round Midnight, and Epistrophe. In 1951, Monk's career already faltering was dealt a serious blow as the result of questionable charges of narcotics possession that landed him in jail for 60 days and, more importantly, caused the New York State Liquor Authority to rescind his cabaret card. Without the card, Monk was prevented from playing local club dates and relied on the support of his patron and friend, the Baroness Nica de Koenigswarter. Within a few years his luck changed. Monk gave a series of concerts in Paris in 1954, cut Pure Monk, his first solo album, and signed with the Riverside label. An 8-month engagement at New York's Five Spot in 1957 established Monk as a cult icon, and there he met jazz newcomer John Coltrane. In the following couple of years, the improvisational genius made several recordings for Riverside, including Brilliant Corners, Thelonious Himself, and Monk with Coltrane. These recordings were so successful that in 1962 Columbia Records offered Monk a lucrative contract, and in 1964 Time magazine featured his picture on its cover, a rare distinction for a jazz musician. In the following decade, living up to the New York Post's description of him as one of jazz's great eccentrics, Monk retreated from the public eye, making only a few solo and trio recordings for Black Lion in London and giving occasional concerts. After suffering a massive stroke on February 17, 1982, Monk died. Monk's son, T.S. Monk, Jr., a drummer, recorded with Blue Note. His recording, Take One, was a tribute to his father and other bop composers. 1982. United States District Court Judge Aubrey E. Robinson, Jr., of the District of Columbia, rules that the Federal Drug Enforcement Administration must give black special agents preference in promotions and pay them for the period during which they suffered from a discriminatory promotions policy. United States District Court Judge Aubrey E. Robinson, Jr., of the District of Columbia, ruled that the Federal Drug Enforcement Administration must give black special agents preference in promotions and pay them for the period during which they suffered from a discriminatory promotions policy. The order required a payment of about $2 million to be shared among the hundreds of black DEA agents, according to their attorney. The ruling also meant that one black agent for every 2 whites would have to be promoted to the 6th highest pay grade, or a higher federal pay grade. Those ranks carried salaries of $33,586 to $47,500 at the time. Judge Robinson had ruled in 1981 that the drug agency discriminated against black agents with respect to salary, entry grades, work assignments, evaluations, discipline, and promotion during the period 1972 to 1981. The new order set the amount of back pay and provided a remedy for eliminating the effect of the discrimination in the future. The judge said the preferential promotions for blacks must continue either for 5 years or until the percentage of blacks in the 6 highest pay grades reached 10%. 1982. Wayne Williams, a 23-year-old black entertainment talent scout, is convicted of murder in the slaying of Jimmy Ray Payne, age 21, and Nathaniel Cater, age 27, in Atlanta, Georgia. Wayne Williams, a 23-year-old black entertainment talent scout, was convicted of murder in the slaying of Jimmy Ray Payne, age 21, and Nathaniel Cater, age 27, in Atlanta, Georgia. Payne and Cater were 2 of the 28 young blacks, mostly males, who were slain in Atlanta in a 22-month period beginning in 1979. Most of the victims were strangled. The serial murders became known as the Atlanta child murder cases, since most of the victims were under 21 years of age. The case began on July 27, 1979, when the first 2 bodies were found, but it was July 1980 before the police publicly linked the 2 cases. By that time, 11 black children had disappeared or were found slain. The police action came after an organization of parents, the Committee to Stop Children's Murder, led by the mother of one of the victims, was formed in May 1980 to show linkages in the cases. During the 22 months when black children's bodies were being found periodically in the metropolitan Atlanta area, President Ronald Reagan committed $1.5 million in federal funds and scores of FBI agents to the case. Heavyweight boxing champion Muhammad Ali pledged $400,000, and hundreds of thousands in additional dollars were donated by other athletes and celebrities or raised in benefit concerts. The state of Georgia and citizens throughout the nation gave thousands of dollars to help with the investigation or for a reward fund. Some of the donations went to stop or directly to the mothers of the slain youths. The Guardian Angels, a group of New York City citizens who patrolled the subways of their city to deter crime, went to Atlanta to teach local youths how to defend themselves. A vigilante group of blacks armed with baseball bats in the Techwood housing projects formed a bat patrol to protect black children. In addition, psychics, writers, civil rights activists, and others offered theories on the motives and identities of the killer or killers. Many were convinced that Ku Klux Klansmen or other white supremacist groups were responsible for the murders. And since most of the victims were young black males, the theory that a homosexual committed the crimes also emerged. On May 22, 1981, law enforcement officers on stakeout along the Chattahoochee River in North Atlanta heard a loud splash. Shortly thereafter, other officers questioned and detained Wayne Williams after he was noticed driving slowly with his headlights dimmed across the James Jackson Parkway Bridge over the Chattahoochee. 2 days later, the body of 27-year-old Nathaniel Cater was found floating in the river. On June 21, 1981, Williams was arrested and charged with the murders of Cater and Jimmy Ray Payne. Williams, who took the stand in his own defense during the trial, vigorously denied that he had committed the murders. He and his attorneys refuted suggestions of a homosexual motive and denied any acquaintance with most of the 7 victims in whose company prosecution witnesses had placed him. The prosecution, however, had also presented fibers taken from clothing and other fabrics and bloodstains found in Williams's car as evidence. On February 27, 1982, after 11 hours of deliberations, a majority black jury found Williams guilty of 2 counts of murder. The presiding judge, Clarence Cooper, also a black American, sentenced Williams to 2 consecutive life terms in prison. The defense promised an immediate appeal. The Atlanta child murder cases involved one of the largest searches for a killer in the nation's history, and Wayne Williams was convicted as America's first black major serial murderer. 1982. Reuben M. Greenberg is named the first black police chief of Charleston, South Carolina, by Mayor Joseph Riley. Reuben M. Greenberg, a 32-year-old deputy director of the Florida Division of Criminal Justice Standards and Training, was named the first black police chief of Charleston, South Carolina, by Mayor Joseph Riley. The South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy also announced that Greenberg's appointment made him the first black police chief in modern South Carolina history. 1982. Ernest Dutch Morial is re-elected mayor of New Orleans, Louisiana. Ernest Dutch Morial was re-elected mayor of New Orleans, Louisiana. The city's first black American chief executive defeated Ron Rockure, a white legislator, 71,231 votes to 55,814 votes, with 75% of the vote counted. Although New Orleans had a majority black population at the time of the election, more whites were registered to vote than blacks. Morial was expected to need about 15% of the white vote to win. 1982. The City Council of Houston, Texas, confirms Lee P. Brown as the city's first black police commissioner. The City Council of Houston, Texas, confirmed Lee P. Brown as the city's first black police commissioner. Brown, age 44, had recently been the second black police commissioner in Atlanta, Georgia. During his tenure in Atlanta, the city was the site of the murders of 28 young black people over a period of 22 months. The murders were linked in 1980, and in the following year, Wayne Williams, a young black man, was accused of the serial slayings. He was convicted and sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms in prison less than 1 month before Brown resigned from the police department. Although Brown was variously praised and criticized for his department's handling of the Atlanta child murder cases, he denied that his resignation was connected with the infamous case. Brown, a former head of the police department in Portland, Oregon, said it was simply time for him to seek a new challenge. Brown was the first person chosen from outside the department to head Houston's police force. The department was frequently under criticism by some of the city's blacks for alleged brutality. 1982. Loretta Glickman is elected mayor of Pasadena, California, by the city's board of directors, making her the first black woman to become mayor of a major city in the United States. Loretta Glickman, a 36-year-old black American investment counselor, was elected mayor of Pasadena, California, by the city's board of directors. Glickman, who had also been a teacher and singer, was the first black woman to become mayor of a major city in the United States. In response to her election, Glickman said that Pasadena was a place where dreams can and do come true. 1982. Coleman Young, the first black American mayor of Detroit, Michigan, is elected president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors at its 50th annual meeting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Coleman Young, the first black American mayor of Detroit, Michigan, was elected president of the U.S. Conference of Mayors at its 50th annual meeting in Minneapolis, Minnesota, succeeding Helen Boalis of Lincoln, Nebraska. Young announced immediately after his selection that he would ask mayors to return soon for a special meeting to recommend ways to strengthen their local economies. 1982. The United States Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision, overturns an initiative from the state of Washington that prohibited the voluntary assignment of students to schools beyond their neighborhoods. The United States Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision, overturned an initiative from the state of Washington that prohibited the voluntary assignment of students to schools beyond their neighborhoods. In an opinion written by Justice Harry Blackmun, the court said the statewide vote in the state of Washington violated the equal protection guarantee of the U.S. Constitution because it imposed an unfair burden on minority groups, who were to be dealt with at the state level, which is more remote than the local school board. The High Court also said the initiative burdened all future attempts to integrate Washington schools in districts throughout the state by lodging decision-making authority over the question at a new and remote level of government. Justices Lewis F. Powell, Jr., William H. Rehnquist, Sandra Day O'Connor, and Chief Justice Warren Burger dissented. Justice Powell considered the ruling an unprecedented intrusion into the structure of a state government by depriving the state of Washington of all opportunity to address the unsolved questions resulting from extensive mandatory busing. The case stemmed from a voluntary plan that the Seattle School Board adopted in 1977. It involved the busing of some 7,000 students. In 1978, the state's voters approved Initiative 350 to end the busing. A lower federal court, in a suit filed by the school board, upheld the plan and declared the referendum unconstitutional. Thus, the case reached the Supreme Court on further appeal by opponents of busing. 1982. The United States Supreme Court ruled that nonviolent boycotts, organized to achieve constitutional rights goals, are protected by the First Amendment guarantees of free speech. The United States Supreme Court ruled that nonviolent boycotts, organized to achieve constitutional rights goals, are protected by the First Amendment guarantees of free speech. The decision reversed a ruling by the Supreme Court of Mississippi that held that the NAACP and 91 black citizens were liable for business losses caused by a boycott of local merchants in Port Gibson, Mississippi, which began in 1966. The Port Gibson boycott was launched by blacks to achieve desegregation in schools and public facilities, to encourage the hiring of black police officers, and to improve lighting, sewers, and the paving of streets in black neighborhoods. The Mississippi court, however, citing evidence of coercion and violence during the boycott, declared the protest an illegal conspiracy and ordered its end. Yet the U.S. Supreme Court, in an opinion written by Justice John Paul Stevens, ruled that the presence of some illegal threats and violence did not mean that all of the business losses, in the 7-year period, were attributable to the illegal aspects of the boycotts. 1982. Calvin Simmons, the 32-year-old black American conductor of the Oakland Symphony Orchestra, drowns in Lake Placid, New York. Calvin Simmons, the 32-year-old black American conductor of the Oakland Symphony Orchestra, was presumed drowned in Lake Placid, New York. Witnesses said he never surfaced after his boat capsized in about 23 feet of water on Connery Pond. Simmons was considered one of the nation's most promising young black conductors. 1982. Richard T. Rives, senior judge of the United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit, who rendered the historic decision in 1955 that declared discrimination on Montgomery, Alabama, buses unconstitutional, dies of an apparent heart attack in Montgomery, Alabama, at age 87. Richard T. Rives, senior judge of the United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit, died of an apparent heart attack in Montgomery, Alabama, at age 87. Rives had served on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit since 1951 and served as that court's chief judge from 1959 to 1966. He became senior judge of the 11th Circuit Court after it was split from the Fifth Circuit at the time of his death. Rives and Judge Frank M. Johnson rendered the historic decision in 1955 that declared discrimination on Montgomery, Alabama, buses unconstitutional. The ruling was later upheld by the United States Supreme Court. 1982. Bernice King, daughter of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., accepts a posthumous award for her father from the United Nations General Assembly in New York City. Bernice King, daughter of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., accepted a posthumous award for her father from the United Nations General Assembly in New York City. The award recognized the late civil rights leader's work against apartheid in South Africa. In 1965, King had called for an international boycott against South Africa. He predicted that the day is fast approaching when people of goodwill all over the world will rise up in nonviolent solidarity with freedom fighters in Africa. 1982. Herschel Walker, black American running back for the University of Georgia, wins the Heisman Trophy. Herschel Walker, black American running back for the University of Georgia, won the Heisman Trophy, football's highest collegiate award, in New York City. Walker, a native of Wrightsville, Georgia, became the 7th person to capture the Heisman in his junior year. He had previously been named to the Football Writers All-America team on 3 occasions. In the balloting for the Heisman, Walker received 525 first-place votes, followed by Stanford University quarterback John Elway with 139 first-place votes, and Southern Methodist University running back Eric Dickerson with 31 first-place votes. 1982. James C. White is appointed Commissioner of the Department of Revenue for the state of Alabama by Governor George C. Wallace, who was formerly a devoted segregationist. James C. White, a 34-year-old accountant, was named Commissioner of the Department of Revenue for the state of Alabama. White, a resident of Birmingham, was appointed to the position by Governor George C. Wallace, formerly a staunch segregationist. White, a native of Montgomery, Alabama, earned a bachelor's degree in accounting from Dillard University in Louisiana. In May 1973, he co-founded Banks, Finley, White and Company Certified Public Accountants, the largest minority CPA firm in the nation. White's appointment as Revenue Commissioner made him the highest-ranking black in the executive branch of Alabama government and one of the few blacks to hold such a position in the nation. 1982. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit orders approval of a system of promotions on the New Orleans police force that would make it half black at every level. The United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit ordered approval of a system of promotions on the New Orleans police force that would make it half black at every level. Under the ruling, blacks would be promoted to 44 new positions immediately, then blacks and whites would be promoted on a 1-to-1 ratio. In addition, the police department was ordered to recruit more blacks, make it more difficult for a black police cadet to fail, set up $300,000 as a back pay fund, and pay the fees of the plaintiff's lawyers. The suit that resulted in this ruling was filed by 13 black New Orleans police officers in 1973. They claimed that the city, its Civil Service Commission, and various officials discriminated against them. The suit was dismissed for failure to prosecute in 1978, but was later reopened. 1982. Violence erupts in Miami, Florida, after a Hispanic police officer shoots and kills a suspected black looter. A new wave of racial violence erupted in Miami, Florida, after a Hispanic police officer, Luis Alvarez, shot and killed 21-year-old Novell Johnson, a suspected black looter. The altercations in the Overtown section of the city left 2 people dead and 27 wounded. Dozens of businesses were destroyed or damaged. 43 people were arrested in the area. During the melee, up to 200 people participated in rampages throughout the Overtown section, but the disturbances did not reach the proportions of racial rioting in Miami's Liberty City area in 1980, when 18 people died during 3 days of violence. 1983. Bryant Gumbel is named co-host of The Today Show with Jane Pauley on NBC. Bryant Gumbel began co-hosting The Today Show with Jane Pauley on NBC. Gumbel was born September 29, 1948, to Rhea and Richard Gumbel in New Orleans, Louisiana. Bates College in Lewiston, Maine, awarded him a liberal arts degree in 1970. He worked as a sports writer and editor-in-chief for Black Sports magazine before entering broadcasting. In 1972 Gumbel became the weekend sportscaster for KNBC. Gumbel retired from The Today Show January 3, 1997. 1983. United States District Court Judge Milton Shatter upholds the constitutionality of a new desegregation plan for the public schools of Chicago, Illinois, that would have no school more than 70% white. United States District Court Judge Milton Shatter upheld the constitutionality of a new desegregation plan for the public schools of Chicago, Illinois. The plan pledged that by September 1983, no school would be more than 70% white. It relied largely on magnet schools and voluntary transfers, with 180 programs from which students of all races and ethnic groups could choose. At the time of the ruling, only 16.3% of white students were in the public schools of Chicago and more than 100,000 of 435,000 students were in desegregated settings. 1983. Martin Luther King, Sr., and Richard Attenborough, the British filmmaker who produced and directed the epic motion picture Gandhi, are named co-recipients of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Nonviolent Peace Prize. Martin Luther King, Sr., and Richard Attenborough, the British filmmaker who produced and directed the epic motion picture Gandhi, were named co-recipients of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Nonviolent Peace Prize. The awards were presented by Coretta Scott King, president of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Center for Nonviolent Social Change and widow of the slain civil rights leader, at ceremonies marking the 15th annual observance of King Jr.'s birthday in Atlanta, Georgia. Each man was given a medal inscribed with a quote from a King Jr. speech, "Now the judgment of God is upon us, and we must all live together as brothers or we will all perish together as fools." They were also presented checks for $1,000. Upon receipt of his award, Attenborough recalled that in the Gandhi Museum in New Delhi there was one picture in the Great Hall, the picture of Martin Luther King, Jr. "That is fitting," he said, "because no one and there are many who claim to followed his teachings more closely than Dr. King. I feel more touched now than I can ever remember on any occasion in my life." King, Sr., thanked his family for helping him through the deaths of his two sons and his wife and thanked God for what he left me. 1983. In its annual report on the state of Black America, the National Urban League claims that blacks ended 1982 in worse shape than in 1981 and expressed concern that an economic recovery would bypass many minority Americans. In its annual report on the state of Black America, the National Urban League claimed that blacks ended 1982 in worse shape than in 1981 and expressed concern that an economic recovery would bypass many minority Americans. The League added that blacks had continued to be hurt by the severity of the economic recession and by federal cutbacks in domestic social service programs. Vital survival programs were slashed at the same time that the black economy was plunged even deeper into depression. The result was to drive already disadvantaged people to the wall, according to John Jacob, president of the NUL. Jacob also contended that many black Americans would not benefit from an economic upturn. "We've never fully participated in post-recession recoveries," Jacob said. He also noted that black employment was concentrated in automobile and other heavy industries that were hit hard by the recession, and he predicted that those industries would never employ as many people as in the past. A major question facing the nation in 1983 is whether the inevitable restructuring of the American economy will include black people, Jacob asserted. Jacob also claimed that President Ronald Reagan didn't understand the effects his economic policies were having on the nation's poor. He is looking at the world through rose-colored glasses, both of which are painted black. The NUL maintained that federal programs serving the poor had been cut by $10 billion in 1972. As a result, welfare rolls had fallen by 1 million people, the federal school lunch program was serving about 1 million fewer children, 1 million people weren't getting federal food stamps any longer, and 200,000 infants and pregnant women weren't receiving federal nutrition aid. The NUL recommended that Congress pass a broad job training and job creation program and that it resist efforts by President Ronald Reagan to decrease money for several federal civil rights enforcement agencies. It also urged the Reagan administration not to reduce Social Security benefits in an attempt to bolster the nation's financially beleaguered retirement system. The League report concluded, "We are not recommending a welfare state, but certainly some better way has to be found to take care of our people than we presently practice." The administration of President Reagan continued to reject suggestions by the NUL and other civil rights groups and leaders that its policies were unfair or insensitive to the concerns of minorities. Yet criticisms continued from these as well as other sources. The Atlanta Constitution, in an editorial on December 15, 1982, had made sharp and specific attacks on the Reagan administration's civil rights policies. 1983. The United States Supreme Court refuses to hear a challenge to a busing plan to achieve school desegregation in Nashville, Tennessee, that required elementary school pupils to be bused rather than attend neighborhood schools. The United States Supreme Court refused to hear a challenge to a busing plan to achieve school desegregation in Nashville, Tennessee. The plan required elementary school pupils to be bused rather than attend neighborhood schools. It had been opposed by the Department of Justice, which contended that busing does not work. After the court's action, Assistant Attorney General William Bradford Reynolds remarked that the decision in no way indicates that the legal issue of mandatory busing is closed. "We see no reason for a change of this administration's position of advancing alternatives to mandatory transportation to remedy intentional school segregation." But the decision pleased Avon N. Williams, Jr., a civil rights lawyer who had fought segregation in Nashville's schools for over 25 years. Williams stated, "I think all right-thinking people were or should have been shocked that the Justice Department, for the first time in several decades, intervened on the side of segregation and discrimination." 1983. U.B. Blake, Black American ragtime pianist-composer, dies of natural causes in Brooklyn, New York, after having celebrated his 100th birthday on February 7. U.B. Blake, Black American ragtime pianist-composer, died of natural causes in Brooklyn, New York, after having celebrated his 100th birthday on February 7. Blake, the son of former slaves, was born in Baltimore, Maryland. At the age of 4, he wandered into a music store while his mother was shopping and began to play a pump organ. A salesman convinced his mother that the boy had a God-given talent and she purchased the $75 instrument. Blake learned about ragtime by tagging after black funeral processions, where he heard melodies played as dirges on the way to the cemetery and ragged on the way back. In his biography, U.B. Blake by Al Rose, he recalled the processions and exclaimed, "Oh, how they'd swing." Like most young black musicians of his time, Blake began his career as a pianist playing in a local bordello. He was 15 at the time and his mother, Emily Blake, a deeply religious woman, was mortified when she found out. His father, however, convinced her to allow him to continue to play, especially since he contributed a portion of his earnings to the family. Blake wrote his first composition, Charleston Rag, in 1899. Yet Blake observed in his memoirs that it ain't until modern times that I ever really looked at it as a piece of music. His biographer Rose also observed that Blake considered most of what he composed a mere point of departure for his personal improvisations. The music on the paper wasn't designed to be played literally. In fact, it would change in each rendition. After 1915, Blake collaborated with bandleader Noble Sissle, who served not only as a lyricist but also a business agent. Then, in 1921, Blake composed Shuffle Along, one of the first black musicals to appear on Broadway. It played for 504 performances and helped launch the careers of Josephine Baker, Florence Mills, and Paul Robeson, among others. The song Love Will Find a Way made musical history depicting blacks as people with a full range of emotions. Shuffle Along was such a success that police had to make 63rd Street in New York into a one-way thoroughfare in order to handle the crowds. After Broadway, the show toured the country in 3 companies. Another of Blake's shows, Blackbirds, became a big hit in 1930. It featured John Bubbles, Buck Washington, and Ethel Waters and such famous tunes as Memories of You and You're Lucky to Me. Blake's popularity began to wane during the Great Depression of the 1930s, and he himself fell into a state of dejection and depression following the death of his wife of 28 years, Avis, in 1939. He emerged to play in USO camps and military hospitals during World War II. In 1945, Blake married Marion Tyler, a former showgirl and secretary, who helped him put his personal life and business affairs back in order. But it was not until the 1960s, with the increased awareness of Scott Joplin and ragtime, that Blake became known to new generations of music lovers. In 1969, Columbia Records signed him to a massive recording project. At the time, Blake was the oldest living exponent of ragtime, and scores of fans hummed I'm Just Wild About Harry, the hit tune from Shuffle Along, and the song that also became the theme song for Harry Truman's 1948 presidential campaign. 1983. Luis Alvarez, a police officer in Miami, Florida, is indicted by the Dade County Grand Jury for manslaughter in the shooting death of Neville Johnson, Jr., a 21-year-old black man, on December 28, 1982. Luis Alvarez, a police officer in Miami, Florida, was indicted by the Dade County Grand Jury for manslaughter in the shooting death of Neville Johnson, Jr., a 21-year-old black man, on December 28, 1982. The killing of Johnson had sparked 2 days of racial rioting in the Overtown section of Miami. Garth Reeves, editor of the Miami Times, a black newspaper, said the indictment of Alvarez would probably satisfy the black communities, although he had expected a harsher charge. He added, "For so long, police killings have gone unindicted. So this is a small victory of sorts." 1983. Herschel Walker, the black American collegiate football player who received the Heisman Trophy in December 1982, signs the largest contract in football history with the New Jersey Generals of the United States Football League. Herschel Walker, the black American collegiate football player who received the Heisman Trophy in December 1982, signed the biggest contract in football history with the New Jersey Generals of the United States Football League. The value of the 3-year contract was estimated at more than $8 million. Walker, a resident of Wrightsville, Georgia, passed up his senior year at the University of Georgia in order to join the Generals. 1983. Former black American Congressman Harold Washington wins the Democratic primary election for mayor of Chicago, Illinois. Former black American Congressman Harold Washington won the Democratic primary election for mayor of Chicago, Illinois. Washington defeated incumbent Mayor Jane Byrne by 32,810 votes in a race that drew a record 1.2 million voters. Washington's election came after a bitter and racially divisive campaign. While the black American candidate appealed to whites for their votes, he built the foundation of his quest on turning out a solid block of black voters. Washington repeatedly told them that it's our turn. We don't need to apologize for it, and we're not going to waste a lot of time explaining it. It's our turn, that's all. In the end, Washington garnered about 85% of the votes cast by blacks. The new Democratic nominee was born in Chicago, the son of an attorney and a Democratic precinct captain. He attended Roosevelt College in Chicago and the Northwestern University Law School. Before his election to the U.S. Congress, Washington was a city prosecutor, an arbitrator for the Illinois Industrial Commission, a state legislator, and a Democratic precinct captain in Chicago. The 60-year-old nominee had also served in the Army Air Corps during World War II. 1983. The Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Medal is awarded to Coretta Scott King. Coretta Scott King, president of the Martin Luther King, Jr., Center for Nonviolent Social Change, was awarded the Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Medal at Hyde Park, New York. King was cited for epitomizing the late president's 4 freedoms: worship, speech, from want, and from fear. 1983. 22 school districts in St. Louis County, Missouri, agreed to a desegregation plan to begin the nation's first widespread voluntary school busing between a major city and its suburbs. 22 school districts in St. Louis County, Missouri, agreed to a desegregation plan to begin the nation's first widespread voluntary school busing between a major city and its suburbs. The accord came just before a deadline imposed by United States District Judge William L. Hungate in an 11-year-old desegregation suit. Under the plan, all transfers would be voluntary. Predominantly white suburban school districts agreed to accept black students from the city of St. Louis until their racial balance was at least 15%, but no more than 25%, black. In order to achieve the ratios, 15,000 black students would have to be bused to suburban schools in the fall of 1983. White suburban students would be encouraged to attend magnet schools in the city and city schools would be improved. Teachers were also to be reassigned to achieve more racial balance. 1983. Hodding Carter III, one of the nation's leading journalists and a correspondent for the PBS network, gives a broad assessment of Dr. King's meaning for America, then and now, in the April 7, 1983, edition of the Wall Street Journal. As the nation marked the 15th anniversary of the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., with memorial services across the country, Hodding Carter III, one of the nation's leading journalists and a correspondent for the PBS network, gave a broad assessment of King's meaning for America, then and now, in the April 7, 1983, edition of the Wall Street Journal. 1983. Former Black American Congressman Harold Washington defeats Republican lawyer Bernard Epton to become the first black mayor of Chicago, Illinois. Former Black American Congressman Harold Washington defeated Republican lawyer Bernard Epton to become the first black mayor of Chicago, Illinois. Washington, a Democrat, captured 636,136 votes to 595,694 for Epton, totaling 96% of 2,914 precincts. Washington's victory was made possible by a very heavy turnout of black voters, strong Hispanic support, and some support from middle-class whites, although the election had been marked by serious racial divisions. On March 27, for example, an angry white crowd forced Washington to curtail a campaign appearance at a Catholic church in a white area of the city. The group waved signs in support of candidate Epton, who later denounced the incident. 1983. On April 19, about 100 black students prayed and sang in front of the administration building at the University of Mississippi at Oxford in a protest against the use of the Confederate flag as a symbol of the university. On April 19, about 100 black students prayed and sang in front of the administration building at the University of Mississippi at Oxford in a protest against the use of the Confederate flag as a symbol of the university. During the previous night, several hundred white students had waved the flag and sang the Confederate battle song, Dixie, in front of a black fraternity house on the campus. Charles Griffin, a black student, told reporters that the whites also yelled "Nigger Night" and "Save the flag." In the fall of 1982, some black students at the university had called for the banning of the rebel flag, the display of the Colonel Reb cartoon mascot, and the singing of Dixie at athletic games. John Hawkins, the first black varsity cheerleader at the university, refused to wave the flag as he led cheers at football games. The protesting blacks said the Confederate symbols were both racist and offensive. On April 20, Porter Fortune, Chancellor of the University of Mississippi, announced that the Confederate flag would no longer be used as a school symbol. But black students complained because the statement did not ban individuals from continuing to wave the flag on campus or at athletic contests, nor did it prohibit the use of the Colonel Reb mascot or the singing of Dixie. A group of white students cheered the Chancellor's announcement and waved Confederate flags. 1983. Louis Gossett, Jr., wins an Oscar for his role in the film An Officer and a Gentleman. Blacks demonstrate outside the Hollywood Music Center calling the Academy Awards a racist affair. Louis Gossett, Jr., won an Academy Award as Best Supporting Actor for his role as a Marine Corps drill sergeant in the film An Officer and a Gentleman. He became the third black actor or actress to win an Oscar in the 55-year history of the awards. The first black person to win the coveted honor was Hattie McDaniel, who was named Best Supporting Actress for her work in Gone with the Wind in 1940. Sidney Poitier was named Best Actor for his lead role in the 1963 film Lilies of the Field. Gossett, age 44, had won an Emmy Award in 1977 for his role as Fiddler in the ABC miniseries Roots. As Gossett received his Oscar, blacks demonstrated outside the Hollywood Music Center calling the Academy Awards a racist affair. In reaction to the protest, Gossett commented, "You shouldn't call anything racist if improving." He expressed the hope that his award would catch on like measles and lead to the creation of more roles for black actors and actresses in Hollywood. 1983. The United States Supreme Court rules that the federal government cannot grant tax exemptions to private schools that practice racial discrimination. The United States Supreme Court, in an 8-1 decision, ruled that the federal government cannot grant tax exemptions to private schools that practice racial discrimination. Chief Justice Warren Burger, writing for the majority, stated that it would be wholly incompatible with the concepts underlying tax exemption to grant the benefit of tax-exempt status to racially discriminatory educational entities. Justice William H. Rehnquist was the lone dissenter. The court's ruling upheld a policy of non-exemption for discriminatory private schools that the Internal Revenue Service had adopted in 1971, but which the administration of President Ronald Reagan had tried to abandon in 1982. Under the original policy, Bob Jones University in Greenville, South Carolina, lost its tax-exempt status in 1975 because it prohibited interracial dating or marriage among its students, and the Goldsboro Christian Schools of Goldsboro, North Carolina, which refused to admit blacks, also lost its tax-exempt status for 1969 through 1972. Both schools subsequently sued the IRS, but lost in both federal district and appellate courts. Both cases reached the Supreme Court on appeal from a lower court. 1983. Nelson W. Trout is elected Bishop of the American Lutheran Church's South Pacific District, becoming the first black person ever elected to full-time office among North American Lutheran Church bodies. Nelson W. Trout, the 62-year-old professor and director of minority studies at Trinity Lutheran Seminary in Columbus, Ohio, was elected Bishop of the American Lutheran Church's South Pacific District, becoming the first black person ever elected to full-time office among North American Lutheran Church bodies. The members of the Lutheran Church in the United States have been historically concentrated among Scandinavian and Germanic ethnic groups in the East and Midwest and had little success in attracting large members of blacks to the denomination. Election of blacks to positions of prominence in predominantly white denominations has been a way of returning the Church's focus to black concerns, according to the national leader, a black-oriented news digest. Trout himself said of his election, "It's the one exception that defies the rule. It does not mean that the rapture has come or anything like that. It means that at a certain time and place the Lord was in our midst and he blessed us." 1983. The State Senate of Louisiana repeals the last of the nation's racial classification laws. The State Senate of Louisiana repealed the last of the nation's racial classification laws. The unanimous Senate action followed a 90-4 vote for repeal in the Louisiana House of Representatives on June 9, 1983. The racial classification law had defined a black person as anyone with 1/32 Negro blood. The repeal effort gained impetus after an unsuccessful effort was made by Susan Gilliori Phipps of Sulphur, Louisiana, to have the racial designation on her birth certificate changed from black to white. A state court judge, however, had ruled that Phipps had not proved beyond doubt that she was not at least 1/32 black. 1983. President Ronald Reagan vetoes a bill that allocated $20 million to implement a school desegregation program in Chicago. President Ronald Reagan vetoed a bill that allocated $20 million to implement a school desegregation program in Chicago. The desegregation had been ordered by United States District Court Judge Milton I. Shatter on June 30, 1983. In that order, the judge said that the federal government should allocate more than $14 million for desegregating Chicago's schools in 1983 to 1984 and set aside $250 million more for possible distribution in the next 5 years. Pending resolution of the case, Shatter also ordered that $55 million allocated for other education programs across the nation be frozen. But in July 1983, he freed $6.5 million of the amount. In his veto message, President Reagan said, "The Chicago court's ostensible purpose in issuing this order was to provide a source of funds for the implementation of its decree. Congress hoped by the passage of this legislation to induce the court to release the funds that were impounded by the court. But I believe that the better course is to seek swift reversal of the district court's order." The president added that the government would pay the money mandated by the court if the decision was upheld, but he claimed that it was inappropriate for a court to withhold millions of dollars worth of unrelated and necessary education programs to enforce its orders. 1983. A Chicago Sun-Times survey revealed that more than 600,000 new black voters were expected to register in 9 southern states in time for the 1984 presidential election. A Chicago Sun-Times survey revealed that more than 600,000 new black voters were expected to register in 9 southern states: Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia in time for the 1984 presidential election. The survey's projections were derived from interviews with election officials in 6 states, who based their estimates on current and anticipated registration trends. In the other three states, Alabama, Arkansas, and Tennessee, the figures were provided by independent black organizations. By August 1983, 190,000 new black voters had already been added to voter rolls in the southern states. The new black voters were expected to have a potent and perhaps decisive impact not only in the upcoming presidential contest, but also in many local elections. One potential presidential candidate, Jesse Jackson, a black minister and civil rights leader, had set a goal of 2 million new black voters in the South by 1984. The attainment of this goal was viewed as a key to his decision whether or not to pursue the Democratic presidential nomination. 1983. The Bureau of the Census reports that the long-standing trend of blacks moving from the South to the North and West reversed in the 1970s. The Bureau of the Census reported that the traditional migration of blacks from the South to the urban center of the North and West ended in the 1970s. Between 1975 and 1980, about 415,000 black moved to the South, whereas only about 220,000 left, thereby reversing the long-standing black exodus from the South. In 1980, 53% of the nation's blacks lived in the South, the same proportion as in 1970, yet approximately 60% of the nation's black population lived in central cities, an increase of approximately 13%. The new demographic data was contained in a report entitled America's Black Population, 1970 to 1982. It was based on data from the Census Bureau, the U.S. Labor Department, and other governmental agencies. The Census Bureau's report also noted that, 1. The number of blacks in the civilian labor force increased by 2.7 million or 31% between 1972 and 1982, and the number of employed blacks grew by 1.4 million, or 19%. However, the number of blacks who were unemployed rose 140%, from 900,000 in 1972 to 2.1 million in 1982. The unemployment rate for blacks continued at more than double the rate for whites. In 1972, when the unemployment rate for whites was 5%, the unemployment rate for blacks was 10.3%. In 1982, the unemployment rates for both blacks and whites were the highest for any period since the Second World War. 2. The median income for black married couples increased 6.9% between 1971 and 1981. Such families, however, made up only 55% of all black families in 1982, compared with 64% in 1972. 3. For all black families, median income, after adjustment for inflation, declined by 8.3% since 1971, with a 5.2% drop occurring between 1980 and 1981. This decline was attributed to the increase in the number of single-parent black families headed by females. In 1982, these families totaled 2.6 million, up 32% from 1972. Female-headed households made up 41% of all black families and 70% of all poor black families. 4. The poverty rate for blacks remained steady at 34%, though there were 1 million more poor blacks in 1980 than in 1970, 9 million compared with 8 million. 1983. Clarence Thomas, the black chairman of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, expresses concerns for black colleges over the effort to desegregate the nation's colleges. Clarence Thomas, the black chairman of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, told a group of faculty and staff at Clark College in Atlanta, Georgia, that black colleges had become the victim in the effort to desegregate the nation's colleges. He added that the threat to black colleges stemmed from a misguided philosophy of desegregation that focuses on numbers rather than quality education for blacks. If the goal of desegregation is to have every black student sit next to a white student, then there is no room in education for black colleges, he said. If the goal is for quality education, Thomas asserted, then there is plenty of room. Thomas also said that as the former Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights in the Department of Education, he became terrified by the prospective effects of desegregation on black colleges, but added they were not the ones doing the discriminating. 1983. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference opens its 26th annual convention in Washington, D.C. The Southern Christian Leadership Conference opened its 26th annual convention in Washington, D.C. In one of the opening addresses, the Reverend Joseph E. Lowery, president of the SCLC, asserted, "We are being told still that America cannot afford freedom and justice for all of our citizens. 2 decades of hard-fought progress are in danger of erosion through budget cuts. Federal agencies have callously abdicated their mandated responsibility to enforce anti-discrimination laws. Those rights we fought for dearly are being eroded." The SCLC was founded in 1957 by Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., and other Southern civil rights leaders. The focus of the 1983 convention was jobs, peace, and freedom. 1983. Luther Burrs, former interim president of Cheney State College in Pennsylvania, assumes the presidency of Fort Valley State College in Georgia. Luther Burrs, former interim president of Cheney State College in Pennsylvania, assumed the presidency of Fort Valley State College in Georgia. Burrs was born June 3, 1937, in Hopkinsville, Kentucky. He received a bachelor's degree from Kentucky State University in 1958 and a master's degree from the University of Maryland in 1969. He was also a research assistant at the University of Maryland from 1966 to 1969. Prior to accepting the presidency of Fort Valley State, Burrs had also taught at Elizabeth City State University in North Carolina, served as coordinator of graduate studies in the Division of Applied and Behavioral Sciences, and was interim president of Cheney State from 1981 to 1982. 1983. Vanessa Williams is crowned Miss America for 1984, making her the first black woman to win the title. Vanessa Williams, a 20-year-old black American woman from Millwood, New York, was crowned Miss America for 1984. It was the first time in the history of the 60-year-old pageant that a black woman had won the title. Indeed, for half of the pageant's history, black females were barred from entering the competition. Williams, a junior at Syracuse University, entered the pageant as Miss New York. She cried as she walked down the runway after receiving the crown. 1983. Hundreds of scholars, teachers, and students attend a major conference on the study and teaching of Afro-American history at Purdue University. Hundreds of scholars, teachers, and students attended a major conference on the study and teaching of Afro-American history at Purdue University in West Lafayette, Indiana. The meeting, which assessed the latest studies and trends in Black American life and history, was sponsored by the American Historical Association and directed by Darlene Clark Hine, a Purdue University history professor. In one of the keynote addresses at the conference, John Hope Franklin, professor of history at Duke University and one of the premier scholars in Black American history, described a fourth generation of practitioners of Black American historical scholarship. He said the approaches of the recent generation of scholars, the largest and perhaps the best trained. He also said that they had kept the subject alive and vibrant. Another keynote speaker, Black American labor historian William H. Harris, suggested that scholars needed to do more work on the black working class. He also indicated that the quest for a change in perspective by historians would improve overall the range of history and the level of our understanding of the numerous black experiences that have been lived in America. 1983. Civil rights activist John Lewis receives the Martin Luther King, Jr., Award for his contributions to voter education and registration. John Lewis, civil rights activist, was presented the Martin Luther King, Jr., Award for his contributions to voter education and registration by the Voter Education Project, at ceremonies commemorating the organization's 21st anniversary in Atlanta, Georgia. During its 21-year history, the VEP had helped register at least 4 million black voters across the South. Lewis, who was beaten unconscious 4 times and arrested at least 40 times during the civil rights movement of the 1960s, Served as executive director of the Voter Education Project from 1970 to 1977. In accepting the VEP's highest honor, Lewis said, "It means a great deal to me, but this isn't so much an honor for me as it is for the thousands of people who have worked in the voter registration movement. I think we're on the way to a biracial democracy in the South." 1983. President Ronald Reagan signs a bill establishing a federal holiday in honor of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr. President Ronald Reagan signed a bill at the White House establishing a federal holiday in honor of slain civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr. The president also paid personal tribute to King, saying his words and deeds had stirred our nation to the very depths of its soul. Reagan continued, "Dr. King made equality of rights his life's work. Often he was beaten, imprisoned, but he never stopped teaching nonviolence. If American history grows from 2 centuries to 20, Americans and others will still remember King's 'I Have a Dream' speech." The president warned, however, that traces of bigotry still mar America. So each year on Martin Luther King Day, let us not only recall Dr. King, but rededicate ourselves to the commandments he believed in and sought to live every day. "Thou shalt love thy God with all thy heart, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." Many Americans, including soul singer Stevie Wonder and Coretta Scott King, the slain civil rights leader's widow, had lobbied for the holiday since King's assassination in 1968. At the White House ceremonies at which the president signed the holiday bill, Mrs. King remarked, "Thank God for the blessing of his life and his leadership and his commitment. What manner of man was this? May we make ourselves worthy to carry on his dream and create the community." 1983. The United States Congress and the Reagan administration reach an agreement to extend the life of the United States Commission on Civil Rights after previous controversy between Reagan and the Commission. Representatives from the United States Congress and the Reagan administration reached an agreement to extend the life of the United States Commission on Civil Rights. Under the new accord, the 6-member body would be reorganized into an 8-member one. The President and Congress would each name 4 members to serve staggered 6-year terms and can only be removed for cause, thus eliminating the possibility of firings for political reasons. Earlier, President Reagan had tried to replace but eventually fired 3 Democratic members of the commission who did not share his administration's views in opposing busing to achieve school desegregation and brought affirmative action relief in job discrimination cases. Many congressmen complained that Reagan was attempting to destroy the commission's independence and integrity. Congress refused to appropriate funds for the extension of the commission on September 30, 1983. Under the agreement of November 11, 2 Democratic commissioners, Mary Frances Berry and Blandina C. Ramirez, were reappointed by Congress. The 2 women were among the 3 commissioners released by Reagan. The CCR, an advisory group, investigated reports of discrimination and recommended steps for Congress and the President to take in remedying it. It was established in 1957. 1983. NAC. Nielsen survey reports that blacks spend more time watching television than whites, and that their tastes are different. NAC. Nielsen survey reported that blacks spent more time watching television than whites, and that their primetime choices were different. The top-ranked television program among whites was the CBS News program 60 Minutes, which ranked 18th among black viewers. The top-rated program among blacks was the drama Dynasty, which ranked 6th among whites. Television programs with largely black casts, The A-Team, Gimme a Break, and The Jeffersons ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th among blacks. Among white viewers they were 23rd, 64th, and 24th, respectively. 1984. W. Wilson Goode is inaugurated as mayor of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, becoming the first black to do so. W. Wilson Goode, the 45-year-old son of North Carolina sharecroppers, was inaugurated as mayor of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Goode became the first black chief executive in the city's 301-year history. At the time of his inauguration, about 40% of Philadelphia's 1.6 million people were black. In an 8-minute inaugural address, Good, who served in the cabinet of former Mayor William Green, said that his election might have been thought an impossible dream for a black person, but in America dreams can come true. 1984. Robert O. Goodman, Jr., a black Navy lieutenant, is welcomed by President Ronald Reagan and others at the White House after having been freed from captivity in Syria. Robert O. Goodman, Jr., a black Navy lieutenant, was welcomed by President Ronald Reagan and others at the White House after having been freed from captivity in Syria. The release was negotiated by the black American Democratic presidential candidate Jesse L. Jackson. At the White House, Reagan declared, "This is a homecoming, and a very happy and welcomed one. We are very proud of him." Goodman had served a month as a prisoner in Syria after an A-6E intruder jet, on which he was serving as bombardier navigator, was shot down during an American airstrike against Syrian anti-aircraft positions in Lebanon on December 4, 1983. The pilot of the plane, Mark Lang, was killed in the attack. Goodman's release was made possible by a moral appeal that candidate Jackson, also a national civil rights leader, made to Syrian President Hafez Assad. Jackson's intervention into the realms of American foreign policy had been the subject of both praise and criticism, yet President Reagan said following Goodman's release, "You don't quarrel with success." 1984. Robert N. C. Nix, Jr., is inaugurated as Chief Justice of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, becoming the first black American to sit on a state Supreme Court bench since the Reconstruction era. Robert N. C. Nix, Jr., was inaugurated as Chief Justice of the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, becoming the first black American to sit on a state Supreme Court bench since the Reconstruction era. Nix was born on July 13, 1928, the grandson of a college dean and the son of Robert N. C. Nix, Sr., Pennsylvania's first black Democratic congressman. He received a bachelor's degree from Villanova University in Pennsylvania and a law degree from the University of Pennsylvania. After serving as Deputy Attorney General of Pennsylvania in 1956 to 1957, Nix spent 10 years in private practice. In 1968, he returned to public life to serve on the Philadelphia Court of Common Pleas. He was elected to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court in 1971. Nix hoped that his appointment as Chief Justice would inspire confidence in the legal system, and saw it as a reaffirmation of those principles upon which American democracy was founded. 1984. Benjamin E. Mays, former president of Morehouse College and the Atlanta, Georgia, School Board, is inducted into the South Carolina Hall of Fame. Benjamin E. Mays, former president of Morehouse College and the Atlanta, Georgia, School Board, was inducted into the South Carolina Hall of Fame. Mays, age 89, a native of South Carolina and the son of former slaves, was cited for his long career in education and civil rights. Since Mays was hospitalized with pneumonia, the plaque recognizing his induction was presented to him in Atlanta by former President Jimmy Carter, a longtime friend. Carter called Mays a credit to Georgia and South Carolina, "He's a credit to the Southland and he's a credit to the United States of America and to the world." In his response, Mays commented, "I was born a little stubborn on the race issue. I felt that no man had a right to look down on another man. Every man, whether he's on the right of you, the left of you, certainly in back of you, it makes no difference, is still a man." 1984. Michael Jackson is honored at the 11th Annual American Music Awards with the Award of Merit. The American Music Awards presented the Award of Merit to Black American pop singer Michael Jackson at its 11th annual ceremonies. The award recognized Jackson's outstanding contributions over a long period of time to the musical entertainment of the American public. Previous Black American winners of the award included Berry Gordy, Jr., founder of Motown Records, and singers Ella Fitzgerald and Stevie Wonder. 1984. Marcus Allen, Black American running back for the Los Angeles Raiders, is named Most Valuable Player of the 28th Annual Super Bowl in Tampa, Florida. Marcus Allen, Black American running back for the Los Angeles Raiders, was named Most Valuable Player of the 28th Annual Super Bowl in Tampa, Florida. Allen gained a record 191 yards rushing on 20 carries and scored 2 touchdowns, one on a 5-yard run, the other on a 74-yard run. The Raiders defeated the Washington Redskins 38. 1984. Ku Klux Klansman Henry Hayes is sentenced to death for the 1981 strangulation murder of Michael Donald, a 19-year-old black youth. Mobile County Circuit Court Judge Braxton Kittrell sentenced Ku Klux Klansman Henry Hayes to death for the 1981 strangulation murder of Michael Donald, a 19-year-old black youth whose body was found hanging from a tree in downtown Mobile, Alabama. Hayes, age 29, was convicted of capital murder by a jury of 11 whites and 1 black on December 10, 1983. In sentencing Hayes to death by electric chair, Judge Kittrell ignored the recommendation of the jury for a life sentence in prison. But Mobile County District Attorney Chris Galano said there was only one chance in a million that the death penalty would stand up on appeal, since Donald had been killed 4 months before Alabama law permitted judges to give a stiffer penalty than that recommended by jurors. 1984. Walter Bergman, an 84-year-old former Freedom Rider who was beaten by Ku Klux Klansmen at an Alabama bus station in 1961, is awarded $50,000 by a U.S. District Court judgment. United States District Court Judge Richard Enslin in Kalamazoo, Michigan, awarded a judgment of $50,000 to Walter Bergman, an 84-year-old former Freedom Rider who was beaten by Ku Klux Klansmen at an Alabama bus station in 1961. On May 31, 1983, Judge Enslin had decided that there was a preponderance of evidence to indicate that the FBI knew the Klan planned to attack Bergman and other Freedom Riders as they rode through Anniston and Birmingham, Alabama, during the height of the Civil Rights Movement. The Bureau, he added, had specific information that the Klan would be given free rein by police in the 2 cities to attack the Freedom Riders. Thus, he ruled, it could be sued for damages. At the time of Judge Enslin's decision, Bergman, a former Wayne State University professor from Grand Rapids, was confined to a wheelchair from injuries suffered in the 1961 attack. He had asked for $2 million from the FBI for himself and the estate of his late wife, Frances. 1984. The United States Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, rules that federal law prohibiting racial or sexual discrimination by schools and colleges extends only to the affected program or unit, not to the entire institution. The United States Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, ruled that federal law prohibiting racial or sexual discrimination by schools and colleges extends only to the affected program or unit, not to the entire institution. The case came to the High Court from Grove College in Pennsylvania, which had refused to sign a required assurance of compliance with Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972. The federal government then began proceedings to disqualify the college from receiving federal scholarship aid. The college and 4 of its students brought suit in a U.S. District Court in Pennsylvania, challenging the government's actions. Although the District Court sided with the college, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit ruled that despite the limited nature of the federal assistance received by Grove College, the law applied to the entire institution. The Supreme Court's majority disagreed. Justices Lewis Powell and Sandra Day O'Connor wrote that the case presented an undefying example of overzealousness on the part of the federal government in its previous interpretation of Title IX. While the administration of President Ronald Reagan applauded the decision, many congressmen and women's rights and civil rights groups reacted with alarm. For a while the issue presented by Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972 focused on sex discrimination. The broader provisions of the landmark Title VI of the Omnibus Civil Rights Act of 1964 contained almost identical language. Thus, these groups feared its application too might be restricted by the Supreme Court's decision in the Grove College case.